the Booker Group discovered parallel universes through quantum entanglement technology. Using some technological means, they erased everyone's memory of a certain game in this universe to prepare for the annexation of this world. My name is Bai Yen. At the time, I was shaking my head while scrolling through short videos and was shocked to find that no one was streaming Delta Operation anymore. Then I searched the platform for any news about Delta but couldn't find any information about the game. Whether it was streamers like Hei's Dian Yen, Shu Lin, and Boxing, or veterans like Lao Luwadi, De Lingdang, and Lao Nianxianqi, everyone was playing other games. Just when I thought Delta Operation was dead and turned off my phone to sleep, I suddenly found myself in a valley. I scratched my head, puzzled. Where is this? Looking down, I saw an M4A1 in my hand. Then, footsteps approached from ahead. I immediately became alert, quickly hid behind a small corner, and cautiously peeked out to observe. You're done. I mean it, a voice rang out. My heart skipped a beat. It was an Asala soldier. I took a deep breath and thought, did I somehow get transported into the Delta Operation game? Holding the M4A1, I decided to pull off a cool tactical move. I peeked out, aimed, and pulled the trigger all in one smooth motion, but no gunshot sounded. That's when I realized, this wasn't a game but reality, because in real life, I don't know how to use a gun. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind, detected that the host cannot use firearms. A beginner's gift package firearm usage guide will be issued immediately. Would you like to use it? Overjoyed, I immediately shouted, use it now. In an instant, the methods for using various firearms flooded my mind. I skillfully checked the ammunition of the M4A1, released the safety, and executed a tactical peek. But the next second, an elbow strike came at me, and I collapsed in pain. In this life-or-death moment, I somehow found the strength to blindly raise the M4A1 and unleash a barrage of bullets at the Asala soldier. The gunfire soon stopped. I slowly opened my eyes but didn't see blood everywhere, only a wooden box in front of me. It suddenly dawned on me, wasn't this the beginner tutorial scene from Delta Operation? In the distance, green smoke billowed, the extraction point from the tutorial mission. Anyone who's played Delta Operation knows that the closer you get to the extraction point, the more likely you are to encounter enemies. Scanning my surroundings, I spotted only one small raised mound ahead where someone could hide. Without hesitation, I sprinted over, leaped down from the top, and immediately spotted a crouching figure behind it. I raised my gun and hip-fired, taking them down. Then, I slowly walked into the green smoke as the extraction countdown ticked away. Congratulations, host, on completing the Delta Operation Beginner tutorial. From now on, you are a member of GTI. Please note that the Delta world will soon merge with your world. As the system's chosen one, you have early access to the Delta world. Here, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation all require half coins. Everyone can enter a place called the Delta Realm to gather resources and exchange them for half coins. Since your current half coins are insufficient, you cannot yet redeem special items from the system store. However, half coins can be converted into real-world currency. Please accumulate half coins as quickly as possible. They will be of great help to you in the future. A flash of light later, I found myself in a bustling marketplace. It looked much like the real world. As I wandered, I unknowingly entered a library. Sitting down, I quietly read a book titled The Origin of Delta, which revealed that the Delta world had only merged with reality 2 months prior. People still knew little about the Delta realm, only that each person could enter once a day and must enter at least once a month. Currently, only the Zero Dam map was available. If you died there, it cost 200,000 half coins to revive. Maps like Longbow and Buckdale Aerospace hadn't been unlocked yet, and no one had even entered the classified or top secret difficulty realms. Looking at the Special Operations Department, which looked almost identical to the one in the game, I couldn't help but smile. Since half coins could be exchanged for real-world currency, I had to take the chance. I opened my warehouse. Inside were 3 sets of gear, a fully modified M4A1, a semi-modified M4A1, M855 ammo, a damaged military radio, and a bank card with 100,000 half coins. I quickly put on the 3 sets of gear, bought a chest rig, a large purple backpack, and some medical supplies from the trading post, then grabbed the semi-modified M4A1 and headed straight for the nearby dungeon entrance. After a dizzying sensation, I found myself standing on a road, with the location displayed as Tourist Center West, Position 2. I sighed but didn't have time to dwell on it. I was ready to sprint straight to the small substation. That's when I realized I didn't have any operative skills. As I ran, I asked the system about it. The system replied, GTI regular operatives don't have skills, but don't worry, host, as long as you have enough half coins, you can purchase any skill you want. Just as I reached the slope below the small military camp, a loud explosion echoed from the large substation. I immediately recognized it as the sound of an RPG. At the same time, near the entrance of the substation's first floor, a stunningly beautiful girl sat trembling on the ground. Whimpering, Brother, that rocket soldier hit me. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? A man immediately set down his fully modified M7, pulled out a painkiller and a surgical kit worth 4,000 half coins, and handed them to the girl without hesitation. The girl swallowed the painkiller and slowly walked into the house, applying the surgical kit and a blood pack to herself as she said, "Don't worry, Brother Zhu. As long as you help me complete the mandatory monthly dungeon mission, I'll fulfill your request once we get out." The man grinned. "Don't worry, sweetheart. My buddy and I are both wearing tier 4 gear and using fully modified M7s worth 600,000 half coins. We've run dungeons plenty of times, we know them inside out. We'll definitely get you out safely." Just then, a heavy-set man lumbered up from behind, raised his M7, and headshot an enemy by the window. "Relax, little miss," he added. "My brother and I will make sure you get out in one piece." While searching for supplies in the small substation, I heard the distant sound of an M7 gunshot and couldn't help but complain. Seriously, who in their right mind uses an M7 for a regular dam? Right after my complaint, I spotted a bottle of coffee on the table and immediately grabbed it with a grin. This coffee was a rare find worth 60,000 half coins, 10 times more expensive than the 6,200 per cup coffee from Huyi. Even the cola and canned food I casually picked up from the aviation case were worth tens of thousands of half coins. After that, I slowly made my way toward the paid extraction point by the river. Looking at the minefield in front of her, Bai Yen smiled slightly and directly flipped in, finding the bird egg and touching it, but unfortunately it didn't ship. Just as she finished touching the second bird egg, a burst of gunfire at the small substation drew its own attention, followed by a burst of footsteps and the sound of conversation. "Fatty, when the time comes, we two brothers one after the other. Hey. Bai Smoke immediately lie down in a pile of grass, and then open the mirror. Not long after, two men followed by a young girl came over, and soon the three people showed their big backs to themselves. Bai Yen looked at the three people, directly locking the fat man, and thought in his heart, "Blame it on the fact that you are too big and easy to hit." Immediately snapped the class, directly single clear. The fat man directly and instantly melted in place. A burst of gunfire sounded. The young girl, directly scared on the ground, cried out. Obscene man heard the sound of gunfire as the back of the sound, immediately ran toward the side of the bunker. But, obscene man, as if he did not know that there will be people in the minefield, as if the direct exposure of the head to aim at the small substation. Hearing the young girl's cries, Bai Yen immediately grinned and slowly crawled towards the duo. Chapter 4, Fatty Evacuation. Soon, Bai Yen came to the exit behind the box, directly crouched up probe, then saw a lewd man aiming at the direction of the small substation. Even the lowest peak will not be. The other young girl is still lying on the ground wailing, feeling that nowadays their own big footsteps to run 2 times. Lewd man may not be able to hear the footsteps. One naturally will not waste time. As a cartoon watched the white art smoke to naturally know that the villain died of too many words, so immediately pulled the trigger. Day. Half a pike of bullets instantly shot out. Directly 2 shots, 4 shots had directly sent away the lewd man, and then immediately aimed the gun at the young girl lying on the ground. Another burst of gunfire took away the teenage girl, immediately jumped out, racked the direction of the cement factory, lined up a small substation, and then lay down on the ground and licked it up, and then was stunned by the things inside the bag. 600,000 left M7 assault rifles, more than 100 rounds of level 4 ammunition, and some purple items, changed into a 4-head and 4 armors, and the bag stuffed with another 4-head, and then slowly walked towards the direction of the cement factory. Soon after walking to the river, footsteps suddenly sounded on the bridge, and immediately hid behind the wall. Thinking to myself, I should have heard my own footsteps. Immediately after, Bai Smoke exposed his head and watched 2 times. He saw 2 people wearing secondary suits, a hand holding AKS-4U, a hand holding PTR-32, as if they did not know that there were people here, standing in a straight line running in their own direction. So they immediately left probing for shots to hit the head of the 2 people. The 2 people directly lying on the ground, transformed into a box. Afterwards, after Bai Yen made sure that there was no one behind her, she immediately licked up her bag. I really didn't expect that there were actually 2 more holy grails. It's okay, no loss. Then it slowly walked into the cement factory. Looking at the above, rocket soldiers have not yet cleared. They will aim at a shot to the head, and immediately feel that their shooting is more and more NB, and then checked, and found that the cement truck did not open, just open a 2nd floor airbox. More incredible is the 2nd floor of the big insurance are not open. White art smoke immediately lying in front of the big insurance to open the big insurance. Looking at the numbers scrolling in front of him, he thought to himself that at that time he had opened 6DFU9 during the novice tutorial, and that this password was wrong. 6DFU. These numbers must be correct. At that time, these numbers were exactly the nicknames and names of his own housemates. 36D Sun Fu, the last one seems to be H. Came the error. At the same time, next to the appearance of a LS shield soldier, scared of their own, immediately took out a knife around the back, knife to go, but the shield soldier returned, hit the shield above, shield soldier an elbow, immediately will be their own, almost elbow to death, immediately ran to a pillar behind, took out a gun, to the shield soldier above the small mouth is a gun, at the same time the shield soldier hand UZI, a shot in his own head, by smoke immediately feel the pain is incomparable, eyes black, there is a feeling of wanting to pass out, immediately took out the medicine bag to start playing medicine, after playing the blood bag looked at there is still half of the durability of the level 4 head, cannot help but sigh a sentence, luckily did not bring that all rotten level 4 head, or else it would have been really dead here, and then open, I don't believe that you can't open the big insurance, ding, 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 soon in front of by yen appeared again scrolling numbers, 6DFUP. Then there was a thump sound, the big insurance opened, then inside appeared a chalice, a pirate gold coins appeared in front of the eyes, and then they will scavenge the cement factory to the bottom of the sky. Then he scoured the cement factory, there is still nothing, then looked at the time, just can be stuck in time to evacuate, and finally came to the settlement screen 240W, looking at the pile of things inside the system warehouse sigh, he was instantly delighted, ding, congratulations to the host to complete the first game of Novice, will not be protected by the system Novice protection, if the host wants to return to the real world please find a safe place to hang out, the system will not be protecting the host. So by smoke immediately converted the scavenged items at the GTI official sales center for $200 Havoc dollars, and left himself with the equipment he had when he went in, followed by replenishing some of the M855 bullets, and then spent another $80 Havoc dollars on a one-room house, which only had a single bed in it. After settling the place to stay, Bai Yen planned to enter the Delta again to touch the supplies, but just after reaching the secret realm she was prompted by the secret realm. You can only enter the secret realm once a day. He then had to wander around the Delta planet again himself, and soon saw a library, which he entered by mistake. Bai Yen sat aside, quietly looking at a book called Delta Origins, himself then realized, it turns out that this Delta planet is also just to understand the Delta secret, not very familiar. Only know that each person can only enter the Delta secret once a day, at least once a month to enter the Delta secret, mandatory, but you can use 50W Havoc to offset the mandatory to enter, and now there is only a map of the dam, not even the longbow, Bakshi, aerospace maps, and so on, the confidentiality and top secret just know how much money to resurrect after the death. The GTI organization, on the other hand, has only been in the Delta for 2 months now, with 4 helicopter gunships appearing in the sky at intervals of up to 15 kilometers and broadcasting welcome to the GTI. At this time, Bai Yen understood why the girl who was scared and wailing was so scared, so it was forced to enter. And no wonder that the lewd man did not look at the minefield. Now they should not have mapped out the law of the minefield, thinking that entering the minefield would be certain death, and it is unlikely that there will be people hiding inside. Walked out from inside the library and said, System, is there a system store or something? Ding, of course there is, but since the host's haversack is so low, the cheapest things can't be exchanged yet, but they can be exchanged for the host's real-world money at a 1-to-1 ratio. WC, then wouldn't I already be a millionaire now? The excited and extraordinary Bai Yen immediately chose to return to the real world again in her mind, and had to see if it was really redeemable. System, first convert 20W inside my bank card, said the dizzy Bai Yen, who had just returned to the real world full of alcohol. Just after saying this, before I could check the arrival information, I lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. It seems like I'm really drunk. Never mind, it's better to rest. Bai Yan's brain realized that it couldn't control her body, so she had to relinquish control of her body and let it go limp on the bed. Chapter 5, Grievances. WC, really TMD can realize Bai Smoke looked at the cell phone in front of the bank card inside for no reason more out of my 20W of deposits. Suddenly stunned stood up. Thump. It took 3 knocks on the door to break Becky Smoke's fantasy, walking to the door and slowly opening it. Child, it's been 2 days of vacation, why haven't you left yet? An aunt in her 50s appeared at the door and said amiably, looking at the amiable aunt in front of me is none other than the hostess Aunt Li Su. Bai Yen said, Auntie, please, I know you can't go home for vacation as long as there are still people in the dormitory, but I'm an orphan and have no home to go back to. Auntie, I'll be able to find a rental house in the next 2 days. It's okay, kid, here's the deal. There's a spare room in my house. Why don't you go stay at my place for 2 months? And besides, my house lives very close to here. Looking at the aunt who was full of seriousness, he said, That's fine, aunt. How much is the rent? I'll transfer it to you directly. I'll pack my clothes. Soon he himself painfully gave the ant 1500. He is now a rich man, the rent directly to the account in seconds, and then followed the ant to her home. Just as she entered the house, she saw the picture of a very pretty girl, on the green field of the military camp that was gently caressed by the morning light. She was wearing a straight camouflage uniform, her shoulder insignia shining with perseverance, as if every crease spoke of indomitability and glory. The sunlight through the sparse clouds outlined her upright posture. That is a blend of softness and strength of the unique flavor. See yourself staring at the photo. Li Su smiled and said, "This is my daughter. At the age of 18 years old, then went to the army. Now seems to be in the special forces inside it. A year also seldom see each other once. Some time ago I heard, her chief gave her 2 months of leave. Tomorrow will come back, so I let you out in a hurry to live. The school regulations, as long as the dormitory is someone I cannot leave. You will not blame Auntie, right? How come Auntie? I'm happy that you're renting me an apartment. Otherwise I'd have to go back and forth to find an apartment. It's troublesome," Bai Yen said with a smile. After packing up his things and seeing that it was already dark, he heard Li Su's voice, "Son, you've been busy all afternoon. Hungry? Come and eat something." Bai smoke out to look at the table of a fried vegetables, a few steamed buns and 2 bowls of rice, suddenly burst into tears. In their own memories from childhood to adulthood has always been their own one person in the orphanage life. After going to secondary school will be their own one person relying on the country to live. Never met people who care about themselves. "Thank you, Auntie, then I won't be polite," Bai Yen said forcefully. The two of them were eating while chatting hotly, very much like a mother and son who hadn't seen each other for a long time. And soon after finishing their meal, Bai Yen grabbed the first step to help finish washing and scrubbing the bowls. Bai Yen was planning to return to the room when he saw Li Su was in the next room to clean up the house. Take a closer look. The whole room was decorated in pink. Is a girl's room? Their own a big man is not good to go in. Then directly into their own room. Lying on the bed to choose, enter the Delta planet. He opened his eyes and looked at his single room, then slowly walked to the entrance of the secret world. Still wearing the same equipment he had entered last time, a bright light flashed. Looked at himself, appeared in a tunnel, slowly said, "Barracks no. 1 position. The second floor computer can be touched. Just do not know if there is no refreshing big insurance." With that, he immediately cut his sword, got high on a painkiller, and immediately ran towards the barracks. At the same time, the barracks' small pipeline inside a lewd man and an obese man appeared. The obese man just resurrected, then cursed, "TMD, do not meet the rat like yesterday, lying in the minefield." Wanna not understand why he entered the minefield was not blown up. When the secret world just came out of the minefield will be blown up, thousands of people, directly in the crocodile and the administrative building, and listed as the 3 big forbidden areas. Who knows? I haven't heard of Bai Yen, this person outside. Don't let me see that guy called Bai Yen. It made me go bankrupt, and also spoiled the girl I just cheated. Fight well, let's go. We don't go to the forbidden zone. Keep it steady, let's go to the barracks. The lewd man replied. Bai Smoke and the 2 people are still talking when his run to the barracks below, looking at the front of a LS soldiers and shield soldiers. Also did not intend to waste time. Directly should resist the shield soldiers' shot. Ran toward the 2nd floor. Immediately came to the road in front of a computer. Pointing to open the boot C. The screen appeared. No answers to the passwords inside the game appeared, but one still skillfully clicked the 823 digits on the computer again. With that, something red immediately appeared on the computer screen that read Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Buzz. His own brain short-circuited for a while, staring blankly at the screen for 3 seconds, and then incredibly clicked download. Immediately clicked on his backpack, and saw that he was lying in his bag with a 9-compartment red item, which was the Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Day. A gunshot came over, instantly waking himself up, immediately coming behind a shelf and doing a probe aim just enough to rack the doorway. Soon conversations could be heard ringing out from the 1st floor, and a fat man slowly said, "Be careful, there might be someone inside the barracks." A gunshot just rang out. "It's okay, there must be no one in there. This shield and soldier are still alive." The fat man did not think much, feeling that the lewd man said it was very right, and immediately ran toward the 2nd floor. Bai Yen, listening to 2 familiar voices, came. For a moment could not think of that acquaintance. Then heard the sound of 2 up the stairs sounded. Own pause for 2 seconds. Directly and confidently pull the trigger. Day. With a direct advance grab, a fat man fell straight to the ground. Then there was a sound of descending stairs. Bai Smoke heart sure, this team is just 2 people. They certainly will not let go of this opportunity. Immediately ran toward the door. Is seeing a person is running toward the direction of this cement factory? They immediately open the mirror to empty the magazine. But due to the reality in the game is still not the same, half-pike bullets will hit 2 or 3 shots. The person will lie down behind the cover, changing magazines immediately himself. he tumbled over the railing, thinking to run in the man's direction, and shouting outright, "Surrender your guns and don't kill! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" An SG-552 was then thrown out, along with a backpack and ammo hangers. "Stand up and get on your hands and knees and hold your head." Then a lewd man with his hands on his head stood out, looking at the lewd man in front of him. White Art Smoke immediately remembered just two people talking to the voice for why so familiar. It is their own last hand to bring the sister of the two old S-batch, followed by their own slight smile. Will be the Mandel supercomputing unit from the backpack to hold out and then play with his hands for a while. It is the Big Red Review. WC, Mandel supercomputing units. The whole country combined doesn't have more than 2 handfuls of them, and every single one of them that shows up will be released in the news. The lewd man called out with a greedy expression all over his face, then immediately took out his pocket knife and ran towards by E-Smoke waving it around. Day. A burst of gunshots rang out, and the lewd man lay on the ground with a face full of resignation. At the same time, outside the secret realm, a lewd man stood next to an obese man and shouted, "It's this by E. Yen fellow again." Chapter 6, A Little Money. By E. Yen naturally wouldn't know that at this time, the lewd man was already outside the secret realm cursing. Instead, he quietly looked at the box in front of him and slowly said, "This is really 7 steps away from the gun fast. 7 steps within the strong and fast and accurate. The ancients honestly do not deceive me." After searching the boxes of the two men, there was nothing of value. Then slowly walked towards the barracks, tense there realizing that there was no big insurance. Then slowly ran in the direction of the administration building. Just as he walked into the west wing of the administration building, he heard a very scary BGM coming out, followed by the words, "Where are you, little rat?" By E-Smoke immediately walked up the stairs, directly due probes, just in time to see a big man ran towards him. He immediately shot without saying anything. He did not have a greedy gun. He played after all, is a 3-stage bullet. A shuttle is not dead blood rich wearing 4 levels of armor said. Only half a shuttle immediately ran down the stairs. Changed the bullet to the door of the west door probe aiming at the corner of the stairs. Suddenly a large man rolled and reappeared in his view, immediately firing and hitting a half shot. But that half shot only hit a pitiful few rounds, which were basically dodged by Seed's rolls. Immediately, he himself ran toward the open air, stepped into it to hide behind cover, and aimed directly for the doorway. Meet my wrath. A roar of anger was followed by the sight of the big man appearing in the doorway, immediately emptying his own clip. At the same time Saeed raised his gun, but alas, only 2 shots were fired. Bai Yen looked at the box in front of her. Her eyes went black, and her heart shouted, "It really hurts." Surprisingly, I forgot to hit the painkillers. It seems that in the future, I have to hit the painkillers from time to time. It's too damn painful. After slowly coming to a delicate box while hitting status, he slowly opened Saeed's box. Ding! East Building Manager's office. Himself then paused for a few seconds. WC, this is the big red game. There's no one who plays Delta who isn't greedy, and if you're not greedy you won't play. After secretly sighing these words, Bai Yen jumped headfirst inside the administration building, walked directly into the pull point, and after searching the server, she ran towards the west building balcony. Open your computer, and type 980 directly. Design drawings, not bad. The manager's room in the east building should have a big exemption. Look at it. Although playing insurance did not come out of the big red, but there are a few pirate gold coins and the holy grail. And eventually White Art Smoke looked at the backpack inside close to 500W worth of supplies, excited to pull the gate, run to the container, walk to the container itself only to find that the underground vault is actually open. The container is not searching, and immediately run to the underground vault, quickly finish solving the vault inside the 3 mannequins, and immediately pick up a nugget in it, and then fat evacuation. 511W bring out the value. I'm dropping it. It's catching up to the value of me playing top secret. That's too fat. Ding! Congratulations to player by E-Smoke for being the first player from Delta Planet to kill Saeed at the entrance to the secret realm number 489215550, rewarding him with 1 raffle draw and gaining the B Dr. Smoke Bomb skill. Ding! Congratulations to Bai Yen. With 3 consecutive global notifications, his name directly spread throughout the entire Triangle Planet, and instantly the internet caused wave after wave of fervor. Asaba, I can't believe someone can kill Said locks his head and has thick blood. How do you kill it? Siba, Baka, I can't believe it wasn't us, the great Nippon nation, who struck down Saeed first. Baka. Then after a few minutes, there was a global announcement that came through. Will please cheer up the other players. For more kills of Saeed will open up the Longbow Creek Valley secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Said once, triggering the challenge task. Killing Said 100 times will allow you to obtain the said power and have the said tumble skill. Back inside the single room, Bai Yen immediately checked the value of her warehouse: a key to the manager's room in the East Building, a Mandel supercomputing unit, a gold nugget, a set of equipment plus 2 M4A1S, as well as 400 W of Havoc coins, and she instantly felt exceptionally rich. Then took out the lucky draw opportunity that had just been obtained, clicked on the rotation, and soon the pointer rotation stopped at the Special Forces King of Soldiers Close Tactics. He himself was stunned, but it was a Special Forces Soldier King of the Melee Tactics. In the future, that is not no longer need to be afraid of being Asura soldiers in Melee. After all, Asura soldiers Jadefoot kicked to death every special services. Think of that 45 yards of big feet on a burst of fear. Then he pondered over the shortcomings of his own these few to come. That is, the gun law is too bad. If that obscene man is a Special Forces, he was then again barracks second floor empty magazine did not kill the opposite side. It is easy to be the opposite side of the counter kill. It must be well practiced a bit of gun law. Arriving at a store with a shooting club written on it, he slowly walked in himself, and just as he walked in, he saw a young girl walk over to him head on and say, "Welcome to the shooting club. What kind of help do you need? Handsome? Prepare a training ground for me. 1,000 rounds of 5.56 by 45 LP ammo." The young girl enthusiastically brought Bai Yen inside a training ground and said, "A total of 50 W Havoc coins. There is a special GTI magnetic field here, and guns can be used when you enter this place. You should be the first time to come to the training ground. Let me explain it to you." One was originally thinking that guns were needed to enter secret realms and such, and in a world where there was basically a gun in every hand, wouldn't it be easy for this world to go into a riot? But after the young girl's explanation, one realized what the reason was. Ever since the Delta Mysteries descended, it's as if the guns are being controlled, and only used in the training grounds and among the mysteries established by GTI, and jammed when used in the rest of the world. Then he took out to follow his 2 secret M4A1, loaded with a level of bullets, not at all distressed at the distant target directly is to empty the magazine, but now 30 rounds of a total of 4 or 5 rounds of bullets hit. He is not discouraged. Full of bullets and then hit is it? Unconsciously 1,000 rounds of ammunition gradually depleted. Their own marksmanship is also a little bit of progress. 30 meters from the distance of the target, from a shuttle bullet hit 4 to 6, 8 law, and finally stabilized at 25 rounds. Their own results on this has been quite satisfied. If the second floor of the barracks in the next time to fight that obscene man, they are confident that half a shuttle can be obscene man dry down. After training himself, he went back to his single room and slowly lay down on his bed holding a 99% gold brick and clicked into the real world. Chapter 7, Small Punishments. The next day the day has just dawned. Li Su will prepare this breakfast. At this time the white art smoke is getting up and tends to go out for a run. Exercise body. After these days in the Delta secret inside running is really tired. Had to work out now exercise will endurance up. But he just pushed open the door will see the preparation of breakfast. Li Su aunt. "Auntie, why are you up so early?" Bai Yen immediately greeted politely. "Oh, today my daughter is coming back. I have to eat early and go to the train station to pick up my daughter." Li Su still said very kindly, "The train station is a bit far from here. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do. I'll accompany you." "That's great. Then come over and eat with us soon." After eating, Bai Yen immediately called a cab and drove towards the train station. When we arrived at the train station and waited a little while, Li Su waved his hand and shouted ahead, "Jen Jen, here here." When she saw a beautiful figure running over in her direction, Bai Xian instantly looked frozen in place. Just see, the young girl's figure is well proportioned, neither excessively thin, nor half redundant, wearing simple but not loose taste clothes. Hands and feet exudes a kind of ineffable temperament, both the innocence of the young girl, but also do not lose the mature woman's gentle and generous. A head of short hair, perhaps slightly messy due to a long time of military life, but adds a bit of unadorned natural beauty. Every step she takes is like walking on top of a cloud, light but without losing strength, so that people can't help but look at her a few times, and be tempted. Just as Bai Yen was watching in fascination, a masked man ran past Li Su, with 2 security officers chasing after him, shouting as he did so, "Quickly help catch the thief in front." Bai Yan's nerve reflexes rushed forward and directly Asura soldiers kicked the thief's back. The thief fell to the ground at once, climbed up in a mess, pulled out a small dagger from his waist, and said to Bai Yen, "MD, little brat, meddling in other people's business, then go to hell." After the thief finished speaking, he took the dagger and stabbed towards himself. Looking at the white shaking knife is getting closer and closer to himself. His own nerve reflexes, like turning his body to the side, can barely avoid the dagger's straight stab. Then his right hand grabbed the other's wrist, directly a turn. Suddenly the thief, because of the pain dagger, fell to the ground, and then his own a step back and turn around to the thief to give an over-the-shoulder fall, directly subdued the thief on the ground. It was only then that the 2 security guards belatedly came to Bai Yian's side, and gave Bai Yian a burst of thanks. At this time, Li Su's daughter also came over and sniffed at Li Su. "Mom, who is this?" "This is Becky Smoke, one of the students in Mom's management dormitory. He's not home for a while, so I'm renting that room right next to yours to him." Bai Yian looked at the gaze that the young girl threw at herself, and immediately walked forward and introduced herself to, "Hello, my name is Bai Yian. Nice to meet you." "Hello, my name is Fu Xinjin." The voice had a sweetness with this heroic aura. "Very nice." Looking at Li Su and Fu Xinjin's intimate moves, envy could not help but be born in his heart. Looked at his cell phone and said, "Auntie, the car is here. Let's go." "Sister Xinjin, let me help you with your luggage. You and Auntie haven't seen each other for a long time. Have a good chat." "Okay then, thank you la little brother," Fu Xinjin said to herself with a smile. Soon several people returned to the home. Li Su looked at the time, then went to the kitchen to cook. Fu Xinjin then came to sit beside Bai Yian and said, "Little brother, have you practiced martial arts?" "Sister Xinjin, don't joke. I'm just a poor college student, how can I possibly practice?" However, before he could finish his own words, Fu Xinjin kicked over, and he blocked it with his arm as a nervous reflex. But then another pink fist came at himself. Immediately a backward step, grabbed the girl's fist, but directly by the girl to break away. Followed by the girl a head kick leg lifting, his own immediately a lower back chopped over, and then instinctively used the Special Forces Soldier King near tactics, and the girl fought back and forth, but soon the girl fell into the wind. Was white art smoke directly locked in the arms? A hand directly pressed in a soft place. "Ah!" Fu Xinjin directly gasped and used all her strength to break away. Bai Yian saw the girl in his arms still want to resist hard, unconsciously pressed the other hand over, and all unconsciously used the force, and then both hands were soft, and couldn't help but also pinch twice. The atmosphere was directly awkward. Bai Yian loosened up feeling a little pity, but not loosened up and a little afraid of not being able to hold it. But then came "The meal is ready. Quickly wash your hands and eat." Bai Yian immediately let go of her hand and smiled as she came to the kitchen and said, "Auntie, let me help you." Seeing an opportunity to get away from the young girl who was about to go on a rampage for a bit, she immediately let go of her hand and ran towards the kitchen. Fu Xinjin at this time finally increased out of the predicament, and then looked down at the high-up clothes a little messy, hastily organized the clothes, then saw his mother walked out of the kitchen. See his mother did not have any doubts then sent a breath. Soon the table was filled with delicious dishes. Looking at the fragrant meal Bai Yian immediately said to Li Su, "Auntie's handiwork is really good too fragrant, then you should eat more," Li Su said with a smile as she sat on the stool. Bai Yian couldn't wait to sit on the stool and was about to pick up her chopsticks to pick up the food, but all of a sudden, her leg was kicked, and with an unsteady hand, she almost fell to the ground. Bai Yian immediately looked at Fu Xinjin who was sitting across the table with chopsticks in her mouth and smiling faintly at herself. Then she looked down and saw a jade foot kicking towards her leg, and with her quick eyes and hands, she immediately grabbed the ankle with her left hand. Only the skin was crystal clear, as if it was fine sheep's fat white jade, emitting a faint warm luster. Ankle slender and elegant, gently a spin, will outline a moving curve. Toes arranged just right, round and full, like the first bloom of the lotus petals, through a kind of untainted purity. Toenails trimmed neatly and smoothly, with a healthy pink color, occasionally flashing with a subtle light, just like the morning dew dotted on top of the green leaves. Fu Xinjin saw that the opposite side had been staring at her feet. Her face reddened, but she couldn't pump it. "You guys eat quickly." Seeing that neither of them had moved their chopsticks, Li Su said amiably. Seeing Li Su speak, Bai Yian's hand exerted force to pull the jade foot toward herself another sliver closer, placing it in the middle of her thighs directly framing it, and then placing her hand on the tip of the pen and flashing it, she said, "It's so fragrant." With that, he immediately used his chopsticks to clip a piece of pot roast and put it in his mouth. Li Su thought that he was talking about the aroma of his own dishes and smiled amiably, and at this moment, Fu Xinjin's face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but think in her heart, this guy wouldn't be some kind of pervert that likes other people's feet? However, it suddenly felt that her foot touched a stick, and her face immediately became anxious, and she exerted herself to try to draw her foot back, but unfortunately, Bai Yian had added it too tightly, and no matter how hard Fu Xinjin tried, it was useless, so she immediately kicked her other foot on the opposite leg, trying to use her other foot to kick Bai Yian's leg away. Bai Yian instantly felt her knee being kicked, her leg loosened, and the jade foot that was caught between her own legs immediately drew back. Then she saw the spoken words of the pretty girl on the opposite side, "Pervert, you wait for me." Chapter 8, Enhancing Favorability. After eating, Fu Xinjin immediately embarrassed to his side, shook his arm and said, "Little smoke brother, sister went out to buy something this afternoon. You go with sister a piece of it. Sister may not be able to take it by herself." Looking at the pair of delicate slightly exposed evil smile of the girl, one also wants to see what bad ideas this girl wants to brush, so immediately agreed. Looking at I don't know when the two have such a good relationship, Lee Soo secretly thought in his heart. His own daughter is 26 years old. Finally can find a boyfriend. He looked for this boy is also quite good, and is an orphan. In this case you can recruit a son-in-law to the door. He also wants to hold grandchildren earlier. Bai Yi followed Fu Xinjun, unknowingly came to the edge of a forest. Suddenly Fu Xinjun a back-spinning kick kicked towards himself. Bai Yi was startled, immediately used his forearm to block the kick, but then came Fu Xinjun's a side aerial kick. A foot dry on Bai Yi's neck, flew out directly upside down. Fu Xinjun slowly walked over to Bai Yi who was twisting on the ground and said coldly, "Serve it or not, perverted pervert." Suddenly, Bai Yi, who was still twisting on the ground, immediately performed a beautiful sweeping leg kick, putting the girl down, and then stood up with a carp, immediately putting Fu Xinjun's hands under control. In a provocative tone, he said, "Convinced?" At the same time, he secretly said in his own mind. Luckily, he had experienced the pain of a bullet in the secret realm, which could be much more painful than that kick just now, or else he really might not have been able to stand up just now. Fu Xinjun's defiant face suddenly saw something and immediately said, "Convinced, convinced, quickly let go of me." Looking at Fu Xinjun's face with a sense of nervousness, he originally thought that there was another small action. A voice came over, "Egu, isn't this Fu Xinjun? After graduating from college, what's wrong with you? You can't find a job. You're here as a beggar. Ha ha ha." Unexpectedly, the school flower of the day is now reduced to begging for food to make a living. A youth, followed by 4 or 5 black-clothed bodyguards, slowly walked towards his side. 100 Art Smoke looked at just 2 people fighting to get a little broken and dirty body, but also really a little like a beggar. Looked down and saw clenched fists, was about to rush up to Pei Xinjun. White Art Smoke immediately a hand to pull Pei Xinjun's hand. Then he said fiercely to the youth, "Who are you?" "I'm playing cosplay with my girlfriend." "Mind your own business, don't mind the pain in the ass." Just finished viciously across the street. Then changed face and pulled Fu Xinjun forearm, said, "Go baby, we do not have to pay attention to the dog in this chaotic barking." At the same time, close to Fu Xinjun's ear, he said, "This person's background should be erudite. Let's not stir up trouble for the time being, otherwise auntie should be anxious." Fu Xinjun had wanted to directly make a move, but when she heard Bai Yi's words, her clenched fist slowly loosened and she allowed Bai Yi to pull herself forward. "Young master, why don't my subordinates help you beat that man up?" A man in black respectfully spoke to the youth at the side, only to see the youth worshipped his hand and said, "Why bother to have a general understanding with beggars? I have already made an appointment with my righteous father, so I can't miss the time." Bai Yi pulled Fu Xinjun's hand and walked to a corner, then looked back and breathed a sigh of relief. Then turned her head to look at Fu Xinjun, who was full of ferocious anger, and said, "No, you soldiers are so at a glance do not get along with the fight? Then you are unaware of the things that guy has done before." Fu Xinjun shook off the hand that was grabbing her, as if she had thought of something disgusting, and said in disgust, "What is it? Maybe there's something I might be able to help with. When I was in college, Lee D, that's the guy just now, he relied on himself to have this one rich dad, often sexually harassed those good-looking girls. I was in can't stand that guy's pursuit, and he had already knocked up a lot of girls before he pursued me, so I went to the army in my sophomore year." Fu Xinjun said as she looked at Bai Yi, who was full of seriousness. "It's not right, just because of this. It's a university, and where are the police? Where's the head of the school? There can't be no one in charge, right?" Bai Yi asked suspiciously. "Li Di is not only rich in his own family, but also has a rich and powerful righteous father, who seems to be called Jiang Zhengzheng, from the Jiang family, one of the 3 great families in our eastern province? Yes, it's the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenghai's brother." Looking at the girl in front of him, he held her in his arms and said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to bully you again in the future." Looking at the smiling Bai Yi, Fu Xinjun stomped on Bai Yi's foot, then kicked Bai Yi, who had let go of herself, to the ground, and said indifferently, "Don't move your hands, or else. Let's go to the front to buy some clothes to change into. Just now the fights have all soiled our clothes. It just so happens that there is a clothing supermarket in front." Looking at the cold-faced Fu Xinjun, Bai Yi didn't get angry and said with a smile, "I don't know how long it took to finish buying clothes." Fu Xinjun happily walked out of the clothing store, then saw a large jewelry store in front of her, then slowly said to Bai Yi, "I left home for so long. I haven't bought any gifts for my mother yet. Go, I'll buy some gifts for my mother to go." Looking at Fu Xinjun, who was bouncing and jumping in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's true, shopping is the happiest thing a girl can do. Fu Jinjin just walked into the jewelry store and immediately stayed in place. Bai Yan then immediately looked at the place where Fu Jinjin's eyes were looking. It was Li Di, a middle-aged man, and a young girl holding the arm of the middle-aged man. Bai Yan looked at the young girl, and a wave of anger went up in her heart, and immediately walked up and leaned in front of Fu Jinjin's ear and whispered, "Just leave it to me for a while, you just need to cooperate with me, I'll nauseate them." Fu Jinjin listened to Bai Yan's words, and in her heart, she also wanted to discuss Li Di, so she gently nodded. "Boss, where is everyone? Bring me the most expensive necklace you have here." When Bai Yan saw Fu Jinjin agree, she immediately said loudly in a high-pitched voice. At this time the three people are naturally attracted to this sentence. Three people immediately a face look at the eyes of the white art smoke. Zhang heart secretly said, "This is where the SBA directly called the boss. A look has not seen the world of the bumpkin. A pity that the girl beside him, that girl looks is really good, but this SB how to feel looks so familiar. Goo, isn't this the former school flower? Today's beggar Fu Jinjun? Come here to ask for food this is?" Li Di walked over and said in a conspiratorial manner. Zhang Jing came over and said, "Isn't this my college lickspittle? This is pretending to be a big spender to ask a girl to come this is? Sister, listen to my sister. This licking dog poor one, the university chased me for a long time. Send the most expensive is a bouquet of flowers. Listen to my sister away from this poor far away." At this time that middle-aged man walked over, Zhang Jing, and immediately Phil in the gun said, "Sister, to find my righteous father such a man. My righteous father with the pocket money given are enough for ordinary people to live for a year." Bai Yan also ignored Zhang Jing and directly wrapped her arms around Fu Jinjin and walked towards the jewelry table. "Seeing a rather beautiful necklace," she said. "That necklace looks good. Let's go with that one." The moment Fu Jinjin was embraced, her body trembled and her hands clenched tightly, but then thinking of Bai Yan's words, she slowly loosened them again and slowly followed Bai Yan. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy this necklace? This one is priced at 20W. A waiter said in a conciliatory manner. "My baby likes it. Buy it." Bai Smoke said with bravado. Chapter 9, The Hero Saves the Day. Zhang Jing immediately walked over. "Io, do not pretend you are poor. You have a few cents, I am still not clear? Don't be able to pull out the money at that time. If you kneel down and beg me now, I maybe one is happy to let my righteous father give you 20W. Ha ha ha." Bai Yan lazily ignored the duo and silently said in her heart, "System, this bank card of mine won't have a payment limit, right? Host, please don't worry, it has been processed by the system, otherwise the money wouldn't have been withdrawn in seconds." The system's voice echoed in his head for a moment. Looking at the unbeatable Zhang Jing in front of her, she directly ignored it herself, picked up that necklace worth 20W and put it on Fu Jinjin's neck, and said tenderly, "It looks really good on the fruit. I said two stinking beggars. This 20W out of pocket can be embarrassing, or pay Jinjin big joke you to pay my righteous father to sleep for a night. I send you 20W. Ha ha ha." Li Di also said in a lewd smile. Bai Yan directly pushed away the two people blocking in front of her with one hand, walked to the checkout counter, pulled out a card from her clothes and said, "Swipe." The staff, after getting the card, quickly handed it over again saying, "Sir, please keep your card." Li Di and Zhang Jing instantly dumbfounded on the spot, completely did not think that a poor man in ground floor clothes could actually directly take out 20W, especially Zhang Jing. In school, Zhang Jing clearly know. Bai Smoke every time to send gifts to themselves or doing part-time work to save money to get enough to send their own gifts. They just dumped him for 2 days directly out of 20W, and eyes do not bring a blink. At this time, the middle-aged man on the side walked over and said, "Kid, being unruly is good, but you also need to have the strength to be unruly. Otherwise you will not even know how to die, and you should know that the gun is a big exposed bird." Now, one is also clear that this man is Zhang, the one who confessed his love at that time and beat his flower on the ground with a cane. Bai Yan looked at the fat pig face full of treacherous smiles and said, "It's not like I have the strength to do this, so you can come over here and try it out." After saying this, Bai Yan pulled Fu Jinjin's hand and walked out of the jewelry store. Looking at the back of the two of them walking out of the doorway, Zhang Zhongjiang suddenly had a burst of anger, and beckoned to the distance, and a man in a suit walked over. "Go and call a few brothers. Follow those two. The male is crippled. The female is not to be moved. Bring them both to the 91 Love Hotel. I want to be in front of that male." Jia. The man in the suit nodded and walked towards a group of black-clothed men in the distance, where he said a few words, and then led 6 or 7 big men in the direction of Bai Yan's two men. At this time, the two of them, Bai by Yi Yan and Fu Jinjin naturally didn't know that they had been tracked and were still exchanging words and laughter. This necklace is too expensive. I can't accept it. I know. You are trying to help me support my face in front of Li Di at this time. Really, thank you. Let's return the necklace after Li Di leaves, Fu Jinjin said slowly with a face full of coldness, knocking the hand wrapped around her waist away. Bai Yan had just been heartbroken over that 20W, which was the 20W that she had just realized from the Delta Secret Realm 2 days ago, her first bucket of gold. But then she thought that she still had more than 300W of Havocs in her Delta, so it wasn't so hard to feel bad at once. Then she said with a smile on her face, "Then how are you going to thank me? How about this? It's quite nice to give your body in return. The necklace will be my token of love to you. He, Sliu." Fu Jinjin looked at Bai Yan's gulping appearance and couldn't help but laugh out, saying, "Look at your colorful face. This young lady won't be bought by the necklace. Give it back to you." Then she took off the necklace and stuffed it into Bai Yan's hand. Then she jumped and ran towards the front. Looking at the cute and lively Fu Jinjin, Bai Yan couldn't help but have her heart skip a beat, and belatedly stayed in place for a few seconds, looking at the faraway Fu Jinjin, and immediately stepped away to chase after her. The two of them were like this, unknowingly walking to the small hut when suddenly a group of black-clothed big men blocked the way of the two of them. "Brothers," the boss said, "the men are crippled. The women are tied up and sent to the boss piece by piece. Go!" With a command, the big man took the lead and ran towards Bai Yan, swinging his fist as big as 36D and hammering it towards Bai Yan's face. Bai Yan saw a few big men blocking their way. They know that someone is looking for things again. Directly while Pei Jinjin pulled behind, watching a big fist swung over to himself. He immediately a foot on the opposite fist, and then borrowed the reaction force. The other foot directly in the air kicked in the face of the big man. The big man flew backward to the ground, while Bai Yan is standing firmly on the ground. However, several other big men saw the scene. All looked at each other for a moment before nodding to each other. At once several people pulled out iron bars from behind their waists. "Kid, even if you're more powerful, you won't be able to leave here alive today," the big man in the lead shouted in a rough voice. The iron rod in his hand gave a heavy thump on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The corner of Bai Yan's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. Instead, she revealed an unspeakable confidence and calmness. "Just with you guys? Sister Jinjin, you should duck back first." His voice was clear and cold, yet it carried an unquestionable power. The battle started at once. Four big men almost at the same time, waving iron bars from different directions towards Bai Yan, attempting to use the tactics of manpower and the advantage of weapons to beat Bai Yan into a cripple. However, Bai Yan's figure was like a ghost, lightly dodging in the narrow space. Each dodge was just right, so that the iron bars could only fall into the air, making a dang sound. Suddenly, Bai Yan's figure lurched, as if time had frozen at this moment. His eyes narrowed slightly as he caught a break in the movements of one of the big men. Immediately after that, Bai Yi's smoke figure stormed up, with incredible speed close to the big man, the right hand into a fist, violently struck out, hit the bridge of his nose, only hear bang a muffled sound. The big man such as a lightning strike, the whole person flew out backwards, the hand of the iron stick out of hand, ruthlessly smashed on the ground. When the remaining three big men saw this, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes, but their years of experience in street fights allowed them to quickly adjust their state and once again surrounded and attacked. However, at this time, Bai Yan had completely mastered the rhythm of the battlefield. His movements were as fast as lightning, and every attack was precise and deadly. A side kick, a big man's iron stick kicked away, at the same time to use the momentum to rotate. A roundhouse kick hit another person's chin. That person should fall to the ground. The corner of the mouth overflowed with blood. Then he kicked the crotch of the big man who dropped the iron rod, and the last person tried to sneak attack from behind, but he was hit by Yi's smoke as if he had eyes behind his back. A backhand elbow strike, hitting him squarely in the ribs, causing him to instantly lose the ability to fight. The whole process is only a few minutes. For big men holding iron bars, was Bai Yan bare hands and empty fists knocked down one by one, lying on the ground moaning in pain. Bai Yan exhaled deeply, calmly took out a big man's cell phone and dialed 110, then turned around and took Fu Jinjin towards her home. "I saved you again this time. How can you thank me? It won't work if you don't give your body in return." Bai Yan breezily placed her hand on Fu Jinjin's shoulder. "Humph, who needs your help? Just these few minions. I can handle it myself." Fu Jinjin's small face slightly reddened as she slapped away Bai Yan's hand and bounced towards the direction of her home. Looking at Fu Jinjin's expression, Bai Yan secretly said, "The ancients honestly don't deceive me. A hero rescuing a girl is the most effective way to capture a girl. Jia. These big men came at a really good time." Chapter 10, If You're Not Greedy. What kind of Delta are you playing? As soon as Fu Jinjin came home, she zipped into her room and didn't come out, and only came out once during dinner. But she ate a little less and went back to her room. After eating and drinking, Bai Yen went to her room and lay on her bed, her mind thinking about entering the triangle world. Opening her eyes again, Bai Yen had already entered inside the Delta world, stepped out of her small room, strolled to the entrance of the Delta secret realm, and looked at what was written on it. Longbow Creek Valley unlock condition kill Sayed 5 times, completion degree 20%. With that, he himself clicked to enter the secret realm. What a crap spot this is. The end of the visitor center. Hey, maybe it'll even get backframed by the number 1 spot. Hold up the bold, starve the timid, stand down the visitor center first. White art smoke immediately ran toward the visitor center. Go west, came to a car directly jumped down, walked to the door knocked a mouthful of painkillers, direct probe rack gun, racked half a minute to see no footsteps, so slowly walked in, touched a handful of suitcases. There is nothing, and suddenly the stairs came down the stairs of the 2 down the sound of footsteps, and immediately lie on the ground. Open the mirror rack the doorway. Soon the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Bai Yen read in her mind at this time. 3, 2, 1. Day. A burst of gunfire came, just in time to hit a man who was about to turn around, and the man instantly fell to the ground. Bai Smoke finished the fight and ran directly towards the direction of the stairs, and when he poked his head around the corner, he saw a back that was running upstairs, and immediately shot. After settling the 2, Bai Yen was about to add to her bag when she suddenly heard a voice from outside. Have some hot ones. Boo! The bazooka fired, which means there's another one, and he's probably going to run. So he immediately climbed the stairs himself, broke the glass, and saw a back running straight over the wall. Bai Smoke directly from the 2nd floor jumped down, directly to the person to chase. Bai Smoke just over the wall will see the person to the direction of the garbage dump ran. From their own distance of about 50 meters, they immediately aimed to shoot. A shuttle shot out. The man screamed and fell directly to the ground into a box, ran himself over to the box and plopped down on the ground and licked it up. There was this grid of stuff inside the backpack. Ding drone platform, WC, room card, or red, drone platform, Ilu a tart bar hairla. Who said the visitor center table does not brush the room card? This is not out? Ha ha ha. Bai Smoke immediately said excitedly. Then after collecting the bags from the visitor center, he ran in the direction of the substation. And when he entered the substation he found that the rocket soldiers had been cleared. And just as he got to the 2nd floor he heard gunshots ringing out from the small substation, and immediately tumbled down from the 2nd floor where the fire-breathing soldiers had been. Himself, exiting the west door of the large substation and running toward the small substation. I walked inside the small substation and heard the 2nd floor of the small substation trying to get up to the sound of conversation. What luck to have a gold nugget inside a small insurance policy. Ha ha ha, the last time a gold nugget came out was 3 weeks ago. This 1 gold bar brought out is enough to save 1 life. If we buy the gold bar to those collectors it might double. Enough to save 1 life for both of us. A youth's excited voice came. Goo, big brother, this gold nugget can be really beautiful. By the way, big brother, I just touched a golden 2 lattice boxed hanging air coffee there in the small room on the 1st floor. It says tens of thousands of dollars on it. Another youth's voice came out excitedly. Shoo, keep it down. Just got too excited. A barely audible voice came through, but the words that followed were hard to hear. Bai Yen immediately walked quietly and slowly to the side of the small room where the airbox was placed, and probed through the glass to rack the small door on the west side of the small substation. Soon, he himself saw 2 people walking slowly towards the west gate with quiet steps, and probing and glancing in the direction of the cement factory as they reached the door. Goo, these 2 people are really obscene. Unfortunately, I just ran over with big feet and couldn't even hear them. If there really is an old 6 in the cement factory, the 2 of you wouldn't be able to find out. Day. Seeing the duo stomping on their quiet steps and giving themselves 2 big backs, he immediately fired decisively. 2 miserable screams rang out, and the duo immediately turned into boxes. Bai Smoke immediately and excitedly ran to the front of the bag and got down to lick it. I throw a fully modified 40W M14. The other guy is a 45W Scar H. Lick. It smells too good, ha. After licking things, immediately ran toward the river. Just ran to the river is going to lick the supplies box. Suddenly heard the sound of beep. I go, as if there is a task, immediately followed the sound to find a task point. Select to pick up the task. Dropping good job eliminating high value targets and then getting an action bonus. If I remember correctly this seems to be the shield soldier there at the top of the pipeline. Kill the shield soldier and you'll be rewarded with Havoc coins. Bai Yen immediately thought secretly. Bai Yen immediately ran to the pipeline slope. Probe then saw some small soldiers, as well as a shield soldier. Bai Yen immediately probe aiming at the shield soldier's facial slit. Boom, a shot to the head. Well done, squad. You've accomplished the objectives of the operation. Bai Yen immediately ran toward the river bank to pay the evacuation point. However, they have not run to the evacuation point. They heard the pipeline above the sound of dense gunfire. Bai Yen immediately crawled toward the side of the bunker, and then slowly crouched up, to determine the opposite hit is not their own after a sigh of relief. The gunfire just now sounded like there was an M7. Hold out for the bold and starve for the cowardly. Fight and be done with it. What kind of contingent member isn't greedy? It wouldn't be part of the Delta GTI if they weren't. After a few seconds of internal agonizing, decided one word, it and be done with it. Came to a container and got down on the ground, slowly waiting. Soon, the gunfire above the pipe stopped, and Bai Yen immediately took out her M14 with a triple lens, set the gun to single shot, and racked the pipe. Soon Bai Yen saw 3 people cursing and walking into the river. However, before Bai Yen could shoot, she saw a crocodile unleash a death roll on one of the guys, and the other 2 immediately shot at the crocodile. Bai Yen looked at the scene in front of her, and immediately and happily secretly said, "Good assist, crocodile." Great timing. Bai Yen seized the opportunity and immediately aimed at a person's head. Bang bang, 2 shots hit a person's head and the person directly fell to the ground. Bai Smoke then turned the gun to just killed the crocodile, has not yet had time to react on the teenager. Bang bang, 2 more headshots. There is directly to the ground. Now there is only one young man left who has been bitten by a crocodile to the point of mutilation, and now he even walks with a limp, accompanied by this scream. Bai Smoke sighed and shook his head, then directly shot away, immediately ran over, to determine that there is no crocodile around after the start of the collection of the bag trip, just a 20W micro-modified M7. The other 2 are AKS-74U. Took some M7 bullets, then walked to the evacuation point to pay for the evacuation of the direct payment of the evacuation 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 of the evacuation. 298W. Fat evacuation. Chapter 11. The car purchase incident. Returning to the real world, Bai Yen fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, the several big men who had just been brought in by the police department slowly walked out of the prison entrance and immediately walked to Li Di's side and respectfully said, "Thank you, young Master Li, for bailing us out on our own." Li Di angry rage, "Really a group of waste. My righteous father arranged this little thing cannot be solved. I am giving you a chance. Tomorrow more call on a few brothers on the road. I find someone to that poor about it. At that time you give my righteous father to clean up that kid. Remember, the old rules, MD. Actually even my righteous father look on the woman dare to rob. Yes, young Master Li, leave this matter to us. We will definitely give this matter a beautiful finish." A black-clothed big man at the head patted his chest and swore with assurance. The next day, Bai Smoke, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his cell phone. His college buddy sent himself a message. "I heard that you were rejected by Zhang Jing. Come out and have a drink. I'll accompany you. Or in the barbecue restaurant where we often go?" Looking at the message sent half an hour ago, Bai Smokeheart cannot help but wonder, this guy usually early 8 or 7:50 get up, Saturday and Sunday are asleep back to 1 in the afternoon. This time society, how the situation? This guy actually 7 o'clock on the message to their own, but also played 3 WeChat phone call. No matter, Bai Yen immediately typed on her cell phone, "Okay, 6 o'clock tonight. Old place, no see you there." Ding! Bai Yen saw that the opposite side immediately returned an OK emoticon in seconds, and the doubts in her heart increased dramatically. This is too unreasonable. When did this guy get up so early? This point is his bedtime. Is it threatened by someone? He should have been forced by his parents when he returned home from vacation. Poor him. Bai Yen secretly sympathized in her heart. Bai Smoke immediately get up and Li Su said hello, then hurried out of the door, toward the nearest For's store. After all, now he has money, as a man, to have a car of their own. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, a teenager smiled and walked to Li Di's side and said, "Brother D, Bai Yen was asked out by me tonight at the Tian Yuan Big Stall Barbecue." Liddy slowly walked over to the teenager and said with a smile, "Li Za, good job, much more reliable than those few thugs." At this time, Bai Yen had already arrived at the 4S store, and had just walked in when she saw a young girl in overalls walking over. "Sir, welcome to the Imperial City." A sweet young girl saw someone come in and immediately bumbled over, but then after seeing the visitor, her polite tone immediately changed. "Egu, if it isn't the poor guy Bai Xian, why did you run to me? Do you want me to help you chase Zhang Jing? You know, you are a stinking beggar. Your pockets are cleaner than your face, and you are still chasing girls." The original sweet girl was like seeing a pile of poop, immediately said mockingly. Originally, Bai Yen thought that immediately can have a car of their own. The results of his meow actually ran into Zhang Jing's girlfriends on their own is a burst of cynicism. "Sun Sha, I came over today to buy a car." Bai Yen did not want to recall the conflict and said in a gentle manner. But Sun Sha heard this and immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Just you poor still come to buy a car? Oh shucks, oh, I know. You can't lick my girlfriends. You want to pretend to be a big spender to pick me up, right? Just you poor. How far away to roll, how far away? Sun Sha, UINGSB right. Lousy is here to buy a car. Is your customer? You have to know that the customer is God. ITMD is your father. You unfilial daughter. Hearing Sun Sha's cynicism, suddenly angry rushed off, also not accustomed to whether she looks good or not, whether it is a girl, directly then opened his mouth to curse. UTM Sun Sha also did not expect in the school has been kneeling their own girlfriends, sometimes also often begged for their own help to say a good word of people actually scolded themselves. Stuttering did not retort out. You what you unfilial daughter. It seems that I usually spoiled you spoiled bad. Back then I should have gotten you on the wall and said nothing about giving birth to you. Sinning ah. Really sinning ah. Bai Yen immediately pretended to be an old father who was extremely disappointed with his daughter, and lectured Sun Sha here with a snotty nose and a tear. If it weren't for the fact that the two were now as close in age as they were, or else they would surely be perceived as an old father lecturing his daughter with hatred. What's the situation? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Surprisingly making a lot of noise here. A suited youth walked over and said. Sun Sha immediately ran over, one hand holding each other's arm, then rubbing himself hard to the opposite side of the arms. Full of green tea sound said, Manager, that person is to the psychopath. Has been pestering people. People are afraid to say him 2 sentences. He scolded me. People are so scared ah. White Art Smoke was immediately disgusted want to spit out. But nay that experience heard the heart of the beautiful, casually grabbed a hand to the Sun Sha buttocks and said, Where is the security guard? Throw that psychopath out to me. 3 security guards came over at once, holding security batons and slowly approaching by Yin Yen. Get out of the way. Don't TMD touch little master me. Old me has feet that can walk on their own. Bai Yen directly said to a few security guards, then strutted toward the outside. Just as Bai Yen was about to walk out of the doorway, a grandmother wearing clothes with patches walked in holding an elderly phone and said, Son, I'm at the place. Where are you? Sun Sha saw this scene immediately a look can finally revenge expression said, Whitey Smoke, that's your mom right? Not that you are an orphan? Turns out there is a poor mom. Said out of fear of shame ah. Ha ha ha, I said well, in school on a poor flavor, poor beggar, with the door of the old lady out. Bai Smoke would like to walk away, did not expect to actually walk in their own time. The Sun Sha also scolded himself, immediately said, I really do not know how the 9-year compulsory education teach out you so a person to, UTM. Before Bai Yen finished, that manager was bored and said to the 3 security guards, I change my mind, you little pussy kid, and you old lady, the ground is dirty for you 2 to step on. Press them both on the ground and lick them clean before letting them roll. Wow, you're so handsome, manager, I love you to death, Sun Sha said while gently pounding the manager's chest with her fist. However, just then, a serious voice came out, I'll see who dares. The manager looked at the visitor and was startled, immediately ran over and said curtly, Boss, why are you here today? I just ran into 2 hooligans and scoundrels, and I'm dealing with it. Manager Wang, I think you don't want to be this manager anymore. That's my mom. You actually humiliated my mom like that. Don't do it. Take the initiative to go to the personnel and resign yourself. A man in civilian clothes said in a good-natured manner, then quickly walked to the grandmother in front of the peacefully said, Mom, I did not say it. Son, I go to the countryside tomorrow to pick you up. You come by yourself in case of all the way. Let the son how to do ah. Granny said kindly, your Uncle Ma and his son just happened to come to the city to do business, so I took her right over here. It's not that I don't want to be troublesome. Mom knows. You're busy. You take care of your business first. This young man has just been here to be said. This is not good business ah. Okay Mom, I'll take care of it. When the man finished speaking, he smiled and walked over to Bai Ian's side and said, I'm sorry sir. What happened just now has caused you a great deal of inconvenience. I'll give you a satisfactory result. Sun Sha's face turned white with fear when she heard this, and immediately said petulantly, Boss, it's this smelly beggar who plays the rascal. He molested people first. With Sun Sha's character, there must be a lot of people offended. And as expected, someone immediately came over and said, Boss, the thing is like this. This gentleman came over to want to buy a car. Sun Sha does not distinguish between black and white, and was abusive to this gentleman. Several of us would have liked to go over to persuade, but Sun Sha and the manager had a leg up, so we didn't dare to go over. Yes, that's how things are. Immediately, a few more people came over and said, fearing that they would be implicated, you two are fired. The man immediately angrily said to Sun Sha and manager Wang angrily. Then he walked over to Bai Smoke and said, Sir, I'm sorry, let's put it this way. You come to our store to buy a car. I'll give you a 20% discount directly. Do you think this is okay? Bai Yen was originally here to buy a car, and now that Sun Sha was also fired, his anger was out. So he said, it's fine. I was originally here to buy a car. I want a Ferrari F8. I believe every boy has a dream in his heart to drive a Ferrari with one hand. Chapter 12, Seeing the Face. Okay, well sir, we have this car here. I'll take you there, the owner said with a gentlemanly gesture of please. Soon came to the side of the Ferrari, looked at the dream car in front of him, a burst of excitement, and silently read in his heart, System, I want to embody 300W of Havoc coins. At that moment by E-Smoke's cell phone vibration, open a look to see the arrival of 300W of information. Immediately said excitedly, how much money landed, all kinds of formalities and so on I need a day to complete. Tomorrow I come to pick up the car. I directly swiped the card. Boss directly confused. He is still the first time to see this buy a car. Swallowed his mouth and secretly said in his heart, it will not be which big family's young master to experience the end of the mortal life. To buy a car to return to the life of the tycoon it. This kind of person must make good, cannot make bad. Directly come to the lowest price and a 20% discount in this young master to make good relations. Maybe in the future their own career can also be a higher level. So immediately said, Sir, this car arrives at almost 340W. Just because of the clerk of this store, I am giving you a 20% discount, even if you 270W. At this time the triangle world, a fat man and a lewd man out of the secret world. Lewd man said excitedly, this hand finally did not meet the white smoke that guy. Completely unexpected is that this hand actually out of a bottle of champagne haha. The fat man still have to be you This gun law no one. In the case of my down directly a string of 3, a hand to kill the 7 people. A total of 252W we both brought out. The first time I saw you, I was able to get out of the house, and I was able to get out of the house. Fatty slowly said, that's true, if it wasn't for Baiyi Smoke knocking me off first every time, maybe we could have killed him as well. At this time, a staff member wearing a security uniform walked over and said, Brother Ho, Brother Zhu, that guy by Yen has found out that he basically enters the secret realm around 8 p.m. every time. At 8 p.m. today, you guys can come over and run into Bai Yen without any surprises, and then you guys can discuss the cooperation with him. Bai Smoke at this time in the outside to play a day. Soon came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Bai Smoke soon came to in good buddy appointment place. Just walked to the barbecue stall will see a teenager sitting in front of a table, holding a menu in his hand. Bai Yen immediately walked over and patted the teenager's shoulder and said, Li za de air, don't get drunk tonight. Li Sa was originally concentrating on the menu. Suddenly someone tapped, startled, saw that the visitor was Bai Yen, said, come just in time. See what else to order? Bai Smoke is not polite. Immediately sat next to Li Za picked up the menu to say, not I say buddy, sheep eggs, sheep whip, you do not point to think of what it. Each of these to 4 strings, not bad waste ordered 20 strings. Can more spring fish and then 6 strings. Not lamb skewers, garlic cloves meat, etc. How do you point so much? How can we eat so many strings Li Sa immediately said with a grim smile, who said I ordered these for you? Come on out guys. At that moment, suddenly from the other tables stood up 20 brother big men, aggressively surrounded by Yen in the center. Ha ha ha, Bai Yen didn't expect it. Today is the day you die. Li Sa immediately said in a godly manner. Li Sa, why are you doing this? Are you being forced? Bai Yen looked at Li Sa with a horrified face and said, forced? Ha ha ha, there is no such thing. Honestly tell you this stinking beggar it, really do not understand Zhang Jing then is really look on you. I have long looked at you. Back when the junior high school when the old man chased the Zhang Jing did not catch up to the hand to the university surprisingly and you poor play so well. So the old man will be Zhang Jing's photo to the ginger in the Zhang Jiang old master. The ginger old master see Zhang Jing's photo instantly looked at the eyes. Then I asked Zhang Jing out to send to Master Zhang's bed. I really didn't think that you are so incompetent. Touching did not touch her a bit. Ha ha ha. Li Za immediately said with the utmost complacency, I that you as a son. You even took me as a righteous father. You 3 family sex slaves. You even killed your righteous father. Bai Smoke was angry and said directly, ha ha ha. Master Jiang even said that when Master Jiang gets tired of playing with Zhang Jing will throw it to me and let me have a mouthful of soup. Ha ha ha, give me on. Get this poor man killed. Li Sa immediately said with a lewd smile. The air seemed to freeze and the tension was overwhelming. Bai Yan's eyes were calm and sharp, and despite being in danger, his back remained straight without the slightest intention of retreating. The moonlight shone dappledly on his face through the clouds, adding a bit of uninhibitedness and arrogance to him. Suddenly, a low growl broke the silence. A big man took the lead, waving the steel pipe in his hand, with a whistling sound of the wind straight at Bai Yen. Bai Yan's body shaped sideways, easily dodged this blow. At the same time, foot stomp, body like a ghost weaving to the back of the big man. A hand knife accurately chopped on the side of the big man's neck. That person should sound fell down, lost consciousness. Immediately after that, the rest of the big men roared and pounced on them, and the scene was suddenly thrown into chaos. With his agile hands and profound fighting skills, Bai Yixian dashed left and right through the crowd, each strike just right, kicking or punching, each attack enough to disable his opponent. His movements were smooth and powerful, as if every cell was boiling for the fight. In the midst of the intense struggle, Bai Yian's heart was unusually calm. He clearly knew that in the face of such a situation, the only way to find a breakthrough was to remain calm. He constantly observed his surroundings, searching for the terrain he could utilize and the enemy's breaks, calculating his next move with every breath. At this time, Bai Yian has a special forces soldier king of the close tactics of the edition. Against these several society will only fight group gangsters can barely cope with, but with the passage of time, the encirclement circle gradually narrowed. Bai Yian's physical strength is also very serious consumption. Although I have the king of soldiers close tactics, but my physical strength is still no match for the king of soldiers. I must find a way to break out quickly, or else my physical strength will run out, and I will surely be killed alive with my bare hands, Bai Yian secretly said in her heart as she dodged. Right at this moment, he captured the moment when one of the big men was distracted, and lashed out with a beautiful roundhouse kick, sending the man flying out, knocking down several of his companions around him, and instantly opening up a gap. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Yi Smoke immediately released B. Dr. Smoke Bomb and rushed out of the encirclement, utilizing the alley's narrow terrain to engage in a guerrilla war with the big men, constantly utilizing obstacles and shadows for dodging and counterattacking, then immediately jumped to a wall. Flying Eves, looking at the ground by their own brush of social gangsters, suddenly happy smile and said, "Come to beat me Sai, come to beat me Sai, beat me Sai." Then they dialed the 110 alarm phone. I do not know how long to pull. Finally heard the siren of the police car came. At once this group of punks threw down the hands of the steel rod around to escape, and at this time Li Za see things are not good, threw down the hands of the skewer, immediately turned around and ran. Bai Yian looked at the table full of kebabs, picked up the Yankee with one hand, picked up the sheep's egg with the other and stuffed it into her mouth and said, "Free is good." Soon the police came over. Bai Yian immediately said, "I reported the police. You guys sit. I'll tell you what just happened. Let's eat and talk." Soon Bai Yian told what had just happened, and a few police officers left after understanding the situation. Pity, ah pity, such a good skewer but you guys don't eat it. Forget it, I'll eat it myself. With that, he took out 2 cashews and stuffed them into his mouth. Looking at the kebabs that were only 1/8 eaten, he shook his head and said, "Boss, pack these away." The boss seems to be accustomed to the scene of the fight, not at all afraid of white art smoke, slowly walked over and said, "Really unexpected. You can actually be able to from the hands of 20 big men did not suffer a little injury. Before from the Bai have not seen. Boss, do you often fight here? See you are not panicked at all. Ah, I used to come every day. I have never seen a fight." Bai Yian said doubtfully, This barbecue store is divided into 2 areas. One is the normal business area. One is the dating area. You all used to be on the other side of the wall. Naturally you won't find a fight here. But today you called the police. Seeing as it's the first time you've been here, I'll tell you the rules of this place. Fights can be but not murder. You can't call the police, and you'll have to bear the consequences if you call the police. Remembering it's the first time you've been here, I'll spare you for now. Packed, you go. The boss still said coldly. It seems that this boss is not simple. It's better to come less often in the future. Bai Yian secretly said. Chapter 13 Explosive rate is going to be lowered. Returning home with a bunch of barbecues, he saw Li Su, who was cooking, looking at Bai Yi Smoke with a dumbfounded look on his face. Li Su said amiably, "Little Smoke, why did you get so many barbecues? Auntie, don't cook la, get a shelf. You and Jinjin's sister eat barbecue. We intend to classmates reunion. My classmates have something did not go. This is not the barbecue to get more than enough. Cannot finish eating I brought back. You guys eat, I go to sleep." Bai Yian smiled and said. After placing the packed barbecue on the table, he slowly walked into his room, then lay down on the bed and played a few games, then looked at the time, to 8 o'clock, and thought directly in his head, enter the triangle world. He then slowly walked towards the entrance of the secret realm, but before he reached it, he saw a fat man and a lewd man walking towards his direction. Seeing the two, Bai Yian was immediately startled and was about to flee, but as soon as she turned her head, she saw a security guard blocking her way. "Mr. Bai, the two of us don't have any ill intentions. We just want to discuss one thing with you." Can we sit down and have a good chat, okay? At this moment, the lewd man's voice came over. Okay, Bai Yen said with an agreeable nod when she was sure that the other party had no malicious intent. It's like this. The two of us brothers are lacking a regular teammate right now and would like to invite you into our team. Okay, the lewd man said expectantly. You guys are too rookie. You'll drag me down. Bai Smoke immediately said coldly. Dish, if it wasn't for you being the first to steal me to death every time, it's still unknown who lives and who dies between the two of us. At this time, Fatty said with a bit of anger, you don't even know the basic platoon points, and you still say you're good. If you want to know the dish, come and practice more. After Bai Yen finished speaking, she thought about walking into the secret realm. Do you dare to compete with me in the shooting club simulation battlefield? If I win, you have to apologize to me. If I lose, I'll admit that I'm a vegetable, and we won't be looking for you to form a team. Do you dare to bet? Fatty said furiously at this time. Bai Yen looked at Fatty's exasperated appearance and suddenly had a desire to laugh. Slowly walked towards the secret realm and worshipped her hand. It's okay. Wait for me to come out of the secret realm. Watching Bai Yen slowly disappear into the entrance of the secret realm, Fatty directly clenched his fists and said, good, I'll wait for you to come out. At this time, Bai Yen had already entered into the secret realm and slowly opened her eyes and said excitedly, WC, number 1 spot in the east building. Immediately cut the knife to enter through the east door. Open the cement truck. Followed by aiming to the side and shooting. Headshot to knock out the mannequin. Looked at the product of the cement truck, not bad. Surprisingly out of a military explosive. After grabbing his stuff, he felt toward the parking lot airbox and then ran toward the east building. Walked into the east building. Did not hear the fearful BGM. Should not be refreshed Saeed. He immediately ran to the second floor corner racking guns. A shield soldier appeared in front of the eyes. He immediately fired 3 shots. Headshot to take down. And then racked for a few seconds. And found that there is no west building to come to the counter racking. And immediately walked into the east building manager's office there in the room. Ding, shiny pirate gold coin. A pirate gold coin came out from the small safe, which was quite good. And then he turned his head and touched the big safe next to him. 6DFUP. WC, 6 frames or vertical. Could it be a bust of a human head? Ding, bust, a human head bust appeared inside Bai Yan's line of sight. Then immediately ran to the door of the manager's office in the east building and swiped his card. After opening the door, Bai Smoke immediately ran to the big insurance and touched it. WC, Delta, you are really shipping another gazelle, and a big insurance. See what's there? Bai Smoke immediately said excitedly. Okay. 3 holy grails, 1 solid-state drive for the computer. Afterwards, Bai Yen searched the manager's room up and down, left, right and left before excitedly walking out of the manager's room, slowly walking towards the direction of the dark door, walking to the computer in front of the dark door and opening the computer. Bai Smoke immediately input 3.0.7-inch a USB flash drive appeared on the computer screen. They are not lazy to take. Opened the dark door, immediately went in, searched the table, and then scavenged the supplies inside. At the same time, the west door of the west building, slowly walked in a man and a woman, is squatting and stepping on the quiet steps, slowly walked up the stairs. Baby, there's a foot in front of us. It could be a real person. Let's both rack our guns. The male whispered softly. Okay baby, the girl in the back said with a sweet voice. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly an Asura minion with a red mask ran by. The duo paused for a moment without firing immediately, when suddenly the Asura minion ate a foot in the boy's face. Aha! The girls in the back only just reacted, immediately closing their eyes and shooting at the front. Tada, 1 bullet hit all over the boys' backs, and green smoke clattered behind them. Luckily the secret realm was the same as inside the game. There were no friendly wounds, otherwise it would be enough for that boy to die a million times. At this point the boys also reacted and immediately opened fire on the Asura minions. Nay, at that moment, the Asura minion ran back after a windy kick. Tada, the boys' guns emptied their magazines at once, and all of them shot straight into the wall. Just then, the Asura minion ran back again. The frightened two stood in place to change magazines. The Asura minion immediately an elbow strike on the head of the boys. The boys suddenly fell straight to the ground, really too young to fall back to sleep. At this time, the girl has already changed the magazine, and immediately shot at the front of the soldier. Just at this time the first floor of the staircase suddenly ran over a soldier with a spray gun. At the back of the girl then sprayed a shot. The girl slumped forward at the pain, but her finger was already on the trigger. Bullets poured into the fallen boys once again. Once again, the Asura minion on top moved forward and kicked the girl directly in the face, who then slumped over the boy and couldn't get up, and the pair slowly turned into boxes. Guns are ringing in the west building. It should be someone coming. by E. Yen, who had just finished touching the clothes of the dark door, said with a serious expression, then walked out of the dark door, slowly walked toward the west building. The north side of the channel probed and looked a few times, found that there was no one, and then turned to the south side of the channel to probe and look at the point, and again did not find anyone. Just like this, White Art smoke hard to rack the gun for 3 minutes. Something's not right. It seems like we have to press forward to see what's going on, by E. Yen secretly said in her heart, then slowly walked to the front of the climbing ladder or not heard a little footsteps and gunfire, then turned to the small insurance room. In once did not see people, found the small insurance are not touched, so they went along and touched the small insurance and computers, out of a pocket watch and design drawings. Then he ran to the restroom to check it out again, and then suddenly he heard light footsteps coming from the stairway. Bai Yen immediately stepped on a quiet step and slowly touched towards the stairway, but what he saw were 2 white boxes lying at the feet of an Asura soldier with a bison in his hand, and his heart couldn't help but steal a smile. What's the situation? Have these 2 been sanctioned by a human machine? Whatever. Eat first, aimed at the head of the man machine and shot it away, then shot another man machine at the bottom of the stairs and searched up the bags of both men. Ding bison, ding AKS-74U, 2 trashy guys. By E. Smoke spat out, then finished scouring the second floor and the first floor of the west building and came to touch up the code in front of the equipment receiving room on the first floor of the east building. Ding substation tech room, WC, this explosion rate is really high, Bai Yen said excitedly. I then looked at the time and realized that it was just enough time to jam a limit evacuation, and then pulled the gate to evacuate. Evacuation successful, 495W. Looking at the numbers in front of him, there was a burst of excitement, but then the sound of the system came, causing Bai E. Smoke to fall into a dead faint. Ding, due to the fact that the host has brought out a total of 1544W, which has exceeded the price of a Heart of Africa, 1314W. The system will not adjust up the 10 times explosion rate. The host will return to the normal explosion rate. The system store has been unlocked. The system tasks have been unlocked. The system will launch tasks from time to time. The host will receive corresponding rewards for completing the tasks. And lastly, I wish that the host will soon save up enough hover coins to exchange for the hacking claw stockings. Chapter 14, The Battle. A flash of bright light. Bai Yen came to the entrance of the secret realm. Did not have time to check the system store just unlocked. Suddenly a fat head and ears of fat people came over and immediately pulled Bai Yen's arm and said, "Go, let's go to the simulation of the military barracks to go to a single fight. Do you dare? You really have been waiting for me here all this time. Then looking at the fact that you are so sincere, let's accept your challenge then," Bai Yen said slowly. Fatty immediately tugged on by E. Smoke's arm and idly ran towards the shooting club. Soon the 2 men and the obscene man came to a shooting club. The fat man couldn't wait to pull by E. Smoke walked in, said excitedly, "Boss, the barracks simulation singles to open a room." Soon the 2 were in the middle of a simulated battle. Scene 1. Bai E. Smoke at this time resurrected in the barracks large channel, immediately entered the gun selection session, looked at the familiar scene in front of him, laughed and said, "This is not the Red Rat's Nest Arena. Dead fatso, see how I can play you to death." Soon into the gun selection session, Bai Ishiang chose a G18 and immediately hit the painkillers. Waiting for the band to end, he immediately ran towards the door and then towards the second floor of the barracks. After all, it was not clear where the opposite side was located, and he had to occupy a dominant position in order to maintain his advantage. Just as Bai E. Smoke was about to enter the doorway of the second floor, suddenly a 93er shot rang out. Bai Yen immediately felt a pain in her back and immediately turned into the room, saying silently, "This gunfire is coming from the western side where the barbed wire is. The G18 can't hit the far side. We must find a way to hit the closer side." Bai E. Smoke immediately probed the direction of the barbed wire direct mesh shot a few shots. Suddenly the extremely fast rate of fire as well as the force of the after effects stunned themselves. I have to say that this G18 is really not good to press the gun. At this time, when the fat man saw the opposite side of the face of his side fired a few shots indiscriminately and then retracted back to no longer show his head, his eyes rolled a little, then slowly walked in the direction of the room. At this time, Bai Yen did not know that the opposite side had already touched over, and after projecting alone in his mind, his heart quickly had an idea, slowly walked to the back and jumped directly from the second floor. At this time, the fat man who touched the first floor was planning to go to the back of the stairs to get the Mandel bricks, when he suddenly heard the sound of a jumping down, and an obscene smile appeared on his face, and his heart moved, and he temporarily changed his strategy. stepping on the static steps and slowly walking toward the north side. The probe was seeing a back slowly feeling its way into the small door of the main passage of the barracks, and immediately fired. At this moment, Bai Yen was planning to walk into the big passage from the small gate and then touch the wire fence from the gate, but he didn't expect that the opposite side would directly touch it with small steps. A burst of gunfire rang out, and Bai Yen instantly felt pain in her back, and she herself lay directly on the ground. Second inning, WC, this guy dared to charge straight over. Unbelievable. Bai Smoke, who was then resurrected in front of the small passageway of the barracks, said with a face full of shock. With that, he chose a continuous sniper, and after waiting for the time to expire, he immediately and quickly walked to the barracks tent, and then probed the direction of the picket fence. However, he didn't see anyone, then changed the point of rack to the barracks door. However, there is still no one, not even hear the footsteps. Suddenly heard a sound of up the stairs on the iron, so he immediately turned the muzzle of the gun on the stairs rack to go. Immediately, he saw a figure going up the stairs, so Bai Yen immediately fired. But unfortunately, it was only a single shot. Bai Smokesy did not kill the opposite side. Immediately changed the point. To know that sniper do not change the point. Sooner or later have to play finished. Bai Yen jumped up to the first floor of the barracks room from the south side, then went to the bottom of the stairs, grabbed the Mandel bricks, and immediately ran towards the west side of the barbed wire fence. The fat man who was hiding in the room waiting for Bai Smoke to come up and trying to directly rack the opposite side to death, heard the system broadcasting that the other side had obtained Mandel. Immediately said angrily, "It seems to have been squatting here cannot. The opposite side should not come over." Immediately from the white art smoke on a handful of jumped down, and then slowly into the channel. At this time, Bai Yen had already arrived in the middle of the barbed wire fence and deciphered the Mandel bricks, and then immediately walked behind the Tower of Admiration and hid. At this time, the fat man walked behind the car at the gate of the passage and slowly felt his way toward the barbed wire fence, constantly probing the pick behind the car over and over again. Bai Yen watched Fatty's very standard pick from the crack in the wall at this time, and was shocked. This guy looks like an expert. Can't be careless anymore? Must wait for him to break the Mandalorian brick before stealing his side. There are still 40 seconds Mandel bricks can be deciphered successfully. The fat man saw that he was about to lose. He also did not care about 3 or 7. Immediately jumped out of the front of the car, lined up outside the fence, turned around and then walked to the Mandel bricks deciphering point to be deciphered. At this time, Bai Smoke immediately seized the opportunity, from lying down immediately stood up, and then opened the mirror to aim at the back of the fat man, shooting, head directly take, the second victory. Scene 3, coming to the third game, Bai Yen resurrected inside the barracks passage, this time choosing a P90. After lifting the ban, Bai Yen immediately ran to the passage gate, and then a burst of gunfire could be heard ringing out from the small passage of the barracks. Bai Yen secretly said in her heart, "What the hell is he up to at this point?" Actively exposing his position. Bai Yen didn't think too much about it, and since the opposite side had exposed its position, she slowly felt her way towards the direction of the small passageway. At this time, the fat man immediately ran into the barracks tent after firing in the small passage, crouching in the corner intending to listen to the footsteps to eat information. Soon the fat man heard a footstep from the barracks room there, but then the sound disappeared. The fat man immediately crouched up and stepped on the progress to walk to the tent outside the racking gap. Soon a head exposed. The fat man smiled evilly, and immediately pulled the trigger to burst the head to take down. Bai Smoke at this time in front of his eyes instantly black, and then appeared failure. 2 big words appeared in front of him. Race 4, race point. At this time, it was already in the 4th game. Bai Yen resurrected at the gate of the barracks, chose his most familiar M4A1, and just after lifting the ban, he heard a burst of gunfire ringing out from the small passage of the barracks. Bai Yen laughed in her heart and said, "Good you dead fatty, even come to trick me to go over to you again. Ha, I Bai Yen can't possibly suffer a second loss in the same place." White Art Smoke then immediately went in and turned right, acquiring Mandel bricks directly, and then ran back, circling around the outside of the fence to the barbed wire fence, and deciphering Mandel bricks directly. Then he ran to the top of the container outside the fence and lay down on his back, an evil smile on his face and said, "This time I need you to come to me. Jia. At this time, the fat man had a headache, originally thought to lure Bai Smoke over to find himself again, and then directly take down the opposite side, but did not expect. The opposite side is not speaking of voodoo, and then directly began to decipher the Mandel bricks. The fat man had to feel his way towards the direction of Mandel's turn, first applying the tent as cover first, and walking quickly to the entrance of the barracks, and then stepping quietly next to the wall, slowly walking towards the direction of Mandel's bricks. This time, the fat man is the first as the row of the back of the lookout platform, found no one, and then slowly walked to the barbed wire fence gap. The probe is about to be row outside the fence point. By smoke lying on top of the container, with a level 4 headset head. I heard a subtle footsteps, immediately opened the lens to see a head appeared in the center of the scope point. Without saying anything, immediately pull the trigger, but also just hit a gun. The head will directly shrink back. Seeing this, Bai Yan's face panicked and immediately stood up. A big jump followed to the gap. At this moment, hearing footsteps approaching, the fat man immediately opened the mirror to frame the gap. Looking at the exposed laser, Bai Yan smiled slightly. Directly a big jump, immediately opened the mirror to shoot. The fat man's gun line cannot pull Bai Yan at all. Directly fell to the ground into a box. Game 5, race point. This time, Bai Smoke resurrected in the main passageway of the barracks, chose an M7, unbanned it, and slowly walked to the entrance of the passageway. When he heard the system's voice, the enemy got the Mandalorian bricks. Hold on tight, find and stop them. Fatty was holding a Mandel brick at this time and said with a smile, Bai Yan, this time it's your turn to come to me, ha ha ha. The fat man immediately then ran to the Mandel brick deciphering point at the tent to decipher it, and then lay down behind one of the cars to listen to the footsteps eating the message. Seeing this, Bai Yan had to slowly touch towards the direction of Mandel's bricks, this time not running towards there with big steps, but kept moving slowly with quiet steps, walked to the place where he died last time, immediately pick up, but still did not find anyone, then jumped down, lying on the ground slowly squirming forward, once down to see a fat man lying on the back of a car crouched. Found you, fatty, really a godsend. Bai Smoke laughed, but did not shoot, but ran over with big feet. Seeing the imminent body to be exposed to the opposite side of the field of view, suddenly a big jump, climbed down, waist shot, in one fell swoop. Fatty heard a jumping down, his heart immediately converted from lying down to crouching, and then stepped on the static step to go over to set up the gun. But then he heard a big footsteps running towards his side, and slowly said, dare to show and you'll get seconds. He. The fat man was dumbfounded. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in front of him. He immediately shot, but then realized that he was horse shot. A shuttle all hit the air, but the man was lying on the ground shooting at himself. The fat man suddenly fell directly to the ground. Game over. Chapter 15, Racing in the Racer's Oddballs. How about it? Are you convinced? Bai Yan said as she looked at Fatty with a smug smile. I'm not convinced. You rat who will only be the oldest 6. If you have the ability, let's fight again. Fatty immediately said in a furious manner. It's not impossible to form a team. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. The entrance to the secret realm we will gather and we will form a team to enter the secret realm. Bai Yan had long been impatient to check out the system store, where she still wanted to compare herself with Fatty, and immediately bowed her hand and walked towards her single room. Bai Yan came to the single room, immediately lay on the bed. The mind summoned the system store. Looking at the wide range of skills inside, cannot help but flow out of the mouth, but see the price of these skills on the immediate young of scene. The Red Wolf skills, 100 million haversacks. Veron skill, 100 million haversacks. Uluru skill, 100 million haversacks. Bloodhound, 1 billion haversacks. Perspective, 1 billion haversacks. There are also some various life skills. Master Chef, 100 W Havoc coins. Musical instrument proficiency, 100 W Havocs. TMD, with the Delta useful skills, they are cannot afford to buy this. No, have to save to buy a dragon skill pack, then they want to go where to go that. He. Bai Yan sighed a sentence and returned to the real world to sleep. The next day at dawn, Bai Smoke will come to the Force store to get their own car, casually eat a meal, then drive the car for a drive. Just parked in front of a traffic light, saw a car parked next to their own. The car slowly landed down the window. Li Di appeared in the line of sight of Bai Yan. Li Di arrogantly to Bai Yan tree a middle finger said, yo, this is not that poor? Rented a luxury car to pretend to be a bully? Dare and I race a little car? Bai Smoke naturally will not spoil the opposite side. Immediately counted up the middle finger and said, back then, if it was not the old man and your mother in the car racing, how can there be you, and the old man racing? It is really the old lady drilling quilt. To the master of the whole laugh. You. Liddy clenched his fists in anger. It's no fun to just race. Let's make a bet. Whoever gets to the 91st vocational college first will win $1 million from the other side. Bai Smoke said with a sinister smile. Bet on the bet. How can this young master be afraid of you, a poor, white-cent money which I have the gift of not taking? Li Di heard Bai Yan's words. His heart was immediately happy. Empty words won't do. I'll video the whole game. Then it's a deal. The end of the 91 vocational college. The loser will give 100 W to the victor. Bai Yan said as she took out her cell phone and recorded the picture. Afterward, Bai Yan said silently in her heart, System, I need to exchange for a professional racer operation. Ding, redeeming professional racer operation requires 100 W Havoc dollars. Is it redeemed? the system's voice came into his head. Redemption, Bai Yi Smoke immediately said with a lewd smile. When the time comes to win this guy called Li Di, and then take his $1 million, isn't it equivalent to whoring out a skill for nothing? With a crisp tick-tock, the traffic light turned green, and as if a gun had been fired, the two supercars ejected almost simultaneously, their tires rubbing violently against the ground and emitting a deafening screech. Bai Yi skillfully maneuvered the Ferrari, utilizing the vehicle's excellent acceleration performance, instantly leading half the body. Li Di was not willing to show weakness, followed closely behind, constantly trying to overtake. The two cars weaved nimbly in and out of the traffic. Each lane change was treacherous but precise. As the speed of the cars continued to increase, the race entered a white-hot stage. Relying on her deep understanding of Ferrari's performance and her ability to anticipate the track, Bai Yi skillfully used each corner to drift through the corner. Each friction between the tires and the ground inspired a gust of smoke, leaving an elegant arc. On the other hand, Li Di relies on his rich racing experience and the extreme modification of his vehicle to continuously shorten the distance between him and Bai Yi Smoke, and the competition between them is tense and exciting. However, just at this moment, suddenly a grandmother jogged over and immediately plopped down on the road, just in front of Bai Yi's car. Li Di's car suddenly accelerated and directly blocked his side. He had to brake himself. A measured drift stopped dead in the place where the grandmother was still a few meters away from the grandmother, and Bai Yi Smoke side by side. Li Di opened the window, put his hand out, and paid his respects to Bai Yi Smoke, and then a foot of gas pedal sped toward the front. Bai Yi also did not bother about Li Di, immediately got off the car and came to the side of the old man and said, "Granny, are you alright? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Who knows that the old man directly climbed up, rolled and crawled to the front of his Ferrari car shouting, "Quickly come to people crashed into a person. Everyone to taste the gift crashed people Bai Yi was instantly confused by the old lady's maneuvers, and the old lady's shouts attracted a group of people to watch. Some people immediately said, "It looks like a bumper car, to really be hit that shall not fly out dozens of meters away However, suddenly a middle-aged man ran out and said, "Everyone, just now I witnessed this auntie on the opposite side of the road going to the road." And suddenly this Ferrari ran over and stopped in front of the auntie with a sharp braking, but it did hit the auntie's body, only when the car was coming to a stop. Bai Yi Smoke immediately understand what is going on. It seems that these two guys are gangs, since it is a bumper. Bai Yi Smoke is not polite with the opposite side. One hand grabbed the old man lying on the front of his car shouting, both hands forcefully through the opposite side of the side, followed by the side of the direct on the car. The old man naturally won't give up, immediately climbed to the front of the car again. Bai Yi saw this, immediately opened the window and said, "If you don't get out of the way, I'll just press right through you." The old man remained unresponsive, lying on the front of the car, crying and screaming, and another middle-aged man ran to the door of the car yelling and screaming and not letting go. Bai Yi Smoke without saying anything immediately gave the oil. Then a roar sounded. The old man scared immediately ran to once again. The old man just left the car will whoosh out. A middle-aged woman on the side of the road said, "Auntie, don't worry, I've already called the police for you. The police will give you justice." The police. The old man was obviously startled. Usually touch porcelain luxury car never met things like this. Those who drive a luxury car are not bad. Every time is a touch. At this time the middle-aged man came over and squeezed his eyes at the old man and said, "Auntie, don't worry. He hit someone and ran straight away. This is a big crime for him." At the same time leaning over to the old man's ear, he said, "If he ran right in like that, it would have been him if he hadn't hit it." At this time, Bai Yi is quickly chasing Li Di, just delayed too much time. Bai Yi immediately focused on the limit, all kinds of drifting. As the speed of the car soared, the surrounding scenery became blurred, the roar of the engine and the wind whistling intertwined together, forming a stirring music. Bai Yi's heartbeat was synchronized with the beating of the racing engine, and every acceleration made him feel unprecedented excitement and freedom. It was as if he had become one with the race car, jointly challenging the limits of physics and exploring the boundaries of speed. Chapter 16. Soon after, Bai Yi saw Li Di's car. Bai Yi immediately accelerated, instantly and Li Di parallel, and then opened the car window to Li Di as a middle finger. Li Di saw Bai Yi Smoke's car chased up, immediately furious and was about to accelerate forward, but there is a corner in front of him, immediately reduced speed, driving to the side, ready to turn the corner. However, seeing that Bai Yi did not have the intention to slow down, but continued to follow the original speed forward, casually scolded, "Beggar, you this still do not slow down, looking for death, only to see." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yi's mouth. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her breathing, Her hands gripped the steering wheel, her body tilted slightly, and she could almost feel the body struggling at the edge of gravity. In that moment, time seemed to freeze and all the hustle and bustle stood still, leaving only the screech of tires rubbing against the ground and the roar of heartbeats. With precise judgment and great courage, Bai Yiyan passed the corner beautifully at an almost unbelievable angle, and then sprinted at full speed, leaving her rivals far behind. Who wins and who loses is already very obvious. Not long after, Bai Yiyan's car steadily parked at the entrance of the 91 Vocational College. At this time the 91 Vocational College is not yet on vacation. A dazzling red Ferrari parked at the entrance suddenly attracted a group of students' attention. Bai Yiyan slowly stepped down from the car. Sweat slid down his cheeks, but his eyes glittered with satisfaction and his heart was ecstatic. It's so cool. The Ferrari deserves to be the dream car in every boy's heart. It's so handsome. Not long after, a black Lamborghini drove over, parked next to the white art smoke open window and said, "Kid, can 100W. Bring it." Bai Smoke also shook the cell phone in a good way and said, Liddy immediately threw out a card and said with forced anger, "Kid, and not interested in joining my racing club. I know you and Li Za have conflicts. I can help you clean up Li Za, as long as you." Bai Smoke immediately interrupted and said, "Not bad? Also quite honest, money I take down. Clubs even, I am a poor." After saying that, Bai Yiyan took Ka and shot off in the Ferrari. Li Di at this time looked at the red lightning disappeared in front of the heart secretly said, "Stinking beggar. This young master to see you a little strength, but also TM stomping on the face. Sooner or later, this young to get you dead." Bai Smoke at this time just started not long. Suddenly by the front of the 3 police cars stopped the way. A police car walked to the door of Bai Smoke. Bai Smoke immediately opened the window and said, "What is the matter? Hello, I'm from the A City Police Department. I just received a report from the public that you hit someone and absconded. Please go back with us," the police officer said with an expressionless face. Bai Smoke naturally impossible to fight with the police. Then it would not be absconding that kind of small thing, but assault on the police. He had to obediently come to the police station. Just arrived at the police station and saw the old lady who had just touched the porcelain immediately jumped over, grabbing her legs and crying, "It's this guy who hit me." The police officer immediately pulled away from the old lady and said, "Don't worry, we will investigate this matter." After a burst of investigation, Bai Smoke from the police station strutted out. The old lady and a middle-aged man was locked in, looking at a cell phone on the video. The middle-aged man incredibly said, "Who is a good person driving a car to record the video?" Bai Yiyan originally opened the video in order to record the bet with Li Di, to prevent him from being dishonest, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hand over the 100W so honestly, and I didn't expect to run into this situation on the road. After solving these tedious things, the day is about to pass. Back to their own room, Bai Yiyan a digging pocket, a necklace appeared in the hands, fought to come to the next door. Bai Yiyan knocked the door sound, and then put the necklace on the door. There is also a love letter underneath, and then returned to their own room. At this time, Fu Xinjin had watched the domineering president fell in love with me. A sudden knock on the door sounded, got up and opened the door to see a necklace. There is a letter below. Looking at the necklace, Fu Xinjin couldn't help but blush and say, "It's a bit of a domineering president." Bai Yiyan was so bored to death lying in bed at this time that she had to enter the Delta planet, and after entering, she came to the shooting club and slowly said to the system, "System, I want to redeem the Special Forces gun pressure technique." Ding, redeeming the Special Forces pressurization technique requires 500W havoc dollars. Is it redeemed? The system's voice rang out. "Yes," Bai Smoke said excitedly. Bai Smoke then had a strange feeling, picked up the M401, shot at the distant target, looked at the hit rate directly increased substantially, the heart cannot help but a happy, and then practiced more than 300 rounds of ammunition. Thoroughly familiar with this pressure gun technique will be out of the shooting club. Just out of the shooting club we'll see the fat man and lewd man came over. The fat man immediately ran over and said, "Boy, want to compare a hand in the secret world?" Bai Yiyan looked at the combative fatty and said, "Forget it, since everyone is together, it's better to go straight into the secret realm. I have to say, your marksmanship is really good." "That's right, I thought that back in the day. Fatty was the hire of the Jinsha River," the lewd man said with a high heart. Fatty immediately interrupted and said, "Hey, good men don't mention the courage of the year. Go, let's enter the secret realm." With that, the 3 of them teamed up and entered the secret realm. Ding releasing a system mission, asking the host to go to the door of the manager's room in the east building to investigate the situation. Mission reward, 91 diners. Mission failure, deduct 100W haversack coins. Bai Yiyan had just walked into the secret realm when she heard the system's voice, and silently prayed in her heart, "Number 1 spot in the east building, number 1 spot in the east building." Then the eyes lit up. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Bai Yiyan said, "WC, the south side of the visitors center, the garbage spot. You two be careful." Fat man, you and I will come to the east side. Lewd man, you go to the west side of that doorway and wait. After the gun goes off on our side, you kick the door straight in and be able to hit us sideways. Bai Yen immediately calmed down and directed these two to the visitor center. The division of labor was clear. Bai Yen and Fatty came to the door. Each took a painkiller to rack their guns. Soon 3 footsteps were heard coming from the stairs here. Bai Yen and Fatty looked at each other and nodded together. Soon the two of them pulled back at the same time to position themselves. The 3 men coming down the stairs heard footsteps running outward and immediately ran down intending to give chase. Bai Yen recited a few numbers in her mind, and then fired several shots into the sky. Soon there was a burst of gunfire from behind. Bai Yen and Fatty immediately turned around and returned to the door, and were seeing 2 people lying on the ground, and another person hiding behind a cover and shivering. The creepy guy was standing in the passageway at the moment holding an AKM, which was still smoking from the muzzle. The fat man shot straight away and took the last man, and the 3 of them searched the visitors center after licking their bags. Watching the fat man and obscene men searching on the first floor, Bai Smoke came to the second floor. Just saw the visitor center VIP lounge next to the big insurance has not yet searched. Immediately lying on the ground to search. 6 DFUP. Ding, a pirate gold coin and a bullhorn. Looking at the things in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This burst rate has been lowered too much. The bull's horns are out. It's really the normal burst rate of a normal dam. Then came to the balcony. Found that the rocket soldier is still there. After shooting to death, searched a bit without anything valuable. Then the rat holes and so on were searched. Are some green and blue items? A few people had to gather, and ran towards the direction of the substation. The indecent man ran the fastest, ran to the bird's egg at the dump station and touched it, when suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out and the indecent man fell to the ground with a direct scream. Chapter 17, Big Red in someone else's bag. Seeing this, Bai Yen immediately stopped and hid behind the cover and said, Fatty, there's old 6, 2 garbage cans, there should be another one. It's not clear where the location is. Let's take our time. It's fine, old Zhu and I used to lie down when we fought, Fatty said with a naive smile. That's fine. You set up your gun here. Don't rush. I'll take a wave around the top of the dam and wait for me to ring the gun before you go up. Bai Yen nodded and said. Bai Smoke then immediately put away the gun and cut the knife. From the north side of the visitor center first to run in the direction of the dam, and soon came to the zipline. Directly do the zipline down to the first floor, probed and looked around once again, and did not find the silhouette of the people, then immediately went down to the very bottom, and slowly touched towards the dump. Soon stepped on the quiet step, touched the back of the junkyard house, slowly probed the head to set up the gun, then saw the 2 jade feet exposed. Bai Yen did not hesitate to shoot a pike of bullets all in the top of the 2 jade feet. A burst of gunfire rang out, and 2 screams rang out. Bai Yen had just finished shooting a pike of bullets and was about to change bullets when suddenly a footstep came from the room next to her. Bai Yen immediately turned her head to change bullets in preparation for a counterattack. At this time, the fat man heard the sound of gunfire, immediately ran toward the dump not far away. Dared just to see a big man opened the door and ran out. The fat man did not say anything, directly shot. A burst of gunfire rang out, and the big man instantly fell to the ground. At this time, Bai Yen heard the sound of gunfire. They know that the fat man got it. After changing the bullet, slowly walked to the 2 white boxes next to open, said, Fatty, you go to save the obscene man. I will collect the bag first. Looking at the box inside, a 30W or so Scar H, and 2 sets of 3 stage bullets. The other box was a G18, the rest would be nothing. Then threw the G18 to the lewd man, and waited for the fat man to finish collecting the bag after the 3 of them ran towards the substation. Bai Yen enters through the hole in the east wall and realizes that the rocket soldiers are still present. Walks straight into the first floor and uses the Scar H to headshot the shield soldiers and skirmishers. Walks up to the second floor and searches in front of the servers. Power supply. Electronic jammer. Bai Smoke suddenly confused spat. This burst rate reduced by 10 times. What are not out? Then looked at the table, also did not brush the blade server. At this time the fat man and the obscene man will be the first floor scavenging finished. Bai Smoke said, it looks like the big substation doesn't have anything. The administration building, you guys go or not? Maybe this handful of goods is in the administration building. However, just as Bai Yen had finished speaking, gunshots could be heard ringing out from the small substation. Bai Yen immediately said, obscene man, you go to the second floor to set up your gun. Fatty, you go out from the south hole and go around from the small hillside. I'll go over from the west door and go around to the small container room. Whoever of the 2 of us sees the person first who will shoot, and the other one will directly follow. Fatty and the lewd man nodded, and then the 3 of them split up, forming a pack against the small substation. Soon Bai Yen came to the door of the small substation, but heard that at this time there are people inside the room of the airbox. Bai Yen will not dare to move. Open the mirror, frame the glass of the room, and suddenly a burst of gunfire sounded. A scream came from the airbox, followed by the sound of panicked footsteps on the second floor. Bai Yen smiled slightly when she heard the screams. The people in the airboxes should be dead. There's still one left on the second floor, and the other one is unknown to be there. Suddenly the sound of a broken window rang out and footsteps moved away toward the western gap of the small substation. Want to run? Whitey smoke hard regardless of the 3-7, immediately to the far away to chase. At this time is to see a silhouette running out of the gap. Whitey smoke immediately follow. Run to the gap is to see a back running S-shaped snakeskin walk. Just in time to try out how my pressure is. Let's practice on you. Bai Yen smiled slightly in her heart and immediately opened the lens to aim and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out at once, accurately predicting the opponent's position. A bullet hit, and soon the man fell to the ground and turned into a white box. It's become a box. It looks like there should be no more teammates. Fatty is here to collect the bag. Bai Smoke finished speaking and walked to the front of the pack of the person he had just killed and licked it. Looking at the bag with a 6, his heart burst with joy. Ding, infantry vehicles, no wonder this kid is running away. So it's a shipment. Bai Yen was overjoyed in her heart. The three quickly gathered together, and Bai Yen said, "Are you two going to the administration building?" "What? The administration building? This is a forbidden area of the secret realm. Inside sometimes brushes Sayed. This Sayed has thick blood and also locks its head. Very difficult to deal with. Will the three of us be able to do it?" the lewd man said with a bit of worry. Fatty said at this time, "Brother Zhu, what are you afraid of?" At that time, Bai Smoke killed Said alone, and also the whole service announcement. Now it has been 2 days. Said was killed by the Manhwa country once. This Said is not invincible. Let's go. Maybe there is something good inside. The lewd man seemed to have thought of something and said happily with a pat on his thigh, "Right." At that time, Bai Xian alone could kill Said. Now with the three of us, wouldn't that be a handful? Eventually the three decided to set off for the administration building, and soon the three arrived at the entrance to the west wing of the administration building, where they could hear gunshots ringing all the way up to the second floor. But there was no fear-inducing BGM. Bai Yen slowly opened the door and went up from the stairs, and then he heard gunshots ringing out from the balcony room on the west floor, and a machine gunner on the first floor quickly fell to the ground and turned into a box. Bai Smoke immediately ran to the second floor, walked to the window to probe open the mirror, and then saw two big men with a small day beard. Did not hesitate to immediately shoot. One shattered his helmet. One fell straight to the ground. Bai Yen saw this and immediately said, "Lewd man, you take the AKM and set it up here at the window. Fat man, you go straight from here to the front corner and go right around it. Got it? I've traveled this road before. I know how to go." Fatty nodded confidently. "Okay, you guys just set up your guns. Don't rush. Wait for the sound of my gun before you guys get on." When Bai Yen finished speaking, she knocked out a painkiller, walked straight to the corner of the toilet, and made a big jump. Guns ringing, but only just hit the white art smoke 2 shots legs, knocked the painkillers and no big deal, and then immediately walked into the toilet to open the door, walked to the window and flipped up to get down and walk outside the window. It's a good thing I'm not fat, or else I might not be able to get through. Bai Yen secretly sighed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as I climbed outside the window I heard the sound of a rescue. Bai Yen didn't waste any time and immediately jumped towards the balcony, stopping steadily on top of the air conditioner's external unit, before reaching the balcony with another big jump. When he came to the balcony, Bai Yen immediately raised his head to set up his gun, and then he saw a man with a needle stabbing a man, and another man setting up a toilet from behind the west door wall. So Bai Yen immediately shot. The three instantly fell to the ground in a box. Bai Smoke just finished firing the gun. The fat man will be from the east door broke over and said, "WC, NB not buddy, how did you come over Bai Smoke immediately and mysteriously went to the front of the bag and licked it, then said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be leaked. Come and lick the bag in one piece. Really poor bullets to hit the first level bullets. What do you take These little days also touched the west building clean. Their hands are really stinky. All white and green items. Damn it." Fatty said in anger at the same time. Bai Smoke looked at the 3 poor bags, had to dismantle the accessories, lick the bag after the 3 began to administrative building scavenging. Ding battery, mouse, ding cement, 9V battery, ding ancient statue of the Sphinx, the dancing lady. What kind of explosion rate is this? So low that the room won't open. Bai Yen cursed and walked to the door of the manager's room in the east building to conduct a mission investigation. After doing the investigative task, you slowly walk into the next room, and what you see in your eyes is a small insurance policy and a large one. Just take the little insurance pad first, Bai Yen said as she came to the small insurance. Ding wall decorations of horns, WC, bullhorn, good pad. Big insurance should come out good. By E-Smoke immediately said with an exclamation. 6 DFUP. Ding primary bullet parts. Ancient pirate telescope. No more touching. What kind of burst rate is this TMD? Pull the gate to evacuate. The exasperated Bai Yen even forgot to open the dark door of the east building, and directly walked to the point of pulling the gate to evacuate. Chapter 18 Take 3v3v3. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Evacuation successful, bringing out 198W. The eyes lit up and returned to the familiar entrance of the secret realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The system has placed 91 diners under your name. I hope that the host will continue to work hard and get the hacking clawstalking soon. Listening to the system's voice, the heart smiled slightly. 91 Diners is the big brother of the catering industry in the eastern province, which is full of vintage decorations, and all the people who enter 91 Diners are non-officials and rich people of the big families. From new acquaintance, my name is Zhu Zicheng, not called any lewd man, just call me Old Zhu in the future. That fat man is called Ho Sancher. We all call him Fat Man. The lewd man just came out, then slowly walked to Bai Yen's front and said, my name is Bai Yen. From now on you guys can call me Little Smoke Officer. Okay lewd man, see you tomorrow. Bai Yen was about to leave when she finished speaking. Say it again, my name is Zhu Zicheng, not lewd man. Forget it, Little Smoke Officer. Want to make another fortune? We can go to the barracks simulation battlefield to play 3v3v3, where there is a lottery. The team that wins can get the bet. The lewd man saw Bai Smoke about to leave and immediately rushed to say, 3v3v3, isn't this the Red Rat's Nest Arena? It's also possible to have a fight. Making money is secondary. The main thing is that you can also come and familiarize yourself with the performance of various guns and improve your marksmanship. Bai Yen secretly said in her heart. When he was about to agree, he heard the lewd man continue. Don't look at my lousy marksmanship, poor awareness, and don't you look at Fatty Fatty. Fatty Fatty is a real mercenary, and when the secret realm hadn't descended yet, he was also on the international most wanted. At this point, Fatty had already headed to the exchange to sell the proceeds of this handful of items, and was unable to make a move to stop the lewd man's mouth from the sidelines. No wonder this Fatty's marksmanship is so accurate. So he was a mercenary. The heart secretly won. Then he said, that's it then, let's go play the 3v3v3. Once Fatty came out of the exchange, the three of them went to the shooting club and signed up to come to the 3v3v3 secret entrance, which said 120W/grip, 150W/grip, and 210W/grip. Let's just play the 210W/handle one. 120W, 150W is too small and not exciting enough. Bai Yen said after thinking for a while. The fat man and the lewd man didn't object and agreed. Seeing this, Bai Yen chose 210W/handle and led the way into the secret realm, and soon the eyes lit up, and the three of them appeared at the entrance of the barracks gate. First hand, Bai E-Smoke then chose a G17. G18 That gun is really too difficult to pressure the gun. Step into the choice of this G17. As long as the buckle fast enough, the same can be hit, and the G17 is stable enough to hit a little farther away from the enemy. Then looking to the other two, the fat man took a G18 and the lewd man took a revolver. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the ban ended, Bai E-Smoke immediately stuffed a painkiller inside her mouth and immediately ran to the back of the Tower of Admiration, while Fatty and Mischievous Man ran inside the tent. Bai Yen probed and racked the stairs to the second floor of the upper barracks. Soon a back straight up the stairs. Bai Yen immediately pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, only 2 shots were hit, and soon shots rang out at the tent place as well. At this time, the fat man is squatting on the side of the top of another tent. Suddenly saw 2 people from the barracks' small pipeline running toward their side. The fat man will immediately shoot. G18 gunshots sounded at once. The 2 have not yet reacted to. Then a person fell to the ground. A person is greatly disabled. Fatty then immediately jumped into the bunker behind while changing bullets, while saying, Brother Zhu, quickly replenish the gun. That person is greatly crippled. Obscene man with a revolver from the tent inside jumped out. 1 shot, empty. 2 shots, empty. 3 shots, finally hit. The man would have been G18 sudden attack hit blindfolded, in place flabbergasted for a second, and then suddenly saw a lewd man jumped out, fired 2 shots at himself. A shot did not hit, then immediately shot at the lewd man shot, but he just fired 2 shots hit, but the lewd man was hit in the 3rd shot. Would have been silky blood their own was hit then directly fell to the ground. The leering man looked at the nearly shattered armor and let out a long breath and said, Fortunately, the shot hit. However, just as the molester finished lamenting and was about to retreat back into cover, a man suddenly jumped out and shot at the molester, who fell straight to the ground. In the meantime, Fatty had already loaded his gun, poked his head out from behind the cover, and fired directly with the lens open, and at once the man became a box. The enemy has the Mandel brick. Hold on tight. Find and stop them. Suddenly a mechanical voice rang out. It looks like it should be the Mandel brick under the iron staircase on the first floor of the barracks that has been taken away. And not surprisingly, this person should go to the second floor of the barracks to decipher this Mandel brick. Bai Yen said secretly from behind the Tower of Admiration. As expected, a figure soon ran quickly into the second floor with a Mandel brick. Bai Smoke had to stop setting up his gun here and came to the tent to gather with Fatty, and changed the G17 in his hand to a G18. Enemy is cracking Mandel bricks. Hold on tight. Bai Smoke and Fatty nodded to each other, stepping quietly, slowly coming to the first floor of the barracks. Listening to the second floor with 3 footsteps, the two of them immediately came to the bottom of the stairs, and Bai Smoke immediately threw a smoke bomb toward the doorway and said, "Go!" Bai Smoke took the lead, jumping sideways from side to side just as she stepped into the doorway, and seeing 3 men with guns set up right in front of her, she immediately fired. Gunshots were heard all over the place. Bai Smoke collapsed to the ground after knocking down just one, and at that moment, the other 2 had emptied their magazines and were in the process of replacing their bullets. The fat man crouched in the doorway at that moment and slowly said, "Good chance." Fatty immediately a big jump. The moment of landing made the whole building shook. Fatty immediately took advantage of the time difference between the 2 men to change ammunition. Immediately shot. One person directly fell to the ground. The fat man nimbly ran to the back of the cover and crouched down to change the ammunition. At this time, the other person has already changed the magazine, directly crouching in place to rack the position where the fat man is. The fat man smiled slightly, probed left and right, and opened his mirror for a direct advance shot. At once the last man fell straight into a box. Scene 2. The eyes lit up. This time the 3 of them were resurrected inside the large passageway of the barracks. Bai Smoke chose a P90. Fatty an AKM, and the lewd man chose an SKS. Fatty, later we'll both set up our guns in the room on the first floor. Lewd man, you're holding a continuous sniper. You go to the second floor to set up your gun. Don't ever come out. You just hold the continuous sniper on the second floor and set up the barbed wire there. The fat man and the lewd man nodded their heads, indicating that they understood. The prohibition ended. The obscene man instantly cut the knife and ran outside first, straight to the second floor, and Bai Yen and Fatty came directly to the room on the first floor. Fatty, you go to that doorway and set up the gun. I'll set up the west side doorway. Bai Yen said hurriedly. By now all kinds of gunshots were ringing out at the tent. I don't know how long it took, but only one person stood up from inside the tent. There were 3 boxes around the man and 2 more not far in front of him, but just as the man stood up, shots rang out. At this time, the obscene man on the second floor of the barracks really cannot suppress curiosity. Slowly out of the door, took out the continuous sniper, directly opened the mirror. Just open the mirror, will see a person standing up. The leering man licked the corner of his mouth and immediately fired, and the man fell straight to the ground in a box. Good job, lewd man. That was a good fight. Bai Smoke said in praise. Game 3, final round. At this time, Bai Smoke and other people resurrected in the barracks small passage. Bai Smoke get their most skilled M401 immediately said to the fat man with the SR3M, waiting to play on the painkillers, "With me I go to grab the barracks second floor location." Obscene man, you behind the 2 of us, take the stairs below the Mandalay bricks. Prohibition lifted. White Art Smoke a horse first, directly to the gap over the wall straight up, immediately ran toward the stairs. Just before the stairs heard a footsteps not far ahead, immediately a big jump directly shot away from this person. Fatty took the opportunity to run straight up to the second floor, and the lewd man also began to obtain the Mandel bricks. So White Art Smoke was at the bottom of the stairs to frame the doorway of the barracks main passage. Soon after the lewd man finished acquiring Mandel bricks, went straight up to the second floor. Bai Yen then followed closely. The lewd man came to the second floor and went straight to the decoder to decipher the Mandel bricks. This one should be solid, no surprise. Everyone find a place to rack your guns, the lewd man said with a grin as he placed the Mandel bricks. Soon the first floor resounded with the sound of gunfire. Soon the gunfire subsided, but also just 2 people are still alive. The 2 people hit the status after, in unison, ran to the second floor, but at this time, 3 guns in unison set up a small doorway, and the 2 people do not have the B-Doctor smoke bombs to impede the field of vision like the White Art Smoke. As soon as the 2 reached the doorway, they became a sieve under the guns of the 3 by EN. Game over, victory. With a flash of white light, the three of them came in front of the secret realm, looking at the secret realm with 210W written on it to be collected. Bai Yen immediately chose to collect it, and then took out 140W and distributed it to the two of them, saying, "It seems that this secret realm can only be accessed once a day, so I'll see you tomorrow. I'll withdraw first." Chapter 19. Men and women work together. Fighting is not tiring. The next day, Bai Yen will get up early, put on a sportswear and open the door to see Fu Jinjin wearing cool clothes out. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Yen looked at Fu Jinjin, who was carrying the necklace she gave yesterday, swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and took the lead. "Sister Jinjin, is this going out for a run? Little brother also wants to go out and exercise. Can you let little brother follow along?" He. Fu Jinjin looked at Bai Smoke, who was full of lewd smiles, and for some reason she didn't get angry, but nodded her head and took the lead to walk out of the doorway, running towards the distance. Bai Yen saw this, immediately rejoiced, and immediately ran up behind Fu Jinjin's buttocks. Smelling the gusts of the little fragrant wind, Bai Yen immediately felt that the whole body had inexhaustible strength. Looking at his back, a face of excitement without the slightest sense of fatigue by Yen, Fu Jinjin heart secretly said, "This little guy physical strength so good? Not tired at all. It seems that I have to speed up and see if this guy can still catch up." In this way the duo did not know how many kilometers they had run. Suddenly a group of big men holding iron bars appeared in front of them. Bai Yen and Fu Jinjin had to stop and look at the few big men in front of them. Liddy walked out from a group of big men, and following Liddy was a teenager in a strong suit. "Kid, really think that my 100W is so good to take? Today is your death. Li Biaoan, get me to tear that little scumbag, capture that woman. When the time to offer to the righteous father, maybe I can still have a mouthful of soup." Jia, Li Di said with an evil smile as he looked at the two. The teenager was full of muscles and ran towards Bai Yen in a hurry, kicking at her head. Seeing this, Fu Jinjin immediately came in front of Bai Yen and blocked this kick of Li Biao, then slowly said, "You go first. This Li Biao is not simple. Quickly go." Seeing that Fu Jinjin was protecting herself, Bai Yen said in a manner, "Sister Jinjin is worried about me at this time? It makes me so touched." Fu Jinjin felt a burst of speechlessness at Bai Yen's shamelessness, but looking at Li Biao in front of her, she didn't dare to let her guard down in the slightest. Seeing this, Bai Yen slowly pulled Fu Jinjin's hand, pulled Fu Jinjin behind her and said, "I am not yet in a place where I let a girl protect me." Fu Jinjin still wanted to say something, but looking at Bai Yen's broad back, Fu Jinjin's mouth smiled slightly and slowly said, "Okay, I believe you." Bai Yen didn't say anything, but instead narrowed her eyes slightly and looked Li Biao up and down, as if she was assessing her opponent's strength. The air around them seemed to freeze, and even the occasional roar of cars from the distance became unusually clear. Li Biao couldn't resist, fiercely stepped forward, his right fist wrapped in the sound of the wind and went straight for Bai Yen's face. This punch, if it were any ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already lost the ability to fight. But Bai Yen is different. His body almost instinctively sighed, easily avoided this blow. At the same time, his left hand quickly probed out, grabbed Li Biao's wrist, and twisted it with force. "Ah!" Li Biao cried out in pain. However, his years of experience in street fighting allowed him to quickly adjust his posture, and his other fist swung out like a stray arrow. However, Bai Yen's movements were faster than his. A clean side kick accurately kicked Li Biao's calf, causing the latter's center of gravity to become unstable and stagger back a few steps. This battle was more of a battle of skill and experience than a clash of flesh. Bai Xiang utilized the Special Forces King's melee combat skills, and each counterattack was precise and efficient, controlling the situation and avoiding unnecessary injuries at the same time. As for Li Biao, although his strength was not bad, in front of Bai Xiang, those crude techniques of street fighting seemed pale and powerless. After a few rounds, Li Biao was already panting, sweat sliding down his cheeks, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He finally realized that he was not just facing an ordinary person, but a high-level person with exceptionally strong melee combat abilities. Soon Li Biao couldn't hold back and was kicked out by Bai Yen, falling directly at Li Di's feet. Bai Smoke said in a fake and sympathetic manner. Liddy stomped his foot in anger and said, "All of you, maim the men, arrest the women, all of you." With a command, a group of big men waving iron rods in their hands surged towards the two of them like a tidal wave. Bai Yen's figure flashed, like a ghost weaving in and out of the crowd. Her double fists were like a silver lightning. Each strike hit the vitals with precision and accuracy, while Fu Jinjin utilized her military literacy to quickly analyze the battlefield situation, as she used her dexterous strength to dissolve her opponent's attack while looking for a chance to counterattack. Whenever a gang member tries to get close, Fu Jinjin can always launch a counterattack with lightning speed, and between the wind and shadow of the fists and legs, the enemy has fallen to the ground. Bai Yen did a beautiful roundhouse kick, kicking a big man several meters away, followed by a roll, avoiding the iron bar coming from the side. A backhanded tackle, a knee, and the big man fell directly to the ground. Fu Jinjin then utilizes a successful jumping knee to hit the gang leader hard, and while he's down and out, quickly adds a precise elbow strike to knock him out for good. Shortly afterward, the only sounds left in the alley were fallen gang members and gasps. At this time Li Di looked at the ground full of big men. The chrysanthemums could not help but tighten. Immediately ran toward the far side. Bai Yan looked at the fleeing Li Di and said, "Brother D, next time come back to remember to call a few masters. These guys are completely not enough to fight. Kid, you wait for me. Have the sense to give that Fu Jinjin to my righteous father, or else my righteous father will leave you with no bones left." Li Di shouted as he ran. Not bad. Seeing that Li Di had already run away, Bai Yan was too lazy to chase after him, so he said to Fu Jinjin in a colorful manner. Fu Jinjin looked at Bai Smoke's colorful appearance, a slap on Bai Smoke's head, walking toward the distance, said, "Little pervert, you want to chase your sister, now is not enough to qualify, continue to work hard." Ding. Bai Smoke, are you coming to a class reunion this afternoon? It's at 91 Diners. Bai Yan, who had returned home after exercising, looked at the message sent to her by class president Zhou Eng, and couldn't help but smile in her heart, as she was about to refuse. But when she learned that Zhang Jing would also be there, Bai Yan immediately became interested. She had to be disgusted with that Zhang Jing, just in time to meet those employees of her 91 Diners. Soon it was afternoon, and Bai Yan wore a plain dress and drove her Ferrari towards the appointed place. 91 Diners in front of a restaurant. A red Ferrari stopped. Bai Yan slowly walked out of the car, walked into the 91 Diners among them, came to the 019 room, saw a lot of dressed in a variety of beautiful clothes of the beautiful women and gentlemen clothes of the teenagers. Only Bai Yan at this time to wear a stall goods seem out of place. Chapter 20, if you have 13, you have to put it on. Egu, this where to come beggars to come here to ask for food. Do not look carefully, can not see The original is white art smoke ha ha ha. When Sun Sha saw Bai Yan arrive, he immediately said in a conspiratorial manner. Sun Sha's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Jing immediately walked over and pulled Sun Sha's hand and said, "Sister, what are you talking about? After all, a classmate. Bai Smoke, as long as you kneel down and kowtow twice, I might even be able to reward you with a few $100. Ha ha ha." Zhou Eng, who had been chatting with her classmates on the side, saw this scene and was afraid that they would fight. Immediately walked to the middle of the three and said, "We are all classmates, can't we all get along?" When Sun Sha and Zhang Jing saw that the squad leader had spoken, each of them then snorted coldly and walked off to the side. Zhou Eng secretly gave a sigh of relief and walked over to Bai Yan and said, "Brother Bai, I invited you over mainly because I want us to get together as classmates. I didn't expect Zhang Jing to say such things to you. Sorry, it's fine. It's not like it has anything to do with you. I should thank you too. If it wasn't for this party, I probably wouldn't have been able to find a great opportunity." Bai Yan said with a smile. "What chance?" Zhou Eng said with some confusion. At that moment, the door of the box opened and a teenager dressed in expensive clothes walked in, immediately causing a group of young girls to shout, "It's Li Za! Li Za is here! Look at this dress, a set down to several tens of thousands of it. If you can marry Li Xiao, that must be how happy An obese girl said, "Just you, don't look in the mirror to see what you look like, and still want to marry Li Xiao." Sun Sha immediately said yin and yang. Zhang Jing saw Li Za walk into the box and immediately jogged over to Li Za's arms and said, "Li Xiao, why did you just come? People have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Za grinned and grabbed Zhang Jing's buttocks, wrapped his arm around Zhang Jing's waist and walked over to Bai Yan and said, "Bai Yan, as your good buddy, stealing your girlfriend? You won't suggest it." Bai Smoke looked at Li Za's sinister smile, slowly said, "Of course not recommended. As the saying goes, brothers such as hands and feet, women such as clothes. Since the brother you like me this wear rotten clothes, give you that how? You." Li Za immediately clenched his fists, but then as if he thought of something, slowly said, "Since you don't suggest it, brother, that's good. By the way, today our guide will also come." After Li Za finished speaking, he smiled broadly and wrapped his arm around Zhang Jing's waist and sat down on the seat next to the main seat. "Lieutenant General Yu." After Bai Yan heard Li Za's words, she clenched her fists and gently spat out the three words "Lieutenant General Yu" in her mouth. "Thinking of the school in the middle of you will see himself poor. Did not give him a gift? That is all kinds of yin and yang themselves. Throw all kinds of chores and tired work to themselves to let themselves do, but also often take the final exams fail to threaten themselves. Leave never give approval." The more Bai Yan thought about it, the angrier she became, and the tighter her fists became. Suddenly a slender white jade hand landed on the back of Bai Yian's hand, and only then did Bai Yian let out a breath, her clenched fist slowly loosening. Bai Yian looked at the owner of the jade hand and said, "Squad leader." Zhou Ying smiled at Bai Yian and said, "Lieutenant General Yu was temporarily invited by Li Za. Today is a class reunion. Lieutenant General Yu shouldn't make things too difficult for you." Bai Yian nodded and slowly walked to the table and sat down at one foot. "Young Li, I just saw a red Ferrari F8 parked downstairs. I knew that young Li had already arrived." A misogynistic voice came from the entrance of the box. Li Sa immediately got up and walked over, grabbing the middle-aged man's hand and said, "Guide, you're finally here. This gathering is mainly organized for you, in order to thank you for taking care of us in school." The crowd gasped when they heard the red Ferrari F8. WC, Ferrari F8. This is my dream car. One costs at least 300 W. I dream of driving a Ferrari with one hand and a pretty girl in the other. Just think about it. Okay, everyone, isn't it just a Ferrari? I believe that with our strength, we can all drive a Ferrari. It's just that it's not possible for an individual. Don't you think so? By Smoke? Li Sa saw this and immediately waved his hand and said, although Li Za didn't know who owned that Ferrari F8, but if you have 13 and don't install it, you have a brain problem. After Li Sa said this, Lieutenant General Yu cast his eyes on Bai Yian and said, "Yang, Gu, isn't this Bai Yian? I didn't see him until you said so. Dressed in rags, I thought he was a waiter here. Ha ha ha. I was really blind in the past, that I would like such a cheeky pauper with no money to insist on coming to our class reunion to rub it in." Zhang Jing also played along conspiratorially at this time. "Oops, sister, aren't you with young Li now? I've long said that you and Li Xiao are a natural pair. Unlike that poor guy, who knows that toads want to eat swan meat, and even deliberately harassed me when he went to his workplace 2 days ago, made me lose my job." Sun Sha added more fuel to the fire. "Hey, how can I have such a student? With this kind of personality, it's hard for me to pass the final exam." Lieutenant General Yu even pretended to be a good teacher and said, Bai Yian could not tolerate it at once. As the saying goes, uncle can tolerate it, aunt can tolerate it, but grandfather cannot tolerate it. Bai Yian directly lifted the table off the ground and said, "Difficult to do? Then don't do it." The surrounding people were instantly confused by Bai Yian's maneuver, especially Lieutenant General Yu, who didn't expect that the person he told to go east when he was at school and he didn't dare to go west, would dare to lift the table in front of him. "Bai Yian, what do you want? Do you not want to get your diploma?" Lieutenant General Yu immediately threatened seriously. "Bai if you bark at a dog, I'll you up." Bai Yian picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on the table, pointing at Lieutenant General Yu. "What for? Fight, go outside and fight. This is 91 Diners, a place to eat, not a place to fight," because the sound in the box was too loud. The manager of the restaurant immediately walked in and drank. The restaurant manager saw Bai Yian's face, as if he thought of something, immediately took out his cell phone and looked at the photo on the phone, immediately slapped his own bald head and said, "Boss, I didn't know it was you here. By the way, my name is Xiao Jia. I'm the manager of our catering." Bai Yian slowly turned to look at the manager and said, "Old Xiao, okay, 91 Diners are not welcome to these people today. You should know what to do, right?" Listening to the cold voice of Bai Smoke, immediately scared a shiver, afraid of their own boss, angry to open themselves. After all, the new official Three Fires immediately said nervously, Understand the boss. What are you people still sitting here for? Didn't you hear what our boss said? 91 Diners are not welcome. Get out of here, all of you." When Lieutenant General Yu saw this, he immediately shivered in fear. The 91 Diners were the bearers of the Eastern Province's catering industry, and could not be offended, so he immediately walked over to the manager, covered his crotch with both hands, and said with a lowered head, "Manager Zhang, I think that this might be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding my ass. Our boss said, unwelcome is unwelcome. Get lost." Manager Zhang nonchalantly kicked Lieutenant General Yu in the buttocks and directly gave a kick out the door outside. Seeing this, Bai Yian slowly walked out of the 91 Diners, looking at his former classmates standing outside one by one in a daze. He himself slowly walked up to the class president Zhou Ying, and gentlemanly stretched out his hand and slowly said, "Class president, do you want to go for a ride together?" Zhou Ying, who was still in a state of confusion about the sudden transformation that had just occurred, somehow nodded her head when she heard Bai Yian's words. Seeing this, Bai Yian immediately pulled Zhou Ying's hand into the red Ferrari F8, an engine sound recalled, and the Ferrari ran off into the distance like red lightning. This kind of scene immediately caused a group of people to be red-eyed, jealous, and envious, especially Li Sa, Lieutenant General Yu, Zhang Jing and Sun Sha. The first second is still mocking this Bai Smoke, the next second directly hit the face, suddenly directly red temperature. While everyone's attention is still in the Ferrari, Li Sa immediately pulled Zhang Jing and Sun Sha hand, sneak into their own cars, a foot gas pedal away from the scene, and Lieutenant General Yu is covering the buttocks, a limp away from the crowd. Chapter 21, The Womanizer. The red Ferrari sped along the road, sitting in the car Zhou slowly before reacting, sitting in the co-pilot obsessively looking at Bai Yen. Seeing Zhou looking at herself, Bai Yen smiled and said, "What's wrong, my big class president? Is there something dirty on my face? Staring at me like that all the time? Goo, I say brother Bai, when did you become so rich? Confess from the truth. Resist from the strictest." Zhou said as she sidled up a bit and looked at Bai Yen seriously. Bai Yen looked at Zhou Ying's lovely face and smiled in her heart, smilingly said, "This matter is a long story. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Right, didn't you get an instrumental music club? Can you take me to visit it? Since you don't want to talk about it then don't, but to visit my club is a performance," Zhou said with a seductive smile. Bai Yen looked at this Zhou, slowly took one hand off the steering wheel and placed it on Zhou Ying's chin and said, "Class president, I'll give you a big surprise when the time comes." Zhou looked at Bai Yen putting her hand on her chin, and immediately her little face turned red, immediately slapped away Bai Yen's hand and said, "Drive your car properly, I'll navigate." Bai Yen just smiled faintly and slowly removed her hand. Soon a red Ferrari stopped in front of a building. Bai Yen slowly stepped out of the car, looked at the building in front of her, and said in surprise, "Using the entire building as a club, you're rich enough, class president. This is my father's adult gift to me, and there are many famous stars in our club yet. They all participate in various performances in the name of our club, and there are also various chambers of commerce that will invite people from our club to perform. So that means that our club can be considered to be profitable nowadays," Zhou said with a smile. "Awesome, class president. Those rich kids in our class only know how to wield money now. I didn't realize that you have started a successful business," Bai Yen said playfully. "Don't talk so much, why don't you think about how you're going to perform in a while? Don't fail to perform at that time, but it's very embarrassing," Zhou said as she smiled playfully and patted Bai Yen's shoulder. Bai Yen looked at Zhou in a daze, thinking in her heart, how come I didn't realize before that Zhou had such a cute side? Zhou at this time looked at Bai Smoke's fiery look at herself, and couldn't help but blush for a while, immediately walking towards the building. Only then did Bai Yen feel a bit out of place and slowly followed behind Zhou while silently talking to the system in her head. System, I want to redeem musical instrument proficiency. Ding, redeeming musical instrument proficiency requires 100 havoc dollars. Does the host want to redeem it? Redemption. Bai Yen drank with resounding force in her heart. In an instant, Bai Yen's mind was filled with the methods of using various musical instruments, and there were even various music scores. Bai Yen's face directly revealed a stealing gesture. At this time, Zhou Ying's red face and lowered her head, slightly turning her head, just in time to take Bai Yen's smile into her eyes. "Rascal!" Zhou immediately turned around and said with a slight smile. With that, the two walked inside the building one after the other. Bai Yen looked at the gorgeous design in front of her, and her heart was even more in awe. "Let's go. There happens to be a club conversation ceremony later. Everyone will be playing in turn, and we'll also show you how strong our club is." Zhou returned to her original temperament and said in a showy manner, "Alright, class president. Actually what I'm more like to watch is your playing." Bai Yen slowly walked up to Zhou and said slowly, "I'm not going to perform for you," Zhou said as she gently pounded Bai Yen's chest with her fist. At this moment, this scene happened to be seen by a young girl, and her mouth slowly said, "Big melon, heavenly big melon, the chairman is in love. No way, I have to tell everyone." The young girl immediately ran toward the third floor, walked into a conference hall, and immediately shouted, "Big melon, eat big melon now, the president is in love." Inside the conference hall there were 20 to 30 stunningly beautiful young girls looking at the sheet music and preparing for a performance in a while, but when they heard the big melon they immediately put down what they were holding and gathered around and said, "Really? What about the man?" "Of course it's true. I saw with my own eyes the chairman and that guy flirting right there on the first floor," the young girl said excitedly. "The chairman is coming over." A young girl looked at the elevator and noticed that it was slowly going up, and immediately said loudly. The crowd immediately returned to their original positions on their hands and knees, acting as if nothing had happened. Soon, Zhou walked in with Bai Yen and said, "Quiet everyone, let me introduce you all. This is Bai Yen, my college classmate." "Chairman, it's not just a classmate relationship, right? Ha ha ha." A young girl immediately stood up and said with a smile. The rest of the teenage girls all said in an uproar, "Yeah, it doesn't even look easy. President, you never bring boys to our club. Listening to the various words below, Zhou Ying's face slightly reddened as she pretended to be angry and said, "What are you guys talking about? We are just classmates." At the same time, he slowly glanced with his eyes at Bai Yiyan, who was standing on the side, and realized that Bai Yiyan's face did not have any change in expression, and his heart was inexplicably and wonderfully a little lost, but only for a moment. Immediately turning her gaze to the young girl who had led the uproar, she said, "Xiaoying, I see you want to be the first to perform." The girl called Xiaoying immediately said in a petulant manner, Chairman, I know I'm wrong. I'll let you do whatever you want tonight." Zhou Ying's already slightly reddened little face turned even redder, and she immediately said, "The conversation ceremony will now begin. Xiaoying, you start first." Then slowly pulled Bai Yiyan down the stage to sit aside. The girl named Xiaoying slowly walked over to a piano and took a deep breath. She slowly sat down, adjusted her sitting position and gently rested her hands on the keys. The young girl's fingertips jumped and slid on the keys, each movement seeming so smooth and full of emotion. The melody gradually sounded. It was a melodious and slightly sad tune, like fine rain lightly brushing over the heart, and like a whisper from far away, telling an unknown story. The sunlight passed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light and shadow on Lin Yu's face, adding a bit of dreaminess and poetry to the picture. With the depth of the tune, the young girl's expression also changed, sometimes frowning lightly, as if in deep thought, sometimes the corners of the mouth rose, showing a faint smile, as if she and the music established an invisible bridge between each other, confiding in each other, listening to each other. When the last notes slowly dissipated into the air, Zhou Ying slowly stood up and said, "Not bad, played quite well. Great progress, Chairman. According to the rules, can I decide who plays next?" He. The young girl said with a smile. Zhou Ying nodded and said, "Yes, then you order." The young girl immediately looked at Zhou Ying with a bad smile on her face and said, "In that case, I would like to see you, Chairman, and this male friend of yours, male classmate, play a duo." Zhou Ying immediately blushed and said, "Xiaoying, you, humph, ignore you, Chairman, we all want to see it. Chairman, will you just show us a couple hands?" The young girl immediately pouted. At the same time, the remaining 20 or so young girls simultaneously pouted at Zhou Ying to play. Zhou Ying also thought of performing together. "I'm afraid that Bai Yiyan is not very good at playing musical instruments. She can also take care of one or two," and was about to nod her head in agreement. Bai Yiyan directly stood up slowly and gentlemanly, extending his hand to say, "Class President, can I play a celadone with you?" Seeing Bai Yiyan's confident smile, Zhou Ying blushed slightly and said, "Well, it's fine." Bai Yiyan first sat in front of the piano. Her fingertips lightly touched the keys, and a string of notes as clear as a spring flowed out, just like the morning sun shining at the beginning of the day, gently awakening the sleeping ancient instrument. Immediately after, Zhou Ying slowly settled down next to the guzheng. Her fingertips lightly plucked the first string. The strings of the guzheng joined in, just like a fine rain that moistens things silently, and intertwined with the melody of the piano. Each note was full of delicate emotions, just like the delicate lines on the celadone porcelain, which told an ancient and beautiful story, harmonious and rich in layers. "The sky is green, waiting for the smoke and rain while I'm waiting for you. The smoke curls up across the river 10 million miles away." The melody was as if it was alive. Bai Yiyan's piano sound was like fine rain lightly brushing across the ancient celadone porcelain surface. With each note jumping with delicate emotions, Zhou Ying's guzheng was like the celadone pattern on the porcelain, delicate and richly layered, telling 1,000 years of stories. Chapter 22, Teaming Up Again. At the end of the song, Xiaoying stood up and said, "Wow, President, you two are so in sync. I envy you. Xiaoying, if you say one more word, you won't want to sleep tonight." He. "Well, the show is over. The next one will be Xiao Xiao. You do it," Zhou Ying said, pretending to be angry. The duo then returned to the stage and watched as the others performed. And it had to be said that the people in this club of Zhou Ying's were all excellent musicians, and time flew by in appreciation of the work. Soon the night came. The crowd's performance also ended. Bai Yiyan looked at this scene and said, "The end? I come to invite everyone to dinner, go or not." The president's male friend, male classmates treating them to dinner which is not going to go, must go, to hatefully slaughter them. He. Xiaoying was the first to stand up and said, "With that, a limousine launches from the building and heads toward 91 diners." Looking at the row of vehicles consisting of Ferraris, Porsches, Mercedes-Benz and other luxury cars, all the surrounding vehicles stayed away. Soon, the crowd arrived at 91 Eater. The crowd got off the bus and walked into 91 Eater, immediately attracting the gazes of all the people around them, especially when Bai Yiyan was filled with envious and jealous gazes. If gazes could kill at this time, perhaps Bai Yiyan could have died a million times already. WC, Who is that guy, wearing a raggedy outfit? But there are so many girls around. The key is that those girls are all damn good looking. If there is one as my girlfriend, I won't sleep every night. Look pretty is not the key. The key is not only Zhang good looking, one by one also have money. Each of them address each more than 100,000 yuan cannot come down. Money and charisma in one. This is the main thing. I lu a tart bar ah. Now rich ladies like beggars? No, tomorrow I will donate the company. Go as a beggar to go. At this time 91 Diner's manager room inside. Xiao Jie is sitting on a chair, full of worry. The heart cannot help but worry. I really do not know what kind of character is this new boss. I don't know what kind of character this new boss has, but he's not going to burn me, is he? I also don't know how about that thing I handled today. At this time, a knock sounded on the door, and a stunningly beautiful young woman wearing a secretary's uniform walked in and said, "Manager, the boss is here." Xiao Jie was immediately startled and immediately walked out of the room, heading towards the door to greet him. Walking to the hall, he saw Bai Yan walking in with more than 20 beautiful girls at this time, and immediately greeted them with a stiff upper lip and said, "Boss, old Xiao, that thing today was handled well. Keep up the good work. By the way, give me a box. The meal is up to you, haha." Bai Yan saw a bald man welcoming him and said slowly, "Boss, box 091 is the most luxurious box for our 91 diners. The entire 19th floor is box 091. WC, is this the new owner of 91 Eater? No wonder there are so many pretty and rich girls surrounding him. Wow, instantly I feel like that one in rags has so much style. It's like I'm in love, mum." Some people admired since there would be others who denigrated, only to see a few teenagers discussing it through gritted teeth. What's the point of pretending? Obviously so rich, have to pretend to be a beggar, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Is it interesting? That's right, sympathy garbage, rich and still pretending to be poor here. I really want to go up on him, let him see the poisonous beatings of society. I think you guys are just envious of others. Eyes red for the fact that people have so many beautiful girls surrounding them, talking bad about people here. Who are you? Nosy? I Zhang but woman. Really, Zhang just your few little girlfriends. Crooked, how can they compare to others? All together, they can't compare to one. You seek death. Bai Yan naturally didn't pay attention to these things and led the women to the 19th floor. A meal dry to 11 o'clock. At this time in the 19th floor, Bai Yan looked at more than 20 teenage girls are lying on the table hooting and hollering. Bai Yan cannot help but a burst of headache. Fortunately, the 19th floor is just as soft as the bed, and he was more than 20 teenage girls to pour wine. Do not know how much they drank. The eyelids are trembling, so they directly lie on the floor to sleep over. At this moment, in the Delta Planet Shooting Club, the lewd man said, "Fatty, do you think Officer Tiny Smoke is in trouble? It's already 11 o'clock. Fatty merely held his pistol and kept shooting at the distant target, his gun hovering around 10 rings, then slowly said, "Instead of worrying about it here, why don't you come with me and practice your gun, so that when you enter the secret realm you will also be able to fire a pair of guns against each other." Fatty, you still don't know my shooting skills. When I get serious, I shoot like a god, remember? Once, I took a sniper at the top of the dam and shot a guy running at the dump with one shot. You still have the face to say, at that time you were running, bearing your hand on the trigger, the gun went straight off and hit without comment, and you still have the face to say, Fatty said with a slight smile. At this time, Bai Yan slowly appeared in the shooting club, saw that Fatty was practicing his gun, walked over and said, "Let's go into the secret realm. I'm a little late today." The lewd man saw Bai Smoke immediately as if he saw a young girl with her clothes off, immediately ran over and said with a lewd smile, "Little Smoke officer, quick, my dragon sniper can't help it. I'll play the M200 this time. One shot. Bai Yan immediately dodged the embrace of the lewd man, ran behind Fatty, pushed Fatty's back and said, "Don't fight, let's go into the secret realm." I thought about it for a while, since you guys shouted out to me as a senior officer. This is good, Fatty, from now on, you'll be the Fatty sergeant, and lewd man, you'll be the lewd corporal. Ah, sir, corporal imbecile is too hard to hear. Can we change it, sir? Bai Yan pushed the fat man and walked away, and the lewd man immediately shouted to follow behind. Soon the trio teamed up to enter the secret realm. Ding please host killed a rocket soldier 3 times in this action. Mission completion reward, genius singing voice. Mission failure punishment, deprive the bee doctor of smoke bombs. Subsequently, it was a bright light. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Bai Yan immediately said, "Fatty, you racked that wall near 201 below. Lewd man, you're holding a sniper to go to the second floor to observe the situation, racking the direction of the barracks to come over to the people, and I'll rack the gap in the direction of the river bank. All three went to their respective points, racking all the entrances that can enter the cement factory. It can be said that one side sounded the gun. Immediately someone can support. Bai Smoke immediately turned his head from the door of the airbox on the first floor and supported the fat man. At this time, Fatty was crouching next to the stairs, holding an AKM and racking the wall. Suddenly, 3 footsteps sounded, and a person took the lead and jumped on top of the wall, and Fatty shot directly. Directly 3 shots had to take away this person, and the 2 people behind, hearing the sound of gunshots, will not dare to catch up, hastily jumped from the wooden frame. Bai Smoke heard the sound of Fatty's AKM gun, immediately turned his head from the doorway of the first floor airbox to aim at the wall, intending to support Fatty, then realized that Fatty had already solved a person, slowly said, "Fatty, you're racked, slowly press forward, I'm going to go around one hand, wait for me to ring the gun and you're going to jump up and fight." Bai Smoke immediately put away his M4A1, immediately went out from the passage leading to the river bank, and immediately touched in the direction of the D1 colorful egg room. But at this time the opposite 2 people are lying on the bird egg hill, the 2 people dead eyes on the wall, for fear that the person who just shot jumped out and attacked fiercely, completely did not realize that at this time there is a teenager has touched the place of the bird egg of the stone cave. Opened the mirror to look at the 2 people. Bai Smoke smiled slightly and immediately fired. The 2 fell to the ground in direct response. At this time, Fatty nimbly rolled up the wall and looked at the box in the distance, so he gave a thumbs up to Bai Smoke. Bai Smoke laughed, walked to the front of the duo's bag and began to lick the bag, looked at AM700, AR-93 and said, "That sniper, just really think of yourself as He Changwon, has been racking the gun, but also the 2 of them lying on the ground in one piece." After the 2 of them finished licking their packs, it was only then that the lewd man came late and said, "I've just arrived, and you've all finished fighting? I haven't even shot this dragon sniper yet, and you guys are all done. It's too fast." Chapter 23, The Second Kill of Saeed. Q. Bai Yen said jokingly as she kicked the lewd man in the ass. "Let's go. Let's touch the cement factory first and then head to the administration building." Bai Smoke said slowly, "Yes, to hurry to the administration building, since the first time you killed said, sir, the Manhwa countries and Ostrovsky killed once. Everyone realized that said is not invincible. Nowadays basically the Western Expedition building will have people going there. Following up, said was killed twice more. Now with another kill, the secret realm can be renewed, and then the Longbow Creek Valley secret realm will appear." Fatty said in direct agreement. The 3 of them then quickly scoured the entire cement factory. Ding power supply, air-cooled radiator, ding mechanical hard disk, mouse, keyboard, ding LCD, ASUS computer motherboard, WC, this what dog explosive rate, this time to let me assemble the rhythm of the computer. You are giving me a graphics card. At least out of a solid-state hard disk can also be looking at the various green and white items in front of her, Bai Yen spat and said, seeing that the search was almost over. Bai Smoke then remembered that he still had a mission to kill the rocket soldiers. If he couldn't finish it, his smoke bomb would be gone, and immediately looked to the second floor, but unfortunately, he saw the lewd man standing there licking the rocket soldier box and weapon case. "Corporal imbecile, the rocket soldier you killed?" Bai Smoke said. The lewd man happened to finish licking something at this time, jumped at the bird's egg, jumped down again, ran to Bai Smoke and said, "I killed it, I'm awesome, right, awesome. This time, if you see any more rocket soldiers, notify me immediately and let me kill them. Got it?" Bai Yen said as she patted the lewd man's shoulder. "Oh, it's sir." The lewd man gave a very standard salute directly to Bai Yen. The 3 quickly assembled together, and Bai Yen looked at the 2 and said, "Sergeant Fatty, Corporal Indecent, march to the administration building." "Yes sir," the fat man and the lewd man said in unison as they saluted. The army of 3 people will be really ho to march towards the administrative building. At this time, the 3 people are walking to the open sand, listening to the fierce gunfire inside. Lewd man said, "Now the administrative building is really lively, and when the secret realm just came out a week when the armies of various countries are attacking the Sayed, but unfortunately, did not succeed in the nowadays. The administrative building is lively again." Bai Yen smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's step on silent steps and feel our way in." Bai Yen led the way and stepped quietly in front, slowly walking into the west building. And just after walking into the west building, Bai Yen heard the heart-stopping BGM. Casually, he said to the 2, "Be careful, there's Saeed in this round." From the stairs to the second floor, Just before reaching the corner of the second floor, he saw 3 white boxes lying on the ground, at which point the sound of gunfire inside the building disappeared, but the chilling BGM remained. By the looks of it, the other pair was also killed by Saeed. Bai Yen said in her heart. With reassuringly large feet, he ran into the balcony room of the West Wing, when he heard the sound of very fast footsteps coming from the climbing ladder, accompanied by a word that struck straight to the heart. I really thought you could hide, that you would chase me to the ends of the earth and fall into a trap. Bai Smoke immediately set up her gun at the door, and after silently reciting a few numbers in her mind, she directly fired the advance robber. But alas, it was dodged by a flip-over from Saeed. Bai Smoke, to see their own horse gun, shouted a quick run. They immediately ran toward the back. The fat man and obscene man are still a little confused. Why run? Said fired straight away. Straight shots to the head, and the fat man and the lecherous man then fell straight to the ground. White Art Smoke was already racking his gun at the corner opposite the restroom by now. It's time to close the net. Enjoy my wrath. Saeed's voice immediately came along with the horrible BGM, and with a roll, Saeed tumbled out of the balcony room of the West Building. Bai Smoke immediately fired, but only 4 or 5 shots, and then immediately ran toward the corner in front of the electric lift room. Just as he ran into the corner, he immediately probed and set up his gun, and when he saw Said appear in the field of vision, he immediately shot. In this way, Bai Yen walked Said like a dog, and soon, Said was exhausted by Bai Yen. After rescuing Fatty and Creepy Man, Bai Smoke went to the Said box and licked it. Ding 5. 56 by 45 M855 A1 rounds *40. African wood carvings. Room card for the manager's office in the East Building. WC, it's the East Building manager's room card again. The first time I killed it all came to the room card. This time again, Bai Smoke said excitedly. At this time, Fatty also walked over and said, according to the news revealed by GTI's senior management, Said's first 5 deaths must come out of the East Building manager's room card, and now it's the 5th time, and killing Said in the future is just appearing with it. So that's how it is, now that Saeed is also settled. The administration building is the supplies inside. It's ours. Quick, search the supplies together. Bai Yen nodded and said. At this time the lewd man then shouted from the balcony of the West Building, Officer Tiny Smoke, I've found the rocket soldiers, on top of one of the cars. Have some hot ones. Rocketeer's voice. Bai Yen immediately ran to the balcony in excitement and looked at the rocket soldier who had just finished launching his missiles and was in the process of changing them, and smiled obscenely. The lewd man looked at Bai Smoke's smile and said, Sir, you don't have any special hobbies, do you? Hunting? Hunt your ass. Go search for supplies. Bai Smoke casually killed the rocket soldier with a single shot and slapped the obscene man's head and said. After Bai Smoke finished the lewd man, he slowly came to the West Building computer. Looking at the reality on the computer, Bai Yen did not hesitate to enter 825. Ding you disk. Bai Yen sighed in a habitual manner and slowly ran towards the East Building. What a heavenly help. Just after walking to the East Building, he saw a rocket soldier standing in front of the window, and Bai Yen licked her lips and said, looking at the fact that the mission was already 2/3 complete, Bai Yen secretly said, later on, we'll go back to the substation and kill that rocket soldier on the balcony, and the mission will be complete. Humming a small tune, he came to the dark door and entered 520. Looking at the mechanical hard disk on the computer screen, Bai Yen was silent. Ding private notebook. Ding local tabloid. Ding poker cue. Looking at all sorts of crap. Even the little insurance came out with an intelligence file. Bai Smoke slowly came to the front of the big insurance and slowly said, after patting so many hands in front of me, it's time to ship me out. 6 DFUP. WC, there are 2 frames, Bai Smoke said excitedly. Ding ritual dagger. Ritual dagger. Bai Yen silently put the 2 Yen daggers into her backpack and said, Sergeant Fatty, Corporal Imbecile gather. Fatty and the lewd man quickly rushed over and stood neatly in front of Bai Yen while saluting at the same time. Bai Yen looked at the 2 of them and slowly said, due to the outstanding performance of the 2 of you, now, I will grant you both the highest honor. This Yen dagger is for you, Sergeant Fatty. I hope that you will keep up the good work and continue to kill the enemy. Thank you, sir. Fatty solemnly accepted the ceremonial dagger with both hands. Corporal Creepy, since you found the rocket soldier for the officer, I'll hand over this ceremonial dagger to you, Bai Yen said to the lewd man who just had an envious expression on his face. The lewd man was immediately moved to the point of tears and said in a muffled voice, Thank you, sir. Salute. The administration building is pretty much scavenged. The officer is heading to the Big Change power station to kill the rocket soldiers. Escort your officer and lead the way. Roger that, sir. The 2 immediately opened the door and walked ahead to lead the way. Chapter 24, Punished by the Ladies. Soon, Bai Yan came down to the big substation under the leadership of the duo. But looking at the man-machine boxes everywhere in the big substation, Bai Yan's heart was cold. As expected, the lewd man blurted out, "Sir, the rocket soldier at the substation has been killed. What to do, sir?" Bai Yan slowly walked to the second floor, jumped onto the balcony, looked at the rocket soldiers that had become boxes, and read in her heart, "Is the smoke bomb skill just going to disappear? Right, the visitor center. There's still a chance." Bai Smoke immediately regained a good mood, glanced at the technical room window. There is no brush card and blade server on the table inside, shook his head and said, let's go to the visitors center. The visitors center will also brush the rocket soldiers. Hopefully the visitors center rocket soldiers have not been killed. "Sir, you can't jump over there. Fatty and I have jumped before. We can only jump out from the inside of the visitor center. We can't jump in from the outside." The lewd man looked at Bai Smoke running straight to that wall in front of the rat sewer to flip in, and said with a reminder, "Imbecile corporal. That's because you don't know how to dance. Watch this. Today is the first lesson the officer will teach you." Bai Yan said as she patted her chest with a look of blowing NB. The lecherous man said in disbelief at first, "Sir, if you can jump in, I'll eat it straight away." Only to see, Bai Yan first jumped at a wall bump, followed by an upward jump and turn around to directly climb and jump directly in. "Have some hot ones." Bai Yan had just jumped in, and the rocket soldiers on the visitor center balcony immediately gave themselves a shot. Bai Yan looked at the rocket soldier and revealed a lewd smile. The rocket soldier at this time looked at the opposite side of that smile, and immediately changed the speed of ammunition several times. WC, there's still this kind of operation. Bai Yan saw that the rocket soldier had immediately changed his ammo and immediately shot to settle the rocket soldier. The three of them then walked into the green smoke to evacuate. Ding Set has been killed 5 times. The secret realm will be updated in 1 hour. All secret realms will be closed, and the task force still in the secret realm will be directly excluded from the secret realm. Bugger. There was just a 9 gauge in the fancy suitcase. It must have been big red, and I'm repulsed out of it before I can even get it. Asterisk 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 I had a hard time stealing a 5 set. Full conversion M7, and I haven't had a chance to lick it yet. There are those who are sad, and there will be those who rejoice. Ha 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 ha. A great disaster. I didn't expect. 2 teammates are dead, blocked by 3 people on the second floor of the small substation, and directly excluded by force. Ha ha ha. Great disaster. Ha 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 ha. Today is my mandatory entry time into the secret realm. I just went in and excluded myself from coming out, and I'm safe for another month. Ha ha ha. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining a talented singing voice. Originally, Bai Smoke also wanted to re-enter the 3v3v3 Red Rat's Nest Arena to immediately practice coordination, but found that the Red Rat's Nest Arena was also in the process of updating and could not be accessed, so he had to separate from the 2 fat people and return to the real world. Just returned to the real world of Bai Yan, suddenly felt soft everywhere in the face, body, palms, and did not think too much about it, as if it was too much drinking at night. Delirious. Bai Yan was instantly woken up by a scream. Slowly opening her eyes, she was seeing Xiao Ying lying on top of her and screaming. Instantly everyone woke up. Bai Yan then realized that he was a big man, lying in the arms of more than 20 wonderful young girls to sleep for the whole night. Bai Yan was immediately tied up by all the women. "Chairman, how can we punish such colorful people? How dare he molest us while we're drunk?" Xiao Ying immediately said with anger and hatred. Unfortunately, at this time, Bai Yan had Xiao Ying's sock stuffed in her mouth, making it difficult for her to open her mouth and say something. Zhou Ying pretended to be angry and said, "You see to it," then whispered in Xiao Ying's ear, "Don't go too far." Xiao Ying immediately smiled and slowly walked over to Bai Yan's side and said with a smirk, "You horny bastard, now that your life is in my hands, if you can't come up with something that will make people's hearts flutter, don't blame me for being impolite." Feeling the sock in his mouth, he didn't take it out. He took a deep breath and said, "Your socks stink." Soon, Xiao Ying came over with a cage, which was exactly a jumping snake. Xiao Ying then took the snake out with her bare hands and shook it in front of Bai Yan, saying, "Sisters, take off his clothes." He. Whitey Smoke watched. A bunch of jade hands will be their own upper body stay clean. Due to the Whitey Smoke night running delta, daytime morning running exercise, suddenly the body of 8-packed abdominal muscles revealed. Gulp. Xiao Ying gulped at Bai Yan's 8-pack abs, but only for a moment, and in order to hide her embarrassment, she immediately wrapped the snake around Bai Yan's neck. Bai Yan looked at the snake on her neck and had a moment of scalp numbness. The core of the snake scraped against her face. Bai Yan barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sister Xiao Ying, disturb me. Your socks are fragrant." Fragrant. It's too late for that. He said Hayoshi with a smirk. Xiaoying slowly took the snake off of Bai Smoke's neck and said with a smirk, "What would happen if I shoved this pet of mine into your crotch?" Alright Xiaoying, that's it, Zhou said slowly as she shyly looked at Bai Yan's upper body. "Ah, chairman, I haven't had enough fun yet," Xiaoying whispered with a pout. "You're the one who's greedy. Let's see how I'm going to screw you tonight." Zhou knocked Xiaoying's head and said. Only then was Bai Yan released by the crowd, and the Bai Yan who was released immediately picked up her own clothes and put them on her body. As the women watched their own president walk up to Bai Yan, they understood and one by one, they exited the room. Zhou looked at the comical Bai Yan and said with a smile, "Did you sleep well last night?" Bai Yan was about to nod her head and say yes, but when she saw Zhou Ying's angry face, she hurriedly shook her head and said, "Zhou, listen to me, I fell asleep last night as soon as I laid down on the ground. I don't know what's going on," Zhou secretly said in her heart. "Luckily I know that those sisters of mine, who sleep and move around, will go to the warm place, but this time I'll have to clean it up." Bai Yan looked at Zhou who was smiling a bit lewdly, and said with a burst of fear in her heart, "Sister Ing, I really don't know what's going on. How about this? Today, our club is going to all head to the party organized by my dad and perform, so you'll play match performances with me at that time, and I'll just pretend that this didn't happen today. How's that?" Zhou said with a smile. Chapter 25. Bai Yan had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Let's go to my club for the rehearsal." "Don't mess up then. This is the first time I've performed a program in front of my dad," Zhou said with a serious face. Looking at Zhou Ying's serious expression, Bai Yan withdrew her playful expression and said, "Don't worry, Sister Ing. Whether it's performing traditional ancient instruments such as the pipa and guzheng, or Western modern instruments such as the piano and the guitar, I'm a sure thing. You just blow it up. You also know all kinds of musical instruments. Why don't you say that you can also blow the bull to the sky? Let's go." Zhou laughed and said. Bai Yan then slowly walked out of the room with Zhou. Xiaoying then immediately came up and said, "Chairman, what are you saying to this little pervert?" Laughing so happily, Bai Yan looked at the evilly smiling Xiaoying, and then saw the green snake wrapped around her neck spitting snake letters at herself. Her heart was even more tingling, and she hurriedly said, "Let's go back quickly to prepare for the rehearsal." After saying that, Bai Yan pulled this Zhou towards the front and took the lead to enter the elevator, thinking that she could willing that snake, but alas, Xiaoying was as dog-eared as she could be, and she alone chose the elevator of her choice out of the many that were available. Xiaoying looked at Bai Yan with a smile and said, "I say this student, what are you doing dragging our chairman around? Do you want to abduct our chairman? How can that be? Sister Xiaoying, what kind of person am I? Aren't you clear?" Bai Yan said slowly with a smile barely squeezed out of her face. "Just because I know what kind of a horny bastard you are. No wonder you kept filling us with alcohol last night," Xiaoying said in an exasperated voice. "Heaven and earth are kind. It's clearly you few who keep pouring me wine to drink and keep taking turns making me raise my glass." Bai Yan also only shouted angrily in her heart, finally surviving the long time to get off the elevator. Bai Yan pulled Zhou inside the Ferrari like she was avoiding the plague. An engine sound rang out, and the car sailed away. Xiaoying looked at the faraway car, smiled, and said to herself, "Coward." Zhou, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at Bai Yan and laughed. "I didn't expect that the person who dared to set off the table and angrily scolded to the conductor yesterday would be afraid of a girl today. Ha ha ha." Bai Yan was speechless at this point, her scalp tingling slightly now as she thought about that girl's smile. Looking at the rearview mirror gradually far away Xiaoying, Bai smoked before slowly sigh of relief. The heart slowly said, "Finally away from that little witch. Obtained the genius singing skills to the present, have not had time to check. This night messed up. Hey." Silently opening the system screen in his mind, he found the genius singing throat, and looking at the introduction on it, his heart suddenly got much better. Genius singing voice, can imitate any of the original Song Star singing voice vocal sound, guaranteed to be more like the original than the original singer. God help me. Then tonight's party will be even more tenable. By the way Ing, what's your dad's favorite song? Chengdu. Before, my dad spent 6 years in Chengdu, and that's where he met my mom. Why? It's okay, I'll surprise you then. Without realizing it, it was getting dark. At this time a company inauguration ceremony, the air is filled with a light coffee and flower fragrance. Adding a few warmth and style to this opening ceremony, Bai Yan was holding a microphone, and behind her were several stunningly beautiful girls playing musical instruments. Zhou looked at Xiaoying, who was playing an instrument on stage with a bad smile on her face, and Bai Yan, who was holding a microphone, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. What the hell are these two people up to? There was no such part in the rehearsal. At this time, Bai Yen slowly opened her mouth and said, "What made me shed tears was not only last night's wine. What made me cling to it?" At the beginning of the sound, Zhou Ying was stunned, and in her heart, she couldn't help but secretly marvel. This sound, it seems like the original singer. How did he do it? At this time, a middle-aged man sitting next to Zhou Ying's narrator was listening to the song obsessively, his eyes staring dead ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. "Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu and don't stop until all the lights go out." The middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth to sing along. The stage lights gradually softened to a warm orange-yellow color, just like the sunset in Chengdu evening, bringing this special performance to a warm and successful conclusion. Bai Yen slowly walked over to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle, congratulations on the establishment of your new subsidiary. Thanks a lot. You sang this song?" The middle-aged man said with a happy smile. "Chengdu, I heard Zhou Ying say that you like listening to this song the most, uncle, so I thought of taking this song out as a headliner." Bai Yen said gentlemanly, "Young man, the singing is so good. You're very good. Are you interested in coming to my music company?" The middle-aged man said with a kind smile that, "Dad, didn't you say you wouldn't rob the people inside my club? You said that you wouldn't rob the people in my place as long as I could make some income from this club." Seeing this, Zhou Ying immediately said in a petulant manner, "Good. It's Dad's fault. Dad won't rob." "Okay." The middle-aged man immediately pacified Zhou Ying and said, "Good day, Uncle Zhou." At this time, Xiao Ying slowly walked over, changing her usual crazy and silly appearance, and said to the middle-aged man with an innocent and well-behaved face, "Xiao Ying, you played quite well just now. You've improved." Li Di of the Jiang family of the Eastern Province has come to celebrate Uncle Zhou's establishment of a subsidiary in the Eastern Province. At this time a voice came from the side. "Are you Jiang Zhenzhan's newly adopted righteous son?" The middle-aged man said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Precisely, because my righteous father had too many things to put off today. My righteous father let me come over to congratulate him on his behalf," Li Di said with a grim smile on his face. Right at this moment, Li Di saw Bai Smoke standing beside him with a sidelong glance and slowly said, "This friend, haven't we met somewhere before?" Paused for a second, a face of dawning realization, a face of sinister said, "This is not the beggar who was begging for food in the street at that time one. You a poor how to mix in. Uncle Zhou, this person is a poor ghost. How? Nowadays, Uncle Zhou here even beggars can come in? It seems that at that time, my righteous father did the right thing. Ha ha ha, whether I am counted as a poor man or not, I don't know, but I know that you are a slave of two families' names. What face do you have to stand here? I am ashamed for your real father. Your father gave birth to you and raised you, and when you grew up, you worshipped him as your father. I pity your father." Bai Yen watched as Zhou Ying's father was about to get angry, and immediately spoke up. "You, good, very good. I'll just say it," my righteous father said. "Uncle Zhou, you, honestly, just start a business in the capital. The Eastern Province is a place that belongs to the Jiang family as the leader and Luan Zhang as the supporters, and you're not allowed to step across the border again. Uncle Zhou." Li Di clapped his hands and said. Immediately, a dozen black-clothed men immediately came in behind Li Di, each holding a variety of weapons. When Bai Yen saw this scene, she immediately said to Xiao Ying, "Quickly take Sister Ring to the back of the stage and hide. Remember, don't come out. I can solve the situation here." Xiao Ying looked at Bai Smoke who was talking in her ear. Her face flushed slightly, nodded and brought your head, and stiffly pulled Zhou Ying closer inside a room. Seeing that the time had come, Bai Yen immediately sent Li Di flying more than 10 meters away with a flying kick, and then immediately circled around with the other dozen or so big men. Li Di's head buzzing. After a while before reacting, a face of confusion said, "Not to say that the strong dragon does not suppress the snake? How this guy directly hands, TMD, I just come over to threaten a little. Did not think of hands no, I have to run first. These few men definitely can't beat that kid." At this moment, Li Di was about to escape, but unfortunately, Bai Yen had already gotten the situation under control and immediately ran to Li Di with an arrow step. Chapter 26, Entering the Longbow Creek Valley. Looking at the coy Li Di on the ground, Bai Yen smiled and said, "Should I call you Li Xiao, or should I call you Jiang Xiao? Forget it doesn't matter. I said last time, next time you fight, call something powerful, or let's spar." Li Di had been scared dumbfounded at this point, and in his mind he kept thinking, this is damn different from how he imagined it. Damn. At this time, Zhou Ying's father came over and said, "Young man, let this guy go. I have a message for him to bring to Jiang Zhengzheng. You go back and tell Jiang Zhengzheng, since he's going to put on such a show today, then don't blame me." "Zhou, for not being polite. I will fight him to the end. Afterward, Ian hatefully said to Li Di. A small interlude passed. The party continued to hold this. At this time Bai Yen had already familiarized herself with Zhou Ying's father Zhou Ren. What stage are you and my daughter at now? Looking at Zhou Ying, who was playing music on the stage. Zhou Ren, who was talking and laughing one second, suddenly asked in a serious manner the next. What stage? Uncle Zhou, don't get any ideas. Zhou Ying and I are just classmates. Bai Yen hurriedly explained, afraid that Zhou Ren would misunderstand something. If he knew that he slept with his little cotton-padded jacket last night, he wouldn't be able to tear himself alive. Even though nothing happened, he did hold someone and slept for a night. You know, my daughter never lets boys join her club, and you're the first male to join the club. Zhou Ren stared straight into Bai Yen's eyes. This, Uncle Zhou, we really have nothing to do with each other? It's really just a friendship. Bai Yen looked at those frightening eyes and instantly had two big heads in one. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied with you, but remember, don't do anything that crosses the line, Zhou Ren said seriously. At this time, Zhou Ying also came down from the stage and said, Dad, what are you guys coming here to talk about? With the addition of Zhou Ying, the scene was instantly less depressing, and the party passed by in a flash of happiness until 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, when it slowly returned to the rental house. When Li Su saw Bai Yi Smoke coming back, she immediately said enthusiastically, Little Smoke, why are you back so late? I didn't even come back yesterday. I was worried sick. I'm sorry, Auntie, for making you worry. I've recently gotten a job outside and I'm quite busy. I'll go back to bed first. Auntie, I'm a bit sleepy after a busy day, Bai Yen said politely. This Little Smoke, really the more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. To be polite and have manners, to have a face and have a face. And it is not the kind of second generation of rich people who are greedy for enjoyment. No, I have to keep him as a door-to-door son-in-law. Li Su looked at Bai Yi Smoke, who slowly walked into the room, and secretly decided in his heart. Bai Yen, who had just walked into the room, immediately lay down on the bed and gradually entered the Delta world. At this moment, inside the shooting club, the lewd man was holding a Tinglong assault rifle in his hand, shooting at a distant target, hitting it non-stop with a pike after pike. Fatty advised from the side, don't practice, old Zhu. You can't improve your marksmanship by practicing like this. You have to be calm and peaceful in order to make huge progress. At this time, Bai Yen slowly walked in, looking at the obscene man who was diligently coming to practice his gun, and slowly said, Corporal Obscene, what's going on? I've never seen you work so hard before. Fatty said on the side, just now two people came over to provoke us. Old Zhu was momentarily angry, and they had a 1v1 barracks battle. As a result, Old Zhu threw a big back, even failed to kill the opposite side. Let the opposite side counterkill. Finally 0:3. Let the opposite side took the match. So they practiced their marksmanship here, saying that they want to take revenge. Bai Yen slowly walked to the side of the obscene man, looking at him that every shot basically hit at 4 or 5 rings, smiled and said, well, Corporal Obscene, when we come out from the secret realm, let's ask him to go and play 3v3v3 to go. Me, Fatty and you, let's take revenge together. We have to know that we're a group. Sir. The lewd man looked at Bai Yen and was moved to the point of crying, immediately stretching out his arm to embrace Bai Yen. Bai Yen immediately hid behind Fatty and said, let's go. Let's hurry up and go inside the secret realm. Now that Longbao Stream Valley has opened, let's go to Longbao Stream Valley and take a look. By the way, sir, I heard that there are 2 dangerous areas inside the Longbow Creek Valley. The boos inside are called Reese, very powerful in melee combat, holding AS-12K, and hasn't been killed once until now. Do you think, can we kill Reese? Seeing that Bai Yi Smoke was hiding far away, the lewd man didn't get angry and said slowly, I'm not so sure about beating Rex. There's always something to try. Let's go. Let's go inside Longbow Creek Valley. After saying that, the 3 of them slowly disappeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Ding, the Longbow Creek Valley boss is refreshed inside the Queen's Hotel. Please host head to the Queen's Hotel to kill Rex. Mission reward, none. Mission failure penalty, disappearance of the B-Doctor smoke bomb. WC, you dog system, acting is not even acting, is it? Reward are not. Punishment directly want my smoke bomb is not it. Empty gloves, white wolf guy. Bai Yen listened to the system's voice in her head, and in her heart, she was furious and directly cursed angrily. Subsequently, white art smoke in front of his eyes. Suddenly the heart is even more angry and said, he meow. Resurrection in the small train station, the edge of the world. This is to run to the Queen's Hotel. Has not yet seen Rexit. Their own will have to die of exhaustion. Sir, how do we get there? the molester said hesitantly. There are a few supply spots inside the small train station, so you guys go search them, Bai Smoke said with a sigh. Sir, a golden lighter was swiped inside this room, but it can't be entered. An excited voice suddenly came out from the lewd man. Bai Yen hurriedly walked over to the very Iron Ridge station ticket office inside. This needs a room card. That little gold don't want it. Finish searching quickly, we still have to go to the Queen's Hotel to fight Rex. The crowd searched and then slowly headed south toward the Queen's Hotel. Not much farther past the village ahead, Bai Yen slowly said, I'll show you an interesting place. See the 2 rooms in the minefield there? There are 3 Asura soldiers there, and one of them is retarded enough to run inside the minefield and kill himself. Boom! Bai Yen had just finished saying this when an explosion suddenly sounded from the minefield, and an Asura soldier entered the minefield and died heroically. Sir, there's a box inside the river. I'll go over and lick it. The lewd man was about to burst out laughing when his attention was suddenly attracted by a box inside the river and immediately said, Fatty, I bet that the lewd man will fall to the ground later. Bai Yen whispered to Fatty. Suddenly, a scream came from the lewd man, who was seriously licking the planning box, when suddenly a jumping crocodile rushed over and took a bite into the lewd man for a death roll. Seeing this, the fat man immediately shot the crocodile and finished it off saying, Sir, how did you know? Today as a chief, I will give you a second lesson. Inside the river there will be this kind of planning box. They are killed by crocodiles. As long as there is this kind of box, there will surely be a crocodile ambush. When you touch the box, the crocodile will strike. So lick this kind of box to line up the crocodile. Bai Yen said with a teacher's look. Chapter 27, Brushing Reese Without Harm. Alright, the front is the Blue Harbor Pier. The place we're going to is the Empress Hotel, so we won't go to the front. You guys follow me and be careful. Bai Yen said to the duo vigilantly. It's fine. This map of Longbow Creek Valley everyone now doesn't know how to go. Now they are all running the map to familiarize themselves with it. There won't be anyone to fight. The lewd man said with a smile. Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and the lewd man slumped down directly behind the cover, looking at himself with half a blood, and said with a fluky voice, WC, luckily I reacted fast, or else I would have died. It's the people coming out of Blue Harbor Marina who hit them. They're very good shots, be careful. Lewd man, give me your M700. I'll smoke them. Bai Smoke said vigilantly. Bai Smoke picked up the M700 that the lewd man had still on the ground and remained a smoke grenade to the side, mixing the smoke grenade to change points backwards. At this moment, at the entrance of the Blue Harbor Pier, 3 middle-aged men in small daytime uniforms were holding a gun set up on a small hill. Kojima-kun, the shooting skill has been refined a lot again, yells West, that person will be greatly crippled even if he doesn't die. Ha ha ha. Major Honda, you can rest assured that I'm a great shot, and they'll all be dead pulling and working. Just as they were joking, a smoke rose and soon a gunshot came. Boom! Bai Yen, who had already finished turning the point, took the M700 and shot at the major opposite who was holding a saber, directly bursting his head. Seeing that he had already knocked one down, Becky Smoke immediately shot at the other, but was reacted to by the opposite person. The man called Kojima-kun, with an M7 in his hand, immediately fired at the place where the sniper rang the gun, and instantly 2 bullets floated to the head of Bai's cigarette. Bai Smoke suddenly went black and fell unconscious on the ground. Fatty saw this, immediately stood up. To the small island June is a shuttle. Fatty's shooting is already very accurate, coupled with the position of the opposite side has been determined. Directly the opposite side will be taken down. After Fatty finished hitting one person, he immediately ducked back behind the cover, changed bullets, flexibly utilized S-shaped walking position, came to Bai Smoke's side, picked up the M700 on the ground, made a U-turn, and directly dumped it on the last person's head. Boom! Take it! Fatty said excitedly as he saved the fallen Bai Smoke. Bai Yen slowly stood up and ate a painkiller before slowly losing a breath and said, "Good job, Fatty. Thanks to you this time. I didn't think that the opposite side of the gun will be so accurate." After licking the bag, Bai Yen finally arrived inside the Empress Hotel in Nichido, and just as she walked in, a very elegant song and dance song came out. White Art Smoke slowly walked into a room and said, "Champagne, here I come." Bai Yen walked into the champagne room, looked at the 2 champagnes brushed on the table, and immediately stuffed them inside the backpack and slowly turned on the computer. Bai Yen looked at the top of the computer and immediately entered 350 Ding design drawings. Looking at the fact that there was nothing left to take, Bai Yen took the lead and slowly walked inside the main building of the Empress Hotel. Bai Smoke said slowly, "I'll show you a place to fight Reese without injury. This is the 3rd lesson of being a chief. Watch and learn, only to see." Bai Smoke hard toward the corner of the stairs. To the human machine above is a burst of sweeping, and then in the pull down, into the left-hand side of the room, the fat man and obscene man hurriedly followed in. for fear of being booze killed. Then, Bai Yen slowly opened the door of the room, probed, and from the hole in the middle of the door fired a burst of shots at the escort who was descending the stairs, who, as if he had dementia, was walking slowly on the stairs, firing a couple of shots from time to time, but not a single one of them had hit himself. Reese saw his two escorts were knocked to the ground, could not hold back any longer, slowly walked from the second floor to the corner, white art smoke without saying a word, holding an M7. At Reese's head, directly a pike of bullets all over Reese's face. Reese did not fire a single shot, and was directly killed. Looking at Reese's box, Bai Smoke slowly said, "You really think you're a Saiyid? People Sayyids can roll over and lock their heads. You're just a meat shield that walks as slow as a snail, just like Lace. At my mercy, there are still 2 escorts up there. Leave it to you two. I'll see if this Reese falls to the ground in ships," Bai Smoke said with a bad smile on her face. Sting spice sets, electronic jammers, Hotel King rooms, power supplies, WC, King's hotel room. Nice, nice. Just in time to open up a handful of Hotel King's rooms and see if the 2 insurances in there will ship. Fatty and the lewd man also settled the escort on the second floor at this time, and frantically searched inside. Bai Smoke slowly walked into a room, looking at a computer and a large insurance in front of him, and smiled lewdly. 353. Ding memory stick. Bai Yen was not disappointed, and with an expectant face, she opened the big insurance and entered 60 FUP. Ding pirate gold, pirate scimitar. Then went into another room, which was having a computer, and hit the top of it, and typed straight in 563. Ding mechanical hard disk. Bai Yen sighed and slowly walked to the door of the King's hotel room, took out the rune card she had just touched and swiped it against the lock. As usual, pad your hands first, Bai Yen said to herself, opened the restroom directly across the hall, glanced at the sink all over some trash, then walked over to the table in front of the couch, an Asura-style kettle. Then through the long hallway, a sweep of the table, another pile of repartee, an immediate right turn into the restroom, a swipe of a physical enhancer on the sink, and a straight walk to open the hiking pack. Ding dancing lady. Bai Yen then turned back, came to the insurance, and directly entered 60 FUP. Ding. Asala's specialty wine glasses, primary bullet production parts, pirate binoculars. Bai Yen looked at what was in front of her, took a deep breath and said, it's fine, there's an insurance policy, come to the other safety and enter 60 FUP. WC, the 4 grids across, it's bound to be that thing, of eating, Bai Yen said excitedly as she looked at the placement format in front of her. Ding pirate scimitar, smoothbore exhibit, Sergeant Fatty, Corporal Imbecile, assemble. Bai Smoke finished touching things and shouted at the 2 men who were taking big licks. The 2 instantly arrived in front of Bai Yen and directly performed a neat military line. On the last wave, Fatty Sergeant Force stopped the wild game. I'm going to give you the supreme honor, champagne, Bai Smoke said in a complimentary manner. Corporal Imbecile, since you didn't play a role, but your M700 played a good role. You take this pirate gold coin and wine glass. I hope you won't be disappointed, and next time you behave well, you will also get a good move west. Sir, you don't blame me for just lying on the ground and not daring to move, and awarding me a golden item. Next time, I'll definitely stand up, the lewd man said with a righteous face. Boom. Either surrender or go to Hades. An Asura soldier, holding a sprayer, directly at a shot into the molester's body. The lewd man had a straight face 1 second, but the next second he got right down on the ground and said, Someone. Fatty shook his head directly and breathlessly, taking the AKM and finishing off the Asura soldiers. Chapter 28 Military Camp 3v3, 1. Alright, we should also evacuate, Bai Yen said with a smile. The 3, running furiously all the way to the direction of the ranch. It's so damn tiring. I'll never hit this map again. It's too big. The lewd man wiped the sweat on his head and said. Bai Yen was also a bit out of breath at this time and said, it's true that I'm a bit tired. Let's hit the dam later. Successful evacuation. Ding congratulations to GTI team members Bai Yen, Ho Sanshur, and Zhu Ziqing for completing their first Longbow Creek Valley booze kill, each rewarded with 30 W Havoc coins, and congratulations to Bai Yen for inflicting 100% damage on Reese, the highest damage in the squad, and an additional reward for the B-Doctor's hormone gun skill. Just as the 3 of them had successfully evacuated and had just come out from inside the secret realm, the global broadcast immediately broadcasted the news 3 times in a row. Listening to the sound of the global broadcast, the lewd man said excitedly, Sir, I'm on the global broadcast, ha ha ha. Looking at the backpack full of stuff, after putting all the stuff inside the system warehouse, he then looked at the lewd man who was having a seizure, and slowly said, Go, lewd man, about the one who bullied you. Let's play a 3v3 match against him to go. Fatty and I will come and help you out. The lewd man then snapped out of his madness, nodded and ran towards a big man with an excited face, saying provocatively, Big dummy, your grandpa, I'm back again. Dare to have a 3v3 challenge with your grandpa? Kid, a challenge is fine, but this bet? The big man looked at the provocative lewd man and didn't get angry. Contemptuously said, how about 600 W haversack coins? Dare to come and fight? The lewd man said with a lewd smile. When the opposite big man heard 600 W haversack coins, his heart was immediately happy, and he immediately said, don't you regret it? 600 W haversack coins, I'm going to take it. After striking an agreement, Bai Yen and Fatty slowly walked over. Looking at the three big men across the street, Fatty slowly whispered in Bai Yan's ear, the three people across the street, two of them have served in the military, and one of them is a local police officer. All of them are often in contact with guns. Bai Yan smiled slightly at Fatty's words and said, I heard that. With this update, the opposing battlefield has appeared underground, as well as a radar station. I wonder if you guys want to fight that map. The big man at the head smiled and said, kid, don't say we bully you. Let's play all familiar with the barracks. Our side advances to pay for the cost of the room, and finally the losing side to settle. How? Bai Yen slightly some small nodded. Then the crowd slowly walked inside the created room. Scene 1. Let's resurrect inside the barracks big passage. Wait a moment to molest Corporal. You just rush straight up to the second floor to set up your gun. Just watch the iron net there. Fatty, you and I will just play along on the first floor. After instructing the strategy, Bai Yen chose a G18, took out a painkiller and stuffed it into her mouth, waiting for the ban to be lifted. As soon as the prohibition was lifted, the lewd man ran towards the second floor of the barracks with his revolver. And just as the lewd man ran next to the staircase, suddenly footsteps sounded on the lewd man's flank. Seeing this, the molester immediately took his revolver and probed the rack by the stairs toward the gap. Boom, boom. The molester just probed to save seeing a person running towards his side, and immediately fired 2 shots in a row. But unfortunately, the molester only hit 1 shot, and the opposite side reacted. The G18 gun sounded, and the man on the opposite side directly poured fire on the obscene man, who was directly shot in the head and directly fell to the ground in response. At this point, Bai Smoke just barely arrived. A big jump out and a pike on the opposite side. Nay, the opposite side of the reaction is very fast. Directly a big jump to dodge. Looking at the big man who still has silk blood, ran to the barracks room east side of the first floor door. White Art Smoke whispered in drank, Fatty to you. At this time, the fat man ran into the first floor inside. At the door is the advance gun. Just directly hit the big man who jumped in the doorway. The big man directly fell to the ground in response to the sound. At the same time, Bai Yen heard 2 footsteps sounding on the side. Immediately came to the gap between the 2 containers. Directly jumped on the railing, a probe, and directly shot. Unfortunately, a barrage of bullets hit out, directly raining down on both men, both of whom were directly and greatly disabled. Neither of whom died, and both of whom reacted by shooting directly. Bai Smoke directly fell to the ground in response to the sound. Meanwhile, Fatty had already walked out from inside the room by this time, came to the fence, made a big jump to the outside, and fired directly in the air, with a surprisingly high hit rate, and the 2 men instantly fell directly to the ground. Looking at the 2 boxes on the ground, Fatty was also a bit stunned and said, I can't believe I killed them both. Scene 2. White Art Smoke looked at the resurrection in the small channel, hand-holding the M4A1, said with an evil smile, Fatty, use your trick, lewd corporal, later you just shoot randomly in place. Fatty, you rack the barracks house there, I'll rack the barracks gate there. He. At this time, the opposite 3 are resurrected at the barbed wire. A big man said viciously, no, the last hand rushed too hard. At first did not know the opposite position. Rushed to the halfway point. Can only be hard to top. This, we play steadily, not sure of the opposite position. We do not rush. Just as the big man finished his sentence, the sound of gunfire came to mind in the small passage of the barracks, and the other big man said, we still have to be careful. Beware of deception on the other side. Let's run to the barracks room and set up for a while, and if they don't come, we'll step on the static and feel our way through. With that, the 3 big men ran into the room and set up their guns for a while, and when one of the big men saw that the guns were still ringing from time to time in the little passage across the street, he was puzzled, and said slowly, they're not trying to lure us through. Possibly, there has been thinking about the gun. Cootie, only in the past. Go, let's get the Mandel bricks to go. It happens that the bricks are under the stairs. Take the Mandel bricks, go up to the second floor to break the code, and just rack that one door. At this time, Bai Yen saw that the obscene man still kept shooting there, and could not help but say to the fat man, this obscene man, is there something wrong with his brain? And still shooting. This obvious to the opposite side that there is a trap here. Come on, Just as Bai Yi Smoke finished spitting, the system's voice came. The enemy has obtained the Mandel brick. Grab it and stop them. Bai Yi Smoke sighed and said, they'll definitely go to the second floor to break the Mandel brick. It's not good to fight. Call up Creepy Boy. Let's slowly feel our way over there. Soon the three slowly came to the first floor of the barracks. Bai Yen looked at the north side of the barracks, a few wooden boxes. Suddenly thought of the second floor of the barracks. There is also a road to go. I do not know if it is now the same as inside the game, but hopefully it can also go here. You two just rack the stairs. Don't go in. When the gun goes off inside, rush upstairs. Do you understand? Bai Yen looked at the two and said seriously. The two men looked at Bai Yi Smoke's serious appearance and nodded at the same time, giving a military salute and saying, understood, Officer Little Smoke. Chapter 29, Military Camp 3v3, 2. Bai Yen returned a military salute and slowly walked to the north side of the barracks on top of the box, took a deep breath and jumped onto the gap on the second floor of the barracks, stepping on it and slowly walking forward. Sure enough, I didn't realize that it's possible to walk on top of this place like in the game. This hand, I, Bai Yi Smoke, am bound to take it. Bai Yi Smoke then slowly stepped on the quiet step, walked to the second floor of the open air, from the doorway probe racking the gun, just to see two backs, one next to the iron frame, exposed ahead racking the doorway of the stairs, 01 lying on the table, racking the doorway. There's one missing, the other person should be inside the key room card again. So let's take care of you two first. Bai Yen secretly decided in her heart. Bai Yi Smoke directly shoot. First killed the iron shelf next to the dead, and then directly pulled a gun line. Pulled the gun line to the big man lying on the table. Suddenly the two fell asleep. At this time, the fat man and the lewd man who heard the gun ringing upstairs immediately ran toward the second floor. The lewd man took the lead. 3 steps and 2 steps directly to the entrance of the second floor. The person inside the key room looked at the two companions. All fell. The heart cannot help but a burst of nervousness was about to come out. Shot the gun place. Suddenly the stairs rang the sound of stepping on the iron. Immediately climbed back to the original place. Opened the lens to shoot. It just so happened that the molester who had just arrived had his fill straight away and lay down on the floor and fell asleep. Fatty saw this, and then the door directly peek out the opposite specifics, and then directly probe shot, headshot directly take the second game. Game 3, final game. Looking at another resurrection in the small passageway of the barracks, Bai Yi Xiong, scar in hand, said, Corporal Imbecile, when Fatty and I go out, just fire 4 or 5 shots. Don't just keep shooting stupidly there. Roger sir, the molester said with a smile. The prohibition was lifted. Bai Yi Smoke and Fatty ran directly into the tent place. Fatty directly racked the barracks room gap and himself racked the barracks gate. Seeing that they were all standing at their spots, the molester immediately fired 4 rounds in all directions. At this moment, inside the big passage of the barracks, a big man said, how did that kid run behind us? I'm really impressed. We have to win this one. Come on. The shot really rang out in the little passage, and this handful of bricks is brushed at the lookout tower. Go, Lao San. You go get the bricks. Lao Er and I will go to the barracks house and set up there to prevent them from raiding over. The big man in the lead gritted his teeth and said. The two nodded, and one of the big men ran for the Mandel bricks, while the other 2 ran to the ramp outside the barracks room and behind the wooden crates outside the tents, all of them racking their guns in the direction of the small passageway. The enemy has acquired the Mandalorian bricks. Grab them and stop them. The sound of the system resounded in the minds of the 3 Bai Yen again, and when the lewd man heard the sound, he leisurely walked out of the small passage with big feet, and just as he stepped out, he saw a bullet right in front of his eyes hitting his brow. The 2 big men shot at the lewd man at the same time, and the lewd man didn't even have time to scream out before the 2 of them were beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground with his pouting ass. Bai Yi Smoke and Fatty wanted to come out, but hearing the sound of gunshots coupled with the tragic death of the obscene man, the 2 immediately knew that the opposite side was racking up guns. By now the big man who had gotten the Mandel brick had run to the second floor and deciphered it. Seeing this, Bai Yen slowly said, I'll go around from the side. When the gun goes off on my side, you can jump up from the gap and look for a chance to fight. There's no other way. The fat man nodded with a tightened brow. After Bai Yen finished speaking, she stepped quietly, utilizing the tent as a cover, and slowly walked to the fence next to the main entrance of the barracks, and immediately saw 2 men racking their guns towards the small passageway. The Scar H immediately spat out red flames, and the big man hiding behind the wooden crate directly fell to the ground in response to the sound, while the big man hiding behind the fence was originally facing Bai Yen, and when he heard the sound of the gunshot, he immediately discovered Bai Yen. The big man shot directly directly gun all head. White art smoke directly should be sound fell to the ground. At this time, the fat man immediately ran out from behind the tent box, immediately flipped to the first floor of the barracks, immediately ran to the place where the gun rang with big feet, directly a big jump, in the air is seeing a person, the hand of the AKM, immediately spit out the ammunition, The big man directly fell to the ground in response to the sound. The fat man was not yet able to. Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and a pain in his own back. The second floor of the barracks, originally lying inside the key room, racking the doorway, but suddenly there is a big footsteps running toward their teammates, without the slightest due to the fact that immediately stood up, came to the doorway of the second floor, and was seeing a big fat man jumped up, and without saying a word, directly shot. Game 4, final round. Looking at the resurrection in the gate of the barracks of the white art smoke, holding an AWM in his hand, said, "This point will be nothing good decision making, can only go one step at a time? I'm holding an AWM in my hand. I'm going to go to the back of the tower of elevation to set up the gun. The two of you look at the fight on the line. Cheers." When the ban was lifted, Smoke immediately ran behind the lookup tower, took out her AWM, and racked the front and rear of the car directly in front of the entrance to the large passageway. Not a moment later, a big man was seen running towards the second floor, and at this time, there was already a small half of his body about to enter the room, and Yen immediately shot. Boom! The big man directly fell to the ground in response to the sound, and Yen said excitedly, "Worthy of an AWM, one shot one." At this moment, the lewd man ran directly inside the tent and got the Mandelbrick. Listening to the system's voice, Yen smiled faintly and said, "Lewd man, finally did something decent." Imbecile man got the Mandel bricks, immediately ran toward the barbed wire fence. It is really a high art. Imbecile man just hard sat on the big feet all the way without any cover, ran to the Mandel bricks replica. At this time opposite the two big men like ants on the hot pot, a big man immediately said, "They are really barbed wire broken." I go to the front of the peak a little bit, look at the people there. The other big man nodded in agreement. The big man immediately came to the front of the car to peek, but just as he showed his head for the second time, Yen smiled faintly, snapped the big sniper in his hand, and fired it in the big man's face. Boom! At this time, the last big man was in a hurry, and immediately jumped out of the front of the car, just face to face with the lewd man, and immediately shot. The lewd man was completely unable to react and directly fell to the ground in response. Seeing this, Yen shot straight away and took the last head. Match ends, victory. As their eyes gradually brightened, Yen's trio looked at the three big men in front of them, and the lewd man immediately said smugly, "How's it going, silly big man? Are you convinced? You guys lost, hurry up and pay." The big man at the head, his face darkened and said, "I don't obey you. The money gives you little chickens. If not for those two teammates of yours, 10 of you, but also can't beat one of us." Chapter 30 Underground 3v3v3. After the big man finished mocking the lewd man, he slowly came to Yen and Fatty, and issued an invitation to the two of them. "Both of you, are you interested in joining our fierce men's club here?" "I'm not interested in joining any of the clubs. I'm usually used to being on my own and don't want to join any organizations." Yen directly and politely refused. The big man thought in his mind, "This kid is not joining or not joining. He will map to understand a little better. The last handful of kills is not the most. My target is still mainly that one fat man. I have to say that this fat man's shooting skill is really very good." However, the next second, the fat man's reply directly made the big man freeze. "Get lost." The fat man was so unforgiving that he directly shouted angrily. Hearing the two simple words, the big man immediately felt that if GTI hadn't explicitly forbidden death struggles, the big man would have immediately made his move. The lewd man realized that the anger was slightly tense, and immediately walked over and said, "Big dummy, if you're not convinced, you can always come over and find us for a 3v3 fight. We're always ready to play." After the lewd man finished speaking, he pulled Yen and the two of them out of the place and slowly walked towards the 3v3v3 secret realm, while taking out the 600W that he had just gotten and said, "Sir, you two can split the 600W. In that 3v3, I didn't play a single role." Yen looked at the 600W that the system traded and slowly said, "The three of us are a group, and the victory in the last hand was also because of a group. So I think that it's still more appropriate to split these 600W Havoc coins equally." After saying that, Smoke will be 600W divided into 3, take 200W on their own, and then directly signaling the two to receive their respective half coins. The fat man then the second to receive half coins. Obscene man looked at the two, a face of excitement, said, "Sir, nothing to say. Wait a moment, let's play 3v3v3. You and the fat man do not need to shoot. Hand over to the corporal a person on the line. Looking at the lewd man tearfully holding the 200 hafu coins, Bai Yen patted the lewd man's shoulder and said, "Alright, the stolen money has been divided. So let's head to the 3v3v3 arena. It's still the same as last time. Choose the 210W matchup now." Feeling that her squad's cohesion had risen, Bai Yen believed that the trio's cooperation could definitely turn into 1+1+1 in GT3. The three of them came to the entrance of the arena's secret realm. Match waited for a while, the eyes gradually brightened up. Looking at the resurrection point in front of them, Bai Yen spat out a breath, and secretly said in his heart, "Oh, surprisingly, it's my favorite underground map, but unfortunately, the resurrection is in the middle of the location." Bai Smoke chose G18C without hesitation, pointing to the passageway in the direction of the substation, and slowly said, "This is a difficult position for us. We'll be sandwiched between two sides to fight, so let's fight that team first later." The fat man and the lecherous man nodded. The prohibition ended. Bai Yen took the lead and climbed inside the passageway, slowly said, "You two will be here to remember the inside of the substation. I'll go to another place. The first hand you two may 99% will die. I'll hide, wait for them to lose both. I'll come out again. You two have to be here. You can't let them suspect that I've hid. Do you understand?" The two nodded solemnly. Bai Yen immediately jumped down from the passageway, immediately turned left, and walked straight toward the substation, walked inside a passageway, jumped on a wooden box, and jumped all the way to the iron frame above the door. At this time, the fat man inside the channel opened the mirror frame in the direction of the cement factory, suddenly saw two heads exposed, immediately shot. Unfortunately, the G18 after effects and the speed of fire and the distance of the triple effect, even the gun law is as stable as an old dog. Fat man only knocked down one. After the fat man emptied the clip, immediately pulled back and performed a bullet change. The obscene man saw the fat man knock down one, and immediately felt that he was good again, and immediately front top over to rack the gun. At this time, inside the passageway in the direction of the cement factory, one of the young girls slowly said, "The opposite side seems to be on top of the wall, and there is a passageway there. Be careful, the opposite side is a very accurate shot." The other young girl nodded, revolver in hand, and said, "I'll try." The young girl then took the revolver and came behind the wall, peeked twice in the direction of the fat man and the lewd man, and said with a secret joy in her heart, still racking, "You've been spotted, go to hell." Boom boom. The young girl directly probed and pointed two shots in a row, and before the lewd man could react, he directly fell to the ground with a sound. At this time, the fat man had just changed the bullet, and really wanted the fat man to retreat back, when he heard two gunshots, and the obscene man lay hard on the ground. At this time, a teen born in the direction of the administrative building, heard the sound of gunfire, immediately came to the center of the position, heard the upper passage with footsteps. Three people one next to one stepped on the climbing ladder to climb up. Fatty heard the sound of climbing stairs and immediately turned back to open the mirror counterframe. Suddenly a head was seen exposed, and the fat man fired decisively. The man directly fell to the ground in response to the sound, but with that, another man had already climbed up. The fat man directly pressed the dead fire button without letting go, but unfortunately, the G18 had limited damage, and merely shattered the second man's armor, and the magazine ran out of bullets. Seeing this, Fatty immediately jumped down from the passageway, but in that instant, he also received two shots on his back. At this time, the fat man had just landed on the ground, and before he had time to run 2 steps, he was directly beaten into a sieve by the people in the cement factory direction channel. At this time, the people who rushed over from the administrative building heard the sound of gunfire, slowly walked to the hole, immediately peek up, and saw a young girl with a G18, without saying anything, directly shoot. The G18's gunfire rang out, and the young girl was shot straight to the ground, accompanied by 2 revolver shots from the G18. The young girl crouching behind the wall also fired at that moment, and the big man who had just finished shooting his pistol was directly hit by 2 bullets on his head and fell to the ground. The other big man, seeing his partner fall, immediately jumped down from the top of the passage, and seeing a young girl with a revolver in the air, he was secretly happy. "You are holding a revolver. As long as I get close, then you are not finished." Just as the big man was secretly pleased, the young girl had fired. Boom boom boom. 3 bullets hit the still mid-air teen directly in the body. The young girl looked at the corpses in boxes and said darkly, "There should be one more. It looks like it's going to be a close fight." The young girl immediately took her teammate's G18 in her hand and eased herself out of her cover, bouncing and hopping, every now and then glancing up in the direction of the passage. At this time, Bai Yen listened to the sound of gunfire disappeared, and a bouncing footsteps. His heart was happy, and he silently determined the position of this opposite side. Bai Yen suddenly jumped down from the door. 2 steps and 3 steps, directly opening the mirror to shoot. The G-18's firepower instantly all focused on the young girl who was still jumping in midair. Chapter 31 Underground 3v3v3, 2. Scene 2. How to be resurrected in the center position. Not good to play that position with a time is okay. The second time that team will certainly pay attention. Can only hard to play. It's not easy to finish the last handful of Bai Smoke was going to breathe a sigh of relief. With the discovery of another resurrection in the middle of the position. Cannot help but report foul language out. It's still playing like the last hand. The team in the direction of the cement factory in the upper channel must be quick. If they are caught in the middle, the possibility of winning is small. Bai Yen said slowly. Sir, we can do this later. You and Fatty will set up your guns up there. I'll charge straight up from below, then go straight for the 3 kills, and we'll hit the team behind us. How about that? The lewd man said with a confident face. Bai Yen blankly glanced at the lewd man and said, it's something to consider. Fatty, you set up the gun up there. I'll go down with the lewd man. Lewd man, you rush in front and give me resistance to the damage. I'll patch up the gun at the back, and it's success or failure. The 3 of them then chose the gun of their choice and took painkillers, and Bai Xiong, holding a P90 in his hand, took the lead and was the first to walk to the door, opening it directly, and then lewdly rushed straight over, directly in the forefront. The molester hid behind the crate and said in that not-so-skilled peak, Sir, there's one on top of the climb. Bai Yen quickly ran over to the lewd man and said, give me your SV-98 sniper rifle to use. White Art Smoke then picked up the sniper rifle, directly peeked, to determine the specific location of the other side, directly open the mirror. I have a probe. Directly shoot. Boom. A gun bullet directly burst the head to take. Bai Smoke excitedly said, Corporal want to learn? The lewd man looked at Bai Yen with admiration, picked up the sniper rifle and said, Sir, I'll try. I just peeked on my left side and just saw someone. After the lewd man finished speaking, he immediately opened his left probe and was about to press the fire button after aiming at the person, when suddenly a gunshot rang out. Boom boom boom. Green smoke rose from the molester's face as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Bai Smoke watched the lewd man fall to the ground, covered her face for a moment, and silently picked up that sniper and peeked to the left. Boom. Bai Smoke instantly retracted her head and wasn't hit, and secretly said in her heart, find your little rat. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Bai Yen immediately opened the mirror, adjusted the angle, a left probe, directly opened the mirror, and retracted his head. Boom. A good gun is ahead. White Art Smoke said with a smile. At the same time, in the direction of the passageway of the administration building, 3 young girls jumped on top of the pipe at the same time, and one of them laughed and said, a big back ha ha ha, flower, you snipe. Boom. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the passageway in the direction of the administration building, and Fatty was directly killed by a headshot. Bai Yen looked at the scene in front of her and sighed. As expected, it was beaten by another pair. The only way to win this hand is to take the Mandalorian brick. But the Mandalorian brick is there in the direction of the administration building. It can't be taken. If it's here, kill this team and hide on the opposite side to set up the gun. Maybe it can still be a draw. Just as Bai Yen was thinking, the big man on the opposite side, who couldn't wait, immediately rushed over. Bai Smoke heard the footsteps gradually approaching, and immediately jumped out from behind the box, directly got down, took a wave of waist shots with the P90, and directly took down the big man. But then 3 footsteps could be heard above the pipe, approaching. Bai Yen's heart was cold. Running at this time will only be a big backstabbing. It seems that we can only fight hard. Watching a stunningly beautiful young girl's face peeking out, Bai Yen did not have the slightest bit of pity and immediately opened fire, taking down one person with a headshot. But then 2 more young girls jumped out and burst into a burst at Bai Smoke. Although, Bai Yen reacted fast enough and opened fire the moment the duo jumped out, but it was hard to beat 4 fists with 2 hands, and Bai Yen was directly melted on the ground in an instant. Third inning, Bai Yen looked at the scene in front of him and immediately cursed, UTM, and resurrected in this position for lousy, really TM convinced, then slowly calmed down and said, feel free to fight, but it's the same old story. First hit the cement factory direction. This time Mandel bricks there. Let's, after taking this team down, hide in their resurrection point can still delay the end of the inter. Playing a draw. End of the ban. Lewd man has been lightly familiar with the look. Directly take the M700. Directly run to the last time behind the wooden box. Immediately probe open the mirror. Instantly a sweet-looking girl appeared in the lewd man inside the 8 times the mirror. The lewd man stared blankly across the room, drooling obscenely. Boom! A gunshot rang out from the direction of the substation access road, and the leering man fell straight to the ground, drooling. At this time, Bai Smoke also ran over, looking at the obscene man's death, immediately felt very speechless, picked up the M700 on the ground, directly to the right peak. Once again, like in the last hand, anticipate the spot and probe straight to the head to take one. Bai Yen then immediately peeked again, looking for the opposite side's position. But, this time, the opposite side seemed to have predicted their probe point. Boom! A sniping sound rang out, and green fireworks sprouted from Bai Smoke's brow, looking at the dazzling colors in front of her eyes as she gradually blacked out. Fatty was standing on top of the pipe at this time, looking at the two who had already fallen to the ground, his heart bursting with anxiety. At this time, a young girl saw that the opposite side had already dropped too. Immediately a big jump out, directly early grab, take the last one. Looking at the young girl who jumped out, Fatty immediately reacted and immediately opened fire. But unfortunately, the opposite side played an early grab, and Fatty merely beat the opposite side into the blood. Big sister, the team that is the most skillful at playing is extinguished, so the remaining team will be good, the teenage girl said to another teenage girl while playing this status. As expected, the two teenage girls, one with an SR-3M and one with a Tinglong assault rifle, beat the other pair to a crushing victory. Game 4, Final. In the direction of the cement factory, the three of them, Bai Yen, slowly appeared, finally refreshed to a good position, and also refreshed himself an AWM. Bai Yen looked at the scene in front of her, and saw that there were three young girls in front of her. Bai Yen immediately chose the AWM without saying a word. Boom! As soon as the ban was lifted, Bai Smoke immediately opened her scope and fired a shot at the front, and a young girl directly fell to the ground. At that moment the other two young girls immediately cowered behind the wooden box. Fatty, you take the lewd man sniper and set up the gun with me. You set up the right side of the wooden box and I'll set up the left side, Bai Smoke immediately said when she saw this scene. At this moment, the two young girls glanced at each other, and both of them simultaneously scouted points in both directions, which happened to appear inside Bai Yen's and Fatty's 8 magnification lenses. Not wanting to be like the molester, the duo fired decisively. Boom! The two young girls instantly collapsed into boxes. Chapter 32 Underground 3v3v3 3. Bai Yen saw that she had already solved the first team, and said this in her mind. The team from the administration building should be arriving soon. Fatty, you go to that platform there, where you can directly set up the pipes to the top. Fatty nodded and immediately ran to the top of the platform, while Bai Smoke immediately went straight to the doorway that led in the direction of the substation. Crouching behind the box, he poked his head and racked the doorway of the key passage of the administration building. At this time, in the direction of the administration building, the three big men slowly ran to the center position, and the leading big man said, Lao Air, you're a good shot. You go to the top of the pipe to set up your gun. Lao San and I will directly charge through the doorway and catch them off guard. The three of them proceeded with the ploy they had just made, but unfortunately, Bai Smoke and Fatty had already set up all the points. At this time, Fatty saw a person sneaking around above the pipe. Fatty immediately shot. At the same time, the iron door was opened. Immediately two people ran out. At Fatty is emptying the magazine. The fat man then falls to the ground with the big man you have on top of the pipe. Boom day. Bai Smoke looked at the two big side. AWM gunshots sounded. A big man instantly fell to the ground. Immediately pulled out another touch of SR-3M. Immediately shot. Watching the last person fall to the ground and slowly turn into a box, Bai Yen smiled and said, just one more win. It's not easy. Game 5, Final. TMD. Convinced. 5 innings, resurrect me in the middle 4 innings, really convinced. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Yen said angrily, this hand we changed the way to play. We first hit the administrative building that team. Fat man, obscene man, you two go to that side. I go to the direction of the Mandalay brick. Let's fight quickly. After the team to take the Mandalay brick, the rest of the team, we can fight on the fight. Can't fight we take the brick stalling time. Bai Yen immediately calmed down, slowly analyzed and said, prohibition ended. Bai Yen immediately stuffed a painkiller into his mouth, immediately ran toward the cement factory. Looking at the opposite side of the fat man and lewd man also walked to the bottom of the stairs. Both sides nodded to each other, and immediately ran together toward the top. White Art Smoke came to the corner, heard footsteps, determined a general location, immediately ran to the door. A big jump in, immediately waist shot to take away one, but unfortunately, by the other two young girls set fire to attack. At this time, the fat man and the lewd man heard the sound of gunshots, immediately ran up, and saw the two young girls immediately shot. Unfortunately, at this point, Bai Smoke had already collapsed for a few seconds, and the two teenage girls had already reacted to the fact that the lewd man had just fired 2 shots before he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Fatty, on the other hand, entered is a big jump, dodged a lot of bullets, fired immediately, knocked one down, and finally fell straight to the ground heroically. At this time, resurrected in the cement factory direction of the three big men heard the gunshot, immediately opened the iron door, ran out. Soldiers divided into two ways toward. Two people directly do rowing rope rushed up. Another big man idle Mandel brick direction to run. The second floor immediately sounded a violent gunshot, and at once the two big men at the door directly fell to the ground. But after all, it is 2 fists and 4 hands. The young girl has also been a big disability. Silk blood, immediately intended to run toward the resurrection point, intending to play a good state. At this time, the last big man has run to the other side of the door, looking at the silk blood of the young girl, immediately shot. The young girl heard footsteps coming, then knew that you can only fight hard, and immediately opened the mirror in advance of the robbery to fight up. Nay, the maiden had only silk blood, and although the early grab hit well, the big man met the fire and fired a shot, and the maiden fell straight to the ground into a box. Looked at just only silk blood of the big man. The girl is not willing to fall to the ground, slowly turned into a box. The big man at this time, because of the pain of the eyes, turned black. The finger will still fire the button. To the box, chaotic shooting. Ding, 6th inning, final inning. Faker, oh, resurrect me in this position. TMD, am I destined for the center? Shouldn't the center be a refreshment point for those teenage girls? I'm really impressed. Spitting to spitting, i.e. Smoke still calmed down, slowly said, change of mind. We rushed that team are not good to fight. This way, obscene man. Wait for a while to prohibit the end of the fat man and I to hie to the substation in that direction of the place. You will be in the same place to shoot. Remember, keep on driving. The more ferocious, the better. When the ban had ended, Bai Yen threw a smoke bomb from the top of the pipe onto the ground and immediately took Fatty to hide inside the small secret room. Seeing that the two had ducked, the molester immediately retreated to the center position and shot at the spinning circle box. At this time, the big man in the direction of the administration building and the young girl on the other side heard the gunshot and immediately smiled happily, slowly approaching the center. The big man, who was the first to come to the center position, saw the big back of the indecent man, immediately shot and took away the indecent man, and the other 3 young girls immediately opened the iron door, split into 2, respectively take 2 passages, immediately rushed forward. At this point, both sides thought that the opposite side were in a state of great disability, and they were charging without any rhythm. Fierce gunfire instantly rang out. Although the 3 big men's marksmanship was almost as good, but now both sides were charging without any rhythm, and bullets from both sides were flying randomly without any rhythm. Soon 3 big men slowly fell and the side of the obscene man gradually turned into a box. At this time, the 2 big disability of the young girl found the obscene man a corpse. Suddenly panic, immediately rushed to repair the armor to fight the blood. White Art Smoke and Fat Man and heard the chaotic sound of gunfire, then stepped on the quiet step, slowly touched the past, touched the doorway at the 2 passages, every now and then peek a little, to see the 2 sides of the state, and soon the sound of gunfire stopped, looking at the 2 teenage girls who were fighting the state of the 2 girls. By Smoke and Fat Man, both look at each other, obscene smile. 2M7 on the 2 girls is a burst of mutiny. Looking at the front gradually into the box of the 2 girls, By Smoke said with a smile, this is called the mantis catching cicadas, the yellow sparrow in the back. Take it down. Victory. The 3 of them, By Yen, slowly appeared at the entrance of the 3v3v3 secret realm and looked at the secret realm with 2 10W Hafu coins written on it to be collected. By Smoke sighed and said, it's really not easy these fights. 6. The hole refreshed in the middle 5 bar. Meow. Angry me. Taking out 140W, he divided it between Fatty and the lewd man, then bowed his hand to the 2 and said, see you tomorrow. At the same time, inside the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom of the Delta Planet, a military base, 3 young girls slowly walked out, and immediately a bunch of wonderful young girls surrounded them. Big sister, how was it? Was it another easy take? A young girl said slowly, but then the crowd saw the dark gray 2 subs written on the secret screen failure and all of them were confused for a moment. It seems that the world record really isn't that good to break. Nowadays the number 1 is 36 consecutive victories. I can only maintain it up to 34 consecutive victories. This time I was assigned to a new map. I'm not familiar with it, and I was shaded by a person a couple of times. Check it out for me. I have to find this person. This person's marksmanship, awareness, and understanding of the map are all very good, and he also knows Uncle B Dr. Smoke Bomb skill. No way. I have to tell this matter to tell Sister Speedclaw. The the leading stunning girl muttered. Chapter 33 The Pet Shop Incident. Naturally, Bai Yen didn't know that she had been noticed by GTI's management, and when she returned to the real world, she hugged her equilibrium pillow and went into the dream fragrance. The next morning, Bai Yen got up early, intending to go out to exercise, and just opened the door to see Fu Jinjin wearing a military uniform. At the moment, she was standing beside an open suitcase, meticulously organizing the items that would be accompanying her. Her long, slender fingers deftly weaved between the neatly folded pieces of clothing, each of which had been carefully packed, reflecting both the military's characteristic rigor and female delicacy. Sister Jinjin, are you leaving? Bai Yen said with an unwilling face. Fu Jinjin saw Bai Yen walk out and said with a smile, "What's wrong, little brother? This is not give up, sister? Don't worry, my sister received an urgent order from the higher-ups and had to go to the assembly. She should be back soon. Brother's necklace I took away. Oh." Fu Jinjin's smile was directly hardened in Bai Yan's heart, directly hugged Fu Jinjin and slowly said, "Next time I come back, can I invite you on a date?" Fu Jinjin was suddenly hugged, instantly stayed for a moment. Hands owner Bai Smoke next said, "Little brother, next time back when your girlfriend can, sister should go." Fu Jinjin slowly let go of Bai Smoke, pulled her luggage, walked out of the gate, and slowly walked inside the military vehicle, bidding farewell to Li Su. Bai Yen looked at Fu Jinjin gradually away. Bai Yen's heart cannot help but produce a sense of emptiness. Always feel that this separation may be a long time before they can meet again. Then, it was time to say hello to Liesel and run down the highway for exercise. Bai Yen unknowingly came to the entrance of a pet store, and was seeing an acquaintance. Bai Yen immediately wanted to escape. "White, seeing me, don't you come to say hello to me?" Xiaoying immediately shouted when she saw Bai Smoke. Bai Yen had no choice but to turn around and look at the stunning girl, barely squeezing out a smile and saying, "Sister Xiaoying, what a coincidence, you're here too. I didn't see it just now." Xiaoying slowly walked over. Looking at the movement of the white art smoke, a man's special breath came. The face could not help but a red slowly said, "Xiao Bai brother, since I came, just pay sister to the pet store to choose a pet, okay?" Bai Yen originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Xiaoying take the evil smile, thinking of what happened at 91 diners at that time, a burst of scalp numbness, and hastily nodded his head to agree. Bai Yen had to follow Xiaoying and slowly walk inside the pet store. Stepping into the store, a soothing blend of fresh grass and light pet shampoo hits your nose. The layout of the store is staggered, retaining the cozy atmosphere of a traditional pet store without losing the simplicity and fashion of modern design. Soft light spills through the translucent lampshade, casting a warm glow over every corner. At this time, a sales clerk came over and looked at Xiaoying and immediately said respectfully, "Miss Ying, the goods you ordered yesterday have arrived today. Please follow me." Bai Yen followed right behind the duo, looking at the puppy area, where several furry little ones either chased and played, or lazily curled up on the soft cushions, curiously surveying each visitor with those big watery eyes. This is followed by the kitten area, which is designed to be more private and quiet, with tall bookshelves partitioning off small catteras, where each cat has its own little world. Bai Yen looked at the gradual deepening. The environment is also gradually gloomy. Suddenly saw a snake appeared in front of Bai Yen. Looking at this one snake, suddenly scalp numb. Looking at Xiaoying's excited face, looking left and right with excitement, he spat out, "What a pervert! Aren't puppies and kittens cute?" Finally, a colorful snake came into view, and Xiaoying immediately ran over to it, stroking the spitting core with her hand. Originally, the snake sensed a strange person trying to approach itself and made a wary posture, but as Xiaoying's hand approached, the snake seemed to be attracted to something and climbed meekly onto Xiaoying's hand. Bai Yen looked at such a scene and could only stare in disbelief as the small, colorful snake, spitting out its core, slowly climbed onto Xiaoying's neck. Just then, a doctor in a white coat walked over and said, "It's true, ha ha ha, as long as I study and understand it, I'll be the savior of mankind. Ha ha ha, go on, arrest that girl for me so I can do the experiment properly." Suddenly from inside the shadows came out two people from the pretty country holding AKMs, immediately pointing their guns at Bai Yen and Xiaoying. Boom! The clerk fell straight into a pool of blood, and the doctor immediately said, "Don't resist, or I'm not sure whose head my men will shoot next." Xiaoying was no longer calm by this time, and in the meantime, the snake wrapped around her neck had gone into a frenzy, spitting its core frantically at the doctor. Seeing this, Bai Yen immediately clasped her head with both hands and crouched on the ground, her eyes calmly observing the situation, realizing that the two soldiers from the pretty country were looking at themselves with disdain. Bai Yen secretly said in her heart, "Here's your chance." Bai Smoke immediately remained a smoke bomb at her feet. Barely, at once the smoke rose, covering the whole area. White art smoke immediately pounced on one of the soldiers. Special Forces King close tactics to the extreme. An elbow strike directly knocked out a person. Immediately snatched the hand of the person AKM, shooting at another person. Day. 2 shots were fired directly at the man's head, and the whole process hadn't even lasted a second before the 2 mercenaries directly fell to the ground with 1 dead and 1 stunned. When that doctor saw this, he immediately ran away, but due to the smoke grenades and unfamiliarity with his surroundings, he had to let the doctor go. Slowly, he came to Xiao Ying's side and said, "Are you alright?" As the smoke cleared, Xiao Ying looked at the Bai smoke in front of him, and his heart immediately spiked with good feelings. Suddenly, the knocked-out mercenary slowly opened his eyes, and his hand slowly pulled out a grenade from his waist and threw it towards Bai Yen. Suddenly a grenade fell at his feet. Bai Yen then reacted and immediately pulled Xiao Ying away from the explosion. Boom! The sound of a grenade rang out, and Bai Yen ran a few meters with Xiao Ying, immediately hugging the young girl's slender waist and protecting it underneath her body to the death. The shock of the grenade. The other Bai Yen instantly lost strength. By the influence of gravity, Bai Yen's head down, just with Xiao Ying 4 eyes opposite, lips close, as lovers. White art smoke. Somehow feeling that the power had returned, thought of the young girl doing things to herself at 91 diners, and immediately had the idea of slowly pushing her tongue against her teeth and sticking it in. Xiao Ying gave a grimace and immediately reacted, directly pushing away Bai smoke and sheepishly running towards the exit. Chapter 34, Emergence of Classified Dams. Bai Yen slowly stood up, looked at the faraway Xiao Ying, smiled slightly, and slowly followed. Just after walking out of the pet store's entrance, he saw a dozen gun-toting hulks walk up to Xiao Ying and say, "Missy, my subordinates are late. It's fine. Give me a good investigation into this pet store. And that doctor pissed me off. Actually want to catch this lady to do experiments." Xiao Ying clasped her hands on her chest and said with anger and hatred. Then he walked straight into the car and didn't even look at Bai Yen until the vehicle flew away. Bai Yen looked at such a big battle, and when she thought of the scene in which she kissed the other party, she was a moment of fear, and her desire for strength was growing. Ding detected that Delta Planet Rex has been killed 5 times and is about to appear in classified dam mode. Suddenly a system voice rang out. Bai Yen instantly stunned in place, hesitated for a moment, immediately returned to their own rental house inside, lying on the bed, slowly into the Delta Planet. Having already entered the Delta Planet, he immediately contacted Fatty and Creepy Boy to meet at the shooting club. Inside the shooting club, Bai Yen held an M4A1 in her hand and shot at a distant target while asking about this update. "Sir, the video of you killing Reese yesterday, I don't know who let it be posted on the internet, but in an instant it was suppressed by the national staff. Just in the early hours of this morning, our country's military forces entered Longbow Creek Valley in unison, and directly killed Reese. Since the closure of this our country directly took the first 5 heads of Reese." Obscene man holding an AKM while practicing his gun said. "After this update, there is a classified dam mode. At the same time, the explosion rate of the classified mode will be higher. To enter the classified dam you need 12W equipment value to enter. At the same time, there is also an update out of the trading market. Before, we would only be able to trade the materials we brought out to the GTI official, or contact that kind of collection expert, and trade with them. Nowadays we can trade on the trade market, set the price ourselves, and those things we bring out can also be used to exchange for guns and armor and so on." Bai Yen listened to the appearance of the trading market, a burst of happiness in his heart. Recently, he played so many, have not been sold. At that time, he was betting that there would be a trading market and exchange office. It seems that he was betting on the right thing. "Sir, those aren't even the main thing. The main thing is that there's no limit to the number of times you can enter the classified dam, unlike the regular dams where you can only enter once a day." Hearing that the classified dam could be accessed without restriction, Bai Yen was immediately interested, remembering that she still had one more quest to complete. Kill 100 Sayyids and get a Sayyid roll. Let's go to the entrance of the secret realm. I'll first put the items inside the warehouse on the shelves and sell them first, then we'll attack the classified dam, Bai Yen said after thinking for a while. Soon the 3 came to the entrance of the secret realm. Looking at the price of the supplies inside the trading house was much higher than the GTI official above. In order to be able to sell out early, every time they sold something, Bai Yen was lower than the lowest price, ranging from 500-1500 Hafu coins. Soon, some red items were left in the originally full warehouse. Room card for the manager's room in the East Building *2. Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Gold bars, champagne. Room card for the drone platform. Busts, gazelles. Room card for the substation tech room. Room card for the King's Hotel. Infantry fighting vehicle. And a bank card with $1,500 half dollars written on it. Bai Smoke looked inside the warehouse and smiled knowingly. Change to 30 WM4A1. took 4 sets of A1 bullets, and immediately pulled Fatty and Mischievous Man into the classified dam to try out the water. Ding releasing a system mission, asking the host to kill enough GTI contingent members, and for every GTI contingent member's dog tags turned in you will get a safety box that doubles the number of compartments. By E-Smoke listening to the system's voice. Excited, the heart cannot help but think, this hand if you take the last 15 dog tags to evacuate the surrender of the dog tags, then it is not possible to directly obtain 30 grids of the safety box. Jia. Sir, how can we fight this one when we are resurrected inside the visitors center? The lewd man looked at Bai E-Smoke, who was still dumbfounded, and hurriedly said with a reminder. Bai E-Smoke only then reacted, hurriedly said, let's go to the second floor to set up the gun. See people don't hit, let me come. This I take the head of a great use. The two nodded their heads and immediately jumped from the box to the second floor. White Art Smoke came to the large west window to set up his gun, intending to counteract a handful of people refreshed on the north side of the road. Soon, 3 people were seen running in through the gap in the wall, and Bai E-Smoke said with a slight smile, the bet was right. There's a team refreshed here. The M4A1 in Bai E-Yan's hand immediately sprayed flames, and the bullets were as if they had eyes, directly knocking down the 2 teenagers who were running at full speed. The other teenager saw his 2 teammates instantly fall to the ground and immediately ran back with a scared waist. Seeing that his 2 grid safety boxes were escaping, Bai E-Yan immediately jumped down from the window and chased after them with his M4A1. Bai E-Smoke just ran out of the gap. A gunshot will ring from their side. Immediately turned around to ring the gun where the waist shot to hit the past, only to see clearly a teenager lying in the bushes to face their own shooting, but fortunately reacted to the line of the gun will come to the person. Opened the box, looked at a UZI loaded with 3-level bullets, said with fear and trepidation, fortunately, wearing a 5-level armor. If wearing a 4-level armor is gone, or should be the old saying, save what cannot save bullets. The trio then began searching out the visitor center's supply points. Ding African wood carvings, pirate silver coins, ding audio player, camera. Looking at the various greens and blues coming out of the traveling boxes and chassis on the first floor, the other supplies were too lazy to touch them, and they were all handed over to the fat man and the obscene man. After the 3 of them had finished licking their stuff, they planned to head to the administration building, with the molester taking the lead and jumping from the manhole cover to the top of the wooden crate. Counting to the sound of gunshots, the lewd man and the fat man standing on the balcony licking the rocket soldiers have fallen directly. Bai E-Yan immediately noticed that the gunshots were not right, and immediately jumped down from the fat man's side and hid under the climbing ladder. Looking at the repaired level 5 armor rotting away for once, he couldn't help but say in his mind, rats, the gunshots should have come from above the medical house. At this time, lying on the top of the house, a big man said to the other 2 people, resurrection at the top of the dam, just come here to squat the visitor center. Listen to brother right, there is only 1 person left, you 2 rush up. I play the continuous sniper, here for you 2 to rack the gun. As long as this person dares to show, I will directly second him. The other 2 had effects and jumped down from the top of the house with an evil smile on their faces, running over in the direction of Bai E-Smoke. Chapter 35, Killing Madness. Bai E-Yan just hit full blood. Before he had time to repair his armor, he heard 2 footsteps getting closer and closer to him, and after a hard peek, he saw 2 people running towards his side. Bai E-Smoke hardened his head and aimed a pike at a man, who immediately fell straight to the ground. At the same time, the big man who was still lying on the roof of the house also fired. Bai E-Smoke immediately felt her eyes go black, and immediately shrunk her head back, hitting a few rounds of doctor's needles at herself, clearing the negative effects, and looking at the 5th level head also shattered, as well as the sound of footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Bai E-Smoke immediately to the ground, still a smoke bomb, quickly ran toward the back, just ran out not far, then lying inside the grass, saw a big man with a P90 ran over, immediately opened fire, direct gunshot head. Looking at the fallen big man, Bai E-Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long breath. The visitor center is my home. Can I let a few of you little karamis kill it? After hitting this person, Bai E-Yan immediately entered the inside of the main building from the west door and walked straight into the staircase to the second floor balcony, hiding behind a wall. Bai E-Yan then took a peek at the medical area, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned as she looked at the big man inside the triplex, the corners of her mouth slightly open. Saw you, little mouse. Day. Bai E-Smoke even pointed 2 shots, directly 2 headshots to take a string of 3, sighing, playing sniper does not change the point. Surely something will happen. Then save the fat man and the obscene man will start licking the bag to fight the state. Looking at the 3 people's equipment, the heart cannot help but say, good, a P90, a Vector, a State Route 25, are all 3 sets. Bai E-Yan took a continuous sniper and gave the other 2 submachine guns to Fatty and the lewd man, and the 3 of them ran majestically in the direction of the administration administration building, came to the parking lot, the obscene man on the east building on the 2 shots. White Art Smoke saw this slowly said, "Lousy hand if there is no sniper really have to be bullied by you. Unfortunately, Lousy just captured a State Route 25. Today is your death." Bai Yen then came inside the parking lot and peeked twice, listening to the sound of gunshots from the opposite side. Bai Yen quickly determined the exact location of the opposite side, silently calculating in her mind. There's one in the south side window, and one in the balcony. Boom boom boom. Immediately a probe and 2 shots brought down the teenager lying on top of the balcony directly. White along with the continuous sniper shots, and M700 followed. Bai Yan's level 5 head repair would have had little durability left, and at once was directly smoked by the M700 and fell to the ground. And the moment Bai Yen reached the ground, the lewd man resisted Bai Yen inside the room and saved her. Imbecile man. Give me your M700, let me use it. TMD, playing big sniper with my old man. I have to use my M700 and finish him off. Bai Smoke said as he hit his status. White Art Smoke took M700, once again came to the place just now, once again peek, to determine the exact location of the opposite side. In advance, open the mirror to find a good angle. Will M700 open mirror? A probe, without hesitation, press the fire button, directly burst the head to take. After knocking down this sniper, he immediately threw a smoke bomb toward the front defense booth and said, "Charge." The molester heard the order and picked up his P90 to take the lead. Gunshots rang out instantly from the north window, and the leering man had to stop behind the beater car in front of the security office, lying on his back and not daring to move. Seeing this, Bai Yen ran to the second floor of the parking lot with the M700, broke the glass, stepped on the window to probe and open the mirror, and saw a human head appear inside the 6x mirror. Bai Yen did not hesitate to shoot, directly knocked down with a headshot, and shouted, "Quickly rush over." Bai Smoke also jumped down from the second floor and rushed in after Fatty with an M4A1. Coming to the first floor of the east building, the lewd man was about to try to run straight up from the stairs, when he was directly stolen by the balcony window and instantly fell straight to the ground. Bai Smoke said slowly, "Come with me. I'll teach you how to get up to the east building balcony quickly." He. Bai Yen immediately pulled Fatty to the iron door leading to the west building, kicked the door open and turned left to a pile of wooden boxes. First jump to the edge of this, and then a jump against the car will be able to jump up, and then just climb up against the balcony. Bai Yen was afraid of being detected by the opposite balcony and whispered along with Fatty. Bai Yen had just climbed onto the balcony when she saw a teenager standing at the balcony window, racking the stairs. The M4A1 instantly spat out flames, and the teenager didn't even react, and ended up being killed without even knowing where. After resolving the person who set up the gun on the balcony, Bai Yen immediately went to the window on the east side and peeked out. The opposite side of the sound of gunfire. But although the sound of gunfire, but all rounds, to determine the position of the opposite side of the good, immediately pulled out the M700. Probe is an instantaneous sniper. Fatty, there's one more, just go straight for it. The last guy is an M700. I'll set up your gun in the back. Hearing the order, the fat man did not hesitate to jump out of the window and run towards the front with big feet. Boom! Ahead of a passageway, suddenly appeared a human head out. At the fat man is a gun. Fortunately, the fat man reacted quickly. A big jump, dodged the bullet, hit the head of the fate of the gun hit on the armor. The fat man just feel a burst of pain, and did not fall to the ground. Fatty immediately shot, directly emptied the magazine. The opposite side of the sniper before it had time to retract was directly hit by 3 bullets in the head. Hard to lie down. Finding that the extermination of the team had been completed, Bai Yen slowly walked over to the body of the lewd man, and looking at the lewd man, who had already 2 down, transformed into a white box, Bai Yen had to silently take the lewd man's dog tags. After collecting the bags in the east building, the duo came to the west building to scavenge, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Attention! The damn industrial elevator that was activated by someone. You are now able to evacuate from the internal evacuation point." Bai Yen listened to the system's voice and slowly said, "Someone is pulling the switch at the substation. Go set off for the substation. I'm going to eliminate the GTI task force from the entire map." Just after Bai Yen finished speaking, she immediately ran to the east building, jumped down from the east building, stuck all kinds of stamina pins on her body, ran towards the parking lot, and soon ran to the location of the resurrection point on the east side of the substation. At this point inside the substation, 2 teenagers had just finished scavenging the substation and were running in the direction of the junkyard when one of them shot and eliminated an Asra soldier. Hearing the gunshots, Bai Bai Yi Smoke immediately ran towards the junkyard, intending to make an interception. Before Bai Yi Yen could run to the junkyard, she saw two figures running in the direction of the zipline. The M700 was immediately holstered and fired straight through the open lens. Boom, boom, 2 shots, the first one horse-gunned, and it took the second one to bring one man down. The other teenager heard the gunshot and immediately took out his own gun and swept it over at Bai Yi Smoke. At this moment, Bai Yi Yen was so focused on the chase that she didn't look for cover, and the M700 in her hand was out of bullets. Bai Yi Smoke immediately jumped while pulling out her M4A1, but before she could get it out, she was knocked down herself. Just in this key eater, the fat man rushed over, immediately shot, took down this person, quickly ran to the side of the white art smoke to save. Chapter 36, Sniper Rifle with Leftward Trajectory. Bai Yi Yen was saved, and after licking her bag, she looked at the 12 dog tags inside her bag and said with a slight smile in her heart, "Let's go straight to the regular evacuation point." Soon the duo came to the riverbank bridge, looked at a curated box under the bridge, immediately ran over and killed the crocodile guarding the box, immediately licked it. System, is it okay to plan dog tags? Bai Yi Yen said sharply in her heart. After waiting for half a day and seeing that nothing happened to the system, he slowly said, "System, since you're not making a sound, I'll take that as your default." Bai Yi Smoke then took the planning dog tags and ran to the evacuation point, looking at the 13 tags in his backpack, a bunch of accessories and an M700, with a continuous sniper in his hand, fading away in the green smoke. Evacuation successful, bringing out 152W. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful evacuation and obtaining 13 dog tags. Is it time to submit the dog tags in exchange for a safety box? Bai Yi Yen was not a second word. His mind hastily clicked submit, and the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 26-cell safety box. Bai Yi Yen looked at her 26-compartment safety box, and before she had time to be happy, the lewd man ran over 2 steps at a time. After imbecile man spent 50W to revive outside, he looked at the 2 men who were full of money and immediately ran over and said, "Sir, I just got the latest news. Defeating Said or Reese 50 times in classified mode will unlock the unlock power for the Bakshi map, and the GTI executives have already fixed the bug where you beat Reese. So now everyone is helpless against the 2 big boos." Bai Yi Yen listened to this news. The heart is also slightly expectant, to know that Bakshi can be much fatter than the dam. Immediately said, "Come on, let's go to the shooting club. I'll try a gun, and then we'll go to Sayed to go." Coming to the shooting club, Bai Yi Yen emptied her backpack and took an M700. Looking at the M700 in her hand, she slowly said, System, I want to redeem the He Changwon sniper marksmanship. Ding! Redeeming the He Changwon sniper rifle technique requires 500W halfu dollars. Does the host redeem it? Bai Yi Smoke did not hesitate to click OK. Then a stream of warmth came up from the body. Looking at the M700 in his hands, evil smile, to the sniper rifle is a burst of operation, and then the gun is still to the fat man. "Fatty, how about you try this gun?" Evil smiled and said to Fatty. Fatty took over the sniper rifle, checked nothing special, immediately came to the range, and fired a shot at the distant target and said, "Sir, this gun ballistic bias left how to play this Bai Yi Smoke slowly smiled and said, "The ballistic trajectory is to the left is right. In the future, this gun will become a nightmare for all GTI special agents. Still, if I sacrifice myself in the middle of the secret realm, I don't want this gun to be able to be used directly by the opposite side." Boom! After saying that, Bai Yi Yen picked up the M700 and fired a shot at the distant target, which emitted green smoke over its head before collapsing. Looking at the first shot directly to the head, Bai Yi Yen fired a few shots at the other targets in the distance, and the targets in the distance, with green smoke coming out of their head frames, fell to the ground. Then Becky Smoke suddenly thought of the fact that he had only managed to hit a person's head by a fluke by shooting snipers in a row there at the upper put junkyard, and immediately came to the mobile target range. Looking at the target that kept moving in the distance, jumping and jumping, Bai Yi Yen immediately took out the M700 and opened the lens to shoot. Boom! Boom! Even fired several shots. Watching the gunshot head, Bai Yi Smoke heart secretly happy. He Changwang NB the gunshot If the last one had this shooting skill, then how could I have been knocked down? The lewd man looked at Bai Yi Smoke gunshot head, immediately said, "Sir, you this shooting skill absolute. Go, let's go into the classified dam. Domination into the king to go." Soon the 3 came to the entrance of the secret realm and their figures slowly disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please go to the top of the dam to snipe and kill 2 GTI Special Task Force members. Mission reward, Master level cooking. Mission failure penalty, deduct 200 W Hafu coins. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Bai Yan's heart was happy and slowly said, "Isn't this heavenly help? It's really a sleepy pillow. The opening resurrection is at the top of the dam. A sniper rat's paradise." Bai Smoke, a horse first, ran toward the direction of the top of the dam, soon came to the zipline, immediately sat on the zipline to the opposite side, and once again sat on the zipline to the middle layer. Lying on the top, you can rack the parking lot, cement trucks, containers and other various places. Looking at the fat man and the lewd man who also rushed over, Bai Yan slowly said, "The two of you help me find someone. Remember not to kill. Let me do it." Although the lewd man and the fat man didn't understand why the officer didn't let the two of them shoot, neither of them inquired but nodded their heads to show that they understood. Soon, gunshots rang out from the container, and Fatty immediately said, "Sir, there's someone in the container, and I saw that person touching the weapons case." Bai Smoke heard immediately stopped to the parking lot direction of the racking gun, immediately turned to rack to the direction of the container. Not long after, a teenage girl appeared in their own 8 times the mirror below. After adjusting the direction, Bai Smoke directly a gunshot head knocked down. The fat man then followed the complimentary gun. "Will be complimentary off the person." The lewd man looked at the young girl's appearance and said with a sad face, "It's a pity that the distance is too far away, or else I'll go high and low over there to take advantage of a hot go." Ha 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 ha. Looking at the lewd man's lewd smile, Bai Yan really wanted to go up and give him a kick down. Soon, Bai Yan saw a teenager inside the 8 times mirror probing for someone in the container, jumping back and forth again and again, and all of a sudden, the teenager seemed to have found something and immediately probed his head and shot over in the direction of the lewd man. Listening to the clutter of gunshots and looking at the lewd man with a green light coming out of his body, he secretly sighed in his heart, "I'll let you spy on other people's girlfriends. You deserve to be beaten." But sighing was sighing, but the sniper rifle in his hand was already adjusted to a good angle, and his finger slowly approached the fire button. Boom! When he saw the knocked down teenager slowly turn into a box, he looked at the obscene man's 8 times lens and immediately said, "No, Corporal, what kind of sniper are you shooting if you don't install a visor? No wonder that teenager just hit you but not Fatty and me." "Ah, no sir, is that visor so useful? I just saw him as a small thing and thought it wasn't useful, so I didn't install it," the lewd man said with an innocent face. Bai Smoke tapped his head and said, "Corporal Obscene, did you not install a visor on your last M700 as well?" Sir, I forgot on the last one. I don't think it was installed." Looking at a face at a loss for words, he kicked the lewd man in the ass and said, "I said I got your M700, opened the mirror and took a beating. After all this time it was because of you." Jokes aside, Bai Yan then led the way to the container. Looking at the 2 AUGs, Bai Yan took one and threw the other into the hands of the lewd man and said, "Don't use that sniper of yours, play the August." The lewd man looked at the August in his hand and immediately said excitedly, "Sir, you're too good to me. Don't worry, I'll kill right through the entire dam with this one." Chapter 37, Brushing said without injury, "Corporal Imbecile, why am I rewarding you with this August after you made such a big mistake? I'm doing it to motivate you in the hope that you can lead me and Sergeant Fatty to a fat evacuation, understand? As my soldier, I have to make you strong." Bai Yan looked at the tearful lewd man and immediately said with great ambition, "Understood sir, just follow behind the corporal. The corporal is killing the dam straight through this one," the lewd man said confidently. Imbecile man finished talking then ran straight from the container toward the first floor of the east building, directly kicked to the wooden door and walked in. White Art Smoke and Fat Man followed closely behind. Just walked into the first floor of the east building, a horrifying sound of music rang out. Falling into a trap, an intimidating discourse raw rang out. Bai Yan listened to the direction of the voice, immediately ran out and said, "Quickly come out, Saeed is on the face, quickly come out." However, just as Bai Smoke had just run out, and before he could finish his sentence, gunshots rang out from inside, and the lewd man confidently ran in 1 second, and was directly rubbed on the ground by Saeed the next. Fatty reacted in time and immediately ran out without being subjected to a headlock by Saeed. Bai Yan and Fatty hid behind the outside wall. Looking at the nervous Fatty, Bai Yan said with a smile, "Fatty, today sir I'll give you a separate little session to show you how to kill Saeed without any injuries." Fatty looked at the confident Bai Smoke and said, "Sir, can Saeed really brush without injury? He's not that meat dog grease." Bai Smoke listened to the footsteps and realized that Saeed was about to approach, and with a slight lewd smile on his face, he said, "Then watch." Ha ha ha. Only to see Bai Smoke still a smoke bomb towards the doorway. The smoke bomb just exploded. Rap said inside, immediately ran in with a knife. At Set's head is a burst of slashing. Fatty watched a burst of Bai Yan's operation from the doorway and muttered under his breath, "This is really a small knife-pulling ass." Opening my eyes The two of them did not notice that a military drone was observing Bai Yan's every move high in the sky. At this time, at the abyss of the universe, a planet with the 5 words GTI headquarters painted on it, a stunningly beautiful young girl, with a face half as beautiful as a celestial fairy, watched a video, and this video was exactly the one of Bai Smoke killing Reese and Sayed. I really didn't expect that this person, as that little ninny said, would be so interesting as to know Saeed's weakness. The young girl couldn't help but mutter out as she watched the video, "Speed Paw, what are you looking at? Looking so hard?" A powerful voice rang out. "Oh, Waylon, take a look at these 2 videos. I received a message from that Nayan Delta secret, so I used a military drone to observe this person, and I didn't realize that this person was so interesting that he could find Saeed's weaknesses." Speedclaw's voice rang out. "Indeed, quite interesting, this little guy. Should we send the video of killing Said to the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom on planet Delta? In which case the Dragon Kingdom will be far ahead of the other countries," Wei Long said doubtfully. "It's better not to. Our last leak of the video of killing Reese has already disturbed the attention of the higher-ups, and they are now investigating this matter closely." After hesitating for a moment, Speedclaw shook his head and said, "Xiaowen, let's go. There's a new mission." Compass's voice came from the front door, slowly walking in. "I say, Zoya, wouldn't you knock first?" Willow joked. At this point, White Art Smoke raided Saeed's box. Ding M995 bullets *55. Pirate Gold. Asura Fashion Weekly. USB flash drive. Looking at the bag appeared crumpled Asala Fashion Weekly. By Smoke suddenly feel speechless said, "Not set old brother. You a zero damn. Do not find a girlfriend. Every day to see Asala Fashion Weekly how can be. No wonder a few cuts on the lost. It is the original is to jerk off too much." By this time Fatty had also saved the lewd man and came to the said box and kicked it twice in anger before relieving himself. Bai Yen looked at the obscene man's lewd appearance and immediately said, "Come Corporal Obscene, because of your bravery just now, I will now reward you with a good thing. This is it." Looking at Bai Yen taking out a weekly Asura Fashion Weekly, he immediately picked it up with excitement, lewdly drooling and said, "Sir, this is the Asura Fashion Weekly. I throw. This book has been sold like hotcakes outside now. It's full of all kinds of beautiful bikinis from Asura." Bai Yen suddenly thought that there was another USB flash drive inside Set's bag, which instantly caught his attention, and secretly said in his heart, "Just based on this Set's urination, this USB flash drive should be a small movie. This must be put away, and must not be discovered by the lewd man. Let's search the inside of the building first, then pull the plug and evacuate." In order to hide her embarrassment, Bai Yen immediately closed her backpack, stuffed the USB flash drive and 995 bullets inside the safety case, and slowly said, as soon as he heard about scavenging, the lewd man became interested and said, "Sir, I don't want anything else. I want this Asura Fashion Weekly, and I'll give you all the other things I touched." "Sir." Watching the lewd man hold Asura Weekly without letting go, he nodded gently and slowly walked to the security-free room next to the manager's office on the east floor, saw a gold bar brushed on the table, and immediately tucked it into the security box and searched for a small insurance policy. Ding Dancing Lady, primary bullet parts, then turn your head to the big insurance and open it. Enter, 6DFUP. Ding, Pirate Gold, Asura Wine Glass. Not bad at all. Have a couple of small golds and see if the dark door is shipping. Come to the dark door, turn on the computer and look at the password in front of the computer screen. Enter without hesitation, 530. Ding Solid State Drives. Suddenly a gunshot in the west building immediately triggered the vigilance of Bai Yen. Immediately found the fat man and the lewd man and said, "Don't search, the west building is coming." "Fatty, you set up this small passage." "Lewd man, you come and set up this big passage. I'll go from the first floor to the west floor to see if I can steal a back. Remember, never rush, just wait for my gunshot." After Bai Yen ordered, she quickly descended to the first floor and came to the passageway leading to the west building, kicked the door open with one foot, and slowly walked in while stepping on the quiet steps, listening to the noisy footsteps inside the small safe room. Bai Yen said with a faint smile, "It seems that everyone is here." So immediately, stepping quietly and slowly, he slowly felt his way up the west stairs of the west wing of the west building to the passageway in front of the restroom, and put peek twice at the little safety, and found the door closed. Looking at the August filled with level 2 rounds, his brows furrowed and he muttered in his mind, "If I had hit a level 4 round, I would have been able to jump from the toilet to the balcony and catch them off guard. But alas, it was a level 2 round. Saeed's level 5 bullet. Jia. Chapter 38, Mistaken Heart of Africa. Looking at the closed door of the small safe room, he then took a quiet step and eased his way inside the restroom. Entered the restroom, jumped right to the edge of the restroom window, got down and eased his way outside, jumped at the outside air conditioning unit, landing firmly on top of it, and then, immediately jumped toward the balcony. As soon as he landed on top of the balcony, Bai Yen immediately probed and saw 3 teenagers holding small daggers, squatting in place in a circle. and in the middle of the three there was a stepper placed there. Big brother, the burst rate of this little insurance is too high. I also didn't expect the explosive rate of secrets to be so high. By the way, I remembered that there is a small insurance there in the east building and a big one, but unfortunately the big one requires a password, and every time you make a wrong input, an Asura soldier will appear. Let's go take a look. Just as the big man was about to retrieve the infantry fighting vehicle, a gunshot suddenly rang out. The gunshots naturally came from by smoke. The 995 bullets seemed to have eyes. One by one they flew towards the heads of the three dudes. The three dudes immediately let out screams and fell to the ground and turned into a box. One of them unwillingly put his hand on the infantry fighting vehicle before he collapsed. Bai Yen smiled faintly and came to the side of the infantry fighting vehicle and said, "Sorry about that, I'll just laugh at this infantry fighting vehicle." Bai Yen had just stowed the rifle inside the safety box when she saw the fat man and the lecherous man who had arrived in response. "Sir, how did you manage to kill a full team of 3 people in a direct onslaught by one person?" The lewd man looked at the 3 boxes on the ground and let out a stunned voice. "As your officer, and you are my soldiers, I must teach you some stances. Follow me." So the lewd man and the fat man followed Bai Yen to the inside of the toilet and watched Bai Yen disguise the operation of how to jump from the toilet to the balcony, and practiced with size. After a while, looking at the fat man and the lewd man who were jumping around in the balcony, Bai Yen shook her head slightly and slowly opened the bag of the 3 people she had just killed. Just a 30 WSR-3M, the other 2 hit the naked gun Bison and Uzi, but another 250 rounds of tertiary ammo. This SR-3M can be useful. Slowly putting the August inside the backpack and placing the SR-3M on his waist, he said, looking at the west building being raided with only one computer left. Bai Yen sighed and turned on the computer. Without hesitation, enter 549, ding mechanical hard disk. No, everyone else has come out with infantry fighting vehicles, and this computer of mine just gave me a green item. Ugh. Bai Yen looked at the mechanical hard disk on the computer screen and complained and spat. "Fatty, Bai Smoke, you guys go underground and turn around. Familiarize yourselves with the underground. I just took a look at the underground opened up. You guys can jump down directly from the climbing ladder here. Familiarize yourselves with the underground. The underground is a very good point. The critical moment is to save your life. I'm going to take a look at the East Floor Manager's office." Bai Smoke searched and played things, immediately said to the 2 people who were still having fun. Looking at the lewd man who leapt down from the climbing ladder and broke his leg, Bai Smoke said with a row of his brain, "How could I have such a stupid corporal?" Inside the manager's room in the east building, Bai Yen opened 2 large safes and a computer. Ding ceremonial daggers and horn wall decorations. Ding a Sala flavored kettle. A Sala specialty kettle. Ding design drawings. No, your too big insurance is not as good as a computer out of someone else. Give me out of the cow then. Give me 2 urinal. Who pulls in my insurance inside? Bai Smoke, angry at the big insurance, fired a pike of bullets before relieving his anger. Just finished relieving the white art smoke, saw the lewd man and the fat man was sprayed to death by the fire-breathing soldier. The white art smoke rushed to the mouth of the climbing ladder, jumped down, and ran toward the direction of the 2 people fell. At this time in the East Floor Manager's room cabinet, there is a bright small diamond. After killing the fire-breathing soldier, Bai Yen rescued the 2 of them and said, "I forgot to tell you too. There is a fire-breathing soldier underground. The damage is very high. Pay attention next time. Let's search the underground and evacuate." Bai Yen finished opening the computer and confidently typed 558. A memory stick appeared on top of the computer. After the 3 of them searched the underground once, and the lewd man and the fat man gradually became familiar with the underground, the 3 of them came out of the exit under the stairs of the west building and ran in the direction of the cement factory. The 3 had just arrived at the cement factory when they heard violent gunfire from the direction of the river. "Fatty, you go to the cement factory office there to rack your gun. Lewd man, you go to 201 there. Jump from the box to the wall to rack your gun. If the opposite side comes in, fat man, you hit it. If they don't come in, and go straight to the evacuation point. Lewd man, you shoot. Fat man, you kick the door out and hit the back. I'll go up to the 2nd floor and help fat man. You rack your gun, so that no matter whether the opposite side goes straight or enters the cement factory, there will be 2 guns racked." Bai Yen immediately analyzed calmly. Soon the 3 of them came to their respective points and set up their guns, and soon the sound of footsteps came from the direction of the cement factory office, and Bai Yen was on the 2nd floor holding an M700 with an open lens and looking at the mouth of the passageway, and it was not surprising that the 2 silhouettes walked in. Boom! M700 instantly opened fire, directly knocked down a person. The fat man at this time also jumped out of the small room, holding the August just given by Bai Smoke. To the other person's head is a burst. At once the 2 teenagers have not reacted to both doubled down together. Fatty heard another footstep at the door at this time, and was hurrying away in the direction of the evacuation point, and immediately shouted out and said, "Sir, there's another one running away. Just leave it to the corporal. I believe he can do it. Even though he is usually unreliable, I am willing to trust him this time," Bai Yen said slowly from the second floor. Soon, there came the sound of 3M700 shots, followed closely by the shouts of the chamber molester. "WC, I did it. I exterminated the team. Ha ha ha." Bai Yen listened to the sound of the lewd man's dog barking and said, "I said it right." Once the three had finished scavenging their bags, they ran in the direction of the evacuation point, into the green smoke, and the countdown quickly ended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest Damn Top Sniping, and obtaining the quest reward Master Level Cooking. Bai Yen immediately felt a burst of warmth. The brain immediately appeared in the practice of a variety of dishes. The mood is beautiful. Ding! The system reminds the host not to get too excited. The system will tell the host a bad news. Please watch the VCR. When Bai Yen heard the sound of the system, the scene of herself touching the manager's room in the east building appeared in her mind, and Bai Yen was confused after watching all the process. Suddenly thought of the previous brush in the shake white of the east building manager's office brush the heart of Africa. Open the key room of the people every saw, was taken by another team of video, so immediately concentrated on the cabinet. Suddenly a bright diamond attracted the eyes of the white arc smoke. Dog system, how dare you kill people and put them to death? Get the hell out of here. I promise I won't beat you to death, Bai Yen shouted angrily in her mind. Chapter 39, the creepy guy gets powerful. Being so messed up by the dog system, he was instantly in no mood to enter the secret realm to fight again, and slowly said, "Let's go. Let's not enter the dam this time. Let's go fight 3v3v3. At this moment, the lewd man was flipping through a weekly Asura fashion magazine, with a lewd smile appearing at the corner of his mouth from time to time, and when he heard that he was going to go play 3v3v3, he immediately said anxiously, "Ah, sir, can you give me 3 minutes? I'm going to go to the restroom." The fat man saw that the lewd man was taking the Asala Fashion Weekly toward the toilet, and immediately shouted, "Old Jew, you go to the toilet to take what Asala Fashion Weekly don't hit it too much to hurt the body." Bai Yen smiled and said, "Corporal Obscene, when we play 3v3v3 later, if you can take the fly, I'll send you a USB flash drive of learning materials, which is full of close combat. There are 7 dwarfs combining to beat a beautiful snake spirit. There are savages clubbing a beautiful young lady, and so on." 1 second the lewd man had to run towards the toilet. The next second he directly pulled the lewd man and Bai smoke towards the 3v3v3 secret realm. "Sir, you have to keep your word. If I play well in this hand, you have to give me that 1 USB flash drive of study materials. If I win, I'll split my share between you and Fatty. I don't want anything. I just want that USB flash drive." Entering the secret realm and waiting for the matching stage, the lewd man couldn't wait to speak to the road. First inning. Soon, a bright light flashed. Looking at the resurrection at the gate of the barracks, the lewd man immediately said excitedly, "The gate? I'll charge the tent directly and kill that team through." The molester took the G18, and as soon as the ban was over, high on painkillers, he ran towards the tent. Looking at a face of dry energy lewd man, Bai Yen also did not stop, slowly said to the fat man, "Let's go to the barbed wire there. Obtain the Mandel bricks to go. Take the Mandel bricks directly in the barbed wire to break the translation." Fatty nodded slightly and immediately ran to the barbed wire fence to take the G18 to set up the gun, protecting Bai smoke to take the Mandel bricks underneath the Tower of Admiration. A violent exchange of fire rang out at the tents, and the obscene man crouched behind one, looking at the 3 men running out of the passageway and immediately firing. There was a bit of horseplay, but luckily one was knocked down, and the leering man immediately pulled his head back for a change of ammo when he saw the barrage of bullets run out. The other 2 big men who came out of the small passage saw their teammates knocked down by the suddenly appearing Lao Lu, and immediately each looked for cover to hide. Ding! The enemy has gotten their hands on the Mandel brick. Grab it, find and stop them. The system's voice then hovered in their heads, and the 2 nodded to each other, deciding that, first, they would flush out the ones in front of them, and then hit the ones in the direction of the Mandalorian bricks. 2 men, one with a revolver and one with a 93er, ran toward the molester. The obscene man also changed the bullets at this time, heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, and immediately probed and fired, and G18's anger was immediately poured on the body holding the 93R, and the 93er slowly fell to the ground without firing a single shot. The revolver boy, seeing another of his teammates down as well, immediately opened fire. Unfortunately, due to overstimulation and the rearward force of the revolver, only 1 shot hit the head, the rest all horse shots. The lewd man immediately replaced the bullets, felt his eyes go black, adrenaline bursting, and shouted angrily in his heart, For my 7 dwarfs versus the beautiful snake spirit, grit my teeth and put up a fight. Once again, the G-18 spewed flames and the bullets were surprisingly accurate, taking down the last man with the revolver in his hand. Looking at the 3 boxes in front of him, the lewd man smiled lewdly and took out his blood pack to pump up his medicine. Bai Yen at this time took the Mandel brick and began to decipher. Looking at the 3-minute countdown, hearing the news that the lewd man directly 1 through 3, suddenly felt incredible, exclaimed, "I throw! This study material has such a great charm. Even let the lewd man 1 through 3. The obscene man hit the state. His head was excited, slowly jumped to the top of the tent, replaced the revolver rack this barracks big channel. Soon, the sound of noisy footsteps came from the main corridor of the barracks, and White Art Smoke and Fatty ran to lie on top of the container outside the enclosure, and set up the Mandel brick broken instrument. Soon, a teenager jumped down from the slope. I.e. Smoke and Fatty reacted quickly. Seeing a person in midair, they immediately fired. A precise premeditation. The G-18's bullets directly defeated the person in the air. Just as Bai Yen and the lewd man were changing bullets, 2 more people jumped down from above, and when Bai Yen saw that both she and Fatty were changing bullets, she immediately stood up and blocked in front of Fatty, blocking the bullets, and slowly fell down. Fatty also changed the bullets in this short time, but the 2 people on the other side shot over again. Fatty immediately jumped down from the top of the container and hid behind the cover. The 2 of them exchanged glances, switched bullets, and surrounded in the direction of the fat man. The fat man at this point listened to 2 footsteps approaching quickly from both sides, and shot stiffly to one side of the probe. Unfortunately, Fatty had just knocked down one, and the other had already run behind Fatty and was blasting away at him. The obscene man saw the 3 people in the big channel jumping one after another, and immediately jumped from the top of the tent, and ran in the direction of the Mandel bricks. And just as he reached the slope, he happened to see a big man cracking the Mandel bricks, and stood still for a moment. The lecherous man immediately pulled out his revolver, aimed at the big man's head, fired 1 shot, and then another when the after effects wore off. At this time, the big man is unbreaking the Mandel brick, suddenly felt that he received a shot, immediately intend to cancel the unbreaking, just cancelled, the ear and came a gunshot. The big man knows that at this time it is difficult to predict the life and death. As expected, the obscene man's last shot still hit the big man's head, and the big man slowly fell to the ground, gradually turning into a box. Victory! Looking at the 2 words in front of him, the lewd man sucked in a breath and involuntarily opened his mouth, just as Fan Jean did when he won the lottery, and said insanely, "I've hit it, I've shot it." Second inning, bright light flashed. Bai Yen chose a MP5, and saw the lewd man parked over. Scared nerve reflexes kicked in the lewd man's face and said, "Don't take your lewd face, park me. Scare me. I don't have a dragon yang good." The creepy guy slapped his ass and stood up and said, "Sir, I killed through the last one. Can I have the flash drive?" Looked at the indecent man with a look of urgency, forced a smile and said, "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. A hand doesn't mean anything. Haven't finished fighting yet. I have to examine how your comprehensive situation. Hurry up and choose a gun." This time resurrection in the big channel inside the Mandalay brick in the tent inside the tent. We are this now the barracks building to stay inside the barracks building. Wait for them to fight to the defeat of the 2 sides and we will go out again. The lewd man chose a P90 and said slowly, "Sir, see how I messed up the kills with this one. Or in other words, I'll take the flash drive. Those 7 dwarfs still need me to join them." Chapter 40, Deception. Bai Yen looked at the lewd man with an excited face and didn't want to blow his self-confidence, and slowly said, "Okay, then you're free to act, and Fatty and I will be the rats." As soon as the prohibition was lifted, the molester immediately ran out, straight to the gap outside the first floor of the barracks. Bai Yen and Fatty glanced at each other and slowly said, "The lewd man is really born with a color basket sink body. Alas, no matter what, let's go to the 2nd floor and wait to reap the benefits of fishing." The molester ran all the way to the gap and saw 3 teenagers jumping up from below. The molester immediately fired, but the 3 teenagers reacted when they heard the footsteps, and the 3 guns were blazing at the molester. Imbecile man is after all a gun. How can it be against the opposite side of the 3 guns? Suddenly directly melted in place. The wire resurrection of the 3 big men. Heard the sound of gunfire also touched over toward the barracks building here. Soon, the 3 big men and the 3 teenagers met on the first floor, and both sides immediately exchanged direct fire. Bai Yen and Fatty were lying on the 2nd floor of the barracks, racking the doorway of the stairs, listening to the violent gunfire on the first floor. Bai Yen smiled slightly and said, "Fight, fight. Fight as fiercely as you can. The better, the better to fight to the point where both sides are defeated. Suddenly a footstep up the stairs sounded, and Bai Yen said in a soft, alert voice, incoming, get ready to fire. Bai Yen simultaneously recited a few counts in her mind and directly and confidently pressed the fire button. The advance grab went off instantly, just barely hitting the big man entering the door, who fell straight to the ground before he could see what was going on the second floor. At this time the two big men on the first floor heard the gunshots upstairs and immediately felt bad. The leader of the big man slowly said, there are still people upstairs. There are still people on the opposite side. This is not a good fight. Another big man said with contempt in his heart, said with a good fight like the last hand? The last hand has no brain to take the lead to charge directly. This hand said that the second floor is occupied, but also commanded his teammates to go upstairs to send. If it's not you out of the money into the secret realm, I'm not lazy to let you be the boss of it. However, although the big man thought so in his heart, but his face showed a pleasing smile and said, big brother, what do we do this hand? Or we directly attack first the first floor of the fight, and then go to get the Mandel bricks to break the translation. The big man at the head heard the footsteps coming from the opposite side, shook his head and said, no, let's retreat. The ones on the first floor rushed over. We can't fight, we're outnumbered, said the leader of the big man directly back pull. Another big man see this, said to himself, the opposite side are rushing up. This time back pull is not directly big back. Alas, no matter, anyway, spend is not my half money. With that, the big man immediately followed the leader and ran towards the large passageway. At this time, as expected, the three teenagers have come to the doorway of the west side of the first floor. Looking at the big backs of the two big men, the three said with an evil smile, good chance. The three of them opened fire at once, a bullet like no money, and the three of them emptied their magazines straight away. The possibility of winning this game is very high. The other team has two left. They should be upstairs. Let's go and get the Mandel bricks to decipher them. Then the three of us will fight the two, or guard the fight. Let's go. After a teenager in the lead finished speaking, the three of them slowly ran toward the gap from the first floor. At this time, the second floor of the Bai Yen heard the footsteps on the first floor are slowly leaving, and immediately said, go, let's directly jump down from the stairs can hit the opposite side of a side. Bai Yen finished, immediately came to the stairs, directly jumped down. At this time just saw three big men running over the side. Bai Yen immediately opened fire, directly emptying the magazine. At once a teenager directly fell to the ground. After the fight, Bai Yen ran to the back of the cover to replace the bullets. The other two big men saw one of their teammates fall to the ground and were about to look for cover to hide, when all of a sudden, the fat man jumped down from the stairs and fired directly in the air. It must be said that the fat man is a mercenary origin. The shooting method is really accurate. In the air, directly connecting several rounds of bullets, the gun shot the head. The two big men immediately gulped hard. Northwest. Game 3, final game. Sir, we're not just going to zero out the opposite two teams. Seeing that he had taken the second one, the lewd man said excitedly, Corporal imbecile, you didn't do so well last hand. I'm now considering whether or not to give you the flash drive. Bai Yen said with a smile as she looked at the lewd man. Sir, you just watch this hand how I kill crazy. Resurrection in the small passage. I directly to the tent inside the Mandel bricks a take. Come one I kill one. The lewd man immediately rushed hurriedly said. Hearing the lewd man's idea, Bai Yen immediately had an idea and chose a P90, immediately saying, alright, this one you'll just go straight to get the Mandalorian brick. Prohibition has ended. The obscene man immediately rushed out, ran straight to the Mandel bricks. White Art Smoke obscene smile to the fat man said, go, we find a place to lie down. Let the obscene man as a bait. Come one we fight one. Bai Smoke 2 then came to the back of the car. Looking at the wheels, Bai Smoke said, remember, in the back of the car can only crouch here in the wheels. Do not lie down. Others can look at the bottom of the car to hit your feet. Or you can lie down here, with the bottom of the car to hit other people's feet. The two of us at that time 1v1 when I was lying on the ground before I found you. Cannot imagine it. Only then did the fat man come to his senses and said, no wonder you ran over so confidently last time. It's the same as perspective. Suddenly the first floor of the barracks sounded violent gunfire. I do not know how long over. The gunfire only subsided. Obscene men see the gunfire disappeared. Immediately came to the tent of the deciphering point, began to decipher the Mandel bricks. At this time the first floor of the barracks just a teenager is still standing, holding a P90, slowly came to the gap, probed at the tent to watch a few times, and did not find anyone, then jumped down directly from above. Fatty happened to see a pair of jade feet slowly running towards the tent from underneath the car and said with a slight smile, "Sir, let's both shoot together and see who shoots him to death first." So the duo took their P90s and shot at those jade feet. The teenager was looking left and right 1 second, stomping his way towards the tent in quiet steps. The next, 2 P90 shots rang out. The teenager immediately felt a pain in his foot, and with it, his eyes went black and he gradually fell to the ground. Bai Yen and Fatty watched as the teenager gradually transformed into a box. Their hearts were happy, and the word victory appeared in front of their eyes with it. Soon the three of them appeared outside the secret realm, and as soon as the lewd man exited the secret realm, he said to Bai Yen, "Sir, can I have that USB flash drive? I don't want my 70W Hafu coins, just split it between you and Fatty." "Are you sure, Corporal? Then I'll be putting 70W points on the line," Bai Smoke said with an evil smile. The lewd man nodded firmly and said, "Sir, old Jew, speak my mind and never lie." Looking at the lewd man's determined look, Bai Yen threw the USB flash drive that Said had gotten from him to the lewd man, who pressed the USB flash drive and ran towards a single room. To make it easier for shooting club personnel to access information, the club has set up hundreds of individual rooms with computers to access information. "Sir, did you really give old Jew that thing? I'm afraid he can't stand it," Fatty said worriedly as he accepted the 35W. The wild man beating the young woman with a stick is the Monkey King beating the white bone spirit 3 times. The 7 dwarfs combining to beat the beautiful snake spirit is the 7 gourd children saving grandpa. At that time, I touched it in Sed's bag. I thought it was a good thing. I looked it up on the computer, and it's all cartoons, Bai Smoke said proudly. Boom! Bai Yen had just finished speaking when the lewd man kicked the door of the single room open and angrily walked over. Chapter 41, Insurance and Computer Passwords Released. The lewd man came over angrily and immediately said, "Sir, how did the 7 dwarfs turn into Volutas? Sir, what the hell is going on here? Corporal, listen to me. This thing, it's not that it won't be done. There's no one thing that must be how it is. Say it won't work. He's not." After a burst of pulling from Bai Yen, the lewd man's brain was a bit spinning as he said, "Sir, it feels like you're making a good point, but you have to return me a USB flash drive of study materials." Okay. Fatty is here to testify. I will definitely change your study materials." Seeing that the lewd man was confused by his lead, Bai Yen immediately agreed. Ding detected that 13-14 people in the whole Delta planet have turned on the big insurance, and now the password of the big insurance, as well as the computer password, will be announced. Please GTI members to check the password in their own official website. A global broadcast sounded 3 times. Lewd man and fat man learned that the password was total published. Immediately eyes golden light. At that time, the 2 men have seen the white art smoke to open the big insurance and computers. The 2 material points to open the probability of a good move is very high. I heard that some of the key rooms only have a big insurance. If it is not, the insurance has GTI technicians set up interference waves. The 2 of them have long been looking for the insurance to open. The 2 immediately came to the room, and with the password queried out, the lewd man couldn't wait to pull Bai Yen into the secret realm to try it out. Arriving in front of the secret realm, Bai Yen immediately stopped and said, "I have some things to do. Wait for me." After Bai Yen finished speaking, she slowly walked towards the trading market and watched the price of the keys on the market. The price of the manager's room in the east building and the technical room of the substation were both low at 90W Hafu coins. Looking at such a low price, Bai Yen was immediately excited and bought 4 each. Then slowly checking out the other room cards, they were all ridiculously high. Looking at the small substation dormitory room card for 10W half dollars, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but finally bought one. Then looking at the room cards for Longbow Creek Valley, there were significantly fewer and none of them were cheap. While there were none for Buxhee or Spacier Base, take advantage of the fact that the big insurance has not yet been fully developed by everyone. Hurry up and tune in the room cards, and wait for everyone to develop them later, when the 2 red cards will definitely increase in price greatly. After buying the room card, Bai Smoke, which followed the fat man and obscene man into the confidential damn secret world, just entered. The eyes are bright. Direct second match success. Looking born outside the cement factory, above the river pipeline, Bai Yen slowly said, "Let's knock down the cement factory first. Let's go." Bai Yen took the lead and walked to the doorway next to the dog hole, kicked the iron door straight open and walked in, looked at the clothes hanging on the wall and immediately touched them. Ding, visitor center office room card. Room card? Hey, back then when I played the game the burst rate of this dress was very high. I didn't expect that. Nowadays, the burst rate of the realistic secret realm is still so high. After touching things, Bai Yen slowly came to the door, opened the door, and immediately peeked twice toward the outside, and was seeing a person who was touching the large weapon box at the position of the rocket soldier. Bai Yen naturally will not let go of this great opportunity, and the M700 in his hand immediately opened the mirror. Boom! At this moment, the teenager who touched the weapon box was still scavenging this with an excited face, when suddenly a gunshot came and he felt his his eyes go black. By E-Smoke looked at the teenager who directly turned into a box, said to the fat man and lewd man, "A person does not roll point will dare to touch really bold people settled. Go, let's go in to touch things." By E-Smoke took the lead and ran in, coming to the first floor airbox and touching it, while the lewd man went straight to the second floor, while going up the stairs with a lewd grin, as if he were a husband about to come home after a 2-year business trip, he shouted, "Insurance, insurance, insurance, big insurance, here I come." The lewd man came to the second floor and looked at the mess upstairs. The air boxes, weapons boxes, etc. were opened, and the lewd man's expression at this time was as if a husband who had been on a business trip for 2 years returned home and saw his wife lying in someone else's arms and holding a baby. After touching the airbox, Bai Yen came to the second floor with the intention of touching the bag, and looked at the indecent man who was still circling upstairs and said, "Corporal, what are you looking for? The box is on top of the iron platform. Why are you spinning here?" Mischievous man, as if that husband does not believe in the reality in front of him, came to Bai Yen said, "Sir, you tell me that this is not true. How the big insurance is not here? I used to come to the cement factory when I would see the big insurance in the second floor. How is it missing?" Bai Yen looked at the lewd man's anxious appearance, slowly jumped to the rocket soldier's position, opened the bag that had just been killed and said, "You call the fat man over. I'll give you 2 a talk." Putting away the AKM that killed the man and some tertiary bullets, he happened to see Fatty come to the second floor as well, and Bai E-Smoke immediately jumped over and said, "Free big insurance. There will be a total of 2 refreshes in this map of the classified dam, one in the row building, and the other will appear in one of the military barracks, the cement plant, the large substation, or the visitors center." "Oh, I see, sir. There's nothing on the second floor of the cement factory, which means the big insurance should be in the other 3 places," the lewd man said immediately. "There are 2 refresh points for each of these 4 spots. The cement plant's second floor and the sandpile room will refresh the insurance. The barracks will refresh on the second floor and at the tents. The visitors center will refresh next to the VIP room and in front of the office on the second floor. And the substation will refresh on the first and second floors." By E-Smoke just finished, the lewd man immediately ran toward the first floor, to the sand pile room drilled in. "Is to see a large insurance put there?" The lewd man immediately 2 eyes light, as if the business trip for a year of the husband returned home, saw his wife is cooking a good meal waiting for their own, and immediately pounced on it, completely did not notice that there is still a Asura soldier on the sand pile. Soldier Asura, as if he were the lover, watched the lewd man make out with the big insurance and immediately stepped behind him and kicked the lewd man in the face, then added an elbow strike. Imbecile man looked at a 4 slowly lit up. "It is a seat clock," looked at hundreds of thousands, suddenly climax, suddenly received 2 heavy blows behind, directly knocked to the ground. At this moment, Bai Yen had just finishing the distribution of the computers and the distribution of all the important supplies in the administration building when she saw the obscene man being knocked down by the Asura soldiers. The fat man immediately walked in towards the sandy room and saw an Asura soldier standing next to the large insurance that had been opened and the leering man lying on the sidelines. The fat man immediately shot, directly killed the Asura soldiers, began to save the obscene man. White art smoke came to the big insurance that was opened. Save saw a 4 frame. Soon the seat clock will reveal its true colors. If you open the seat clock, who will die if you don't? Luckily, I just touched an apple. It should be able to suppress the power of the seat clock. Bai Yen sighed in her heart, then stuffed the seat clock inside the safety box. The lewd man was quickly rescued, and without even taking his medication, he fumbled with his safety box, muttering under his breath, "Seat clock, my seat clock. Corporal, you can't press that seat clock, so I'll take it for you," Bai Yen said slowly. At this time, the obscene man is business trip for 2 years back home, looking at his own leader and girlfriend in the together make out. Dare not say, had to give the seat clock to the white art smoke. Looking at the lewd man with an aggrieved face, Bai Yen slowly said, "The seat clock thing, you really can't hold it. It's for your own good that I snatched your seat clock, and here I have the boxed coffee beans that I just fumbled with in the airline case for you." The lewd man looked at the golden coffee beans on the ground, and immediately lost the aggression he had just felt, as if the employee who had been on a business trip for a year had returned to the company and was promoted and given a raise by his own leader. Chapter 42, Even an apple can't suppress the power of a seat clock. Looking at the cement factory scavenging almost, slowly said, "Let's go. We should head to the administrative building. The inside should now fight hot and heavy. Let's hurry to stir up muddy water to go." The 3 of them quickly assembled, and Bai Yen directly took the lead and was the first to walk out of the north gate, coming to the cement truck and opening it to wait for the supplies inside to come out. On the road leading from the cement factory to the administration building, on top of the forklift next to the security hall, there was a teenager lying on his back, and two other teenagers crouching behind the wooden box next to the forklift. At this time in the forklift on top of the teenager is seeing the cement factory ran out 3 people. Looking at the lead one stopped by the cement truck, the corner of the mouth showed a lewd smile. The hands of the SVD immediately opened fire. Boom 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 boom. Bai Yen was still waiting for the supplies. Suddenly the sound of gunfire rang out. Bai Yen immediately felt a headache, and the smoke bomb in his hand just peeled out and fell to the ground before it had time to burst. Seeing such a scene, the fat man and the lewd man following behind immediately looked for cover. But unfortunately, at this time, the 2 teenagers behind the wooden crate also ran out, one holding an AKM with a 2.5x lens, and the other holding a G3 with a triple lens, and shot at the 2. The duo instantly dodged, and there was no cover around them. They instantly became a moving living target, and were quickly knocked to the ground, especially the fat man, who was too big, and the chances of being hit turned out to be very high. The 3 of them slowly came to the resurrection space and each paid 50 WHAVE coins to resurrect. Gradually the 3 of them appeared outside the secret realm. No, Luna's arrow is really hard. Before the game, play Luna will use the arrow to shoot an arrow first, and then touch the cement truck and head to the administrative building. I did not expect that. In the game was here 6 once. In the secret realm was 6 again. This is the second time. Not worthy of the seat clock, hair, even the apple can't be pressed. Bai Yen looked at the scenery in front of her, and slowly sighed in her heart. Ah, old 6 ah, give me back my coffee beans, the lewd man said with a little bit of a stampede. However, the other thing that made Bai Yen even more puzzled was that the system hadn't released any quests, and every time he had entered the secret realm in the past, the system had released system quests for himself. System, why didn't you release a system mission for me last hand? Bai Yen curiously called out to the system in her mind. Ding, since the world the host is in nowadays only opens the classified mode for 2 maps, the system can only release missions twice a day, and the number of missions will be refreshed at 2400 hours every day. It's okay, Corporal Imbecile. You need to pull yourself together. The seat bell is firing. Even if we beat the forklift team, we'll still die inside the building behind us, Bai Yen said as she looked at the sad lewd man. At this time, a teenager wearing a security uniform walked over and said, Brother Zhu, the shooting club is organizing an event, the Gold Touch Challenge. If they take the championship they can participate in the national competition. The team that takes the top 3 in the country will get the benefit of taking a photo and signing autographs with Lord Speedy Claw. And I heard that there are also other lucrative rewards. The moment the lewd man heard that he could take a picture with Speed Claw, he immediately had love in his eyes. Knowing that Speed Claw was recognized as the world's #1 beauty on planet Delta, Bai Yen looked at the security guard very familiar, and immediately remembered that this security guard was the one who blocked his way when he and the lewd man met at that time. And if it wasn't for this security guard, he wouldn't have been able to team up with the fat man. However, there are conditions for enrollment. Only those who have someone on their team who has killed 6 or more people in a single set can enroll, the security guard said slowly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Bai Yen looked at the lewd man who instantly shriveled down and said, It's fine. I have a kill record of 9 solo kills, so I can sign up for it. When the lewd man heard the voice, it was as if he had taken Viagra, and immediately his virility rose again, pulling Bai Smoke and Fatty towards the shooting club. A beautiful young woman, wearing the working clothes of the shooting club, looking at the battle record of Bai Smoke, the stunned elder's small mouth could not be closed for a long time, slowly spitting out a sentence. WC, single set of kills 9. This gentleman, congratulations to your team for obtaining the qualification to enroll. The match will be held the day after tomorrow at 2000 hours. Please be punctual for the gentleman's squad to participate. After signing up, Bai Yen also had no interest in re-entering the secret realm. The few handfuls of fights had really tired themselves out, and at this time there were exactly 3 big men walking over. The big man at the head of the team said to Bai Smoke, We are also participating in the Touch of Gold challenge. Our team has 2 records of 6 kills in a single set. Do you want to have a pre-match competition as a way to find your feeling in advance? Bai Smoke looked at the time, slowly said, how do we test? But not to pressure a little bit of color to play no fun. On the pressure of 30 WHAVE coins how? When the big man on the opposite side heard this, he immediately laughed and said, Ha, let's play 3v3 to practice. Okay. Old rules, the loser buys the cost of creating the room. Bai Yen also intended to train the 2 at this time, and immediately nodded her head in agreement. Both sides quickly came to the entrance of the secret realm. Bai smoked silently to choose the map of the radar station. Want to let the obscene man and fat man familiar with the map, but the opposite side of the big man immediately prevented the said. Let's play with what we want. Listen to the fate of the sky. This is good for everyone. By E-Smoke had to choose the accompanying map. Soon a light in front of my eyes. By E-Smoke found born in the location of the damn barracks small channel. Slowly said to the two, this hand on the training of the two of you on the ability to improvise. Later I will go out and send directly. I scouted out the opposite side of the location of the two of you 2 to 3. It does not matter that you lose. You can improve your strength. Take this game as a training to see. The lewd man and the fat man both nodded and both chose G18, got high on painkillers, and immediately ran out. Looking at the duo's confident appearance, Bai Yen smiled and took the dagger and followed them out, but it was in the direction of the barbed wire fence, and just as they walked out of the tent area, the barracks gate rang out with gunshots. Bai Smoke just stood still and didn't move, letting the bullets hit her body and gradually fell to the ground, transforming into a god's perspective. At this moment, when the three big men saw that they had solved one so easily, they immediately walked inside the tent with confidence, and the lewd man and the fat man heard the gunshot, immediately ready. One person lying on the top of the tent, one person crouched behind the tent, and soon the sound of footsteps came. The two of them opened fire at the same time. The G-18's firepower suddenly covered the two big men who ran fast. The two big men directly fell to the ground before they could react, and the original situation of 2 against 3 was suddenly reversed, turning into 2 against 1. The fat man and the indecent man saw that there was still one person left on the opposite side, and immediately changed the bullets. The two of them then rushed together. The indecent man took the lead, ran to a corner of the tent, and immediately made a big jump, and the G-18 in his hand opened fire. But, unfortunately, the early snatch hit the wrong position, and was knocked to the ground by the big man's G-18, and the fat man again obscene man fell to the ground a moment also jumped out. The big man's G-18 just spit 3 rounds of ammunition is out of ammunition. The big man rushed to change the ammunition. How can the fat man give the big man to change the ammo opportunity? Immediately shot to take away the last person. Chapter 43 Training. Second inning. The last hand was a good fight. Well coordinated. This hand is resurrected inside the big channel. As usual, I'll go out directly to send heads, scout out the position of the opposite 3. You two discuss a plan, then 2 against 3. Bai Yen looked at the excited 2 and said in admiration. Soon after the ban ended, Bai Yen ran out of the passageway door in a single bound, holding a system dagger in her hand and slashing twice into the air every now and then. At this moment, inside the small passageway of the barracks, the 3 big men slowly walked out of the passageway, and saw Bai Yen standing in an open space, slashing at the air like a crazy granny. The 3 men nodded to each other and the 3 of them fired together. At this time, the obscene man has come to the bottom of the stairs to start acquiring Mandel bricks. Heard the sound of gunfire slowly said, Fatty, they are in the small passage. Wait for you to rack the gap in the room on the first floor. They jumped up to fight. I take the Mandel bricks on the second floor to break the code. Then I create footsteps in the up cell. Let them think we are on the second floor. You directly hit him by surprise. The fat man felt that this plan was not bad, and immediately ran into the room on the first floor, and probed the doorway to frame the gap, so that as soon as someone jumped up, they would have to take a pike. It's that SB from the opposite side again. I originally thought that this guy was the most powerful, but it turns out that this guy is a rookie, slashing at the air with a knife. Ha ha ha. The leading big man immediately said with a big smile. Ding, the enemy has acquired the Mandalorian brick. Grab it, find and stop them. Upon hearing the system's voice, the 3 big men's smiles immediately froze in place, and they immediately walked in the direction of the barracks building. The trio came below the gap and listened to the footsteps on the second floor and the broadcast of Mandel's brick breaking. The trio couldn't hold back and started jumping up. The big man in the lead jumped up first, and before he could catch his breath, a gunshot came out from the first floor of the barracks. Fatty saw the head of the man directly and decisively shot. The K416's gun sounded. The extremely fast rate of fire made the big man instantly melt in place. The 2 big men who hadn't quite jumped up directly stopped, intending to change places and then go up to the barracks floor. At this time, the obscene man heard the sound of gunfire, immediately came to the second floor stairs, directly jumped to the fence above, and then saw the side of the 2 big men, raised his hand as a burst of mutiny. Although the obscene man grabbed the big side of the 2 men, but the shooting skill was a little bit worse. A pike shot out nearly killed only one person. The other big man reacted, pulling out the MP5 in his hand, shooting at the obscene man on the wall. The obscene man was hit by 2 shots, immediately leapt from the wall, back to the bottom of the stairs. Just then the fat man heard the opposite side of the shooting, immediately ran from the doorway toward the gap, came to the gap before a big jump, jumped directly to the opposite side of the head of the big man, and directly shot his head off to take the last one. Bai Yen looked at the 2 of them from God's perspective at this time, and couldn't help but say with a sigh of relief, this wave of coordination can be said to be perfect. Game 3, final game. these two performances are good. This one may not be so lucky. The first two are Mandel bricks refreshed on the face. This one, Mandel bricks in the tent there. We resurrected in the barbed wire here. No surprise it's time for us to attack. But this is a better way to stimulate the potential. Go for it. Bai Yen looked at the Mandel brick refreshment point, slowly sighed. The molester said slowly, Sir, don't worry. The tent is my home and I know that part of the tent like the back of my hand. Bai Yen looked at the energetic duo and smiled slightly, waiting for the band to end. She immediately took the system's small pistol and ran in the direction of the Mandalorian bricks. Soon, Bai Yen saw three big men appear in the tent area and immediately snapped the small pistol in her hand. Pistol shots rang out, although the hit rate was high, but unfortunately, the pistol damage was tremendously low, hitting the three big men as if they were scraping. It didn't hurt. The three big men also reacted, looking at that Spagan, holding a small pistol and shooting at himself, immediately pulled out their respective weapons. At Bai E smoke is a burst of mutiny. This SB, that little pistol came over here. If he had taken the main weapon, he might have been able to kill one. Stupid, ha ha ha. A big man said in direct mockery. The obscene man and the fat man have come to the first floor of the barracks at this time. The opposite side has already obtained the news of the Mandel bricks, looked at each other, the two of them as if they could read the opposite side's thoughts from the opposite side's eyes. The two of them came to the gap together. Fatty slowly peeked twice at the tent area and didn't find any silhouettes. Slowly said to the lewd man, Old Jew, you enter the tent area from the barracks gate there. I'll go over from here. Let's give them a two-sided attack. Reporter, don't ever show your big footsteps. The lecherous man nodded and slowly walked from the other side, jumping directly on top of a tent just in time to see a large man crouching on the side of one of the tents, probing and racking in the direction of the gaping hole in the barracks. The lewd man smiled evilly. His face was lewd and scary, and immediately raised the SR-3M in his hand, and immediately shot at the big man. And I have to say that the SR-3M is a T1 gun, and the big man was instantly melted in place. The other two big men heard the sound of gunfire, reacted. Not in the anti-frame gap, the two big men negotiated. Together jumped out from inside the tent, looked at the obscene man lying on top of the tent, immediately shot. At this time, the obscene man finished solving a person, changed the number of bullets to continue to counter-frame. Suddenly the field of vision jumped out of the two big men, the obscene man in a flash to shoot, even if it is the first to shoot, but the opposite two people. Two fists are difficult to beat four hands. At once, the obscene man collapsed on top of the tent. Fatty jumped down from the gap when the obscene man fired the first shot, and slowly touched the deciphering point, and soon there was a gunshot, and the fat man was not before the quiet step, directly jumped on top of a wooden box, just in time to see the side of the two big men, and decisively shot. Battle ends, victory. The three of them, Bai Yen, appeared in front of the secret realm, and the lewd man jumped excitedly and said, Is that all there is to killing 6 people in a single game? I suddenly feel like I can kill 9 in a single game. Looking at the excited lewd man, Bai Yen just smiled and didn't say anything. Soon the three big men also walked out from the secret realm and slowly said, We are willing to gamble. This is 30W Hafu coins. Humph, let's go. The big man threw over the 30W half money card and simply walked away. Bai Yen looked at the 30W in her hand and slowly placed the card in the obscene man's hand and said, Corporal Obscene, you two split this 30W. It's getting late. We'll gather here again tomorrow. After Bai Yen finished speaking, she slowly left the shooting club and walked towards her one-room house. Chapter 44, Xiaoying's Unpredictable Strength. Returning to the real world has come to evening. Bai Yen looked at the 99+ messages on the cell phone, and suddenly had a headache, excluded some dispensable messages, and looked at the message sent by Zhou Ying. The heart could not help but smile slightly. Brother Bai, the day after tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. Can you accompany me to rehearse the music tomorrow? There were also these several missed calls, which slowly typed a few words. Okay, no problem. We'll see you tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the opposite side was directly returned in seconds. Good. Do not see each other. Bai Yen then replied to Xiao Jie about some of the business of 91 diners, and then turned off her cell phone and lay down on the bed, intending to take a nap. Having run around the secret realm for almost a day, she was half dead tired. The next day, Bai Yen said hello to Li Su and went out to exercise, and then came to Zhou Ying's club. Just walked in and saw Xiao Ying with a snake wrapped around her neck. Bai Yen was about to hide, when she was spotted by Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying looked at the white art smoke suddenly a drum mouth. The heart of the anger said, Humph, yesterday took advantage of me so big. Even my Weibo are not added a bit, an apology are not said a bit. See how to pack you after today. Humph. Xiaoying found that Bai Yen was going to run, immediately ran over and blocked Bai Yen's way. Exasperated. Little colorful basket. You give this lady to stand still. See this lady there is not to greet. Bai Yen had to stop and barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face and said, Sister Ying, I'm not afraid of disturbing your pleasure. Ha ha ha. Xiaoying immediately came in front of Bai Yi Smoke, and the snake on her neck seemed to understand what was in Xiao Ying's mind, spitting out its core and jumping directly onto Bai Yi Smoke's neck and wrapping itself around it. Xiao Ying, well, put your pet away. I'm the one who called him over today. At that moment a soft voice came over, and Xiao Ying had to put the snake back. Seeing this, Bai Yan immediately ran behind Zhou Ying for fear of being entangled by that snake. Brother Bai, can you accompany me to look for authentic Sichuan cuisine in a city? My grandfather is from Sichuan and will be coming here from the capital tomorrow for his birthday, and now that he's celebrating his birthday, I'd like to get a table of authentic Sichuan cuisine, Zhou Ying slowly said. Before Bai Yan could reply, Xiao Ying directly said, I'll go too. When Bai Yan saw that Xiao Ying wanted to go, she was still thinking that she could go out alone with Zhou Ying, but suddenly thought of the master-level cooking skills she had just obtained, and immediately said, No, I'm the chef. As far as a city is concerned, when I say second, no one dares to say first, and tomorrow your grandfather's birthday will be carried out at my 91 eater just fine. Really? You really know how to cook Sichuan food? That's of course. By noon, I'll cook a big table for our club sisters, Bai Yan said confidently. Xiao Ying saw no way to go out and tease Bai Yan, immediately showed disappointment. Eyes turned immediately said with a smile, Chef Bai, since you can make Sichuan cuisine, we do not need to look for a chef. However, you should buy a dress too. Otherwise at that time, I cannot have the face to stand with you apiece. Zhou Ying covered her mouth and smiled and said, That's right, then let's go out and pick out a suit for you today. Bai Yi Smoke wanted to push back, but the guy Xiao Ying insisted on using snakes to bully her, so she had to follow and head to the clothing store. Just as he walked to a clothing store, a voice came, Ioyo, isn't this the class flower and eldest class president of our class? How did you get mixed up with a beggar? Bai Yan turned her head to look at the source of the sound. It was Li Zhao wrapped his arm around Zhang Jing and slowly walked over. Zhou Ying looked at the two, so she directly pulled Bai Yan into the clothing store, directly ignoring Li Zhao. Seeing that he was directly ignored, Li Zhao clenched his hands tightly and then slowly loosened them, secretly laughing in his heart. Let you see what strength is today. As soon as Li Zhao walked into the clothing store, a power supply immediately walked over and said, Good day boss. Li Zhao immediately got godly and said with an unbeatable face, Throw those three guys out of here. Beggars are not welcome here. Bai Yan was immediately stopped by a few shopkeepers to drive out the three Bai Yan. Not yet waiting for Bai Yan to be angry, Xiao Ying immediately shouted angrily, Do you know who this young lady is? Dare this to this miss. Believe it or not, this miss a phone call to let you door this direct cause. Who do you think you are? I'm the boss here. Let me career. Just you still want to let me career. Unless this clothing store will just close down. Ha ha ha. Li Zhao immediately laughed out loud. Looking at Li Zhao's unbeatable smile, Xiao Ying immediately took out her cell phone and dialed a random number. Then said, Uncle Zhang, I'm going to let Sasa Suit Clothing go out of business right now. Right now. At this time in a private villa, a middle-aged man looked at the phone, hung up and said, Valiant Suit. Seems to be the Ginger family's industry. Forget it, small a Ginger family, not enough to mention. Come on people, will be the Ginger family's Valiant Suit in the city of a delisted. Yes, master. A burly man slowly came from the back and nodded in response, then took out his cell phone and said something. At this time, Bai Yi Smoke here, Li Zhao looked at the three people. His face suddenly showed a smug smile, but the next second, a cell phone ringing, Li Zhao looked at the phone number on the phone. It was Jiang who called. Li Zhao immediately answered the phone and said with a pleasing face, Righteous father, the upcoming clothing store will just be handed over to me. I promise to make it clear to you. Followed by a burst of angry curses. Li Zhao, UTNNs, to the old man to provoke what people? The military region Big Brother's phone call to me here. Said the clothing store offended me, cannot afford to offend people. Let me immediately the clothing business dissolved. Otherwise will be the Zhang family's industry will be dissolved. UTMD, to the old man to roll. I did not have you this righteousness in the future. With the disappearance of the sound of angry curses, the sound of beep 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 came from the cell phone. Looking at Li Zhao, who was stunned in place, Xiao Ying immediately said with a smile, I've already told you that I'm an existence you can't afford to mess with. Non-stop. Bankrupt. He. The furious Li Zhao suddenly surged with anger, loosened his arm around Zhang Jing, and struck at Xiao Ying. Seeing this, Bai Yan's hand was quick, and in the moment when the fist was about to fall, she directly held it, and then kicked Li Zhao's stomach, directly kicking Li Zhao out more than 10 meters away. At this time Xiao Ying, who was smiling cheekily 1 second, said angrily the next, How dare you hit this young lady? Little flower, give me to bite him to death. Only to see that the colorful snake that was originally wrapped around Xiao Ying's neck, shot out and directly bit Li Zhao's crotch, and immediately the pain caused Li Zhao to directly faint. Looking at Li Zhao's mutilated appearance, in looking at the ferocious Xiao Ying, he suddenly hurriedly tightened his legs, fearing that the snake would come at him again. Xiaoying looked at the handicapped Li Za and said, "Today will first fee your reproductive capacity. If there is a next time, directly to your little life. Well, small flower, come back." Looking at Pretend 13, Pretend Big Xiaoying, Bai Yismoke cannot help but sigh. No, Xiaoying family has strength. Did not expect to be so powerful. I throw. Chapter 45, The Old 6 Points of the Dam, Visitor Center. Looking at Li Sa's mutilated appearance, Bai Yiyan immediately took a good suit and said to Zhou Ying, "Sister Ying, I'm going to go to 91 diners to arrange the venue for your grandfather's birthday, so I'll go first, he. After Bai Yiyan finished speaking, she immediately spread her legs and moved away from Xiaoying. The little witch, Bai Yiyan came to the 91 diners and ordered Xiao Jie to do a good job of setting up about his birthday. Then he went to the room he belonged to and slowly entered the Delta planet. At this point in the shooting club, the obscene man was holding an August in his hand and shooting at a distant target. The fat man was standing on the side for guidance. At this point in time, the obscene man's hits were already hovering around 6 rings again, and had already improved a lot. When the lewd man saw Bai Yiyan walking over, he immediately put down the August in his hand and ran over. "Sir, I just received news that due to the fact that the map of Longbow Creek Valley is too big, coupled with the fact that the map has just come out, the GTI executives have unanimously decided to go with the dam to be the map for the Fumble Ring tournament." Bai Yiyan listened to the words of the lewd man. The heart is also slightly put down the heart. Due to the Longbow Valley map is too big, they also rarely play longbow. The map inside is not particularly familiar with. To also save some trouble, let's go to Dam Zero and take you to some of the old 6 spots, Bai Yi Smoke said with a smile. Old 6, old Zhu, aspire to be a fierce attacker and not learn from old 6, the lewd man slowly said when he heard Bai Yi Smoke's words. Old 6, your big head, we cannot use these old 6 points, but we cannot not know them. Let's go. Bai Yiyan slowly pulled the lewd man to the entrance of the secret realm. Ding release system mission, kill 40 Asura soldiers, group can be shared. Mission reward, 200 W Havoc coins. Mission failure penalty, 300 W Havoc coins. Bai Yiyan listened to the system's voice. A bright light slowly said, resurrection in the visitor center, no. 1 position. Go, let's go to the 2nd floor to set up the gun. First take the visitor center. The lewd man and the fat man nodded, and the 3 of them quickly tumbled up to the 2nd floor. And just as they reached the 2nd floor, they heard the sound of sprayers and M4A1 gunfire coming up from the direction of the buses on the south side of the visitor center. Bai Yi Smoke immediately said, the south side of the visitor center has refreshed a team. Fatty, you go to the stairs and set up a gun there. I'll jump down from the 2nd floor with Imbecile Man and go to the 1st floor to just shoot with them. Bai Yi Smoke and the lewd man jumped straight down to the 1st floor and stepped quietly to the place where the service front desk of the visitor center was. After listening to the office immediately ringing, a burst of cluttered footsteps immediately sounded the sound of opening the big insurance. Bai Yi Smoke to the obscene man gestured to clean up. The 2 of them then immediately rushed up. Bai Yiyan came to the window and was seeing 3 people standing at the big safety to jointly open the big safety. No one at all took the initiative to carry out the racking of the gun, all grabbing the big safety. Bai Yiyan and the lewd man looked at each other. The assault rifles in the hands of the 2 immediately sprayed flames, drowning the 3 in bullets. Looking at Bai Yiyan, who had turned into 3 boxes, said with a slight smile in his heart, I really didn't expect that these 3 people were still little gluttons. Soon the fat man also ran down from the 2nd floor. Looking at the 3 people's bag is a bit like the game inside the standard set of roles. White Art Smoke is also too lazy to search. Directly to the fat man and lewd man touched. White Art Smoke slowly walked to the door of the visitor center office for the swipe card. Looking at the sofa, brushed a Rolex. Bai Yi Smoke excitedly upstuffed into the safety box. Came to the small insurance in front of the said sofa, brushed a Rao above. Bring Rao to touch the insurance. There are gold bars inside the insurance. Bai Yiyan recited a sentence and directly opened the small insurance. Ding, gold bars. Bai Yi Smoke said in a stunned voice. It's hard to explain, but 99% rare. It does smell good. 3 people see the visitor center scavenging almost. White Art Smoke slowly said, go, I first take you to see the old 6 points of the visitor center. The first is the medical box room above. You 2 were 6 over once. There is usually the top of the dam will come over to counter-frame the visitor center people. Then White Art Smoke thought deeply for a moment and slowly jumped above the medical kit room, stepped on the wall and walked slowly, walked to a small pillar and got down and said, this is also the old 6-point position. As long as the person who was evacuated from here will inevitably be smoked. I was 6'd here twice. The fat man and the lewd man looked at the spot in amazement, and their hearts were suddenly mixed. That great cleverness invented this spot. Alas, Bai Yiyan did not speak, but slowly came to the side of the evacuation point and pointed to a bus on the south side and said, this car sometimes hides people. so be careful. I've been hit by 2 guys with a company sniper before. Then turning her head to look at the mountain next to her, Bai Yen slowly jumped up against a small bump, and then jumped all the way up against it. In the eyes of the fat man and lewd man said, this point can also rack the people who come to evacuate. But this point, as long as you look up you can find the rats. There is another point, you come to evacuate, look up, cannot see you people. Go, I'll show you guys. Bai Yen said, then directly jumped down from the mountain halfway, slowly walked to the west side of the visitor center next to the bullet box, and then jumped to the outside of the bulletproof glass. Looking at the gap between the floor and the mountain stone, Bai Yen slowly got down and slowly climbed inward. Fatty, you 2 go to the garbage dump and run from there to here and see if you can see me. Bai Smoke just climbed in and said to the 2. The fat man and the lewd man looked at each other with some skepticism at first, and then quickly ran in the direction of the dump, and then ran from the dump towards the visitor center. Bai Yen looked at the 2 men and immediately fired a few shots. The lewd man and the fat man looked at the green smoke coming out of their bodies, and then looked in the direction of Bai Yen. Their hearts suddenly became more and more shocked. Indecent man quickly ran back, looking at the white art smoke still lying inside the gap in the heart of the moment. Shocked will only WC. Paused for a moment before slowly said, sir, this position is also too invincible it. This and then outside to see a completely black. Nothing can be seen. Let's go. Let's go to the old 6th spot in the junkyard. Corporal Indecent, you were 6th there. Bai Smoke slowly ran towards the junkyard after saying that. Coming to the dump, Bai Yen pointed to the dumpster and said, squatting behind the dumpster can directly rack the people who come to the dump to touch the bird's eggs. Isn't that how you were killed? After finishing her speech, Bai Yen came to the west side of the bird's egg and pointed to a wooden box inside the fence and said, jumping on top of this wooden box is just enough to frame the people coming from the substation. Fatty and lewd man listening to the continuous nodding heart is even more surprised. This has to fight on how many dams to get these experiences. The secret realm is not just out more than 2 months, before or a day can only enter once. This has to be how much genius. Follow the little smoke officer really with the right person. Chapter 46, the old 6 points of the dam, the substation. Alright, let's go to the substation. The substation still has the old 6 spots. Let's go. Bai Yen smiled faintly and slowly led the duo in the direction of the substation. Looking at the boxes full of Asura soldiers, Bai Yen smiled slightly and said, it looks like the substation is being searched. But after you guys finish looking at the old 6 spots, we'll go to the small substation then head towards the cement factory. The 2 of them nodded their heads and followed Bai Yen to the first floor of the main building of the substation. Bai Yen walked straight to the table by the door of the coat room on the first floor. Bai Yen directly jumped on it without saying a word, and then jumped again, directly jumping on top of those data boxes. Bai Yen said slowly from above, the tops of these things can be jumped back and forth, and the 3 of them can climb one each, and can rack all the entrances coming in, suitable for our number 1 positions counter-racking. Just as Bai Yen had just finished speaking, gunshots rang out from the small substation, and Bai Yen immediately said, imbecile man, you're shooting a 3x August. You go to the 2nd floor and set up your gun. Fatty and I will sneak in, and we'll just hit this team first. The 3 people quickly divided the work clearly. The lewd man directly came to the 2nd floor window of the large substation, just saw a young girl standing on the 2nd floor staircase of the small substation, immediately opened the mirror, looked at the young girl's absolutely beautiful face, could not help but swallow 2 mouths of saliva, but the lewd man also paused only for a moment, a lewd grin on his lips. At this time, Bai Yen and Fatty had just walked to the outside of the substation, when they realized that the obscene man had already knocked down one. Bai Yen directly to the front, still a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of the cover of the smoke bomb, Bai Yen 2 people quickly touched the outside of the small substation. At this moment, a young girl inside the small substation safe room said, what should we do, Buster? There's someone at the big substation, and the fuel cells and military satellite communication instruments we just touched are still on 11th Sister's 9th sister. Later, you go out and pull 11th sister's body straight over, and I'll set up your gun. Then we'll save the 11th sister in the room and run. The other teenager said slowly after thinking for a moment. The young girl nodded and opened the door facing the large substation, slowly showing her head and realizing that no one had hit her. She slowly moved 2 steps and grabbed the foot of the fallen young girl and was about to pull it back when a gunshot rang out. Imbecile man at this time to see Taricha will shrink back, intends to change the bullet. Just change the bullet to save back to see a young girl out, intends to pull teammates. Looking at this rhyme full of young girls, obscene man licked the corners of his mouth. The gun in his hand immediately sprayed flames, accurately hitting the body of the young girl. At this time, the obscene man was as if he was hung up. God blocking to kill God, Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. hiding behind the door and watching another teammate drop. He sighed deeply and immediately shot at the second-floor window of the substation. Unfortunately, the teenager hit a level 1 bullet, hitting the molester's level 4 head like a mosquito bite half. The molester took several shots without dying, shrinking back to replace the bullet, then changed the bullets of the obscene man once again set up the gun to look at the last person is a teenager. Suddenly no interest, direct fire, but unfortunately this time the bullets as long as the eyes generally have flown from the teenager's surroundings, froze even the teenagers a hair did not touch. Not right just now, when I hit those two teenage girls, they were both shot and hit. This hit this teenager was even a shot that didn't hit. The lewd man secretly sighed and said, and at this time, the teenager also changed the bullets. At the obscene man's head another shot, even if the teenager hit the first grade bullets, but the obscene man resisted too many bullets. The obscene man's helmet directly shattered, and then was knocked down by a headshot. At this time, Bai Yen and Fatty happened to come to the outside of the small substation. Listening to the source of the gunfire, directly determined the opposite position. Bai Yen gestured to Fatty, and then ran to the other side of the stairs with big feet under the building, and the fat man stepped slowly toward the second floor with quiet steps. At that moment the teenager inside heard footsteps coming towards the other side of the stairs, and immediately came to the other doorway of the small insurance. Probing and racking the west staircase, Bai Smoke came to the second floor, directly to the teenage peak twice, sheeted a few rounds of ammunition. Just when the teenager racked is excited, the fat man came behind the teenager. The AKM in his hand fired bullets directly, and the teenager died in place. Looking at the teenager who turned into a box, Fatty said, "Sir, you come to add to the bag. I'm going to go to save old Jew." When Bai Yen saw that Fatty was so motivated, she immediately touched her bag with a joyful smile. Looking at the white and blue trash inside the box, Bai Xiang sighed slightly, then came to the first bag the lecherous man killed and licked it. Ding, pirate gold, pirate binoculars, pirate silver, fuel cells, military satellite communicator. Bai Smoke had just finished licking something when Mischievous Man and Fatty arrived late. Looking at Mischievous Man's head sweating slightly, Bai Yen looked at the lewd man and immediately said seriously, "Corporal Lewd, at your command." The molester saluted directly in place and shouted, "Yes, sir. Due to your excellent performance, nowadays I'm going to give you a separate commendation. This military satellite communicator will hopefully motivate you and make you become even more courageous." Bai Yen said with a straight face. At once the obscene man tearful general received with a satellite communicator. After the reward ceremony, Bai Yen once again led the duo to the big substation to explain the old 6 points. Coming to the main entrance on the northwest side of the large substation, Bai Yen slowly jumped onto the box and then made a big jump directly on top of the security booth. This place can be racked to the people coming from the west gate, but this spot is not very commonly used. The next spot is one that is often used. Watch and learn well. Bai Smoke said slowly. Bai Yen finished speaking and came directly to the substation pull point door next to a few wooden boxes. To a bump slowly jumped up, and has been jumping to the top of the pull room slowly said. This point is very commonly used. You can rack to the evacuation towards the visitor center, and you can also jump out from here yourself. After saying that, Bai Smoke demonstrated one side. This was followed by the aerial point of the small substation, but this point was not mentioned by Bai Smoke. After all, as long as it was not a weak person, he could see that person at a glance. The three of them slowly came to the payment and evacuation point. The lewd man looked at the minefield, suddenly thought of the first time he was killed by the officer, immediately opened his mouth and said, "Sir, how to go to this minefield? The fat man and I walked many times, and we were blown up every time, so we never dared to walk again. Look at the sign. There are no mines on the front side of the sign, and there are mines on the back side." Bai Smoke opened her mouth, and when she finished, she entered the minefield to demonstrate one side. Chapter 47, Westside Junction Evacuation Point 6 has arrived. 3 people slowly came to the cement plant, looking at the cement plant that was scoured in a mess. White Art Smoke slowly said, "There is no special need to pay attention to the old 6 spots in the cement plant. The second floor can go up to the side of these houses, but these spots as long as they are people won't be 6. But there is a spot that needs special attention, especially if you're the second spot in the cement plant." "Sir, that spot needs attention?" the molester asked skeptically. Bai Yen just smiled faintly and brought the 2 of them slowly to the room of the sandpile and slowly said, "I have a pirate gold coin here. I will hide it inside this sandpile room. Whoever of you finds it is whose." The fat man and the lewd man immediately came to interest. Inside came to wait outside, watched the 2 people walked out. White Art Smoke slowly came to the back of that small room inside a sandpile room, slowly walked in, put the pirate gold coins inside. Then he quickly came outside the room and said to the 2 men, "Hide it, just hide it on the old 6 spot." The lewd man ran straight in and said, "Fatty, I'll go first. Those old 6 spots in front of me are up there, so I'm going to go up there and look for them. The leering man came straight upstairs and walked around the edges, looking for pirate gold. At this time, the fat man also walked in. Bai Yen immediately gave the fat man a look. The fat man instantly understood what Bai Yen meant, and immediately walked towards the direction Bai Yen indicated with a joyful smile. Fatty walked to the end of the still did not find the pirate gold coin suddenly felt later. Then a turn of the head just found a gap. The gap space just enough to have a person can go in. There is a bright crystal gold coin. Fatty immediately walked in excitedly holding the gold coins and said smilingly to the lewd man, "Old Jew, don't look for it, I've already found it." The lewd man jumped down directly from the second floor when he heard the sound, and looking at the fat man hiding in the gap, he was shocked and said, "This place can still hide people? That's right, this spot is suitable for people who brush in the number 1 position, and this place also brushes the big insurance. You can come out when others touch the big insurance. You can directly hit a surprise. Well, the time is almost up. Let's go to the evacuation point, and I'll give you the last evacuation point." Bai Yen looked at the two of them and said slowly. The three of them quickly arrived at the evacuation point at the highway entrance of the Western District, and Bai Yen quickly came behind a small room on the road leading from the evacuation point to the D1 egg room and said, "This point, if you don't line up a point, it's very easy to be sixed." Bai Smoke finished quickly came to a small protrusion in front of the evacuation point to get down and said, "This point should also pay attention to. We can't be like Luna generals. Can sweet people? To hear a fear. On the frame of the evacuation point on it, half of the people will be from here to go through. The opposite side will be directly to us to show a big back. The last old 6 spot is on top of this car. All we need to do is plop down on top of this car. Even if the enemy spots us and knocks us down, all we need to do is rub our bodies together and we can evacuate." Bai Yan's words were like machine guns. Listening to the lewd man and the fat man, suddenly only saw a gunshot came out from the cement factory. Bai Smoke immediately said, "Just good. Just gave you 2 to tell you these points came. Fat man, you go to the back of that small room. Lewd man, you in front of the ground on the ground. I go to the roof of the car. Remember, the opposite side is almost to the evacuation point and then hit." At this time, 3 people inside the cement factory looked at the wreckage of the cement factory and said, "Let's withdraw. This is a very fat one. The cement factory looks like it's been raided. Let's withdraw." Soon the trio was in front of the West End intersection evacuation point, laughing and joking. "Boss, we did have a good one. I didn't realize that the other pair inside the building fought Saeed to a standstill, and I ed Saeed with 1 shot. This hand has to be our big brother NB. This hand luck. In the toilet can touch the Rolex. In the big insurance inside touch a gazelle. Who else has our boss this hand luck?" Listening to his side of the 2 little brothers' praise, the middle of the big man immediately said with a smile, Hey, this is called strength. I give you say, if not inside the building there is a team of pulling the gate to run fast, I will kill them all. If the face now appear a team, do not have to twist the 2 of you out of the way. I directly all to kill. Suddenly a gunshot sounded. Obscene man looked at the 3 big back body immediately couldn't help but shoot directly. White Art Smoke heard the gunshot also stood up and shot directly. The fat man is not behind, pulling out a gun to shoot. At this time, the 3 people did not react at all. They were shot into hedgehogs by bullets from one direction, and one of them fell to the ground and did not know what direction they were hit until they died. Bai Yen saw the 3 people directly into the box, then immediately jumped down, licked up the middle of the oldest box, looked at the backpack stuffed full, directly replaced the backpack. Soon the gazelle and the Rolex appeared in front of the eyes. Bai Yen slowly pulled out the Rolex and said, "Fatty, this Rolex you take." In the small substation I gave Obscene a military satellite communicator. In order to be fair, this Rolex you take. Fatty gave a salute to complete the handover ceremony, and then Fatty withdrew. Evacuation successful, 214W, then a bright light flashed and the 3 of them arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. And just after arriving at the entrance to the secret realm Bai Yen heard the system's voice. Ding detected that the host failed in his mission, and is now being penalized with a fine of 300W Hafu coins. Looking at the deducted 300W Hafu coins, Bai Yen was not distressed at all. The district of 300W. Nowadays it is just 1 hair of a 9 cow. Ding, the system detects the host's defiance of the system and launches the mission first. Please host immediately enter the secret realm. Use the foot trimming bomb as the old 6, and kill the 2 contingent members. Mission reward, none. Mission failure punishment, recover all of the host's Hafu coins. Nanny, you dog system, I'm not convinced. You give me empty gloves again. Bai Yen immediately scolded the system angrily in her mind. Ding detected that the host has an anti-bone. The system will activate the emergency mode. If the host doesn't enter the secret realm for 30 seconds, the system will determine that the mission has failed, and will directly carry out the punishment. When Bai Yen heard the system's voice, she immediately emptied her backpack, took a warrior submachine gun, brought a bunch of zero-grade bullets, and pulled Fatty and the lewd man and said, quickly, let's go in, and take another shot. Fatty and the lewd man put their things into the system warehouse with their hands full, and were pulled in by Yen. Looking at the 2 seconds left in the countdown, Yen exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said slowly, luckily, I caught up. Chapter 48 The Old Sixth Mission. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was really a small military camp resurrection point. Yen directly cut the knife and said, I'll go to the small substation to search for it first, and you two go to the large substation to scavenge first. I'll rush over there soon. When Yen finished speaking, she ran towards the small substation at a high speed, casually knifing an Asura soldier on the way. Ding boxes of ear coffee, bags of coffee beans, locally reconstituted coffee. Looking at the things out of the airbox, Smoke cannot help but spit out a sentence, not buddy, out so much coffee. This is to let me stay up all night sudden death this is. After searching the airbox, Yen slowly came to the second floor and opened the small safety. Ding Asala specialty wine glasses, not Delta, really want me to die suddenly After the coffee let me stay up all night, and then give me the holy grail to play. This really want me to die Smoke said with an exasperated laugh. After searching the second floor, Yen only belatedly came to the large substation, walked to the balcony, glanced at the substation technical room from the window, and immediately launched a bright light in front of her eyes, quickly came to the door, directly open, quickly came to the table looking at the cement factory office key room card, immediately tucked into the security box, began to open the big insurance, 6DFUP, ding seat clock, WC, really, finished, this handful of mission is not going to fail, coffee stay up all night plus play the holy grail, finally in a seat clock, really want to send the end of the With a reluctant look on her face, Yen stuffed the seat clock into the safety box and slowly made her way to the coat. Ding portraits, local tabloids, WC, the whole family is here, completely out of fight Smoke suddenly listless touching the last coat. Looking at the inside of the coat, Smoke suddenly came to the essence, as if he had just eaten Viagra, excited to fight 7 more times. Ding apples. At this time, the small military camp rang the sound of gunfire. Yen suddenly rang his own task, slowly said to the fat man, and Yen, the small military camp rang the gun. May come over, go, let's be the old six to go. Use my last hand to teach you. Don't worry sir, I'm the best at being an old six. From now on just call me Lewd Mouse. The lewd man immediately said with a smile, who said in the last hand that I vow to be a slugging player and never a rat. Fatty said mockingly from the sidelines at this point. However, after talking and fooling around Fatty and the lewd man quickly ambushed, Yen slowly came to the first floor, placed the seat clock in front of the hole in the barbed wire fence, a very obvious position, and then ambushed on the first floor. At that moment there were 3 large men in the small barracks talking and laughing as they walked in the direction of the substation. Big brother, this visitor center is also too poor, and the last handful of those 3 rats, the more I think about it, the more angry. Squatting evacuation point, really convinced, or boss, I go directly to the substation to pull the gate. We also go to the west intersection as a rat to go? The big man in the middle pondered for a while and said, alright, let's just take over a wave of the fattest ones when the time comes, and then evacuate in a fat manner, just so that we can search the supplies inside the substation. The 3 quickly came to the substation dog hole, immediately saw the seat clock inside the wire fence. A big man immediately said, big brother, you see what is that? Seems to be a seat clock. WC, rich, I last saw this thing in the trading line to sell more than 200,000 it. The 3 of them immediately couldn't wait to run towards the entrance of the substation, and all 3 of them focused all of their eyes on the seat clock, completely failing to notice the presence of Yen's trio. Smoke was the first to open fire. 45 rounds of magazines directly emptied, instantly sweeping the legs to knock down 2. The fat man and the obscene man in the hands of the gun followed closely. The last person suddenly fell directly to the ground. Fatty, lewd man, do you guys feel that these 3 people look very familiar? Yen looked at the 3 white bags and asked suspiciously. Of course it looks familiar. These 3 people are exactly the same team that died in our last hand in the evacuation point 6. I clearly remember that there is a big man with a beautiful woman sticker on his back. The last hand is the one I killed, and this hand is the one I killed again. Sneeze. WC, those 3 can't be cursing me. Ugh, don't blame me. You guys saw the seat clock and there's no apple to press. It's weird if you don't die. Smoke said slowly as she sneezed, then started to add to her bag. At this time, at the entrance of a secret realm, 3 big men slowly appeared. Their mouths were spitting on Bai Yi Smoke and Zhu Ziqing, their mouths full of curses. After the White Art Smoke, 3 people licked the bag. The White Art Smoke slowly said, "Go, let's go into the building. Today I'm going to pressure this seat clock. Remember, the road to touch the apple must be held. Otherwise the clock of force life and death is hard to predict." The two looked at Bai Yan's serious expression and nodded their heads in understanding. The crowd quickly arrived at the entrance of the West Building, and the 3 had just opened the door when a choking piece of music started. The boss is not dead, and there are no gunshots, which means that the people inside the building should have been killed. Let's go, let's get on. Remember, when I see the boss I'll seal the smoke, and the 3 of us will take our knives and make direct fun of Saeed. The 3 of them slowly felt their way inside the small safe room in the West Wing when they heard a voice, followed by footsteps getting closer, falling into a trap. Bai Yi Smoke determined the opposite position and sealed the smoke bomb directly toward the front, and at once the 3 of them rushed toward Said like hungry wolves pouncing on food. Said there had seen this kind of scene, and thought to himself, usually these task force cadres see themselves avoiding far away, but now they even came with a knife protruding my face. The stunned Sayed staggered for a moment, and the scene went straight to swords and daggers. The 3 of them, Bai Yan, wielding daggers, madly hacked at Sayed's head, and Bai Yan ended up sending Sayed away with a direct and heavy blow. Looking at Said's corpse, Bai Yan took out a seat clock and said, "Boss said, have a good trip. I'm giving you a deathbed. Give me something good out of it." After the sacrifice was made, Bai Yi Smoke began to feel up Saeed's bag. Ding, ancient Sphinx statue, African drums, Said's hand crossbow, East Building Manager's Office room card, WC, hand crossbow. I just had this hand crossbow out once at the end of S2 season. I didn't expect to touch it so soon now that I'm inside the secret realm. Bai Yi Smoke excitedly stuffed Saeed's hand crossbow and the room card into the security box. There's no one inside the building. We can have a blast eating the supplies inside the building. Open and eat. Bai Yan looked at the hand crossbow stunned for several seconds before coming back to his senses and said slowly. Bai Yan came to the West Building where the big insurance was refreshed, and looked at the big insurance and immediately touched it. Ding, pirate gold coins, and rusty pirate copper coins. WC, it's still true. It's not letting me die suddenly that makes me a pirate, is it? Come to the small safe room in the West Building and touch up the small safe. Ding, ancient pirate telescope. Chapter 49, Dog System, 2 Doggy. After touching the last building manager's office, looking at the value of the harvest has come to 180 W Hafu coins. Still not satisfied with the White Art Smoke slowly said, "I don't know if there is a wall breaker mission. The time is still completely enough to go over and take a look to go." After the decision was made, slowly jumped down from the balcony of the West Building and went straight to the wall breaker quest point. Listening to the sound of the quest point dripping, Bai Yan immediately felt a joy in her heart and immediately ran over to pick up the quest. Operation commence. Prepare to clear the garrison and take control of the air defenses. A system voice rang out, and Bai Yan also came to the computer next to her, looked at the password above, and confidently entered 635. Missile launch sequence initiated. It's time to give them a taste of their own medicine. After Bai Yan finished activating the cannonball, she immediately shouted at Fatty and Creepy Man, "Creepy Man, you go to the pull point and pull the gate when there are still 3 minutes and 5 seconds left. Fatty, you and I will go to the underground vault and help me set up the gun to shoot the mannequins. I want to have a good time touching the vault." The 3 of them split up, and the molester quickly ran to the pull point and waited for the gate to be pulled. Boom, boom, missile launched successfully. The gate to the dam has been destroyed. 2 explosions rang out. Bai Yan and Fatty quickly ran into the vault. Bai Yan directly took out her dagger and poured out the shield soldiers in front of the vault, and picked up the iron drill next to her and drilled up the gate. The gates are open. Get in as many safes as you can pry open and hold on tight. Bai Yi Smoke ran straight in ahead of the others and used his pocket knife to pour out the machine gun soldiers and said, "Fatty, guard the doorway and don't let the Asura soldiers come in." Bai Yan looked at the 2 gold bars on the ground and immediately picked them up, ran inside and started prying the safe. Ding, consort earrings, primary bullet parts, pirate gold. Soon after opening all the safes, at this time the lewd man also happened to card a limit to pull the gate. White Art Smoke looked at the things in the safe and said, "Not bad, 6 small gold. Small safes also out of a pocket watch, but unfortunately there is no brush on the table with a room card. The key table and then a room card can be brushed. Evacuation successful, 240 W. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and preserving the value of his warehouse. The host, remember, do not defy the system. This is a notice, not a discussion." Listening to the system's ice-cold voice, Bai Yan's heart immediately spat out. Why is it that in the novels I've read, the system is obedient to the host, and how am I a tigress here? "Sir, 6 is too comfortable. Let's go back to the dam as the oldest 6 to go." "What?" the lewd man said to Bai Yi Smoke as soon as he came out of the secret realm. Bai Yan naturally didn't refuse, tidied up her equipment and said, "Let's go. Fight another one. Take a break after this one." I'm a bit tired from running around in there. After Bai Yen replenished a little bit of Warriors level 0 bullet, the three of them slowly walked inside the secret realm. Ding releasing a system mission, requesting the host to attack and kill 2 GTI Special Task Force members. Mission reward, 20 W Hafu coins. Failure penalty, 30 W Hafu coins. Bai Smoke was instantly ready to curse the warrior pedicure bomb that he took for himself, letting himself pummel. Isn't this giving away heads? This dog system is engaging in targeting again. Bai Yen looked at the place resurrected in front of him in the D1 colorful egg room. Bai Yen did not say anything, quickly ran to the entrance of the big channel, directly kicked open the iron door, immediately ran in. Just after turning the corner, he saw 3 big backs running in the direction of the barracks, and Bai Yen immediately picked up the warrior and fired immediately. The sound of the warrior's gunshots suddenly resounded throughout the barracks' main corridor. A shuttle 45 rounds of magazines directly emptied. Fortunately, Bai Yen's marksmanship is still accurate. A shuttle went down and knocked out one person. The other 2 saw one of their teammates knocked down and immediately took cover to either side. At this time, the fat man and the indecent man just managed to come late. Looking at the fallen bodies in front of them, they immediately understood what was going on, and took the guns in their hands and prepared to kill the enemy. You 2 slowly move forward to the top. Remember to find more cover and slowly touch it. I'll touch it from the other side. Just don't let them run away. Bai Yen quickly instructed Fatty and the lewd man. Seeing the 2 of them nodding, Bai Yen quickly returned from the original path and quickly ran towards the barracks from the outside of the mountain. Soon, Bai Yen arrived at the gate of the barracks. Listening to the fierce gunfire inside, Bai Yen did not hesitate, and imitated the footsteps of the human machine and walked in. At this time inside the passageway 4 people fighting hot and busy. The 2 teenagers heard of footsteps from the door. All thought it was a human machine, so they did not care. One ear immediately fell straight to the ground and was mended. The other teenager just reacted. That footstep just now was not a human machine. Immediately turned the gun and shot. At the same time Bai Smoke also pulled the gun line, attacking the teenager's legs. Nay, the opposite side of the luck is too good. The K416 in the hands of the teenager would have hit the chest of Bai Yen, but due to the large after effects, the 4 rounds of a 1 ammunition occasion all hit Bai Yen's head. Bai Yen instantly fell directly to the ground, and when the fat man and the lewd man heard the warrior's gunshots incidentally, they immediately rushed over with big feet, and the teenager immediately turned his gun around with the K416 and found that a fat man and a lewd man had already come to him. Immediately opened fire, but the K416 ran out of bullets before it could fire 2 rounds, and Fatty and Mischievous Man looked at each other and immediately opened fire to take the team. Bai Smoke was right up after playing a good state, took a 40 WM4A1 and 150 rounds of A1 ammo, said, "Let's go, let's see if the barracks have brushed the big insurance. You guys go to the tent place, I'll go to the 2nd floor." Bai Yen came to the 2nd floor, and did not find the big insurance. Looking at the computer on the table, Bai Yen opened the computer, enter, 568, ding memory stick. Then after looking at the table and the delivery box and not finding anything, he went to the 1st floor to see if he had swiped anything. Came to the 1st floor is to see a computer where Bai Smoke thought it was material laptop, but after walking into the real computer, immediately opened the computer, directly enter, 436, ding quantum storage. Looking at the quantum storage on the computer screen, Bai Yen grinned and directly downloaded it inside the security box, then slowly found Fatty and the lewd man and said, let's go inside the building. However, just as Bai Yen finished speaking, gunshots rang out at the entrance of the cement factory, and Bai Yen immediately said, let's go to the front and be able to directly counterframe the team from the cement factory. Quickly, the 3 of them immediately ran towards the front, and after coming to the hillside and crouching for a few minutes, they saw 3 people running over, and Bai Yen took the M4A1 that she had just obtained and immediately fired. Bai Yen's 3 people immediately shot together, the 3 people who had just run over. Before they were clear about what was going on, they suddenly fell straight down and couldn't get up. Chapter 50, The Special Ability of the Indecent Man. Looking at the 3 boxes in front of him, the lewd man said excitedly, "This is too good to be old 6. Easily destroyed a team. Ha ha ha." Looking at the lewd man's complacent appearance, Bai Yen lined up the lewd man's head and said, "Look at your unimpressive appearance. Go and lick the bag." After licking the bag, let's go and touch the supplies inside the building. Soon after the 3 of them finished putting their bags away, they slowly ran in the direction of the administration building. 3 people walked to the sandy open air to hear the direction of the container recalled the violent gunfire. Whiteheart Smoke saw the situation, immediately ran to the sand inside a fence. There happens to be a pair of stone bricks of the small wall. Immediately came to the ground, a protrusion out, jumped directly up, fat people and lewd men also learned to jump up, just in time to see a young girl on the west side of the container showing a big back to his side. The lewd man looked at the luscious jade body, the crystal translucent body, slender thighs, and immediately licked his lips and said, "Sir, leave it to me. I guarantee that I can kill this person in seconds straight away." Bai Yen said with some skepticism, "Can you really do it? I'm not even 100% sure from such a faraway location." "Don't worry, sir, just leave it to me." The lewd man smiled faintly and directly snapped the AK-12 in his hand. The obscene man's bullets as if they had eyes. A shot did not show. All shot on the young girl. The young girl suddenly gasped, slowly fell to the ground. "NB lewd corporal, when did you become so powerful? You can hit 100 shots from such a distance." Bai Smoke said in a complimentary manner. Ha. I don't know why, but in the last handful of times, when I was setting up a small substation at the substation, I noticed that every time I hit a female with my gun, it was a one-shot deal, and it was hard to hit a male. The leering man said as he scratched his head at a loss for words. "Let's go into the building first. It's still very comfortable to hit the container inside the building." Seeing this, Bai Yen slowly said. Bai Smoke finished, directly over the fence toward the entrance of the west building, directly 3 and 2 steps up the stairs. Peek 2. Found a few racking gunpoint position no one, on the ground with 3 boxes that were opened, then walked directly to the elevator room. Listening to the container still did not stop the sound of gunfire. Bai Smoke slowly said, "Let's wait for them to finish the fight, and then we go on, while they armor all broken. Blood is not enough to directly play a surprise." Soon the container's gunfire stopped, and suddenly a pretty figure flashed in front of his own eyes, none other than a young girl jumping up to observe the situation inside the building. The lecherous man smiled slightly and slowly picked up his gun and said, "Sir, let's see me shoot that little down." Ha. The lecherous man fired directly, the bullets directly at the moment the young girl jumped up. 4 bullets directly hit the head of the young girl, instantly knocked down. Seeing this, Bai Yen jumped directly from the windowsill and ran directly toward the container. And when she heard the sound of rescue, Bai Yen accelerated her speed even more. Just when the white art smoke is almost close, the sound of the rescue stopped. The white art smoke then directly a big jump, really enough to see the 2 teenage girls just cut out the gun. The white art smoke directly waist shot and fired. The young girl who had just been saved from being shot once fell to the ground, and the rest of the bullets were fired in a brainstorming fashion at another young girl. Both men fell straight to the ground at once, fading into boxes. Looking at the boxes in front of her, Bai Yen secretly calculated in her heart, a team from the barracks, a team from the cement factory. There are 2 teams here, and I just saw a team of boxes on top of the west building, so it should be a clear map. Then he said loudly to the fat man and the lewd man upstairs, "Come down and lick the bag. It should clear the map." The duo immediately jumped down from the 2nd floor and licked up the box. Ding M7, advanced bullet parts. Looking at the 60W M7 as well as the large gold bag filled with it, Bai Smoke was overjoyed and licked it furiously, and finally looked at the 350W Hafu coins of harvested supplies, and was even more overjoyed to know that the wallbreaker quest had not been done yet. Bai Yen organized her backpack and said, "I don't know if there's any more wallbreaker quests in this handful. I'll go check it out. You guys wait here and go in and do the quests as soon as the door blows open." After Bai Yen finished speaking, she stilled the large gold bag on her body on the ground and ran towards the place of the wallbreaker's quest. Soon came to the wallbreaker mission location. There is an instrument to pick up the task. Immediately pick up the wallbreaker mission, and then turn to the computer to enter 637. Immediately after activating the bomb, he ran to the doorway and searched for the bird's egg under the tree. Ding Asala Fashion Weekly, 9V battery, bag of coffee beans. Bai Yen looked at the contents and was instantly delighted, taking the Asura Fashion Weekly on her body and immediately running towards the underground vault. Walking to the underground vault was seeing fatty and creepy man who were drilling the gate. Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, "Creepy man, I brought you a gift." Immediately thereupon, the weekly Asura Fashion magazine that he had just touched was still on the ground, and when the lewd man saw the weekly Asura Fashion magazine, he directly pounced on it, and kissed the cover furiously for a while. The lewd man excitedly put the stuff into his backpack and said, "Sir, this is the 306th issue of the weekly magazine. The last one was the first issue. There are 405 issues in total, and I used to collect a lot of them. I don't have the 306th issue yet. Thank you, sir." At the same time, the gate had been drilled open. Bai Yen took the dagger and took the lead, slashing at the machine gun soldiers in front of her, then immediately looked around at the gold bar refresh points. There was a gold bar refreshing on the ground. Bai Yen immediately picked up the gold bar, ran to the safe, and opened the safe. The lewd man said excitedly, "Sir, you guys hurry up and search. I'll set up at the door to keep the Asura soldiers from fighting their way in." Soon, The safe was finished by Bai Yen and the fat man. Two people opened. 6 small gold exactly one person too. Bai Yen then looked at the table again. The table just happened to have a West Building Infirmary key room card, directly collected into the safe. Bai Yen glanced at the time and said, "There's still a little time to search inside the building. Let's go. Let's enter the building and wait until the last card on a limit gate to evacuate." The lewd man and the fat man nodded, and the three of them headed towards the administration building. "The second floor has been searched. You two search the first floor and the negative floor. I'll go open the building manager's room card to go. Then we'll pull the gate to evacuate." Bai Yen looked at the second floor was searched almost. Slowly said. Bai Yen opened the manager's room in the east building and went straight to the table and the cabinet to refresh the points of the heart of Africa. Looking at the empty cabinet, Bai Yen sighed slightly and said, "It seems that the fate is still not there." Then it was time to raid the big insurance and computers. Ding pirate gold, pirate gold, pirate gold. Ding merit badges, merit badges, merit badges. Ding design drawings. I threw 7 small gold. It's not bad. The weapon box, chest of drawers and suitcase didn't produce anything, but overall it's better than inside the game. Bai Smoke said with slight contentment. Perform a pull-out evacuation after you leave. Evacuation successful. 388W. Chapter 51, Superb Cooking. Outside the Secret Realm. Bai Yen took a deep breath of fresh air and said to the fatty duo, "Alright, I'll go back first, and we'll fight again at night." Looking at the white art smoke that is gradually moving away, the lewd man slowly said, "Fatty, go, let's go in 6 people to go. He. Aren't you tired?" "Still going, but I like it." "Set off," Fatty said excitedly as well, and soon the two of them gradually disappeared in front of the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, Bai Yen, who had returned to the real world, slowly walked out of the room and was seeing Xiao Jie struggling to know the scene of the birthday party. Xiao Jie saw Bai Yen walk out of the room and immediately walked up and said, "Boss, see how the scene is set up? It's not too bad. Now it's just a matter of nominations." Bai Yen looked at the direction that Xiao Jie indicated. There was a horizontal chess, which was close to writing the name of Last Ying's grandfather. Bai Yen then suddenly thought that she did not know what her grandfather's name was. She only knew that her father's name was Zhouren. Covering her embarrassment with a smile, Bai Yen pondered for a moment and said, "Well, tomorrow's banquet is for Zhouren's father, so let's write happy birthday to Elder Zhou." Xiao Jie said in surprise, "Could it be that Zhouren from the capital?" Bai Yen just nodded her head slightly. "Boss is awesome. Zhouren is the man of the hour in the capital. A man who leapt from penniless to establish the capital's 4th largest family, the Zhou family. I didn't think that the boss would recognize such a character." The scene had just been set up when he received a call from Zhou Ying. Looking at Zhou Ying's phone call, Bai Yen somehow felt happy in her heart and immediately answered it. And Xiao Ying's voice suddenly rang out from inside. "Xiao Baiya, we can almost get to your 91 diners. Come over and try your Sichuan cuisine." Hearing Xiao Ying's voice, Bai Xiang, who had been smiling happily a second ago, was suddenly creeped out and said with a smile, "Sister Xiao Ying, I was waiting for you guys to come and do it. I'm afraid that you won't believe me. I was waiting for you to come and inspect it. Don't flatter me. I'm telling you, if you don't do a good job, I'll lynch you to our club as a sister for the rest of your life." Xiao Ying immediately said viciously. Looking at the cell phone that was hung up, Bai Yen hurriedly said, "Quickly, prepare the ingredients for me. I want to sit on a dish." Xiao Jie looked at the anxious boss and immediately said, "Boss, we have all kinds of chefs at 91 diners, so you don't need to cook yourself." "No, I have to cook it myself. I've eaten the Sichuan food made by our chef. Now that I think about it, it's not very authentic," Bai Yen said with an immediate refusal. Soon Zhou Ying and Xiao Ying came to 91 Eater. Looking at Bai Smoke's chef's outfit, Xiao Ying immediately came up and flirted. "Bai, I really didn't expect you to be quite handsome in your chef's clothes." Although Bai Yen has seen Xiao Ying's evil smile many times and knows that Xiao Ying is joking, but seeing that smile is still scalp numb and said cheaply, "I really didn't think that Miss Xiao Ying would even praise others." Then seeing Xiao Ying about to release the snake, she immediately added, "Sister Ying, I'm going to cook." Seeing that Zhou Ying responded to her, Bai Yen made another face at Xiao Ying and immediately ran to the stovetop to prepare the dishes. Bai Yen took out a fresh tofu and gently cut it into small, even squares on the counter, each cut looking so unhurried, as if it was a sign of respect for the ingredients. Then, Bai Yen gently put the tofu block into the boiling water with a little salt to blanch it, removing the fishy flavor of the beans while maintaining the integrity of the tofu. And soon, the faint aroma of beans permeated inside the room. In between blanching the tofu, Bai Yan neatly chopped up the minced green onion, ginger and garlic, and found some peppercorns and a packet of shiny red bean paste from the seasoning section, all of which are indispensable and soulful seasonings for making mapo tofu. At this moment, Bai Yan's eyes were glittering with anticipation, as if she had already foreseen the tantalizing color and taste of the finished product. The stove fire was adjusted to medium heat, the pot poured into the appropriate amount of cooking oil. When the oil temperature rose to 50% hot, a handful of pepper particles were thrown into the pot. Sizzle a sound, the hemp flavor instantly overflowed. White Art Smoke quickly turned off the fire, with a leaky net to fish out the peppers, only to leave the tempting hemp flavor oil. Immediately after, he refired the onion, ginger, garlic and incense, and then add 2 tablespoons of soybean paste. Stir fry on low heat until the red oil precipitation, the aroma of the nose. At this point, the blanched tofu is carefully slid into the pot, and Bai Yan gently shakes the pot so that each piece of tofu is evenly coated with the sauce. He pours in a small bowl of water, seasoning it with an appropriate amount of salt and sugar, and sprinkles on a handful of chopped minced beef. Minced beef is traditionally used in mapo tofu to add flavor, bringing it to a boil over high heat and then turning the heat down to a low simmer to allow the tofu to fully absorb the essence of the soup. After a few minutes, the soup gradually thickened. Bai Yan picked up the water starch and slowly poured it into the pot, gently stirring as he poured until the soup became translucent and sticky, and the surface of the tofu was coated with a layer of attractive luster. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions and a handful of pepper flakes, and quickly tossed it to make it even, and the mapo tofu was turned off the heat and taken out of the pot. Subsequently, Bai Yan skillfully performs knife skills, pawing the pot and other skillful operations in a flowing stream, and soon a variety of dishes appeared on the table. Zhou and Xiaoying looked at the various dishes on the table such as mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, returning pork, husband and wife long slices, and spicy shrimp, and swallowed slightly, picking up their chopsticks with their index fingers open. Xiaoying took a bite of the mapo tofu and said, "Yummy, it's so delicious, it's literally the best dish I've ever eaten." Seeing Xiaoying's expression, Zhou smiled slightly, tasted a mouthful of kung pao chicken, and said slowly, "It has the flavor of when I was a child. It's like the dishes Grandpa made." Zhou then took another dish and tasted it and said, "Brother Bai, then I'll trouble you tomorrow." Small matter, besides your grandfather is my grandfather. Leave it to me, you don't worry." Bai Yan suddenly off and said to his brother, directly opened his mouth and said. Zhou listened to these words and immediately blushed in her heart and slowly said, "Is this confessing to me? Should I say yes? Or should I say yes? President, try this pot roast, it's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious pot roast before. It's much better than the pot roast made by those imperial chefs at my home." Xiaoying was so focused on the food that she didn't hear Bai Yan's voice and said as she chucked a piece of pot roast in front of Zhou Ying's mouth. Seeing that Bai Yan had gone to change her clothes, Zhou smiled faintly and slowly said as she took a bite of the dish Xiaoying had fed her, "It tastes exactly the same as the one my grandfather used to make. Soon the two of them will eat well." Bai Yan gentleman invited the two of them to look at the birthday venue. Looking at this gorgeous but simple dress, Zhou suddenly a happy. His grandfather used to be a chef, the family lived only can be said to be able to get by, and now the old also do not like the luxury of decorations. This sense of simplicity, I believe that Grandpa will like it. Chapter 52, 6 to an old acquaintance. Tomorrow you may not have time to perform on stage when you cook Sichuan cuisine. We still have to go back for rehearsals, so we'll both go back first, Zhou said slowly after strolling around twice. Bai Yan can't wait for Xiaoying to leave. Finally Bai Yan pretended to be reluctant to send the two to leave after. Happy to go back to the rental house to go, and Li Su chat about the family matters, then directly into their own room to lock the door. Directly into the Delta planet, Bai Smoke slowly came to the shooting club, saw an indecent male gang of the security guard. After inquiring to know, the fat man and indecent male is still in the secret realm. Bai Smoke will have to come to the shooting range to contact the shooting method. Soon fat man and obscene man received the notice of the bar security, came to the shooting club. Obscene man saw the White Art Smoke the moment immediately ran over and said, "Sir, you gave us both the old 6 points too strong." Fat man and I squatted in the west side of the visitor center under the bullet box in the crevice of the 6 deaths of a lone wolf. That lone wolf backpack has a Mandel supercomputing unit inside. "Sir, since you're here, let's go in and fight." The lewd man paused for a moment and immediately said, "Let's go. Since you two aren't tired, let's go have a fight." The lewd man immediately smiled and said, "Sir, you don't know. The two of us opened the game directly to the substation's gate, then ran to the evacuation point a plop. A plop is a whole game. Not tired at all. Ding, the system is merciful and releases a quest for you to save you from badmouthing me behind my back. Kill 10 Asala soldiers. Quest reward, 20 W Hafu coins. Failure penalty 10W Hafu coins. By E. Yen, who had just entered the secret realm, smiled slightly when she heard the system's voice, and immediately said plumply in her head, I knew that Lord System was the best. Sir, the resurrection is in the visitors center at number 2, on the road to the west. Let's go there. Should we squat a handful of visitors centers in the crevice under the bullet box? The lewd man said slowly as he looked at the scenery in front of him. Bai Yen listened to the words of the obscene man, patted the head of the obscene man and said, Can obscene corporal? Become smart. Let's go over to set up a hand. The visitor center people out will definitely run to the dump. The three of them reached an agreement and immediately hid among the crevices, listening to the gunshots ringing out from the visitor center, and their hearts were pleasantly surprised. At this time, 3 big men inside the visitor center were frantically scavenging for supplies, and one of them opened his suitcase and said, These two didn't meet by E-Smoke's team of old sixes, and evacuated 2 of them in a row, which is really too good. It's best if I don't run into that guy with the ID called by E-Smoke, or else I'll have to skin him and whip him. The other big man gritted his teeth and said, The big man in the lead saw that the search was almost over, and slowly said, How can we still encounter that old six? Encountering 2 in a row is already outrageous enough. Let's go to the garbage dump and search, and then go to the substation to be the old six. The other 2 dudes nodded their heads and ran after the lead dudes towards the dump. Bai Yen's trio looked at the backs of the 3 big men, and the lewd man smiled slightly and said, Egu, old acquaintances. Sir, these 3 dudes are the 3 dudes who died the first time we were at the Western Intersection evacuation point in Substation 6. I said these 3 people's backs look so familiar. Then don't rush to greet our old friend. Fatty, the one with the beautiful painting plastered on his back is yours. I'll hit the one in the center. Fatty, you'll have no problem hitting the other one, right? Bai Yen immediately said with a smile. The fat man and the lewd man nodded their heads to indicate that it was okay, and then the 3 of them fired at the same time. The 3 big men fell to the ground at the same time, then slowly turned into boxes. Looking at the 3 white boxes, Bai Yen slowly said, Corporal Obscene, those 3 big men are probably cursing at the entrance of the secret realm right now. It's okay, he cursed him, I licked his box. He. The lewd man immediately said lewdly. After the lewd man finished speaking, he directly climbed out from the middle of the crevice and ran towards the 3 boxes. Looking at the lewd man's appearance, Bai Yen and Fatty glanced at each other and shook their heads and laughed out. Bai Yen took AR-93 sniper rifle. After the 3 of them licked the bag, they walked in the direction of the substation. Looking at the substation full of Asura soldiers, Bai Yen was slightly pleased, casually solved 10 soldiers to complete the task, and began to search the substation. The lewd man took the lead and came to the second floor to scavenge. Bai Yen and Fatty finished searching the first floor when they saw the lewd man running down from the second floor and said, Sir, the second floor has been scavenged. I'll go open the room card, and in a while we'll go to the administration building. Bai Yen looked at the lewd man and said slowly. Then white art smoke came to the second floor substation technology room door. Suddenly saw the table with a thing. The heart suddenly happy shouted, Lewd Corporal, this is what you said the second floor search finished. See what this is? The lewd man and the fat man heard Bai Yen's voice on the first floor and immediately ran upstairs. Looking at the direction Bai Yen pointed, the lewd man was stunned and said, the blade server. Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, Search things more carefully in the future. When Bai Yen finished speaking, she directly stuffed the large swath of server into the safe, turned her head to open the key room, and went straight to touch the large insurance. 6D FUP, Ding Pirate Gold, Pirate Scimitar. Looking at the server and a coat filled with green items, Bai Yen came to the last coat and said, Let the big game U-turn. Open. Ding West Building Regulation Room, Hotel Spade Room, WC, coat U value is my WWDS. 2 gold cards, cool. Bai Yen looked at the 2 golden room cards and said excitedly, then immediately said to the fat man and the lewd man, Go, let's go into the building. This big red bureau, there must be big goods. The 3 of them immediately ran towards the parking lot of the administration building. 3 people just arrived at the parking lot was the east building inside the people racked. The 2 sides thus stalemate. White art smoke in the hands of the R93. White art smoke touch R93 the man bag with a total of 5 rounds of ammunition. Hit the man machine are given to use up. And now the stalemate in the original place. Just as Bai Yen was planning to go around the point and turn to the west building, guns rang out inside the east building. Bai Yen instantly understood and immediately said, "There's a fight inside the building. Let's charge straight in while their attention isn't on us." The three immediately held their breath, ran towards the east building. White Art smoked but these two directly into the ground and said, "Go. Let's go from the underground to the west building. Maybe they can also stalemate. We may be able to steal a team in the past. Remember, step on this quiet step." The three of them just listened to the intense gunfire upstairs, slowly feeling their way towards the west wing. Chapter 53, The Big Red Bureau. Soon the three people came to the first floor of the west building, and slowly touched the second floor of the west building. At this time, the east and west building passages are still ringing with fierce gunfire. White Art Smoke Hearted Joy slowly stepped on the static step to the west floor of the small insurance room, directly jumped to the table in front of the window, and directly broke the window to come to the window outside of the along the platform, is to see a big back in the east building against the gun. Bai Yen instantly fired directly, and the teenager who was still confident to shoot against Dong Lu instantly felt a pain in his back, and soon lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Fatty and Obscene Man see the opposite side has been drawn. One immediately opened the door and rushed over. Fatty came to the corner, directly a big jump, sighted at the regular point, just saw a teenager raised his gun racked in this direction. Fatty immediately and decisively shot. The gun in the fat man's hand suddenly touched the fireworks, directly hit the opposite side of the head. The teenager suddenly slowed down directly into a box. Bai Yen also ran over at this time. Looking at the two people who slowly turned into a box, she said with a slight smile, "It looks like the room is extinguished. After this team is extinguished, the next one is the one that is serving against the east building." The lewd man and the fat man nodded and said slowly, "Sir, how are we going to fight? There's no rush. Let's pair up our guns first. It'll be easier if we knock out one on the opposite side." White Art Smoke walked to the corner of the small passageway and racked the window of the dark doorway across the street and said. At this time, a big man in the west building said, "The sound of gunfire in the west building has disappeared. It should be room for a team to defeat the other team. They should also be a big handicap. While they are a big handicap to beat the state, we directly charge up and catch the opposite side by surprise, and when the opposite side fights a good state it will be difficult to fight." The other two nodded in agreement, and the three of them immediately got up and rushed towards the west building. Unfortunately, their guess is only half right. By smoke 3 people destroyed the team. A drop of blood did not fall. Now is a full state racked gun, waiting for the east buildings rushed over. Fatty just then looked at the 3 people rushing across the street, and immediately shot and said, "Someone's coming from the small passage, sir." When Bai Yen heard the intensive footsteps of the small passage, she did not rack the large passage, ran directly to the corner of the small passage, and directly probed and fired. The 3 people in the east building were startled to see the 3 heads that suddenly appeared, and said with great alarm in their hearts, "It's over. The opposite side is still counterframing. We have to hurry and get down behind cover." Unfortunately, there are 2 people have not had time to get down on the northwest directly hate. The other ran slowly and climbed fast, to avoid this disaster, but still is the end of the crossbow. The head armor is broken, and there is still half blood. The obscene man immediately quickly ran forward, came to the small slope in front of a big jump, directly shot. At once the half-blooded one was also directly defeated. Looking at the lewd man who played handsome, Bai Yen slightly propped up her forehead and said, "This corporal of mine is also too much of a program effect. If only I could open a live broadcast." Alas! The 3 of them then quickly searched the box, looking at the backpack full of accessories, as well as the big red and rune cards inside the safety box. The value of the harvest had now come to 450 W Hafu coins. After the bag search, the next step is to see if there are any remaining supplies inside the building that can be searched. Search for the remaining supplies, Bai Yen said as she slowly walked into the front of the building's manager's office. Open the rune card and go straight to the big insurance. Ding ritual dagger, pirate scimitar, ding consort earrings, dancing ladies, sting, commercial paper. Looking at one of the insurance and computers that don't ship, one doesn't have much hope for the East Building manager's office anymore. After scavenging the manager's room in the East Building, he looked at the supplies box that was either blue or green and said slowly, "It's not bad for a room of injustice that's been made into a huge cesspool by countless netizens." After scavenging the supplies inside the building, Bai Yen slowly came to the container. Looking at the underground vault had been blown open. Bai Yen immediately excitedly did not even look at the container and went straight to the underground vault. After clearing out the 3 Asura soldiers inside the vault and scouring it, he didn't even see the shadow of the gold bars, and the small insurance didn't ship, so he had to go back to the container and touch it from the new one. Bai smoked slowly from the east side of the container toward the west side of the touch. When touching the west side of the airbox, a vague sea container sub-iron shelf has a black thing. Immediately stopped the airbox search, straight to the iron shelf. WC, Military artillery shells. This place really produces military artillery shells. I've been playing for 3 seasons here all the time brushing various green items. I didn't expect the secret realm to give me military artillery shells. Looked at the value of the harvest that came to more than 5 million. Smoke immediately and sharply scavenged the container. Looked at another 2 small gold out. Immediately said excitedly, "Container big brother, I'm wrong. I'll run directly to you in the future, and then you will be when my true love. Vaults I no longer love." After scavenging, he was hearing a beeping sound coming right in front of the container and immediately ran over, clicking directly to check it out. It was none other than the Destroy Supplies Iron Door quest. All hands on deck. Find the target mission and destroy it. At this time, Fatty happened to be on the first floor of the west building, directly came to the iron door of the supplies, and directly slapped the C4 on the top of the iron door. And White Art Smoke directly rode the elevator to the second floor, directly jumped down from the second floor, and Fatty blocked the manned machine. Boom! Soon, the iron door to the supplies was blown right open, and the duo went straight in to start searching that supplies. Ding coffee, private notebook, ding local tabloids, Asala Newsweekly. The whole room was just out of a coffee, and Bai Yan looked at the time, so she went to the pull point to make a pull-out evacuation. Evacuation successful, supplies taken out, 612W. Ding congratulations to the host for completing the quest to receive 20W Hafu coins. I throw, this plus the mission reward, directly equivalent to the usual 3 to 5 bring out of the secret realm. Fat. Bai Yan looked at the value of the bring out and directly said with excitement, looking at the system warehouse that was about to be full, Bai Yan said, "My warehouse is about to blow up. I'll sell some of my stuff on the market first." Fatty and the lewd man looked at the warehouse that was also about to fill up, and were also having such thoughts, so the 3 of them went on a rampage selling items on the market. Bai Yan looked at the bank card of 2986W Hafu coins, as well as a bunch of big reds and the hand crossbows of the Sayed and its rarity, and couldn't help but smile in her heart. Looking at the fat man and the lewd man who had also sold almost all of their things, the 3 of them came to the entrance of the secret realm once, intending to enter the secret realm again to conduct their searches. Soon after the bright light flashed, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding, the system of Great Mercy has come to release a task again, asking the host to touch 10 bird eggs. Reward for the task, 18 grids of keychains. Penalty for failure, 100W Hafu coins. Chapter 54, The Mysterious Teenager Kim Ji-hoon. Looking at the resurrection in the D1 colorful egg room access point, Bai Smoke hard a slight smile, silently said, "Good point for the position. This neighborhood will be able to directly touch 6 bird eggs. D1 colorful egg room next to A small hill A, with the evacuation of the point of 2, the ground floor A, the river beach access A. Let's set up a handful of right-handed iron gates to prevent the big channels from running over and stealing our backs. I've had them stolen once before when I wasn't familiar with the map." The fat man and the lewd man nodded their heads in understanding, and stepped on quiet steps to slowly feel behind the bunker to set up the iron door. As expected, the 3 of them had not been hiding behind the cover for long when the sound of disorganized footsteps rang out from behind the iron door, followed by the sound of a kicking door. The 3 big men ran out directly, said with a smile in their mouths, "The last hand when the old 6-6 dead a team. This hand we then go to the west intersection when the old 6-6 first team evacuation of people." However, Bai Smoke and the lewd man looked at the 3 big men with a slight smile in their hearts, and secretly said in their hearts, "WC, what an enemy. It's these 3 big men again. This is the 4th time this team has died in 6. Ha ha ha." The 3 immediately set fire to the 3 big men. The 3 big men were still rejoicing in their fantasies, and the next second a gunshot rang out, and the 3 of them slowly turned into boxes in the midst of their fantasies. At the entrance of a secret realm, 3 big men slowly appeared, and one big man immediately cursed directly, angrily scolding Bai Yan's trio, which immediately attracted a bunch of reporters to come and interview them. The 3 big men were cursing angrily while recounting their love-hate relationship with Bai Yan's trio, full of exaggerations, and at once the first of the hot search list appeared with Bai Yan's trio sustaining 6 deaths and a team of hot searches. And now, as in the secret realm of crazy licking package White Smoke, 3 people completely unaware of the public opinion outside has exploded. One is licking the package again while saying really fragrant word. "You 2 go to the cement factory first to eat a bit of information and see if there are any people. I'll go and do one thing to go," Bai Yan said mysteriously to the 2 of them. Fatty and the lewd man nodded and did not ask more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets in their hearts, and prying will only make the relationship worse. Bai Yan went straight to the 6 bird eggs after ordering, and quickly scavenged the eggs, while the lewd man and the fat man saw that there was no one in the cement factory and then scavenged, and just finished scavenging at the same time as Bai Yan, and seeing that there were no more supplies, the 3 of them headed in the direction of the administration building. Out in the open air of the sand, Bai Yan walked to a bird egg and slowly crushed it. and instead of a scene where the egg crumbled and left the white and yolk behind, some supplies appeared out of thin air, ceramics specializing in Asura, and electronic thermometers. Bai Yen said slightly in her heart, the seventh one. This secret realm in the middle of the bird egg explosion rate is really low, all green and blue. Before the game, one of their friends but someone out of the heart of Africa. At this time, the container resounded with violent gunfire. By Ian, 3 people immediately came to the northeast corner of the sand on top of the stone tiles. Really do not know. Looked shocked. At this time the 3 teenagers were surrounded by 5 crocodiles. A crocodile directly nonpareil pounce. A bite on the ankle of a teenager. Directly to a death roll. The teenager's other 2 teammates immediately shot at the crocodiles. But the crocodiles were so thick-skinned that it took a pike to kill one. And soon another teenager was given a death roll by the crocodiles. Seeing that the crocodiles were about to be killed, suddenly several more crocodiles appeared out of thin air and surrounded the 3 teenagers. And soon the 3 teenagers were turned into boxes by this never-ending battle. Bai Yen looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but have a burst of scalp numbness, and her mouth couldn't help but say, "Is this a secret realm bug? How could a crocodile appear here?" The lewd man slowly said, "Sir, this crocodile is a person summoned. That person seems to be called Jin Jihoon. At that time, when Longbow Creek Valley came out, this person had a great fame, and instantly got on the #1 hot search at that time. This person can summon 5 crocodiles out of thin air to surround the enemy, and can be summoned every 50 seconds. It's very buggy. I don't know how he obtained this special supernormal ability." Soon, a blonde teenager ran over to lick the bag, and Bai Smoke immediately signaled Fatty and the lewd man to shoot together. The 3 immediately opened fire, but the crocodile that was roaming around the blonde teenager suddenly accelerated and nimbly blocked the front of the teenager, and all the bullets hit the crocodile, while the blonde teenager took a total of 2 bullets. The blonde teen reacted immediately and ducked directly behind cover. Suddenly, 5 crocodiles appeared next to Bai Yen's trio. When Bai Yen's trio saw this, they immediately made a big jump to avoid the crocodile's attack, and the trio immediately backed away from the crocodiles. It then became clear that the crocodile took a few steps toward the trio before stopping forward and hissing in place. Bai Yen smiled faintly. "It seems that there is a distance limitation. The 3 of us will act separately and surround the man together. Since he can only summon 5 crocodiles, as long as the 3 of us surround the man separately, it will be difficult for him to manipulate the crocodiles to attack us." The 3 of them immediately split into 3, one going behind the container, one going above the container, and one going in front of the container, and surrounded the blonde teenager. Soon, suddenly 2 crocodiles appeared beside Bai Yen. To Bai Yen is an instantaneous death roll. At once before he could react he was dragged to the ground. Just climbed up. Another crocodile's death roll arrived. Bai Yen fell to the ground at once. The moment Bai Smoke fell, the fat man had already walked to the blonde teenager's side and was about to raise his gun to shoot. However, a crocodile appeared on the blonde teenager's crotch and then in his hand. The crocodile in his crotch took the blonde teenager and darted away. The speed was comparable to the speed of the red wolf driving big. The fat man immediately shot, but the bullets were all blocked by the crocodile in the hands of the blonde teenager in his hands. Soon the blonde teenager disappeared inside the fat man's field of vision. Only a cocky voice came from the air. "You guys won't be able to catch up with me." Fatty had to stop and came to the side of Bai Yen, who had just been saved by the lewd man, and recounted what had just happened. Bai Smoke slowly said, "That's just it. You 2 see if you just licked the bag clean." "Sir, I just looked inside. It's all licked clean, and I just saw 2 crocodiles with backpacks and ammo hangers running off after the blonde teenager." The molester said at a loss for words. "WC, what is this Kim Ji-hoon in the end? Having this kind of heaven-defying skill?" Bai Yen couldn't help but say in her heart. After a pause, he said, "Whatever, let's go. Let's go search inside the building." Just now there was such intense gunfire here, but no gun went off inside the building. There may be no one inside the building. Chapter 55, Thrilling Evacuation. Bai Yen's trio slowly walked into the administration building, looking at the material points that hadn't been opened everywhere. The trio then lined up the points inside the building to prevent any old six from squatting. Bai Yen slowly walked to the corner of the wall outside the east building and slowly crushed the bird eggs in the nest, her mouth chanting, "Eighth, 2 more to go, plus the 2 at the zipline at the top of the dam, just enough for 10 bird eggs." Boom! Just when Bai Smoke thinking seriously, the top of the dam suddenly a sniper rifle sound came. Bai Smoke immediately felt a pain in the chest. Looking at the broken 5 armor, Bai Smoke immediately used S-shaped position to hide behind the cover. The heart secretly happy. Also he this shot on the chest, if hit in the head on the difficult. After hitting the blood-repaired armor, Bai Smoke immediately ran into the east building and found Fatty and the 2 of them and said, "There is an old 6 with a sniper at the top of the dam. Later on, I will attract the opposite side's attention with the obscene man at the east building window." Fatty, you will directly go around the top of the dam to catch the opposite side's back. Fatty nodded and was about to leave, when suddenly the lewd man came to the window and opened the mirror to take a look and said, Fatty don't need to go. This sniper with a sniper is a little pussy. Let's see how my old Jew can take him down. I saw the fat man at the window, constantly probing and racking his gun, firing a shot every now and then. Boom, a gunshot rang out, and the fat man directly fell to the ground in response, saying, save me, as he crawled toward Bai Yi Smoke. Bai Yen covered her head and had to save the lewd man. The lewd man hit a good state and said, the woman was too beautiful, couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and was knocked down by this little, but this time my old Jew won't be merciful. The lewd man finished, once ran to the window, probed and fired directly. The assault rifle in his hand spat out red flames, and the bullets, as if open, shot directly at the young girl. The young girl saw that the opposite side still dared to open the sky, and was about to press fire, when suddenly she watched before her eyes several bullets flying at her face, and then she lost consciousness with a face in her heart. Took it, sir. This little doesn't seem to have any teammates and turned straight into a box. Too bad. Or else she could have really taken advantage of the heat. Ha 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 ha. The lewd man said with a smile as he put away his gun. Seeing this, Bai Yen slowly said, awesome obscene corporal. You guys proceed to search the supplies inside the building. I'm going to search the bag, just in time to go and do one thing. The lecherous man said slowly, sir of the pack, as long as it's a female I'm a hit and miss. He. Bai Yi Smoke then ran towards the direction of the top of the dam, directly from the climbing ladder to climb up, little by little upward jump, and soon came to a white box in front of the white box. Bai Yi Smoke a slight smile. Lying on the ground will be the box to leave their own spit. Took out a handful of M700, observed the parking lot and the container and said, this change the M700 is quite expensive then I'll just laugh at it. Fortunately, you didn't crush the bird's egg, or I really might have whipped it. Bai Yen quickly returned inside the administration building, and when she saw that the fat man and his duo were almost done scavenging, she said, I'm going to see if there are any wallbreaker quests. Bai Yen finished saying that he leaped down from the balcony of the west building and went straight to the wallbreaker mission, and did not hear the drop sound of the mission, so he had to give up, and on the way back to be on the safe side, he crushed the bird eggs at the entrance of the administration building before running towards the building, slowly came to the point of pulling the gate. Through the bulletproof glass window was seeing the west building control room on the table with a blade server, but looked at their 4 grids of keychains, which are loaded with the east building manager's office, substation technology room, cement factory office and substation dormitory room card. Immediately asked the fat man of the duo whether there is a room card. Eventually the 3 had to tearfully pull the gate, salute the blade server, and slowly walk in the direction of the evacuation point. The 3 quickly arrived at the evacuation point ready to wait for the evacuation, when suddenly a light footstep sounded at the door of the evacuation point, and 3 crocodiles instantly appeared beside Bai Yen's trio. Seeing this, Bai Yen directly threw a smoke bomb to his feet at the same time saying, that blonde teenager should be nearby. It seems that it's hard to evacuate without killing that blonde teenager. Let's go out first to get away from these crocodiles. It's not easy to get wrapped up in these 3 crocodiles. Seeing the smoke rising, the fat man and the lewd man followed Bai Yi Smoke away from the crocodile and ran towards the door where the footsteps had just sounded. The lewd man had just run to the door when suddenly a crocodile flew at the lewd man and did a death roll on the lewd man, and Bai Yen immediately shot the crocodile to finish it off. Just a moment after Bai Yi Smoke finished off the crocodile, the blonde teenager pressed the fire button at the same time, and the lewd man was directly knocked down and patched up. No, there is an ambush in front and a crocodile behind. It seems that we can only block a hand. Whether it is a success or a failure depends on this. Looking at the crocodile that was about to follow, Bai Yen's heart was ruthless, and she gestured to Fatty with a hand signal. Looking at the fat man nodding his head in understanding, Bai Yen quickly came to the exit and directly jumped out with a big jump, just to see a blonde-haired teenager standing at the corner, while a crocodile at his side leaped at him. Seeing this, Bai Yen smiled faintly and said secretly in her heart, half of the plan has succeeded. Bai Yi Smoke simultaneously marked a point directly in the air while pressing the fire button, but unfortunately, he was directly bitten by the crocodile after only 2 rounds were fired. Just in the moment of being rolled over by the crocodile death, Bai Yen directly drank. Fatty, it's now. Fatty saw such scenes, immediately ran out, a big jump directly to the white art smoke marking point place to shoot, directly ahead of the rob shot. The blonde teenager at once not yet reacted, was directly defeated, at once around the crocodile directly into smoke disappeared. Looking at the bag in front of them, the 2 of them exhaled deeply and said, fortunately, this person is only one person. If there are still teammates it would be troublesome. After rescuing the obscene man, Bai Yen slowly came to the bag, looked at the bag full of supplies, but did not wear a head armor, secretly said in his heart, it seems that this person still has a drawback. Just like the obscene man, there are drawbacks. The obscene man is to hit the opposite sex 100 times, but instead to hit the same sex is not so accurate. This blonde teenager should not be able to wear a head armor as well as to supplement the teammates. This person's things you to scavenge. There are quite a lot of things. There are several level 4 heads, and some full that gun. Bai Smoke pondered for a moment and said slowly to the duo, evacuation successful, takeout value, 125W. Just after stepping out of the secret realm, the lewd man slowly said to Bai Yen, Sir, this Jin Jishuan is too invincible, having a meat shield and a mount, and being able to attack with a crocodile. I really don't want to encounter this person again. Although this person is very buggy, he is not without weaknesses. For example, just now when I hit him, he clearly had a pause. He should not be able to shoot while maneuvering the crocodile. Fatty slowly said. Bai Yen at this time looked at the keychain of 18 grids. Her heart could not help but smile and said, no matter him, at the very least, our evacuation was successful. I'll go to the market to prepare some keys to go and prepare to enter the next secret world. Soon Bai Yen 3 people came to the market exchange. Bai Yen looked at all the keys of Dam 0. Her heart was happy, all the keys are matched. In the future, those glass rooms can be touched even if they brush the goods again. Chapter 56, Meeting Old 6 Fishing. Preparing their equipment. Just as the 3 of them were planning to just about to enter the secret realm, a security guard ran over, panting, Brother Zhu, look at the hot search quickly, something bad has happened. The obscene man immediately took out his cell phone to look at the hot search after listening to the security guard's voice, only to see, white art smoke. Shu Ziqing and Ho Sancher repeatedly 6 deaths of a team. Ultimately, is the human nature of the Lung Huang or the loss of morality? Seeing this headline, the lewd man immediately said, Sir, it's not good. The 3 of us are on the hot search, but it's all black. Those 3 big men are like pussies. Isn't it just that they've been sixed a few times? As for that, Bai Smoke swept a glance at the content of the hot search slowly said, do not care about the eyes of others. We must know that black and red is also red. When you do not want to play the secret realm, you can still open the live broadcast. Go! Don't think about it. Let's continue to play the secret realm to go. Maybe later the 3 of us can also be the old 6 grandmasters. Old 6th grandmaster. I like it. Sir, let's go on being old 6. Then we'll make a name for ourselves as the old 6th grandmaster. Ha. Hearing Bai Smoke's words, the lewd man was instantly excited and said excitedly. The 3 of them then said goodbye to the security guard and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. And Bai Yen asked suspiciously, doesn't that security guard have to enter the secret realm? The kind that is mandatory every month? The lewd man smiled and said, no need, sir. He is the security staff of the shooting club. There is an establishment. They are all affiliated with the GTI staff. They don't have to enter the secret realm. They are the staff outside the secret realm. Our ordinary people belong to the combatants of the GTI, and must enter the secret realm every month. Hearing the lewd man's reply, Bai Xiang nodded slightly and slowly disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm. The resurrection is near the evacuation point at the western intersection. Let's go directly to the cement factory. Be careful with the big barracks passage there. It may resurrect people there. Bai Yen looked at the scenery in front of her and slowly said. The crowd immediately ran in the direction of the cement factory, and they were seeing another team running towards the cement factory from the hill outside the barracks access road. Bai Yen said with a slight smile, it seems that this double gun stream was brought to the right place. Bai Smoke immediately pulled out the M700 resisted on the back, immediately opened the mirror trajectory off to the left, directly and confidently shot. A prejudgment track directly will be headshots. The man suddenly fell directly to the ground. Due to inertia also flew forward a few meters away. The remaining 2 people reacted instantly and accelerated to run inside the cement factory. Bai Yen looked at the 2 people who had already run into the cement factory, so she had to put the M700 away and took out the M7 and said, there are still 2 more people. Both of them have run inside the cement field. The fat man and the lewd man nodded in response. Directly from the leap of faith at the foot of the cement factory wall, directly tumbled in, and the 2 of them went straight to the room of the safe. The probe racked in the direction of the door. Clattering, a sound of a cement truck sounded. The fat man smiled slightly and immediately turned to look at the cement truck, just in time to see a human head standing there through the gap. The fat man directly shot. The bullets suddenly went straight through the cracks in the cement trucks, and the shots went off, taking down another man. Bai Yen walked over at this time with her M7 and said, they still have 1 person left. They must be panicking. Let's 3 of us charge together. The fat man and the lewd man nodded in agreement, and the three of them looked at each other and surrounded themselves in the direction of the cement truck. A warrior submachine gun shot from the door behind the container sub. White art smoke has not reacted to be directly knocked down. The fat man and obscene man immediately locked the opposite position. Immediately came to the door behind the container. Immediately a big jump, directly in advance to grab open. The man's hands were in a frenzy as he replaced the bullets and immediately pressed the dead fire button to fire. But unfortunately, the man was hitting a level 0 bullet, which shot painlessly at Fatty's level 4 armor and did not receive a single bit of damage. The obscene man immediately came to the side of Bai Yen, who had not yet been mended on the side of the white Yen was saved. While playing the status, said, "This is a good match, can make up the gun in time, search for supplies." Bai Smoke came to the front of the bag he had sniped and licked it up. Looking at a 35 WSR-3M, and some SP6 bullets, she smiled slightly and stuffed the up inside the gold bag. "Sir, just now when I was licking my bag, the cement truck here kept beeping. It's a get safe mission, take it or not." Bai Yen returned to the cement plant after touching the bag and heard the lewd man's voice. "You pick it up. I'll go to the safe and drill the safe," Bai Yen said with a slight smile. The lewd man answered the voice and directly took the task, while Bai Yen drilled the safe. The division of labor was clear, and soon came the sound of doing the task. At this time, the cement factory sand pile room, three teenagers squatting in place, sneaky discussion. "Big brother, they seem to be doing the safe mission. Are we going to steal their backs?" The teenager in the lead pondered for a while and said, "No go. Outside is full of man machines. Ringing the gun will expose our existence. Since the sand pile brushes the big insurance, when they come over to look at it, they will surely turn on the big insurance. We just need to wait for them to turn on the big insurance on the second floor to hit them on their backs. Big brother is wise, worthy of being a big brother. Thinking is just more comprehensive than us who are little brothers." The other two teenagers immediately patted their asses at the leader teenager. "Sir, I've got a gazelle out here. This gazelle is so pretty," the lecherous man said excitedly as he looked at the gazelle in his hand. Looking at the safe, there are 2 small gold. Then with the fat man after an equal share, said, "It seems that this but the cement factory should have goods. Search, maybe there is a big insurance exists." As soon as the lewd man heard about the big insurance, he immediately said with a twinkle in his eye, "Sir, I'll go to the sand pile room to see if there's any brush for the big insurance. That one time it was brushed in the sand pile room, and I have a hunch that this one will still be in the sand pile room." After the lewd man finished speaking, he immediately ran towards the sand pile room, and when he reached the door, he crouched down and slowly walked in, and was seeing a big insurance quietly staying there. The lewd man immediately said with a big smile, "Sir, the big insurance is really refreshed on the sand pile. I'll touch it first." "Ha ha ha." Bai Smoke shook his head, intending to go to the second floor to touch on a handful of airboxes to go. Suddenly the sand pile room resounded with violent gunfire, and the lewd man suddenly fell to the ground with a miserable scream. At this time has gone to the middle of the iron ladder. Bai Yen, listening to the sound of gunfire on the second floor, slowly opened the iron door. Probe peeked twice, is seeing a teenager set up the doorway to their own direct fire. Bai Smoke directly perfect peek away from the bullet, and then peeked 2 more times and said with a smile, "Still frame, all know your position. Still frame, looking for death." Directly took out the M700, directly opened the mirror to find a good position. A probe directly shot, followed by a headshot sound effect sounded. White Art Smoke faintly smiled and said, "Good to hear is the head." Bai Smoke took out her M7 and came to the first floor and said, "Fatty, you go to that door in the middle of the stairs and assault it. I'll go to the first floor and rush over when I hear gunshots." "Understood." Fatty immediately came to the second floor door peak and said, seeing that Fatty was ready, Bai Yen immediately remained a smoke bomb toward the sand pile room and immediately ran in while under the cover of the smoke bomb. At this time the 2 teenagers on the second floor have been a bit flustered. After all, there are very few players who have smoke bombs, as long as the ones who have them are basically first-class experts. Bai Smoke into the inside behind the bunker, listening to the footsteps to judge a rough location, pulled out the hormone-strong shot at the smoke. Soon the smoke turned green, and then gradually became transparent. Bai Yen was seeing 2 heads poking around on the second floor. Bai Yen naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity, and the M7 instantly sprayed bullets and shot towards the 2. One teenager was lucky enough to go behind cover the moment Bai Yen fired her gun, heading in the direction of the stairs to the second floor entrance to prevent people from coming over there. Looking at only one person knocked down, Bai Yen secretly said, "Unfortunately, the other person walked away, so we can only look at Fatty there." At this time, the fat man heard the sound of gunfire, immediately ran in, and then was seeing a teenager lying on the ground trembling, immediately shot to take away the last person, and directly take this team of old 6. Chapter 57, Sanctioned. White Art Smoke see fat man has taken the fight, slowly walked to the side of the obscene man lying on the ground, began to save up. Looking at the fight state of the obscene man, White Art Smoke faintly smiled and said, "Let you touch the insurance does not shoot a little bit of insurance, I'll eat it." 6 DFUP. Ding pirate gold, pirate scimitar, pirate binoculars. The safe is still playing steadily. Next we'll just have to see if the airbox can produce anything good. By Yen sighed as she looked at the contents of the safe and ran towards the second floor airbox. Ding premium coffee beans, African wood carvings, display, really should be the words. There will all ship. Only the insurance does not ship off. After sighing, he began to search for cement trucks. After all, cement trucks can be out of the big red. Not bad. Out came a military explosive. Bai Yen said with a slight smile as she finished riding the 3 cement trucks and looked at the supplies on the ground. After the cement factory had finished scavenging, the 3 of them headed towards the administration building, which was already ringing with violent gunfire, and the 3 of them, Bai Yen, slowly touched their way slowly from the west building. The 3 of them had just walked up the stairs when they saw Set's box lying on the ground, and Bai Yixian said with a slight smile, "It seems that everyone is familiar with Sed nowadays, and now Sed can be killed at will." "Sir, there's someone on the balcony of the west building. The officer told me to try the method you gave us last time. I'll go to the restroom and jump over," Fatty said slowly after thinking for a while. Bai Yen looked at Fatty's determined eyes and smiled. "Later on, I will set up my gun with the lewd man, one at the corner and one at the door of the restroom respectively, so you can just operate boldly." The 3 of them quickly assigned their positions. Bai Yen and Fatty came directly to the corner, a big jump to the door of the toilet. Fatty directly entered the toilet. At this time, the 3 big men in the small insurance room in the west building heard the noisy footsteps ringing out from the toilet passage in the west building, as well as the sound of gunshots from time to time, and the 3 of them were immediately attracted to come to the door for the racking of the gun and peek. Unfortunately, the real purpose of Bai Smoke and the lewd man was just to attract the trio's attention so that Fatty wouldn't be discovered after he went over. And as expected, at this time, Fatty had already safely arrived at the balcony of the west building, and he was seeing 2 big backs and a side. The fat man did not hesitate to shoot. Bai Smoke, an indecent man, heard the sound of gunshots ringing inside, immediately revealed his body as running towards the small safe room. The 3 big men inside the small safe room panicked at once and were shot into a box by the 3 people of Bai Smoke. Just as Bai Yen's trio was happy, noisy footsteps suddenly rang out from the east and west building passages. The indecent man immediately came to the window and jumped to the outside of the window, and was about to open the mirror and shoot, when the 3 youths on the opposite side of the street instantly reacted and shot at the same time as the indecent man. The sound of gunfire suddenly rose. After all, the obscene man was 1 gun against 3 guns. Naturally, he could not face the opposite side, and was immediately shot into a sieve, and his body was turned into a box and fell to the first floor. Bai Yen and Fatty immediately pulled out their guns to rack the doorway. Soon the sound of footsteps came from the passageway of the pull point. Bai Yen's face changed slightly and said, "Not good, we're going to be surrounded. Fatty, you rack this door. I'll rack the other passage. Be careful of the window. The other side can hit you from the window there." Bai Smoke finished immediately came to the corner of the toilet channel, immediately probed the head to set up the gun. However, just in the moment when Bai Smoke probed his head, he saw a young man in camouflage uniform, holding a M16. M16 immediately directly touched the fire. 3 bullets directly hit Bai Smoke's 5-level head. M16's 3 consecutive shots rang out. Bai Smoke immediately fell directly to the ground. His heart was suddenly shocked. WC. Directly give me seconds. Hit should be 995. Fat man to be wrapped up. Not good to play. As expected, just in the moment when Bai Smoke fell to the ground, the east side of the small insurance room immediately had a youth rushed over. The fat man directly shot, but the youth reacted very quickly. Immediately a sprawl on the ground to the fat man shot over. Luckily, in the end, because Fatty was the first to fire the gun, he directly knocked down that youth. But at this time, Fatty's condition was very bad. His head armor was completely shattered, and his blood level was only down to the last ounce of blood. At that moment the youth on the other side of the room mended the White Art Smoke off and rushed towards the small safe room. When Fatty saw this, he immediately ran to the balcony and leapt down to the first floor, running into the server room opposite the west building's obligation room, slowly repairing his armor and beating his blood. At this time the small insurance rushed into the 2 youths. Looking at the empty room, will be their teammates immediately saved. The leader of the youth said, "A battalion commander." The 2nd battalion commander. Just now that person should be jumped. Listen to the footsteps seem to run to the infirmary there. Go, the 3 of us go over to surround him. Yes, company commander. The 2 youths immediately saluted and said. Soon the 3 came to the infirmary, found that the server room door is open. The 3 looked at each other with a slight smile and said, "Found it." It's in here. Let's three together rushed in. He's a person. We wear or 5 head 5 armor. He cannot second us 3. As long as there is a person alive, you can catch a time difference between his bullet change. Directly second him. The 3 immediately rushed into the room together. At this time the fat man is lying on top of a few power generation units. Watching the 3 rushed in, immediately shot, directly melted 1, but then was rushed in 2 outside the 2 people to determine the position. A burst of his own, slowly turned into a box. At the entrance of the secret realm, Bai Yiyan's trio slowly appeared. The lewd man looked at the ID that eliminated him inside. Sir, the one who killed us is from inside the army. This person is also from our provincial district, and he is the seeded player to win tomorrow's tournament. Oh, have you sent out the rules for tomorrow's competition? Bai Yiyan said as she nodded her head and thought for a moment. Our province has a total of 150 teams to participate in the competition. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock there will be a random grouping of the secret realm. Each group of 5 teams for the competition. And finally only the team that brings out the top 2 teams of supplies can advance. To determine the 60 teams. And then this will then be a random grouping of the secret realm to determine the 24 teams. And tomorrow on these 2 games. The lewd man slowed his breath and then said, the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. These remaining 24 teams will be disrupted 5 groups for the game. There is a group of 4 teams. After the game is finished once again for the disruption of the game. After the game of 3 after the election of the 6 teams to bring out the highest supplies for the day after tomorrow's game. The game of 4 games, to determine the final champion. Bai Yiyan nodded slightly after hearing this and said, I see. Let's leave it at that for today. You 2 take an early rest and build up your strength. Tomorrow night we'll play the match directly. After Bai Yiyan finished speaking, she slowly walked towards the distance and disappeared from the 2 men's view. Chapter 58 Zhang Zhongjiang is causing trouble again. Bai Yiyan returned to the real world, opened WeChat and tried to contact Fu Xinjin, but could wait for a long time and did not get a reply. Bai Yiyan slowly entered the dreamland. Early the next morning, Bai Yiyan got up early, insisted on exercising every day, and ran all the way to 91 diners. When he happened to bump into Zhou, Bai Yiyan immediately went up to greet him. Uncle Zhou is good. Zhou saw Bai Yi smoke came over to stand over, said seriously, your kid can this banquet layout is good. I did not expect you not only music is good, I heard that the cooking is also very terrific. My daughter came back to me to brag. Bai Yiyan immediately heart-shocked. Good guy, you are a little cotton jacket leakage. Take me out of anger this is. Still, he smiled and said, Uncle Zhou, I can only cook and sing, so I still need Uncle Zhou's help when I encounter a difficult situation. Oh, you kid, just don't pat me on the back. I'm very optimistic about your kid. Much better than those few rich young masters in the capital. Well suited. Up. I heard that Zhang Zhongjiang and those few righteous sons of his are often looking for trouble from you, Zhou said smilingly, changing his original seriousness. Uncle Zhou, I feel that the Zhang family doesn't dare to be moving me nowadays. Yesterday I was approached by one of Zhang Zhongjiang's traders, and Xiao Ying made a phone call that directly blocked the Zhang family's clothing industry. Bai Yiyan smiled and said, Xiao Ying kid, this girl's family is not simple. The military is in charge. Zhou whispered. Bai Yi smoke heart prepared. This thought is just in the army as a big official. Did not think the family is actually the army in charge. No wonder at that time in the pet store was killed in a moment. A bunch of armed personnel immediately arrived at the scene. At the same time thought of their own bullying things if you let its family know. That is not. Just as Bai Yiyan pondered. A few luxury cars sped over. Zhou immediately stepped forward and opened the back door. There was an old man slowly walking out. At the same time there was also Zhou and Xiao Ying. Other vehicles also came down one after another, many middle-aged people. Zhou immediately ran to Bai Yiyan's side and pulled him over, saying, Grandpa, this is the friend I told you about. Not only is the music great, but the cooking is also a masterpiece. That Szechuan food in Grandpa's is exactly the same flavor. It's super delicious. Bai Yiyan immediately said respectfully, Hello Grandpa Zhou, good, kid, then I'll have a good taste of the Szechuan food you made today. Ha ha ha, the old man said smilingly. Grandpa Zhou, I'll have to ask you to critique me later. If I don't do anything right, I'll have to ask you to take care of me. Come on, Grandpa Zhou, please. Bai Yiyan hurriedly brought the old man into the private room. Looking at the old man's family smiling and chatting, Bai Yiyan silently retreated. At this time, inside a secret room of the Zhang family, Li Di stood beside Zhang Zhongjiang with his head lowered and said, Father, today, Zhou is celebrating the birthday of that dead old man of his at 91 diners. Should we go over there to avenge the humiliation of his opening of a subsidiary company last time? This revenge must be avenged. In the capital city I can't fight him. Now in my territory, I must make him eat his words. and the new boss of that 91 eatery. In time 91 eatery is the head of our province's catering industry. I also want him to lose his layer of skin, prepare a car and go to 91 eatery. Soon it was 10 minutes past noon. Bai Yen showed her cooking skills. A Sichuan dish was served up, and just as everyone was savoring the dishes, suddenly a kicking sound rang out, only to see Jiang Zhongjian wearing a sunglasses, twisting that obese body walked in. Seeing this, Zhou Ren immediately stood up and shouted angrily, Jiang, what do you mean by this? Jiang Zhongjiang slowly walked to a stool and slowly sat down saying, of course I'm here to wish the old master a happy birthday. Someone come, bring up the birthday gifts. Soon 3 big men in black came up with things, only to see a big man with a seat clock, one with an urn, and one with a picture frame. Jiang, don't you go too far. Do you really think that I, Zhou Ren, am easy to bully? Come on. Zhou Ren immediately said angrily. I only saw Jiang waving his hand and said, this is not Kyoto, but Province A, it's my Jiang family's world. Your people have long been under my control. Ha ha ha. Then Jiang slowly walked to the side of Bai Smoke, slowly said, it is you called Bai Smoke ah. I did not think that the day of a poor college student turned a change to set up the largest restaurant boss here, but today I came to smash your field. Oh, by the way, I have to say that your girlfriend is really very moist. Bai Yen immediately couldn't bear it and directly kicked this fat pig away. Jiang was kicked flying after also a little confused. They did not expect Bai Smoke actually dared to kick themselves directly. After the reaction Jiang directly waved his hand and said, all to the old man on. I want to take this kid skinned and cramped. At that moment, 4 or 5 big men directly to the White Art Smoke swung up to go fists. White Art Smoke naturally will not ninja. 3 or 2 directly to the 4 or 5 big man still out. Damn, a bunch of trash. I raised you guys for nothing for so many years. It seems that you guys still have to make a move. Bai Shan, Huang Jun, Lu Daozi, waste that kid for me. Soon outside the door walked in 3 youths. One of the 3 has an endless number of scars on his body. One has muscles bulging all over his body, and one looks normal but has a hidden pressure. Zhou Ren immediately whispered to Bai Smoke, kid, these 3 are not to be messed with. That scarred man is a veteran of gangsterism. That muscular man has been in the Black Fist for many years, and the other is a mercenary captain. At this time, the 3 have directly rushed over. Bai Yen had to fight back. Bai Yen just rely on the king of soldiers melee technology is able to fight with that mercenary captain. But the opposite side there are still 2 experts. As expected, Bai Yen quickly fell into the wind, and a mistake was directly kicked out by the muscular man. Bai Yen slowly stood up and slowly said in her heart, hold on for a while longer. Xiao Ying is here, making such a big commotion. It's no surprise that the army will soon arrive. Muscle Man saw the opposite side stood up, mocking a smile. Immediately is another flying kick over. White Art Smoke immediately find the right time. Avoid this flying kick, directly a Jedi teasing Ian leg over. But the muscular man seemed to have recognized Bai Ian's thoughts, and directly kicked away Bai Ian's leg, followed by another punch on Bai Ian's body. Laughing, I'm a black boxer, and this kind of underhanded tactics are child's play in front of me. Ha ha ha. Scarred man at this time do not know where to pull out a knife out. At the White Art Smoke cut to, just when the White Art Smoke wanna still smoke bomb hide, a gunshot sounded. Boom! A bullet accurately hit the knife of the scarred man, knocking the knife out. Xiao Ying stood out and said, Uncle Wu, take these people away. How dare they bully my friend? The doorway directly poured into a team of armed personnel. Jiang was immediately directly under the dumbfounded. How could not imagine that a few days ago he disdained the people who had a relationship with the military. Watching Jiang and the others being taken away, Bai Smoke breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said in her heart, the guess was right. I believe that in the future, the Jiang family will be honest and won't be messing with me, but I'm still too weak. I have to see if there are any things in the system store that I can still use later on, and I have to exchange them. As Jiang left the stage, the crowd once again began to celebrate, and it was as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all. Chapter 59, the game begins. It wasn't until late afternoon that the crowd slowly left, and only then did Bai Yen slowly walk into the room and into the Delta Planet, to the shooting club, to prepare for the competition. Sir, latest news. Due to special reasons, the Bakshi map will be opened after we finish this tournament, and according to the official news, the Bakshi map's burst rate is twice as much as the dam's burst rate. Bai Yen had just walked into the shooting club when the lewd man excitedly walked over and said, good, when the match is over, take you 2 to fight Bakshi to earn big money, but we still have to discuss what equipment to use during the match. We can only bring 50 W of battle gear, and the bullets can only be of the level 4 bullets. Bai Yen said as she looked at the rules of the match on the big screen in the center. After a little thought, he said, I'll bring a level of headset head. For armor, a 32W or so M4A1. You 2 bring a big red package stuff. We directly hand rub a Heart of Africa out. He. It soon reached 8 o'clock in the evening, and a system voice rang out. Please ask the contestants to head to the entrance of the secret realm and prepare for the match, which will enter in 5 minutes. Will the contestants please? The system's announcing voice sounded 3 times, and Bai Yiyan's trio slowly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and gradually walked in. A flash of white light, the 3 came to a helicopter above. 3 people in the high altitude looking at the entire damn scenery cannot help but sigh. GTI is how to do it. But can create this kind of magnificent secret world, when it is really a magnificent ambition to cover the sky, the mountains and rivers of 10,000 miles into the poem. The long wind breaks the waves to welcome the morning sun, and the grandeur shines on earth. Sir, have been looking at the view from the top of the helicopter for 4 or 5 minutes now. I'm tired of looking at even the best view. How come it's not time yet? My hands are itching. The lewd man yawned and said, we are about to land. Re-establish the operation objective. Keep in mind the next operation arrangement. Complete the mission. Obtain the target reward. Search for high-value materials, and seize the time to evacuate as soon as possible. Just as the lewd man had just finished complaining, a system voice came, and the helicopter slowly landed along with the system voice, and then stopped in a small mid-air. The helicopter's iron door was opened by an armed and luxurious one of the GTI cadres, and the 3 of them, Bai Yiyan, glanced at each other, and immediately came to the doorway and grabbed the rope and slid downwards. 3 people quickly landed. Bai Yi Smoke looked at the front and said, we are in the visitor center on the road in the second position. We are likely to be 5 teams. The administrative building of the east and west buildings will each resurrect a team. Go we head to the small military camp. If the small military camp resurrected a team, of probability will be to the small substation or the large substation to run. We run over to be able to steal a large back. The 3 immediately ran towards the small military camp. However, just as the 3 ran to the small military camp, the visitor center rang with gunfire. Bai Yiyan hurriedly said, it seems that the visitor center know. One position should be someone, no matter what. The 2 of you go to search the large substation, I'll go to search the small substation. Remember to take the lead and go to the place of the rocket soldiers to see if there are any brushes of things in the substation technology room from the window. Bai Yiyan finished speaking and immediately ran towards the small substation, casually shot the soldier guarding the small substation to death, and then came to the airbox to search for it. Ding display, power, cement, Sting pirate binoculars, the airbox and the small insurance have not been shipped. Look at you. The substation dormitory, the god in the key card world. Drop the god card. Bai Yiyan touched the airbox and small insurance room, slowly came to the door of the substation dormitory and directly swiped the card. WC, swiped the card. Cement factory 201. Fortunately I have hung. I did not think that this 26 grid security box can be used in this competition. Directly stuffed security box. Bai Yiyan looked at the room card placed quietly on the table and said excitedly, no need. Give me the blade server. I have special abilities. Even if I die in battle in the middle of the secret realm, I can still bring things out. Bai Yiyan said slowly. Under Bai Yi Smoke's 3 words of fooling around, he put the blade server into his security box, and slowly said, the people from the visitor center should also come out. Let's go. Let's go to the top of the pulling room to set up the gun. They probably will come out from the junkyard to go to the administration building. After all, the ones who can take part in this tournament have a record of more than 6 kills in a single game. They will definitely be confident in their own skills. The trio quickly jumped on top of the pullout room, and just as the trio had jumped up there was a gunshot coming from the junkyard, and the trio looked at each other with a slight smile. Bai Yiyan jumped to a high platform, was seeing 3 figures running towards the substation. Bai Yiyan immediately jumped down and whispered, they're coming over. I'm pretty sure they'll come over from this wall in reverse. Wait for them to jump to this iron frame, we'll shoot them again. Put them in and then hit them. Soon noisy footsteps came and got closer and closer, and in a short while there was the sound of tumbling. Bai Yiyan then silently recited a second and a half in her mind, and immediately poked her head out from behind cover, and saw 3 people poking their heads out and aiming at the substation's main building. Bai Yi Smoke smiled slightly and immediately fired. The M4A1 in his hand immediately spat out red flames. The fat man and the lewd man also jumped out and immediately swept up. Guns mixed, bullets flying, lying on the wall of the 3, even the opportunity to react. Directly by the white art smoke 3 people set fire. Powerless fall slowly into the box. Looking at the 3 boxes, lewd man said with a smile, do not know the gun to hit the head of the bird, but also the head of the bird to reveal. Cool. Then the 3 of them opened the road to lick the box. Looking at the bag 2 head 2 armor, a full change of the SVD. Bai Yi Smoke smiled, it is really high attack low defense, but this SVD belongs to me. 4 bullets are completely enough. The other 2 are AKM and QCQ-171. You two share it. After licking the box, the three of them headed for the administration building, and Becky Smoke went to the bullet box in the parking lot and touched it. Ding 995*50, FMJ*55, 7mm Deer Bullet *18, WC, another Jindan is out. Looks like this one should be in stock. By En said with a sigh as she looked at the 50 rounds of 995. Just when the three people searched the parking lot, the administrative building thought up violent gunfire. By Smoke immediately said, "Do not search the building inside the fight. Go, let's slowly touch in. Step on the static step. They are fighting. Should not pay attention to come to the window frame us. Go." The three of them just stomped their way slowly towards the east building. Chapter 60, the end of the first game. At this time, there was a young girl in the manager's room in the east building who coyly said, "Brother, there is a military information terminal out in the manager's room. It's worth 100W. What to do, brother?" "Don't worry, sister. We can definitely beat the other side. Trust, brother," a teenager said from the doorway, racking the thin slit in the middle of the small passageway bunker. Another young girl said with a face full of adoration, "Really? Brother, you're too handsome." "That's right. You too. One of you bring me 5 armor. One of you bring me 5 heads plus this 45W scar H in my hand. This shall not hate to take the opposite side," the teenager said with a confident face. When the teenager spoke, he was seeing that there was a head among the gap, and immediately shot, although there was a little horse gun, but the level 5 set directly hard against the opposite side of the damage. Scar H, a shuttle shot out, only to see that the person knocked down. The teenager looked at the broken 5 armor, immediately took out the armor repair to repair the armor. At this time, the big channel has a big man slowly touched over. From the big insurance refreshing room came over, slowly opened the door, is seeing the teenager who repair the armor. Without hesitation, the big man pressed the fire button. The teenager was immediately knocked directly to the ground. At this time, the 2 teenage girls inside the room 1 immediately closed the door, ran to the back of the bunker and took out the G18, while pretending to cry and scream, like a bullied teenage girl in general begging for mercy. The teenager is slowly climbed into the face of the room. The other teenage girl immediately saved this teenager. At this time, the big man heard the screams inside, suddenly said with a confused face, "I throw. This guy is really flirtatious. Then a race even with a horse. Is it in the game inside the hey? I go. How can play ah?" Just as the big man changed the bullets, the other big man and the one who had just been pulled up slowly walked over, both smiling slightly at the sound of screams from inside, and were about to kick in the door. The sound of intense gunfire immediately rang out around the corner of the building's staircase, and the 3 men fell to the ground and turned into boxes before they could react at the doorway. Yen's trio slowly walked out from the stairs with an evil smile, and when they came to the doorway, they heard 2 clip voices coming from inside. "Don't shoot the brother outside. Don't kill us." The lewd man immediately opened the door and slowly walked in. The lewd man just walked into the room came the sound of G18 gunfire. The lewd man was immediately directly knocked down, and then came the sound of changing bullets. Smoke immediately walked to the side of the door, probe peek, is seeing 2 young girls rack the doorway, had to close the door. Looking at the body of the lewd man wearing a mold, said, "It's really a dog can't change to eat ah. Fatty, the 2 of us slowly fight is not urgent. You rack the doorway. I will lewd man's body to carry out." Smoke directly pulled the half of the body that the indecent man wore molded out, and directly carried it on his shoulders at home towards the direction of the balcony. Coming to a safe place, Smoke slowly said, "You go save the indecent man. I have 995 bullets. Let me rack the gun. They are playing G18. It may be a high defense equipment." Fatty nodded and immediately went to save the lewd man. At this time in the manager's room, the teenager who had just been knocked down had already hit the right state, and when he heard one of the rescuing voices immediately said, "Sister, you 2 go and open the door. I'll set up the gun." The 2 young girls looked at each other, slowly walked to the door, took a deep breath, slowly opened the door, and did not see everyone, sent a slight breath, and then slowly poked out a head. At this time, Yen is hiding in the east building, west side of the stairs on the opposite side of the bunker set up behind the gun, is seeing a teenage girl with a G18 poking his head out. Yen in the hands of the M4 immediately opened fire. 2 rounds of 995 bullets hit the head at once. The girl at once drink hate northwest, seeing that he had knocked one down. Yen immediately ran over to the door and walked to the doorway and made a big jump right through it. White Art Smoke in the air is seeing a teenager wearing 5 sets of subframe with a gun. White Art Smoke said with a slight smile, "Found you." So immediately probe big out ahead of time to grab. At once 995 bullets pouring out. Even if the teenager is wearing a 5-level set, still directly instant melt. After resolving the teenager, looking at the initially knocked down teenager is struggling to crawl towards the exempt room. The bakery also has a footsteps. White Art Smoke slightly smile, not directly rushed in, but will be down. Teenager mending slowly waiting for lewd man was just up. He meow. How dare you cheat on my feelings? I have to show this little some color. The lewd man just stood up and cursed angrily as he hit his status. Soon the three were assembled, and together they slowly felt their way toward the exempt room, the lecherous man being the first to jump in, and finding it empty of anything. In the toilet. Be careful. You two guard here. Don't rush in. I'll see if I can smoke her from the barbed wire next door. Bai Yen calmly analyzed and said. Bai Yen slowly came to the 8 treasure porridge room, and just as he walked to the barbed wire fence, he saw a young girl holding a G18 and firing at herself. Bai Smoke immediately reacted, the hands of the M401 almost at the same time to fire. The girl suddenly directly melted in place. Looking at the white box, said fatally, fortunately, all hit on the armor. If this pike bullets all hit my legs is not good. Wrap up. Began to lick the bag. Ding military information terminals. Ding H09 riot helmet. FS composite body armor. Scar H. I throw. So fat After licking it directly soared to 456W. Let's go. We should pull the gate to evacuate. After licking the bag, Bai Smoke said excitedly. Just as the trio arrived at the pull point, a system voice came through. The dam's public elevator that was activated by someone. You can evacuate from the interior of the dam. It looks like the team from the cement factory should be going to the substation. Let's go. Since they pulled the switch for us, you two search the containers. I'll search the underground, and we'll evacuate. There's only 2 teams left. We must have advanced. We're not going out. It's too far. Bai Yen said as she stretched her back. So the 3 of them have a clear goal. Bai Yen came to the underground, flew to the fire-breathing soldiers directly in front of the 2 knives to put down the fire-breathing soldiers, and opened the computer. Bai Yen directly and confidently input 056. Ding U disk. Then opened the Spitfire's box and searched it without hope. Ding radar station data center. African drums. I throw. Out of the room card again. This time to exhaust my young life. This is. Bai Yen looked at the room card and said excitedly. Stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses, he quickly ran out of the underground and towards the evacuation point. Arriving at the evacuation point, Fatty and Creepy Man were crouching behind the bunker racking up the entrance, and Bai Smoke immediately returned the blade server to Creepy Man before waiting for the evacuation. Evacuation successful. Takeout. 448W. Chapter 61. Start of the second game. At the same time, 3 big men slowly appeared at a secret place, and one said, Big brother, can we advance if we just withdraw after touching the cement factory? A big man slowly said, we just saw 3 boxes at the substation's gate pulling point, plus we didn't see a single person along the way. There should only be 1 team that successfully evacuated the building, and killing 1 person will get a guaranteed 10W havoc. The 3 of us have brought out a total of 156W havoc, unless there is a team that kills 16 people, but it's completely impossible to kill 16 people, and all of us combined are only 15 people. Altogether there are only 15 people. 10 minutes later the 3 big men looked at the rankings and said excitedly, Big brother, it's worthy of being you. It's simply Zuga in the world, anticipating things like Gada. But the first squad brought out a total of 845W havoc coins. I throw. Bring out a lot of Ding, the first game is over. The second game will be played in 10 minutes. Please enter the secret area and get ready. Ding, the first hand of the game. The same system voice sounded 3 times in a row, and Bai Yen slowly said, Let's go in. I don't know how long we'll have to stay in the helicopter again. However, this time the surprise was not to wait much longer. Bai Yen's trio came down from the airplane. Looking at the scenery in front of them, Bai Yen slowly said, Cement factory position 1, the usual. Fatty, you frame the wall on the 201 side. Lewd man, you frame the river, and I'll go up to the second floor and frame the door on the barracks passage side. Soon the 3 came to their respective points. After a long time Bai Yen did not hear any gunfire, except for a few Asura soldiers who shot a few shots at Bai Yen's 3. Bai Yen saw that it was about time and slowly said, Alright, it seems that there are no resurrected people near the cement factory. Let's search the cement factory first. Imbecile man, there's no big insurance on the second floor. Check if there's any big insurance in the sand pile room. Bai Smoke said. Then the second floor of the airbox of open, looking at the inside is either green or blue, shook his head slightly, walked toward 201, slowly said, Drop Schwabi card. Ding display, flash drive, local tabloids, 9V batteries. After searching the box of supplies, just as Bai Yen was planning to leave, she skimmed toward the 201 table and was seeing a coffee, which eased her mood a bit and put the coffee away to run toward the cement factory office. Dropping slightly smiling face awesome card. Opened the door a moment to see the office table is on this card. Bai Smoke immediately excitedly picked up the card, turned in the hand, and then the finger flicked, excitedly said, I threw. Bakshi's underground vault. Hair, this one card are 300W. This even if the drop is also steady promotion. Soon the three of them finished scavenging the cement factory, and with a fair amount of luck, there was a Spinosaurus claw fossil in the cement truck, along with a bunch of purples. Let's go to the barracks and check out the situation. Maybe the barracks didn't swipe anyone either. The eastern half of the map swiped 3 teams, by Smoke said as she looked at the cement factory that had been scoured to the ground. The three of them then quickly ran towards the barracks. Fatty raised his hand to finish off the shield soldiers and said, "Sir, the barracks hasn't really refreshed the team yet. I'll go to the tents to see if there's any big insurance." Bai Yen nodded then walked towards the second floor. At this time just in the white art smoke 3 people are scavenging this barracks. The container has a teenager said, "Xiao Xin, you take these first evacuation. The container that iron frame brushed with a military bomb. You just go directly to the barracks small channel run, to the barracks and then go to the big channel. The past so long, the barracks inside should be no one. We first card a bailout. I and Xiao Zhang are good with guns. Stay and hit people." A teenager rushed over and said, "Big brother, I will definitely bring this military shell out even if I don't want this life." The teenager tearfully stuffed the military bombs on the ground as well as a bunch of little purple and blue ones into his bag and tearfully waved as he ran towards the small passageway of the barracks. Another teenager saw this scene and slowly said, "It's really like the wind is Xiao Xiao and the water is cold, and the strong man will never return once he's gone." Exploring the tiger's den. Agu. Before the teenager could finish his sentence, he was directly punched in the head by the leading teenager and said, "Don't talk nonsense if you are uneducated. If he is killed, won't we lose our supplies? Stupid. Let's go. Let's enter the building. Now that the containers have been scavenged by us, let's go up from the elevator and storm the building." The 2 teenagers immediately jumped down from the container and ran towards the building. However, just as the 2 were running on the road, a mighty youth suddenly appeared from the lift window, and the youth shot directly with a slight smile. The 2 teenagers were immediately knocked down directly into the team's perspective. If Bai Yen was here at this time, she would definitely recognize this young man, the very same battalion commander who had destroyed his own team yesterday. At this time the fat man found that there is a large insurance inside the tent. Just after licking it, he heard the rapid footsteps coming from the small passage of the barracks, and immediately came behind the wooden box, and probed the head plus to the exit of the passage. At this time, Bai Smoke and obscene men also scavenged the second floor of the barracks, walked the barracks on the first floor of the gap. Is to see the fat man gestures immediately understood, immediately stopped in place and did not move. Soon Fatty saw a teenager full of tears running out from inside the passageway, and the corner of Fatty's mouth rose slightly as he said, "Fell into a trap." The AKM in the fat man's hand instantly shot out a terrifying flame, and the teenager was completely unable to react, directly lying on the ground, slowly turning into a box. White art smoke and obscene man heard the sound of the gun for a moment have jumped down, pulled toward the small channel door, looking directly into the box said, "Lick the bag. Lick the bag. We go to the substation directly pull the gate, and then go to the visitor center when the old 6 to go. Take advantage of this game. We directly let everyone agree with the 3 of us for the rat originator. Hey, I throw. Sir, there is also a military artillery shell in this man's bag. Rich, sir, you use your supernatural ability to save it first, so that it won't be touched by others after we die." Fatty said excitedly after licking the bag. General Bai Yen used the shells to stuff them into the safety box and took the lead to run towards the big substation. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the big substation. Looking at the box full of Asura soldiers, Bai Yen directly said, "Indecent man, go and see if the substation technical room is open. Fatty, go and check the small substation to see if it's been searched, and I'll go and pull the gate." The 3 of them split up and ran to 3 different positions, and Bai Yen directly pulled the gate without the slightest hesitation. At this time, 3 teenagers in the manager's room of the east building are frantically licking the box. Hearing the system release the sound of pulling the gate, a teenager said vigilantly, "Someone is pulling the gate. It may be the east building pulling the gate. The team we killed is from the east half of the district. Lick the end of the hurry to set up the gun." And now a youth at the west building's pulling point said, "The container there is finished scavenging the bag. The east building just rang the gun should be another team. We should attack the team in the east building." "Yes, battalion commander," the other 2 youths said with a salute. Chapter 62, End of the qualifying rounds. Bai Yen pulled the gate, then slowly ran towards the visitor center. Soon the 3 of them will hit in front of the visitor center. Bai Yen looked at the visitor center. Rocket soldiers have not been killed. Immediately said, I will go to the visitor center to search. Fat man, you set up the gun here. Obscene corporal, you go to the medical room above, to prevent them from going to the top of the dam there to come over. After saying that, Smoke directly tumbled into the visitor center, directly raised his hand and shot the rocket soldier to finish it off, then directly climbed up to the second floor, and ran straight to the key refreshment point, looked at the empty desktop, turned to the visitor center VIP room, opened the door. White Smoke will be excited to say, I classified dam open 6 VIP room has not been out of the goods. The first time I opened a Rolex. This meat gift can then inside and out. The visitor center was turned over, either some blue or some green. White Art Smoke then had to come to the fat man's side to lie down. Just as the point of pulling the gate ended, violent gunfire rang out from the administration building. At this time the 3 youths in the west building divided into 2 ways. 2 people have slowly touched the dark door room and the insurance refreshing room in the middle of the aisle. A youth has come to the east building balcony window in front of the 3 guns dead frame the door of the east building manager's room. Just at this time a voice eating painkillers from the east building manager's room. At the same time there is also a subtle sound of talking. Boss, the damn industrial elevator time is almost over. They should have evacuated. Let's go out, a teenager said slowly. The teenager in the lead pondered for a moment and slowly said, let's go, let's evacuate as well. The team that was killed is also very fat. Soon a door opening sound. In the passageway of the 2 youths immediately shot, worthy of being a soldier. The gun is particularly accurate. Basically a gunshot headshot, directly knocked down the 3-man team to the ground, slowly turned into a box. Battalion commander, the damn industrial elevator evacuation belt, you're finished. We can only rush the visitor center to evacuate, a youth said as he looked at the 6 boxes on the ground. I know. Hurry up and collect the packs. After collecting the packs we'll withdraw straight away. No surprises, the team from the substation should have evacuated, the battalion commander said after thinking for a while. Why don't you come? I've been waiting for this. If we wait 1 more minute we'll withdraw. Maybe they'll just go pull the plug and evacuate the point. Bai Yen impatiently spat out a sentence and said. Bai Yen had just finished complaining when the sound of Asura soldiers' sprays rang out from the junkyard, and Bai Yen immediately came to a passionate mood, immediately taking out her own gun and directly opening the mirror. My hair, even you 3, just new accounts old accounts together. Fat man, these 3 are the soldiers of the 3 people. Wait for them to walk to the car there. We directly shoot. You hit the left one. I hit the right one. Knocked down directly after the center of the one. Bai Yen said excitedly as she saw clearly what the 3 looked like. Soon the sound of gunfire instantly rang out. The youths on both sides were instantly and directly knocked to the ground. The one in the center was worthy of being a battalion commander. His reaction was tremendously fast, and he directly made a big jump to hide behind the car. At that moment the lewd man who heard the gunshot immediately jumped down from the house and ran over. After a while, Bai Yen saw the lewd man running over and said, Corporal Lewd, give me the sniper in your hand. You'll have to sacrifice a bit. Later you'll directly rush over with big feet and seduce him to probe and hit you. As long as he probes, the sniper rifle in my hand will directly hit him on the head. The lewd corporal immediately said, Don't worry, sir, the corporal will definitely complete the mission. The wind is shao and the water is cold, and the strongest man will not return once he goes. I'll go too. The molester ran straight for the junkyard using 2 steps as one. Bai Smoke directly take the sniper rifle dead frame the 2 ends of the car. May be that the battalion commander heard the footsteps. That battalion commander directly a probe. To the obscene man is a shuttle bullet. Looking at the youth who revealed his head, Bai Yen smiled wickedly and said, Finally, you've taken the bait. Meet your death. Jia. Boom! A sniper rifle sound accompanied by the sound of the assault rifle sounded. That battalion commander knocked down but then heard the sniper gun. The heart suddenly cold. Suddenly field of vision black. Cannot see anything? The body soft slowly fell to the ground. Bai Smoke and Fatty looked at the 3 boxes on the ground and gave a happy high five. Then a quick one on the molester and they began the pleasant process of licking the bag. Ding graphics card. Ding 62 rounds *59. Fatty, your military shells are back. The trio who had finished licking their packs came to the evacuation belt point, and Bai Smoke wiped her mouth and said, Confirm package on the way. Welcome home. A system voice came out, and a settlement screen appeared at the same time. Successful evacuation. Brought out 248W. Sir, we're the only team that succeeded in evacuating. Aren't we in first place? The lewd man immediately said excitedly. The system soon gave out the rankings, and Bai Yen and the others brought out 657W halves. The entire group pulled in the second 600W half coins. To celebrate, let's go into the classified Longbow Creek Valley once. shall we? After all, every map needs to be familiarized with, and all three of us can just start sniping in a row. Smoke said thoughtfully. The lewd man and the fat man naturally agreed, so the three of them clicked together and came to the secret realm, directly choosing the Longbow Creek Valley and walking straight in. Ding releasing a system mission, asking the host to go to the entrance of the ranch management office, the entrance of the checkpoint, the entrance of the Blue Harbor Marina, and the entrance of the small train station to conduct an investigation. Mission reward, 100 W Hafu dollars. Failure punishment, 200 W Hafu dollars. Smoke looked at the scene in front of him and slowly said, I lost. Resurrected at the superstar station. You issued me this mission. Forget it, not going to the radar station. Let's go west and head to the substation. The three of them then walked towards the substation from the superstar station, and just as they reached the downward slope, gunshots rang out from the substation, and Bai Yen immediately stopped and took the two of them to run towards the top of the slope, just in time to see the people from the small manor shooting at the people from the substation, and the scene became chaotic. Soon enough though the two teams split up, and in the end the small manor was the better team, taking down the substation's first team. Smoke looked at the three people who were licking the bag and said, one person won. I hit the one in the middle, the fat man on the left. Lewd, you have the right. Jia open fire. Day. The SVD, SR9 and SKS shots rang out, and the three teenagers who were licking their bags were directly knocked down before they could react. Let's go. It's our turn to lick the bags. One for each of us. Let's go to the ranch in front after licking. Yen looked at the three boxes and said with a smile. Chapter 63, The Cowardly Molester. Smoke. Three people licked the bag after slowly said, Go, brother, take you to a good place. Take you to take a 5-level armor to go. Want. Imbecile man heard 5-level armor immediately, two eyes glowing directly said, 5-level armor. Where sir? Is the Longbow Valley and 5-level armor refreshment point? Ha, just follow me. Yen said confidently and slowly ran towards the small manor on the west side. Soon the three of them came to a small house, the two fat men followed by Yen to a door, and the lewd man immediately said, Sir, is that level 5 armor just inside the door? Yen nodded and said, the 5th level armor is in here. You can try to open it and see if you can open this door. The lewd man walked to the door with his eyes full of little stars, and soon had a bitter face on his face as he said in a difficult voice, Sir, this door still needs a password. And this dripping sound, will there be a time bomb? Well, let me drive it. Remember not to talk. That dripping sound is Morse code. There is a fixed pattern. Yen said as she looked defeated. Tick, 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 tick. Yen listened to the voice twice in a row and said with a slight smile on her lips, the password is 573. The lewd man immediately entered 573 on the code box next to the door again, only to hear a beep. The red light above the code box slowly turned green. The lewd man immediately said, Sir, are you a GTI senior officer? You purposely pretended to be an ordinary combat member to experience life. This password can even be cracked out. This password door is very simple. As long as you listen carefully you can open it. Just now the ticking sound is rhythmic. There are long and short sounds. If the first sound is the short sound of the ticking, ringing a few short sounds is a few. If the first sound is the long sound of the ticking, then ringing a few times with 5 plus the number of times the ringing sound is on the line. The lewd man excitedly opened the door and looked at the only thing inside was a strange square, and instantly lost his head and said, Sir, there's no such thing as a level 5 armor. Just a 4 square. Just pick up that square and test it. Smoke said with a smile. A generous gift, thanks. Sir, this actually holds a level 5 armor. You can open it when you go out to the secret realm. So amazing. The lost lewd man picked up the egg box and instantly became excited again, saying excitedly, Alright, we've taken the level 5 armor as well. Let's go to the south side of the old Galbi site. Let's go. Yen then took the lead and ran towards the south side. When she walked outside the fence, Yen saw a mission and slowly said, There's a mission here to eliminate a high-value target, so I'll take it. At this time, the two men walked into the fence inside, looking at the yard of a variety of tombstones. Indecent man hit a cold shiver slowly said, Sir, hear how all the tombstones are. There won't be any zombies, right? Boom. An Asura soldier with a sprayer fired a shot at the lewd man, who was directly startled and said, There's a ghost. But soon the sound of the pickup system sounded. The lewd man only reacted, slowly drove to the second floor of the Asura soldiers said, Meow, so it's UT, even dare to scare me. Let you taste the taste of the 4th level bomb. After Yen took the quest and watched the lewd man set fire towards the Asala soldiers on the second floor to let off steam, she smiled slightly and said, Alright, stop it, fatty. You go inside and kill the shield soldiers and go and do the quest. There are still 2 more coats in there. Lewd man, do you see that little house? There's a bird egg and coats in there. After you and Fatty finish the quest, you can go over there and scavenge. The lewd man nodded and immediately ran towards the main building with Fatty, clearing up the shield soldiers and ordinary soldiers, while Bai Smoke slowly ran into that small house and laid directly inside the coffin. Soon came the sound of the completion of the mission. The lewd man smiled and ran out from the main building, running towards the room just said by Yen. Bai Yen heard the sound of opening the door, slightly smiled, and immediately took out the smoke bomb, slowly still pouring down under their own body. The lewd man just opened the door. He saw a coffin lying inside a corpse. Suddenly a thick white smoke appeared under the corpse. The lewd man was startled. The bullets in the gun, as if they did not want money, a brain to shoot toward the white art smoke. The smoke bomb gradually disappeared, and only then did the lewd man see clearly the white art smoke lying in the coffin, before he sent a breath and said, "Sir, what are you doing? Ouch. Well, look at your little self. You search the supplies inside the coffin. I'll go to the roof and search it," Bai Yen said as she looked at the lewd man and smiled. Seeing that Bai Yen was about to leave and looking at the coffin, the lewd man gulped and said, "Sir, you search here. I'll go search the top floor." He. Seeing the timid lewd man run out, Bai Yen slowly said, "There's a compartment inside the top floor. There are still supplies in there. Don't forget." Bai Yen finished speaking before searching the bird eggs and clothes inside the coffin. Ding African wood carvings, pirate binoculars, lightweight outdoor stoves, ding intelligence files, room cards for radar station conference rooms. Bai Yen immediately said with a slight evil smile, "It seems that this room card and I have a destiny. Since Corporal doesn't want it, I'll take it." Soon the trio had finished scouring the old Galbi site and continued toward this ranch. Soon Bai Yen arrived at the mission point and directly chose to investigate. Just as Bai Yen was investigating, a gunshot sounded from the crash site. Fatty immediately said, "Gunshots are ringing out from the crashed airplane there. Sir, shall we go over and hit them?" "Go. Of course we have to go. Go." We take the high magnification lens serial sniper. We just set up the gun at a far distance on the line. "Go. Let's go to the checkpoint over there on that small hill there," Bai Yen said with a slight righteousness. The three of them quickly came to a small hill, each with a continuous sniper in their hands, opening their lenses to observe the situation at the crash site. At this moment, inside the airplane at the crash site, there was a teenager holding a champagne in his hand, saying excitedly, "I really came to the right place. Fortunately, I didn't go to save my teammates, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to touch this champagne. It's true that if you don't die, you'll be blessed later. Ha ha ha." The teenager finished scavenging the supplies inside the plane, slowly came to the head of the plane, slowly jumped to the top of the plane. The white art smoke. Three people looked at the plane above the people. The hands of the inspection of this champagne. The three people looked at each other with an evil smile. Day. Three continuous snipers went off at once, and the teenager on the plane was still happily holding the champagne, placing it in the sun and admiring it, completely unaware of the danger that had slowly descended. Chapter 64, The Surprising Appearance of Old Six at the Queen's Hotel. The teenager immediately felt a burst of pain on his body. The heart immediately felt bad, immediately jumped out of the plane to escape. But now the teenager has a big disability, directly jumped from the plane, and immediately fell directly into the box. At this time, Bai Smoke and Obscene Man see the opposite side of the plane jump escape. The three immediately chased up. However, the three ran to the side of the plane is to see a white box lying on the ground. Bai Yen then slowly walked to the bag and licked it up and said, "It seems that this person should have jumped from the top of the airplane and fell to his death. There is just a champagne in the bag, nothing else. Let's go. Let's go to the checkpoint, and then go to the Queen's Hotel to see what's going on." Bai Yen arrived at the checkpoint and after investigating the mission slowly ran towards the Queen's Hotel. Soon the three of them jumped right over the back wall and ran from the pool to the champagne room. "Sir, there are surprisingly 2 bottles of champagne in here. No one has taken them yet. These 2 are just right, one for each of you," Bai Yen said slowly as she looked at the 2 bottles of champagne on the cabinet. After the three of them finished scavenging and slowly touched the first floor of the hotel's main building, the lewd man looked at the gloomy Bai Smoke and said, "Sir, it's so quiet inside this building. There's not even a personal machine. The inside of the building should have been scavenged and gone. Let's go upstairs and take a look," Bai Yen said slowly. At the same time, the heart soothed this. There shouldn't be any old six. Besides, how could there be so many old sixes? Besides, I'm the originator of the old sixes in the secret realm nowadays. The three of them slowly came to the upper floor. The lewd man slowly walked into a room, just in time to see the safety of one, still closed state, immediately shouted, "Sir!" Hearing the lewd man's voice, Bai Yen was immediately alert and immediately said loudly, "Be careful, there's an old six in the toilet." Just as Bai Smoke was in the middle of his sentence, the sound of the obscene man opening a large insurance policy rang out, followed by the sound of fierce gunfire. and the obscene man was instantly directly knocked down and patched up. Fatty and Bai Smoke immediately rushed over when they heard the gunshots and set up the doorway with the assault rifles of those they killed. Boss, one of the 6 is dead and there are 2 more. What should we do? Let's rush out and fight or continue to rack our guns, a teenager asked to the big man. Stupid. Of course is then rack the gun. They fell one of the teammates. Anxious and not us, it is those 2 people. Just touched the safety of the guy shouted outside a person sir. Shows that they should be a soldier. On the 2 of you that shooting, we rushed out is not to send death. Besides, all soldiers emphasize one word, that is righteousness, surely won't let go of their own teammates. Big brother, righteousness seems to be 2 words, how can it be 1 word? A somewhat demented-looking teenager asked stupidly. The big man directly patted the teenager's head and said, little cutie, you are really stupid. I can't help but know it's 2 words, I'm just using a metaphor, okay? Oh, brother, this doesn't seem to be a simile either. He. The foolish teenager scratched his head and said. The big man immediately felt a burst of speechlessness, patted his head and said, okay, don't ask, set up your guns, when they open the door in a while, we'll directly greet them with bullets, give me a good 12%. Bai Smoke and Fat Man outside the rack for a few minutes, the body of the obscene man are turned into a box, the people inside have no intention of coming out. Bai Smoke see this had to slowly said, Fat Man, you see there 5 or 6 human machine box, go to take the human machine's gun and bullets to run to the stairs and shoot to go. At the same time shouted to say that there are people again, and then screamed 2 times. Fatty instantly understood Bai Yan's idea and immediately said, sir, that's a good plan, I'm on my way. At this time in the safe room, 3 people were dead set against the doorway, and a teenager said, big brother, this person has turned into a box, those 2 people can't be gone, should I go out and take a look? The big man pondered and said, it shouldn't be, soldiers are all about righteousness, did they really run away? As a deserter? Then you go out to Siame, remember to probe the head on the line, do not be killed. However, just as the teenager was about to take a step, noisy footsteps sounded outside the door, and the big man said with a slight smile, I told you, they definitely haven't withdrawn, let's set up our guns, they should be attacking us. But instead of waiting for the sound of the door opening, there was the sound of a fierce gunfight there at the stairs, with the sound of UZI's gunfire, the sound of CAR-15's gunfire, and the sound of AKS-74U's gunfire. At the same time, there was a voice, sir, there's another group coming up the stairs here. Watch out. Ah, my armor is shattered. I can't fight anymore. Sir, you run first. The fat man pretended for a moment, and immediately pulled out another bison, and shot it by Smoke, and there was a series of gunfire, and by Smoke pretended to scream twice. At this time the big man in the insurance house immediately said, it seems that the team that just came to the soldiers team killed, on this is still a soldierate, by the bison and UZI these local residents of the gun to the death. Go let's go into the restroom, just came to the team will surely come in, as long as they open the insurance, we will come out to fight. So the 3 of them entered the toilet once again. Bai Yen racked the doorway outside and found that the people inside still hadn't come out, so she had to say to Fatty with a hand gesture, let's attack directly. Wait, you open the door, I'll rack the gun. The fat man went directly to the side of the door, directly pushed open, White Art Smoke directly in advance to grab and hit 2 rounds, and did not find people, only the obscene man's a box lying on the ground. Bai Yen immediately said with a hand signal, there's someone in the toilet. Wait, you go and pretend to turn on the big safety, I'll set up the gun and rack the toilet door. Fatty gestured okay with his hand and immediately ran in and clamped his throat and shouted, big brother, here is a big insurance has not eaten it, let my little brother touch a good moving west for you. Hey. At this time, the 3 people inside the toilet were suddenly happy with a slight smile, and when they heard the sound of the safety being turned on, a teenager immediately opened the door, but unfortunately what was ushered in was not a back, but a teenager's bullet. Bai Yen saw the toilet door open and immediately opened fire, and immediately a teenager was directly shot into a hornet's nest. Fatty also stopped searching at this time, immediately ran to the door of the toilet, took out the gun directly in advance to grab a probe directly another big man to take down, and now there is only a stupid teenager left. Bai Smoke at this time also changed the bullets, and the fat man looked at each other. The 2 directly rushed in, a standing fight, a direct lying on the ground to fight. Suddenly the teenager slowly fell to the ground, turned into a box. Chapter 65, meeting Kim Ji-hoon again. Fatty, let's eat and eat and eat. It's a pity about the lewd corporal. You eat first, I'll go and touch the big insurance first. By the way, the corporal's bag was searched. That champagne should be in their bag. You just take it directly. Bai Yen came directly to the big insurance and directly input 60 FUP. Ding pirate dagger, pirate gold, smoothbore exhibit. I threw. There are goods this is. Just the king's room is not open. just looked through the glass and did not see the bust and the room card, but hopefully the king's room insurance can be shipped inside. Bai Yen immediately came to the door of the king's room and directly swiped her card. Ding! Cool biker card. White Art Smoke ran straight in and took the lead in front of the big insurance and touched it. Ding! Pirate gold coins, pirate binoculars. Ding! Seat clock. Bai Smoke saw out of the seat clock, immediately ran to the side of the fat man and said, "Lick finish, let's hurry. Just now I touched out a seat clock in the king's room. The seat clock if the power is finished." Bai Smoke immediately lying on the ground and the fat man a piece of licking up. The fat man also heard Bai Smoke's voice, licking the bag of hands directly fast into the stump. Soon the two of them will be scavenging things. Immediately ran toward the Blueport dock. Along the way the seat clock fortunately did not power. Very safe to reach the Blueport dock. White Art Smoke immediately came to the Blueport dock cabinet to explore. Fatty looked around the Blue Harbor docks inside and out and said, "Sir, the Blue Harbor docks are all scavenged, but there's a mission here that shows the Destroy Supplies Iron Gate mission. Sir, take this mission or not." Bai Smoke, who had finished investigating the mission, heard Fatty's words and immediately said, "Take a hand. The supplies inside the Iron Gate of the Blue Harbor dock destroying supplies are not bad. There are 2 high-class suitcases, an overcoat, and a suitcase inside. All hands on deck. Find the target and destroy it." A systematic voice came. Bai Smoke immediately came to the material iron door, casually shot a shield soldier down. Then, I do not know where to pull out a C4, directly slapped on the iron door, then greeted the fat man, and together came to the stairs to set up the gun. Soon, the explosion of C4 sounded. Bai Yen and Fatty glanced at each other, directly scavenging the supplies inside, but it was all some trash. Bai Yen was too lazy to take it. A brain all stuffed to Fatty. Bai Yen looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes to get lost, so she slowly said, "Let's go. If we don't evacuate we'll be lost. I have to go to a small train station." The two of them then immediately ran towards the abandoned village. Bai Yen then let the fat man evacuate first, and came to the small train station by himself, immediately coming to the chair in the waiting area to investigate. He then glanced at the high-class luggage at the train box at the small train station and realized that it was all scavenged, and was about to plan his exit when suddenly a crocodile roar sounded. Bai Yen immediately looked at the source of the sound. Suddenly a jumping crocodile swooped over at himself. He immediately turned sideways before he managed to avoid the crocodile swoop, but soon there were 2 more crocodiles surrounding him. "Oh, we meet again, old friend. Welcome to my home. But you guests a little rude. Come to other people's homes as a guest, which do not bring gifts, since you come empty-handed." Then directly a blonde teenager sitting on a crocodile came over and smiled and said. Bai Yen looked at Jing blonde teenager, and immediately recognized that it was the same Kim Ji-hoon who could control the crocodile, and naturally, he himself didn't talk nonsense, and immediately shot at the blonde teenager. But the blonde teenager seems to have been prepared. A jumping crocodile beside him immediately blocked the front, directly blocking the bullet. The rest of the crocodiles immediately pounced on Bai Yen, although he himself dodged another crocodile's attack, but did not dodge the second crocodile's flying pounce. Directly at himself is a death roll. Bai Yen had already known what would happen to her at this time in her heart, and slowly sighed in her heart. It seems that once the seat clock kicks in, she can't live past the 5th watch. As expected, before he could fully stand up, another crocodile bit him, and Bai Yen suddenly felt the sky spinning and slowly fell to the ground, turning into a box. The blonde teenager looked at Bai Smoke, who had turned into a box, and said with a slight smile, "1 minute left to get lost. Still greedy? Let me see what you've got." Immediately came to the bag in front of the search. Looking at the full backpack, there are 2 small full change of the gun, the face of a satisfied smile, but the more the blonde teenager searched the face is more difficult. Muttered in his mouth, "Not buddy, searching a whole game. Your backpack inside, how are all the white items? Only with 2 guns are worth it. Forget about it. Evacuation. I'm sorry. The blonde-haired teenager directly collected the nameplate of Bai Smoke into his own backpack, then casually threw the backpack, which was full of white trash, and quickly ran towards the abandoned village and the crocodile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and receiving 100 W Hafu coins. Bai Smoke gradually appeared at the entrance of the secret realm and slowly said, "Fortunately, I put all the valuable things into those 26 grids of safety chests, and habitually stuffed my backpack with white supplies, so just search away. Kim Ji-hoon." This brought out 256 W supplies, and the main thing is that the quest is done for me. The lewd man and the fat man also came over and looked at Bai Smoke, who didn't have any supplies on him, and said, "Sir, is there still an old 6 at the small train station? How come you didn't evacuate out?" Becky Smoke said while getting up her equipment. "I ran into that Kim Ji-hoon guy at the small train station for seconds, and he bit right through controlling the crocodile. Didn't fight. After a pause continued, "Alright, I'll equip my weapons up and finish replenishing the key to Longbow Creek Valley before I can head out to Longbow Creek Valley once more." Soon the three of them once again came to the entrance of the secret realm, and directly chose the classified Longbow Creek Valley, directly entered, and slowly disappeared again at the entrance of the secret realm. Ding trigger system mission. Please complete the Iron Dome shape move mission. Mission reward, you can get to lay mines 3 times per game. Failure penalty, deduct 150 W Hafu coins. Bai Yen looked at the scenery in front of her mind and said to the system with a slight anger, "Not the system, I was resurrected at the Blue Harbor Pier. You released this task for me. Ouch. Please don't get mad at the system. Host, be careful that next time I make you unable to complete your mission, and directly recycle both of your B-Doctor skills. Okay, Brother Tuzi, I will pay attention next time. Brother Tonzi, you adults rest, I will not disturb." Bai Yen immediately conceded and said. Then he said to the lewd man, "Let's go. Let's search the Blue Harbor Marina first. There will be a computer or a small insurance inside, but the probability is that we will have a fight. Let's go to the stairs and the second floor to set up our guns and wait for someone to come." The three of them immediately ran inside the Blue Harbor Marina. The fat man ran to the middle of the stairs, while himself and the obscene man came to the second floor to set up their guns, directly racking the entrance. Chapter 66, Entering the Longbow Creek Valley again. As expected, outside soon came the noise of footsteps. 3 figures soon came out in the 3 people's gun. The 3 people then immediately shot. Suddenly the gun sounded. The 3 young people did not react at all. Suddenly directly to the ground slowly turned into a box. At this time, outside a secret realm, 3 youngsters slowly appeared at the exit of the secret realm. The leading teenager glanced at the eliminated person and slowly said, "The one who eliminated us is the now famous Bai Smoke. This Old Six originator. Nowadays a lot of bigwigs have organized an anti-Old Six center. I heard that there is a mission about Bai Smoke there. As long as someone takes Bai Smoke's kill plaque, they can exchange it for 250 W Hafu coins. Let's go. Let's join in. Maybe we can even learn how to deal with Old Six in there to prevent being six next time." Bai Yen 3 people at this time are happily licking the 3 people. Completely unaware of the secret realm outside, the 3 people have been included in the Great Enemy, are set up anti-Lao 6 organization to deal with their own, but Bai Yen, even if you know, will not be put on the heart. After searching the bag, Bai Yen slowly came to the computer on the first floor and directly opened the computer. 875. Ding quantum storage. Bai Yen smiled faintly and tightened the quantum storage in the safety box, touching the advanced luggage next to her, when suddenly came the excited shout of the lewd man. "Sir, there's a refreshed infantry vehicle here." Bai Yen also stopped searching for the advanced traveling case and came to the long row of seats in the glass gallery outside, where the lewd man and the fat man were crouching beside one of the chairs, admiring the chair's infantry fighting vehicle. "Sir, you take it first and use your supernatural ability to protect the bottom, so that we don't just cheapen it for others after we die," Fatty said to Bai Yen. Bai Yen naturally wouldn't push back. After all, the 3 of them were the only ones who had a safety box, and after placing the infantry fighting vehicle into the safety box, the 3 of them began to scavenge the Blue Harbor Marina, and then after scavenging some Little Violet and Little Blue, the 3 of them headed towards the Queen's Hotel. The 3 of them directly tumbled in from the outside of the wall, and violent gunfire could be heard ringing out from the Queen's Hotel, and Bai Yen slowly said, "Fatty, you 2 go to the champagne room first to see if there's any refreshed champagne, and I'll go to the connecting room to take a look." 3 people directly separate action. White Art Smoke came to the company room, looked at the computer has been scavenged, directly to the second floor. From the bulletproof glass takeout surface to look at the spade room table, swiped a room card, immediately excited to directly swipe the card to open the door, came directly to the table, looked at a ranch management office of the room card, sighed, and slowly put away the room card, licked up the computer. Soon after scavenging for supplies, Bai Yen came to the champagne room, found the lewd man and the fat man, and the 3 of them proceeded towards the main building of the Queen's Hotel. The 3 quickly came to the first floor, stepping quietly to the stairs, listening to the footsteps on the second floor walking around. "The sound is getting closer and closer," Bai Yen whispered. "Here comes a man. Let's set up our guns." 3 people, 3 guns directly set up the corner of the stairs. A footsteps quickly down the stairs. Soon a silhouette appeared in the perspective of the 3 people. Bai Yen 3 people looked at the person holding a dagger, slight smile, immediately shot. Gunshots rang out all of a sudden, and the teenager at the corner was instantly shot directly into a hornet's nest. And at that moment the 2 teenagers on the second floor heard the gunshots and ran towards the stairs here. Bai Yen 3 people heard the footsteps on the second floor slowly approaching, immediately ran toward the second floor. Ahead of the 2 people first came to the second floor, ran behind the cover with the 2 people to probe each other and shoot each other to test the opposite side of the strength of how. After mutually probing each other's strength, the opposite 2 Rands looked at the skillful probes of Bai Yen's trio, as well as their very accurate marksmanship, and the idea of retreat had already arisen in their hearts. Bai Smoke slowly said, "The opposite side's strength is average. We can charge a wave. Fatty, you set up the gun. Lewd man, you charge in the front. I'll follow you. After we win the fight, in order to compensate you, I'll directly send you a room card." When the lewd man heard the room card, he immediately said excitedly, "Don't worry, sir, leave it to the corporal. Just see the obscene man directly approbe. Cheated the opposite side of a few shots. See, the opposite side is changing ammunition." Immediately a big jump out of the cover, directly to the opposite side of the charge. The two teenagers saw a lewd man rushing toward them, and immediately probed and directly continued to shoot. Not in the kind of probe peek. Bai Smoke and Fat Man saw the opportunity to immediately open fire. The gun battle between the two sides broke out at once. The sound of gunfire resounded through heaven and earth, and the obscene man was instantly and directly shot into a hornet's nest by the two people on the opposite side. But the two did not retrieve their heads in time, and they were directly knocked down by the Fat Man and the white art smoke bursting their heads, and then slowly turned into a box. Bai Smoke immediately ran to the obscene man who was prostrate on the ground. God don't. Picked up the bee doctor's hormone needle toward the obscene man's crotch and directly stabbed down. Bai Yen smiled and kicked on the ass of the lewd man who just got up and said, "Don't have a fever. If you have a fever again, I'll directly spend 100 W of Hafu coins to get you 50 blacks after leaving the secret realm." The lewd man immediately covered his ass and said, "Sir, no, I'm just kidding. Ha. That's sir, let's lick the bag." The three of them started their excited bag-licking journey again, and after the lewd man finished licking the bag, he came to Bai Yan's side with his ass and said, "Sir, that room card you promised me." He. Bai Yan laughed and directly remained the room card of the ranch management office that she had just touched on the ground and said with a smile, "You have just performed well, so this room card will be rewarded to you." The lewd man immediately put the room card in his bag, looked at the value of the room card, which was only worth a few tens of thousands of dollars, and said in a lost voice, "Sir, why is this room card so cheap?" Bai Smoke said, "You still remember our first play Longbow Valley when, in the small train station, that room card room, that can be seen outside to show off whether there is no brush things. This room card room and that same, can be seen from the outside to the inside, and this room card room window is not bulletproof glass-like pattern. See very clearly." The lewd man immediately got happy when he heard Bai Smoke's voice and ran towards the other supply points to touch them. Bai Smoke shook her head proudly, slowly ran to the king's room, directly swiped her card to enter, and directly touched the big insurance. 6D FUP. Ding pirate gold, primary bullet parts, ding gold medallions, horns wall decorations. Bai Yen sighed and said, "The king's room is still playing steadily. Let's see how his son's room downstairs is doing." Bai Yen quickly came to the door of the prince's room, directly swiped the card to open the door, came to the computer, directly opened the computer, glanced at the direct input, 692, ding U disk. He came to the front of the chassis and spat out while touching it. "It's really true that a dog's father doesn't have a tiger's son. No, it's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the previous generation. The generation is more than the generation of waves. The prince deserves to be a prince. Too fat. Ding graphics card. That's right. There was a graphics card directly out of the chassis, and Bai Yen directly and instantly changed her words and praised Wang Zifeng. Chapter 67 Mission accomplished. Bai Yen 3 people will soon be the Queen's Hotel scavenging clean. The 3 people in the building waited for a few minutes, found that there has been no one to come. Bai Yen slowly said, "It seems that there will be no one to come. Let's set off directly to the Superstar Station. The Superstar Station can be pulled out of the gate for the evacuation. It just so happens that there is a super fat mission there. We can do a little bit." Fatty and the lewd man naturally nodded their heads in agreement, so the 3 of them ran together towards the Superstar Station, all the way over mountains and rivers, literally just over a few mountains and over a few rivers. Arriving at the Superstar Station with great difficulty, people slowly came to the west side of the Superstar Station to pick up the mission point of the Iron Dome operation, smiled and said, "This mission, after picking up, there will be a lot of Havoc soldiers surrounded by a group of soldiers. Nowadays, this mission should be few people dare to do. Nowadays, it's been such a long time no one to pick it up. Isn't it proper for this system to give skills? Attention all team members, we have located the Havoc Air Defense Facility. Check your gear and get ready to go make some noise." A system voice came, and Bai Yen directly pulled out her gun and finished off the Havoc soldier in front of her who had a small head exposed behind a bunker and said, Let's go to that turret in front." The 3 of them immediately came to the turret. Fatty and Mischievous Man cleaned up the few remaining Havoc soldiers around them, and Bai Yen ran directly to the top of the turret and directly opened the computer. 587. Looking at the 3 startup buttons on it, Bai Yen directly clicked startup without hesitation. Guard the perimeter area. Shoot anything that moves. Don't put a hair on it. Understand? Soon there were Havoc soldiers surrounding on all sides. Bai Smoke calmly said, Sergeant Fatty, Corporal Imbecile, you two just clean up the Havoc soldiers in the direction of the radar station. I'll clean up the other side. But be careful. There might be an old 6 squatting. The 3 of them then crouched very silently behind the wooden crates on top of the turret, clearing the Sasura soldiers and silently keeping watch for 60 seconds. Boom. Luck was quite good. 60 seconds passed without a single squatting person. Bai Smoke took the lead and jumped down from the turret, running towards the direction of the storage station. While running, she said to the lewd man duo, once you're inside the storage station, there are a lot of soldiers and a Havoc shield soldier at the mission point below, and the one up there has a machine gunnery soldier, a shield soldier, and 2 Havoc soldiers. Remember, the shield soldier hits the head. Don't worry, sir. The 2 of us will go to that mission point up there. Leave the shield soldiers and machine gun soldiers to Fatty and I and we'll be done. We'll make sure to complete the mission, the lewd man said confidently. The 3 of them then listened to the lewd man blowing awesome all the way, and soon came to the storage station. White Art Smoke nodded to the lewd man too, ran toward the mission point below, directly a smoke bomb thrown into the warehouse. In the outside of the Havoc soldiers have not yet reacted, and immediately ran in to directly open the computer. 503. Ding memory stick. Bai Yen directly put the memory stick into the safety box, and immediately ran to the coat and medical kit to scavenge while the smoke bomb had not dissipated. Ding U disc. Local tabloid. Ding ventilator. Internal defibrillator. I throw. This shipment rate. If the team resurrected at the storage station knows that it came out red, will they regret it to death? Bai Smoke said excitedly as she looked at the respirator. Just as Bai Yen just stuffed the stuff into the safety box, he found that the lewd man was killed by the Havoc machine gun soldier, and instead of touching the other weapon box and the rat hole, he directly ran out of the tent, and 2 ways to solve a sticking face of one of the soldiers, and ran towards the other mission point, only to see the Havoc machine gun soldier carrying a large machine gun in his hand shooting towards the inside of the tent. Bai Yen immediately ran over and took the time when the machine gun soldier showed himself a large back to the machine gun soldier's side, picking up the dagger and slashing at the machine gun soldier's head. Directly a knife burst head, the machine gun soldier wobbling, stopped pulling the machine gun. Bai Smoke then immediately 2 more knives to make up. The machine gun soldier fell. Bai Smoke came to the warehouse, looking at the fat man who was saving the obscene man, also did not say anything, immediately came to the computer, directly opened the computer, swept the symbols above directly enter. 681. Dinging, USB flash drive. Bai Yen directly put the USB flash drive into her backpack and a system voice came out. There's been a change in intelligence. The artillery detonator is out of order. Go reactivate him then retreat. Bai Yen did not report her to activate the dud, but waited for this indecent man to be rescued and slowly asked, what's the situation? Sir, just now I saw that the Havoc machine gun soldier was also charming, and paused for a few seconds when I fired. I didn't expect the machine gun soldier to be so fierce, and directly ed the ground for me. The lewd man scratched his head awkwardly and said, Bai Yen didn't want to say anything more and said with a slight sigh, I'm going to detonate the other missile that didn't explode. Don't get close to the 2 of you. Be careful of getting blown up directly. Bai Smoke immediately threw a smoke bomb towards the duds, took advantage of the cover of the smoke bomb to run directly to the artillery shells, and directly chose to activate them before running behind the container on the left side of the iron gate and scavenging the pile of medical supplies. Boom! Soon an explosion came, and Bai Yen looked at a pile of medicines inside the medical supplies pile and said, Imbecile man, there are medicines here. Come and get them if you don't have any. Bai Yen said immediately walked and ran towards the interior, scavenging the airboxes, drawers, computers, and other supplies, and finally came out with a cup and the processor, sighing, I didn't expect that there was nothing in the supplies inside the Iron Dome operation, but the storage station came out with a respirator, and also finished the system mission. Bai Yen slowly walked out, looked at the time left 10 minutes, slowly said, let's go. The radar station should all be scoured clean. People should all be gone. Let's also withdraw. Take the superstar station. Pulling the gate to evacuate can still touch a big insurance. Imbecile man had also gotten his status up by now, and the 3 of them ran towards the superstar station, with Bai Smoke pulling the gate directly. The Havco train is about to leave, so if you want to hitch a ride and retreat, hurry. White En 3 immediately ran toward the train, alert into the small room inside. White En directly opened the door to the old 6 above the point, opened 2 shots row point. Row a moment and did not find the old 6. The 3 will wait for the train's door to open. Soon the train door opens. Bai Yen runs directly to the big insurance and directly inputs 60 FUP. Ding pirate gold coins, pirate binoculars. Bai Smoke was slightly disappointed, and a big idea rang directly in her mind to sneak that infantry fighting vehicle given by the two lewd men into the safe, shouting, "Sergeant, Corporal, you two come and see what's inside the safe?" Ha ha. Chapter 68, Going back to the dam as a senior 6, WC, there's even an infantry vehicle in here. Sir, counting the infantry vehicle we touched at the Blue Harbor Pier, we've touched 2 infantry vehicles in one hand. We've made a fortune, the lewd man said excitedly. Looking at the lewd man's excitement, Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, "Don't get excited. This infantry fighting vehicle is the same one that you touched at the Blue Harbor Pier." "Ah, no, happy for nothing." The lewd man's expression immediately shifted. "Corporal imbecile, given that you were killed by a machine gunner at the storage station, such a big mistake, I have to give you a punishment. This infantry vehicle will be given to Sergeant Fatty, okay?" Bai Smoke said slowly. The leering man laughed and said, "Sir, I totally agree. Next time I run into a machine gunner, I'll never admire his body again. Next time I'll just take my gun and shoot." Bai Yen smiled faintly and cozily listened to the lewd man blowing NB as she waited for the train to start. Successful evacuation. Material taken out. 256W. "Sir, let's not hit Longbow Creek Valley. Running around is just too tiring. Even though Longbow Creek Valley has a higher red rate than the dam, it's just too tiring." At the exit of the secret realm, the lewd man scratched his head and said, "Tomorrow after the game we'll hit Longbow Creek Valley again. I'll tell you too that the radar station is even fatter inside. The burst rate of military drones is tremendously high. I'm a bit tired from today's fight, so let's go hit a handful of dams to go and be a rat." Ha ha ha. Bai Smoke said slowly. The lewd man immediately became interested when he heard that he was going to be the old 6, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Sir, let's hurry up and go in. I've long been going into the dam as an old 6 once again." Ha ha ha. The 3 of them then immediately organized their equipment. Will be the secret world to choose a good classified dam, and directly enter. Soon the 3 of them slid down directly from the helicopter. Bai Yen looked at the scenery in front of him and slowly said, "We resurrected in the cement factory bird egg pipeline here. Let's go to the cement factory." Bai Yen took the lead and ran towards the cement factory, came outside the cement factory office and kicked the door while saying, "Be careful, there's a possibility that a gun has been set up inside. Don't miss it. I'll open the cement factory office first." Bai Smoke finished directly to the office door to swipe the card, saw the table empty, no room card. The heart is slightly a little lost, but has long been accustomed to. After touching the chassis and coat, I heard the voice of the fat man. At this time, Fatty was at the door to the cement factory inside the non-stop peak. Suddenly found that originally should be the place of the rocket soldiers stood a teenager, where touching the advanced weapon box, Fatty slightly smiled. "Directly shoot. Looking at the downed teenager, Fatty said excitedly, "Sir, one downed at the rocket soldier. There should be 2 more team members. What should we do?" Bai Smoke at this time just also finished touching the supplies inside the office. Slowly said, "Waiting for me to directly seal a smoke bomb. We are now over the point." See, the front of the small house did not. This second floor is the computer's refreshing point of view. You can go over to take a look, and also can alleviate the disadvantage of the low hit the high, although that the second floor is also relatively low, the least than to stay here to be strong. After discussing the countermeasures, Bai smoked directly towards the door, still a smoke bomb. Immediately white smoke directly filled the entire area. The 3 immediately took advantage of the cover of smoke, directly ran into the second floor of the small house. Through Bai Yan's instructions, the lewd man found that there was a small computer right in the small room on the second floor, and immediately touched it with great interest. Bai Yan and Fatty, on the other hand, kept probing in front of the building one day to observe the situation on the opposite side. After a stalemate for an unknown period of time, the body of the one killed by the fat man was turned into a box, and all the Asura soldiers who had been in the cement factory and were still ringing with gunfire from time to time were turned into boxes, and the scene was suddenly and horribly quiet. Bai Smoke slowly said, "Being a qualified old 6 requires enough time. Let's just set up that bag. Since they are in a group, they definitely won't give up their teammates' equipment." Secret realm setting, there is no wild platoon situation. As expected, after another 2 or 3 minutes, the opposite side finally couldn't hold back, only to see a teenager leaping up from the staircase, jumping directly to the white's box, lying down on it and licking it. Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, "Fatty, I'll leave it to you." Fatty received the message and smiled slightly. The AKM in his hand spat out flames once more. The man when long fell straight to the ground and was mended. Looking at Fatty's hand, Bai Yen instructed, "We'll act separately later. I'll take the stairs on this side of the airbox room by myself, and you two will take the stairs on the side of the sandpile room. Remember, you two step up with a static step, and I'll take a big step up, and when the gun goes off up there, you two will immediately run up. Sir, don't we need to leave one of us on the rack? What if he racks us directly on top when we rush over? The lewd man said after thinking for a while. No, just pay attention when we run. As long as he reveals his gun, our 3 guns will directly set fire on him, and save us the trouble of going up to fight. Commanding a good strategy, Bai Yen took the lead and jumped straight down, running to the bottom of the stairs, waiting for the fat man and the lewd man to come to the bottom of the stairs, nodding at both of them, and immediately running towards the top of the stairs. At this time a teenager on the second floor listening to the chaotic footsteps below suddenly upset, consoled himself, it's okay, this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as the racking of the stairway, you can win the fight. Just as the teenager took a deep breath and relaxed, the sound of ascending stairs rang out, and the teenager immediately heard the source of the sound and rushed behind cover, framing the stairway whereby Yen was coming up. Suddenly a head popped up, and the teenager immediately fired, completely unaware that the opposite side retracted again, and was about to change the bullet when footsteps suddenly sounded again on the stairs behind him, and the teenager was soon boxed in by a two-sided attack. Bai Yen looked at the 2 boxes and said, after ringing so long, it seems that there should be just 2 teams here at the cement factory. Come one by one, lick the packs. In the white art smoke 3 people lick pack lick is excited when Bird Egg Channel sounded fierce gunfire. White art smoke hurried to give up licking pack to the 2 people said, do not add. Come to people, in our resurrection point, let's go to set up a hand. The 3 of them immediately arrived at the entrance of the cement factory office and saw a man and a woman cleaning up the shield soldiers and some Asura soldiers. Honey, does this shield soldier really come out with good movies? How come I never get any good stuff out of it? The young girl said doubtfully. The teenager immediately said energetically, baby, do you still remember the fuel cell I gave you? That fuel cell was touched in the shield soldier's bag, and later there should be a mission at the construction site in front of that cement factory, where there is a shield soldier and a machine gunner, and I heard that someone has touched the rune card at the machine gunner. The lewd man's eyes reddened as he stared at the young girl, leaving his mouth watering, and said, I can't, sir. This pussy is too good looking. Hurry up and get it over with. I'm afraid I can't help it. Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, the female is yours. Do I fight with the fat man? Shoot. Chapter 69, Daily Routine of the 6th Member of the Administration Building. Guns were fired indiscriminately, and a group of men and women who had just killed the Asura shield soldiers ran excitedly to the shield soldier's box and indulged in licking it, completely oblivious to the sounds outside the window. The 3 of them, Bai Yen, looked at the 2 who were slowly turning into boxes and said with a slight smile, you 2 go lick the bag. The box of that girl of the lewd man will be yours to lick. Maybe that box still has the girl's residual warmth. The lewd man immediately jumped up with excitement when he heard this, immediately ran towards the direction of the box, directly lying down next to the woman's box to inhale a mouthful on the left and a mouthful on the right, revealing a lewd smile and said, fragrant, too fragrant. After the 2 licked the bag, the 3 of them walked in the direction of the administration building, came to the sandy open air to hear the east building, and the container sounded fierce gunfire. Bai Yen faintly smiled and said, do you 2 want to go to the administration building inside to be a rat? When the lewd man heard that he could also be a rat 6 inside the building, he immediately said excitedly, sir, is there an old 6 spot inside the administration building as well? That must go as an old 6 to go. Then you 2 will step on the static step. Let's go in together. Remember, we step on the static step the whole time, and slowly touch into the old 6 spot to go. Bai Yen smiled and looked at the lewd man and said. Soon the 3 of them stepped on the static step to the pulling point. Bai Yen pointed to the fire hydrant behind the door and said, see that fire hydrant? Let's me feed you 2 how to jump on it. I only saw Bai Yen slowly come to the table directly opposite the door, then made a big jump towards the fire hydrant and directly jumped on it, saying, this spot is very good to get on. 1 big jump and you can jump on it. I throw, sir, this is a good spot. It's a good place for an officer to raise his head, but it's not a good place for an officer to raise his head. This spot comes to 1 and hits 1. The lewd man said excitedly as he looked at the spot Bai Yen jumped to. Molester, you'll stand at this point later. It just might be a bit tiring there, and Fatty and I will be inside the pull point, framing the doorway through the glass. Bai Yen said with a faint smile. The lewd man patted his chest and said assuringly, a great man is born between heaven and earth, and is commanded to be in danger. I'm not afraid of this bit of tiredness at all. At this time there are three big men shooting at the container at the glass in front of the dark door of the east building. A big man slowly said, "Big brother, this is not the way to go on The big man in the lead slowly said, "Let's shoot and signal to see if the opposite side is from the anti-Laolu organization, and if the opposite side returns the message, we'll negotiate with them." One of the big men nodded and fired a few shots directly at the window. Paused for a few seconds. Heap surface still did not reply to the gunfire. The leading man frowned, pondered for a while and said, "It seems that the opposite is not our anti-Lao 6 organization of the people. The old three take the sniper to see if you can knock down A, and then the oldest two when I rush directly to go over. The oldest three you will be in the window here to rack." A large man nodded slowly, taking the SV-98 and slowly aiming it at the container. At this time the container of the three teenagers heard the administrative building inside the sound of regular gunfire. A teenager, confused, said, "What is the meaning of the opposite side of this gunfire?" "No matter, we will kill one, we will rush over. In such a hold down again people will not be good to fight." The other two teenagers nodded in agreement. One teenager listened and immediately picked up an M700 and said with a smile, "Aha! Don't worry, my sniper hair is very accurate. Just leave it to me if you knock one down. Joker, over to you," the lead teenager said with a smile. The teenager slowly came to the back of the container, slowly probed the probe, is found where the window has a glowing point, immediately shrunk his head back, heard the sound of gunshots ringing, heart palpitating beat his chest, immediately while the opposite loaded bullets, immediately probed the open lens, looking at the empty window, racked. Soon a big man's head showed up, and with a slight smile immediately fired. Boom, the teenager said with a slight smile. Headshot, knockout. The other two teenagers immediately smiled slightly and charged towards the building, but unfortunately, there was absolutely no cover in the middle of the building from the container to the administration building, and one of the two big men in the building was racking a gun. The big man looked at the two teenagers running toward his side, immediately tensed up, immediately shot. Fortunately from the container to the administrative building only between the completely no cover. The big man in the hands of the M7 immediately shot. The two teenagers didn't react at all, and were instantly knocked down directly, and at this time the teenager who had just shot the sniper had only just loaded his gun, and was a little nervous in his mind as he shot at the M7 he was holding on the window. The big man was instantly knocked down with a direct headshot, at which point the teenager with the sniper rifle was saved from hitting form. Soon after the big man hit his form, he immediately racked towards the container with his SV-98 and said with a smile, "Still racking your gun in place? Don't you know that you have to change your point to play sniper? Although I don't like to change points either. However, I have teammates. Go to hell." Boom, the teen is dead. "Let's go lick the bag," the leading big man who had been rescued said as he hit his status. Three big men quickly came to the container, crazy licked up, looking at a variety of full that gun, smiled and said, "I did not expect this team is so rich. Each person has two full change gun. There are also a lot of small purple and small gold. There is also a small red in this bag. The dam should be no one. Wait for us to pull the gate directly fat evacuation. Big brother, the manager's office in the building hasn't been opened yet. We'll open the last hand of the east building manager's room later. Maybe there's even a big red inside," a big man said with a smile while frantically licking the box. Soon after the three licked the box, excitedly ran toward the east building. A big man ran directly to the door of the manager's office in the east building to directly swipe the card and said, "Big brother, there is a time limit for swiping the card, and so the time is up. You come to the search. The two of us to you to protect the law." The big man in the lead smiled slightly and said, "Okay, my hand is a lucky hand. I'm sure I can open a big red." Soon a big man slowly came to a large insurance and touched it up and said, "WC, there is a vertical hexagram. Big red, I lost. It's a bust of Claudius." At once the other two big men also got excited and gathered around the bust to admire it. After a while the leading big man looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. Come on, let's go pull the gate together to meet our victory." "Big brother, do you think we'll meet those three old sixes from my e-smoke?" A big man seemed to have thought of something and said worriedly, "Don't worry. According to the information inside our organization, those three old sixes are just outside as old sixes, never in the administration building, where they are all pounding away." Chapter 70, Return to the Onslaught. The three big men excitedly pushed open the door of the pull-out room and slowly walked in. However, just as the two men walked in, they saw that there were two heads on the window, and at once three words came back to their minds: dangerous, 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 dangerous. Three big men at once with the fat man and white art smoke against the gun. Obscene man looked at the three big back, smiled. Immediately will shoot. Three big men at once feel the pain coming from the back. The three big men turned around at once, immediately confused, and saw a lewd man crouching on a fire hydrant, desperately collapsing on the ground, slowly turning into a box. Bai Yen looked at the box that fell to the ground and slowly turned into a box and said with a smile, "Fatty, pull the gate. We can just evacuate after licking the bag." The fat man pulled the gate directly. then came to the door of the bag and touched it. I throw. There's actually a big red inside this bag, as well as a quantum storage and a Rolex. Fat chance, Bai Yen said with a smile as she excitedly looked at the bust's avatar. The three of them quickly licked their packs and came to the damn elevator evacuation point, where Bai Yen smiled and said, "Alright, Sergeant Fatty, Corporal Imbecile on command." The fat man and the lewd man immediately saluted and said, "Present, sir." Bai Yen placed the quantum storage and Rolex on the ground and said encouragingly, "Sergeant, Corporal, due to the success of the 6 of us this time, this quantum storage and Rolex are awarded to the 2 of you. This is your honor." Watching the countdown to the evacuation point, the fat man and the lecherous man excitedly stuffed their things into their bags. Evacuation successful, takeout value, 495W. The lewd man smiled and said, "Sir, this is a nice fat hand. I actually brought out more than $2 million with this one. I've never brought out so many supplies before. Ding, the system will be updated in 30 minutes. Please do not enter the secret realm again. The system will be at the end of the next touch into the competition. Before you can enter again, this update will appear interesting things. Clear, everyone pay more attention. Ding, the system will be in 30 minutes. Just in the white art smoke 3 people organized equipment. Is planning to enter the classified dam, then do the rat to go to 6 people. The system's voice in the pause in everyone's head rang. Bai Yen could only sigh and said with a smile, "It seems like we won't be able to enter the secret realm as old 6. It just so happens that there's still time today. It just so happens that we can go play a 3v3v3 today. A handful of 3v3v3 is only 10 minutes at most. Sir, let's go. I've been itching for a long time. Let's charge straight ahead." The lewd man was still a bit lost when he heard the system's voice a second ago, and immediately said when he heard Bai Yen's voice. The 3 of them quickly edged their way to the entrance of the 3v3v3 secret realm and slowly walked in. Scene 1. Looking at the scenery in front of him, he slowly said, "It's a barracks. We're resurrected at the entrance of the barracks, and the Mandalorian bricks are underneath the barracks staircase. This first one is hard to beat. It's okay, sir. Now we are very rich. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. Let's just take this as our gun practice, and just slam. Although it's cool to be the old 6 in the dam, I feel it's still the most enjoyable to slam," the lewd man said with an excited smile. Bai Yen smiled as she listened to the lewd man's words and said, "Corporal Lewd, how come you're so courageous? Okay, then let's just attack directly this time." Fatty also smiled at this time and said, "Sir, then I'll just let go of my hands. It's been a while since I've let go of my hands and fought." Bai Smoke immediately took out a G18 and said with a smile, "Good, let's let the 3 of us have a big kill then." Bai Yen 3 people directly on painkillers. The time has ended. Took the G18 and ran toward the barracks building. Just ran to the first floor of the barracks and saw the big passage running out of 3 people. The 6 of them fought straight away, and the fat man laughed and said, "Sir, 1 down." But just as the 2 teams were fighting, the people from the small passageway of the barracks ran out and immediately appeared behind Bai Yen's trio, immediately shooting at them. Bai Yen's trio immediately turned around and shot behind them, but after all, they were attacked from both sides, directly exterminating Bai Yen's trio directly. The fat man chuckled the moment he finally collapsed. "Thick gift, thanks. Oh, what a treat. It's been a while since I've had such a good fight." The 3 of them then came to the god's perspective and watched the other 2 teams fight it out. Bai Yen said to the 2 of them with a smile, "You 2 guess. These 2 teams, that team can get the final victory." The lewd man was the first to say, "Sir, need we say more? It must be the team that just came over. After all, we knocked down one of the team inside the big passageway by us." Fatty looked at the field and pondered for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. The team that just came in the shot scattered bad, and the team inside the big passage is very accurate. If not, we suddenly rushed over and caught the opposite side off guard. We may not be able to knock down that person. Look at the opposite side of the leading teenager. No matter whether it's peak, or the shot is the top of the line." Hearing Fatty's words, Bai Yen smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Fatty is right. Look, the team that just came has already had one knocked out." The lewd man laughed and scratched his head and said, "Ugh, it's still true." Bai Yen watched as the person inside the large passageway knocked down one of the people outside and immediately rushed out, smiled and said, "It's almost over. Let's get ready and start moving on to the next one." As luck would have it, a teenager took advantage of the gap between the opposite side's ammo changes and immediately rushed out, taking a big jump behind cover and coming straight out, shooting at the teenager outside with his G18. The 2 teenagers inside the large passageway managed to defeat the newly arrived group with crushing strength. Scene 2. Bai Yen looked at the resurrection in the small passage of the barracks, slowly smiled and said, "We resurrected this hand in the small passage. Mandalay brick refreshed in the tent. Let's go directly to the tent to fight there." Fatty nodded and said, "Go." It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of emptying a magazine. The three of them got high on painkillers and immediately ran to the tent, where the lecherous man took the Mandel brick directly into his hands and said, "Sir, the Mandel brick is 3 stars out of 5 in terms of realistic danger." Bai Yen smiled and said, "It seems that the barracks gate is refreshing people. They should have come to the tents. Let's go. Let's charge straight ahead." Fatty and the lewd man nodded and ran towards the door. Seeing the 3 teenagers in front of them, the lewd man realized that it was the very same team that stole his ass in the last handful of hands, and immediately shouted, "It's you guys, it's just right. The new account and the old account will be counted together." The lewd man immediately pulled out his MP5 and shot at the front, but after all, the opposite side was 3 guns, directly shooting the lewd man into dice. Fatty and Bai Smoke also ran over and shot at the trio, with Fatty shouting with all his blood, "Go to hell!" Although it looked as if Fatty was shooting randomly, Fatty's marksmanship was very accurate, directly gunning for headshots to take out 2. White Art Smoke took out 1, directly wiping out that team. Chapter 71, Defeated by the Onslaught. Although Fatty looked at the box on the ground with excitement, he still kept his cool and said slowly, "Sir, the group from the big passageway there is coming over," and footsteps are heard. At this moment, Bai Yen was still in the pleasure of just being strong, and only reacted when she heard the fat man's voice, and slowly said, "Then let's kill to the darkness of the sky." At once the duo immediately rushed toward the other team. The fat man took the brunt of a big jump directly behind the tent. Against the opposite side is an early grab shot to go. I have to say that the fat man's gun law is still very accurate. Jammed the burst line, at once it was a direct second. White Art Smoke followed closely behind, jumping out from behind the tent, lying behind Fatty, and shooting through the gap between Fatty's legs toward the other 2. The 2 teenagers completely seemed as if they had not noticed Bai Smoke at all, and the bullets all poured towards the fat man. The sound of gunshots rose in alarm, spreading out instantly and causing every inch of space around them to tremble. Echoes reverberated back and forth between the surrounding walls, followed by a brief silence. The quiet after the aftermath of the explosion had dissipated, adding to the previously tense atmosphere. At this time, the fat man directly on the opposite side of another one-on-one. Bai Smoke and another teenager directly jumped to the back of the bunker to change up the magazine. This peace and quiet does not last long, followed by a series of rapid fire. The sound of gunfire one after another, like a rapid drum beat. In the end, when the last shot fell and the aftermath slowly dissipated into the air, Bai Smoke, with both eyes blackened, looked at the white box on the ground as well as the emptied magazines, shook her dizzy head, and smiled faintly. Third inning, as soon as he was resurrected, the lewd man looked directly at the fat man and the lewd man with adoration and said, 2 against 2 teams, too strong. Bai Smoke shook her head and said, "This time, we are resurrected in the big passage, and the Mandalorian bricks are refreshed at the tents. Let's go, let's continue to attack." The 3 of them immediately ran directly out of the large passageway, and were planning to run towards the tents. However, just as Bai Yen's trio had just run to the road in the middle of the barracks building and the tent area, gunshots rang out from the tents and the iron fences, and Bai Yen's trio was instantly directly sandwiched by 6 snatches, and without a single bullet being fired, they were directly shot into the dice, and collapsed onto the ground and turned into a box. The group in the tent smiled happily when they saw that they had directly exterminated a group, and immediately went and acquired the Mandel bricks and ran towards the 2nd floor of the barracks. When the team from the barbed wire fence saw that the opposite side had obtained the Mandel brick, they felt bad in their hearts, and a teenager in the lead said with a serious face, "If the opposite side has obtained the Mandel brick, they will definitely go to the 2nd floor of the barracks, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. So let's go directly to the barracks to block it." The other 2 teenagers immediately nodded their heads and said, "Boss, we've already defeated the strongest team, and now the remaining team is not our opponent at all, so we'll be able to take this hand directly." 3 teenagers immediately took the first step to the barracks stairs next to the barracks, immediately exposed his head framed the barracks gap. Soon there were 3 teenagers jumped up from the gap. The 3 just jumped up and excitedly said, "Big brother, we are just 1 step away from victory. When it comes to 1:1:1, ha ha ha." The 3 teenagers buried behind the bunker looked at the 3 who were laughing, and said with an evil smile, "Good chance, shoot." Gunshots rang out, and the 3 teenagers who were laughing and smiling 1 second were shot straight into the dice the next, turning to God's vision and slowly moving on to the next matchup. Third handle. Bai Smoke looked at the scenery in front of him and said, "Last hand was careless for a moment. This hand let's bring our brains and attack hard. This time, the resurrection is in the small passageway, and the Mandalorian bricks are under the stairs. So let's jump up directly from the gap and attack." The 3 of them discussed their tactics and ran towards the 1st floor of the barracks. The 3 of them had just jumped to the 1st floor when they saw 3 teenagers wearing level 5 heads and level 5 armor running over. Bai Yen's 3 people immediately shot directly at the 3 people, but because the equipment gap was too large, hitting the opposite side of the body was like scraping. The three teenagers immediately reacted, pulling out their M7s and other various firearms, shooting at Bai Yian's three people. Bai Yi Smoke was instantly confused, looking at a pike of bullets only just shattered the opposite side's level 5 armor, and he himself was directly dried out by the opposite side with 2 shots, slowly coming to the god's perspective. Immediately afterward, Bai Yian saw Fatty and Mischievous Man come to God's view and said with a slight smile, it's fine, losing is losing, let's watch them dogfight. At this time the gate resurrection of the team heard the barracks on the first floor of the fierce gunfire, suddenly smiled slightly and said, fighting, it's our turn, they are now certainly a big disability, non-death and injuries, go let's go. 3 people directly a shot, immediately ran in the direction of the barracks, is to see 3 wearing a level 5 set of 3 teenagers are repairing the armor to hit the medicine. The 3 people no longer like the last handful of midway to open the champagne, and immediately shot on the shot. Unfortunately, the trio's marksmanship was so poor that the 3 without armor killed 2 of them, and the other teenager immediately stopped repairing his armor when he heard the gunshots and ran to the first floor of the barracks, where he stared to repair his armor and administer medicine. The 3 teenagers who knocked down the 2 men immediately changed their bullets excitedly and rushed up to rack the 2 doors on the first floor of the barracks directly to death. And one of the teenagers slowly said, Big brother, should we be conservative for a while? I'll go and decipher the Mandalorian brick. Oldest, there's progress, you've got a really good idea. Oldest and I will set up the doorway straight away, and you go and decipher the Mandel bricks straight away. Let's just win the next hand directly. We still have a chance, a teenager in the lead said with a smile, only to see a teenager immediately ran to the bottom of the stairs to directly obtain the Mandel bricks. At this time, the teenager on the first floor of the barracks will be full of status. Heard that the opposite side has already obtained the Mandel bricks, and soon came to break the Mandel bricks. The heart cannot help but tighten, and immediately ran toward the door. The teenager immediately came to the doorway and took a big jump straight away. Right in front of him he saw a teenager shooting at him. The teenager smiled slightly and turned his M7 straight towards the teenager to shoot. He quickly knocked the teenager to the ground and said with a slight smile, fighting with a 5th level set, you really don't know what a god is. How dare a mole cricket kill a god? At this time, the leader of the teenagers who heard the sound of gunfire, immediately ran from the first floor of the barracks building, came to the door and directly jumped out in a big way, but did not play the scene just now, but was directly melted on the ground by a teenager wearing a level 5 equipment. Looking at the 2 people who had been knocked down, he couldn't help but smile in his heart and say, there's still one left, it's on the 2nd floor, let's fix the armor first. Then we'll take you down, you little rat. Soon the teenager slowly came to the door of the 2nd floor. Directly a big jump, directly jumped in, is to see a teenager then room card room to fire on their own. At once the 5 sets of power, blocked a lot of rounds of bullets, for the teenager to buy a reaction time. On the occasion of picking up the M7 to shoot to, match ends, fail. Chapter 72, a little life kicked in. Sir, we're losing just like this? The lewd man who had just come out of the secret realm immediately came to Bai Yian's side and said unwillingly. Before Bai Yian could comfort the man, Fatty kicked the man in the ass and said, if we lose, we lose. We've had a good time anyway, although the last 2 games are a bit difficult, but we played in front of the cool. Long time not this kind of emptying the magazine of pain and pleasure. The lewd man then reflected, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. That's right, haha. It's true that I've been old 6 for too long, and it's true that I haven't had the thrill of a pummeling attack for a long time. Bai Yian looked at the fact that there were still 10 minutes left to update the system directly, and said to the 2 men bye-bye. The system is also about to be updated. I'm going to withdraw first, tomorrow night before the competition. We'll still gather at the shooting club. Bai Yi Smoker returned to the real world directly on the bed huffing and puffing, asleep to 12 o'clock noon before stretching a lazy waist, slowly opened his eyes and said, played these 2 longbow shigu can be really tired It's been a long time since I was in college, and I slept until 12 o'clock. Cool. Bai Yian received a message from Xiao Jie after she washed up and hurriedly coped with breakfast and found Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie leaned over to Bai Yian's ear and slowly said, Boss, Zhang has brought 3 chefs from the small days over to kick the bucket. Bai Yian knocked on a melon seed and said expressionlessly, isn't there anyone to stop it? Boss, now that the Jiang family is taking the lead, no one dares to mess with the Jiang family at all as one of the 3 great families. And I also heard that the army side seems to be busy, and that people from every country in the entire world are busy with something, and it's still very confidential. Xiao Jie whispered. Bai Yian stopped her melon seeds, and in her heart, she was suddenly shocked and said, could it be that the Delta secret realm is coming to the Blue Star? It shouldn't be. Why didn't I get the news from the system? He then shook his head, not thinking much about the matter about the secret realm, and said faintly to Xiao Jie, then let me come to meet that little day ghost. I want to let these little day ghosts know that we will always be their ancestors. Now in the lobby of 91 Eater Zhang with 3 small days slowly said, by E Smoke, you poor bastard, come out to me. Today I'll let your 91 Eater close its doors. Ha ha ha, the dog from there is barking here. White Art Smoke's voice came, and then the teenager slowly walked out of a passageway. Baka, anata wow paksang deska? A small day immediately shouted at Bai E Smoke. Translation, asshole, you're Becky Smoke? Bai E Yen looked at the little life that was screaming at him and said mockingly, Egu, grandson, didn't your father teach you to say your ancestors' words when you see your grandfather in the future? Baka, you asshole, today is the day of your 91 diner's destruction. That little day that was scolded immediately said in anger. Bai E Yen immediately smiled and said, alas, that's right, when you come to your ancestor's house, you have to speak the words of your ancestor. If you're speaking that grandson's words, I can guarantee that I'll just break your limbs and throw you out today. You, just as little day was about to speak, Zhang immediately smiled and said, Oh Samu, calm down, let me talk to that little poor bastard. Zhang cleared his throat and said, by E Smoke, today the Japanese Emperor's first sergeant came over today for an international friendly cut and thrust of culinary arts, and now the International Culinary Judges Organization has come over. Boss, why don't we take over this competition? Maybe we can even directly publicize our 91 diners and rub the sharpness of our little life. Add a stroke of ink and color to our huaxia. Xiao Jia leaned on Bai E Yan's ear and whispered. Bai E Smoke pondered slightly and said, fine, if you lose, get the hell out of China. We don't have these grandchildren. Then if you lose, I'm going to smash your sign. Zhang said threateningly. Soon saw 3 middle-aged people slowly walked in. 3 all Asians, just don't know is that country, slowly sat on a row of judges' stools, nodded to Zhang. Bai E Yen looked at a few people's small mind. The heart cannot help but already, the heart immediately feel uneasy. The mind slowly said to the system, there is no more powerful than the master-level cooking skills of cooking skills. Ding host, the perfect level cooking skill can be exchanged for only 200. No, 3 million hafu dollars. Host, you can't lose or be fooled by 3 million. And I've even given you a 20% discount. It used to be 4 million hafens. System, you're taking advantage of the fire. Shouldn't it be 2 million? I remember checking out the skill when I received the reward. Bai E Yen said sharply in her head. Host, how can you say that about me? It's fine if you don't want it. Anyway, the system can always issue you quests like that one where you kill 2 Said in one game. The system's voice came out. Bai E Smoke had to hold his tongue, gritted his teeth, and bought the perfect grade cookery, and had to vent all the anger from the system there on little day, saying angrily, 3 grandchildren, how do you intend to compete? I'll take it all on you, Grandpa Bai. Zhang slowly said, let's have a 2 out of 3 game system for the competition. The first one we choose our own ingredients to do. The second one the other party to choose ingredients to do. The third one you are the host. Naturally let our guests give you a limit of 3 ingredients for the competition. Bai Yen heard Zhang's voice and immediately said angrily, you, good. I don't want to beat you for being a traitor. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. So let's compare. I'll let you know that an ancestor is always an ancestor. Bai Yen slowly took 2 tomatoes and 3 eggs and said with a smile, these are the ingredients I'm going to choose. The 3 Japanese across the street looked at Bai Yen holding tomatoes and eggs, having been studying Chinese food themselves, and immediately laughed and said mockingly, ha ha ha, stupid Chinese, you're not going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Ridiculous. As far as we know, tomato scrambled eggs is a scrambled dish that every ordinary family knows. To use such an inferior dish and still try to win against our great day empire. Ridiculous. A Japanese man slowly came to the ingredient area and took a sea fish and scoffed again. Let's show you what top food is made from top ingredients by the top chefs of the Great Day Empire. Ha 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 ha. At this time a referee slowly walked between the two and said, since both sides have already chosen their respective ingredients, there will be no substitutions allowed. The match will now begin. Chapter 73, Winning the First Round. I only saw Bai Yen holding the tomatoes and eggs in her hands and reciting a few words reverently. The chef of the small day immediately laughed as he looked at Bai Smoke and said, ha ha ha, Yancy, are you going to admit defeat? But it's too late. I'm going to make you look up to Big Day Out. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Bai Smoke was lazy and kept chanting some sort of words there, the little day said with a mocking smile, let's show you what I'm capable of. Xiao Tianzi directly slapped one hand on the tablet. The living sea fish was directly slapped in midair. Xiao Tianzi picked up a Japanese sword and waved it in the air for a while, and soon a sea fish and a fish bone landed on the tablet. Looking at the body of the fish, which was motionless on the plate, he smiled slightly and immediately waved another knife, and a slice of sashimi flew down from the fish onto a plate, forming a fine platter. Glancing at the condiments on the table with a slight smile, he secretly said in his heart, Kid, the packaging of the condiments are all exchanged. It'll be fun when you put the condiments wrong when you cook. Then after a few glances at the switched boxes, he took the box of white sugar and said, "Get some salt on it." At this time, Bai Smoke also stopped reciting incantations, slowly took out the traditional Chinese kitchen knife, both hands to the plate. The tomatoes directly flew up. The knife flew. The knife light flashed, only to see 2 tomatoes were stripped off. The clothes fell on the plate, and soon the whole of the tomatoes gradually scattered into a single diced tomato. Watching Bai Smoke's operation, Little Day couldn't help but be shocked for a moment inwardly, but on the surface, he still said disdainfully, "Che, but that's all. When you put the various seasonings wrong, you'll be ruined." Bai Smoke is like 2 ears do not hear things outside the window. Slowly eggs into the bowl. Directly with chopsticks hand break eggs, reach out toward the salt bag to take. However, just in the hand just pick up the salt bag, but just in the Whitey Smoke just picked up the salt bag. The heart secretly said, "No, the weight is not right. This should be sugar." Bai Yan's heart instantly guessed what was going on, and secretly said, "Fortunately, I exchanged the perfect level cooking skill. Otherwise the seasoning can only rely on the sense of smell to distinguish the seasoning, and by then it's still very indecent not to mention that there is also the possibility of getting it wrong." Putting the salt and milk in perfect proportion to the raw eggs, he immediately came to the pan and said, "Heat the pan and start the oil. Watching the temperature in the pot is just right. Immediately pour the eggs in. Between the flame jumping, spatula flipping, the egg liquid in the hot oil quickly expanded. Golden and attractive, tomatoes were carefully cut into small pieces, slow fire simmering out of the rich juice, sweet and sour intertwined. The production of each dish is the precise control of time and fire, and the ultimate pursuit of the art of taste. Soon Bai Yan smiled faintly and sprinkled the small chopped onion into the pot, then flicked her finger toward the mouth of the pot, mimicking God's chef Little Fugue, looked at the golden color on her finger and said, "Out of the pot," only to see Bai Yan holding the palm of the spoon flipped. The good tomato scrambled eggs directly from the inside of the pot flew out, firmly landed on the plate. A little bit of soup did not spill on the ground. The referee saw that both men had finished their dishes, and the 2 chefs slowly placed 2 plates on the referee's table, and the referee looked at the table at a perfectly platooned fillet of fish, and a very mushy-looking scrambled egg with tomatoes. The 3 dinner plates immediately skimmed the tomato scrambled eggs with a disgusted face, have taken the lead in picking up the tableware to reach out to the fish slices, put the fish slices on the dipping sauce for a few dips, and have put them into the final. The 3 of them immediately showed a satisfied smile and said, "It seems that this time it is not in vain. I did not expect to be able to eat sashimi do sashimi. Then I usually eat sashimi is much more delicious. Indeed good, too delicious. I feel that there is no comparison in this hand. Directly awarded this sashimi win, forget it. Looking at that tomato scrambled eggs have no appetite. I feel that there will be no need to taste it at all." At that point immediately another referee reviewed and said, "I feel like there's absolutely no need to taste that tomato." Just when the 3 referees announced the results, Bai Smoke Silk without haste coughed. Xiao Jia immediately walked out in anger and said, "3 judges, you do not eat the contestants' food is not in line with the rules." Right. The 3 judges were slightly angered by the dislike and said, "We naturally have our judgment. Where would you come here to point out?" After the 3 judges finished their anger, they slowly picked up the cutlery, clamped a mouthful of eggs and put it into their mouths with total reluctance. But the next second, they were suddenly astonished. The chopsticks in their hands immediately went back towards the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The speed of clamping the food all turned into a stump, and in less than 30 seconds, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes inside the plate quickly turned into an empty plate. At this time, Jiang, who was off stage, looked at the 3 referees' disoriented hearts and couldn't help but tighten up, whispering, "Aya, it's just a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Is it that good? It's a shame that you guys are starting to be international food judges. Surprisingly, you are so out of character." At this moment, the 3 judges who were looking at the empty plates also felt out of place and said with a slight smile of embarrassment, "This round is won by 91 Eater on behalf of Bai Smoke. Let's start the second round. Please ask both contestants to choose ingredients for each other." At this time, another day contestant slowly walked over to the ingredient area and said with a slight smile, "Since you're so good at cooking Chinese food, I'll choose the sea fish and let you do the sashimi." Bai Yan looked at the sea fish that Little Day had chosen for herself and said with a slight smile, "Then I'll choose tomatoes and eggs for you." At this point, the judges were dumbfounded and secretly said, "Is it possible to live without the 2 dishes?" Bai Yan, on the other hand, smiled slightly and whispered, "More than just your small days will make sashimi. My China is the oldest ancestor of the sashimi practice. As early as King Xian of the Zhou dynasty, there was sashimi, only that time it was called chopped fish, and it was only in our Tang dynasty that it was passed into the small days." The little day-old chef looked at the tomatoes and eggs in front of him, His mind was slightly confused, and he said in his heart, "Is it only possible to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Humph, even if I'm not good at Chinese food, I still know how to cook a beginner's dish like this tomato and scrambled eggs. Anyway, the referee has already been bribed, so as long as you don't make the referee lose his temper like you did in the last sentence, then the winner will be me." Bai Yan looked at the obscenely grinning little Day, completely unconcerned about what little action the opposite side was going to engage in, but instead looked toward the fish swimming around in the basin in front of her, and reverently chanted again. Xiao Tian looked at Bai Smoke and recited again, and said disdainfully, pretending to be a god, "You're bound to lose this game." Chapter 74, The Miserable Zheng. Bai Yan quickly finished reciting the incantation reverently, and opened her eyes to look at the small Day with her hands full, and said with a slight smile, "It looks like this one should win." Slowly pick up the ancestral kitchen knife, hand a slap water basin. That live fish directly flew up, fell on the board. White Art Smoke immediately grabbed the fish with his hands and massaged it. From the head of the fish pressed down to the tail of the fish. A few minutes later, the hand holding the head of the fish threw upward, the hands of the kitchen knife flying. Suddenly the knife light and shadow. Instantly a fish bone and still slightly moving fish body fell on the plate, immediately holding a kitchen knife. A knife cut in the fish body. A piece of thin fish fillets flying down in the plate, fell in the middle of the plate, but also slightly bounced twice, before quietly falling in the middle of the plate, and then add ginger, green onion and so on to add flavor and beauty. While adjusting the placement of the fish fillets, adjust the orientation of the fillets to better display their texture and color. Hands flew to the various condiment items, placing soy sauce, garlic paste, green onion root, wasabi, and various other seasonings among the small plate, placing the dipping sauce in the center of the plate, and the sashimi around the dipping sauce to form a 91 two-digit number, followed by taking out a few pieces of dry ice and placing them in the middle of the plate, and putting on the lid. At the same time, the small Days their tomato scrambled eggs has also been out of the pot. Looking at the small Days of tomato scrambled eggs cannot help but slightly smile and said, "The small Days can it's not bad. It has the level of a chef inside 91 diners, but that's about it." Soon the two dishes were chefs served on the referee's table. The referee took the utensils and took the lead to the tomato scrambled eggs to clip, because the last game of White Yan's tomato scrambled eggs is too amazing. The referee just put the eggs into the mouth, can't help but want to spit it out, but then thought of the contract signed, and swallowed it down and said, "This tomato scrambled eggs can be it's stronger than the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the last round." After one person finished speaking, a judge immediately chimed in, "Yes, it is indeed delicious, simply better than the one from the last round." But the trio's next action betrayed the trio, only to see the trio push the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes to the side in disgust, none of them wanting to clip another piece of egg and put it in their mouths. The trio slowly removed the lid from the sashimi plate, and instantly, due to the temperature, the dry ice instantly sublimated, forming smoke that floated above the entire plate. Looking at the word 91 on the top of the plate, the three of them jointly said secretly in their hearts, "No matter how stunningly it is done, the joy in their hearts must be suppressed, and they must never lose their temper again like they did in the last handful of handfuls, or else if they have taken other people's money and have not done a good job, they will not be able to mix in the gourmet world anymore." Three people then expressionless clipped to the sashimi, slowly dipped in the dipping sauce, placed in the mouth. The three people chewed twice, suddenly stopped, the heart greatly sigh, how can there be such a delicious sashimi? In the mouth as if it came to life. The fish slices in the mouth slightly bounced a few times, in the chewing slowly melted, as if it was flying freely on the clouds. It was so delicious. Holy CA, it's so delicious. It's as if the activity of this fish fillet hasn't disappeared at all, moving around in the mouth and then slowly melting away, perfectly bringing out the freshness of the fish fillet as well as the aroma of the seasoning. Is this still something that people can eat, Similac? It's like a delicacy that only God can eat. It's so good. It's like a whole fish bounced around in your mouth twice and then gradually melted like a marshmallow. The three immediately said in unison, "It's so good." Once again, they entered into a situation like the previous round, where the three of them frantically clamped down on the sashimi on their plates like vicious dogs that hadn't eaten for 3 days, but didn't forget about Zhengzheng's instructions, and immediately and shamelessly said, "It's so delicious, but I feel that it's still that tomato scrambled egg that's a bit more delicious. I vote for the tomato scrambled egg." "I also feel that it's the tomato scrambled eggs that are delicious. I vote for tomato scrambled eggs too. It smells so good." "Then I'll vote for tomato scrambled eggs as well." Although this sashimi is delicious, the level of deliciousness doesn't compare at all to the level of deliciousness underneath the tomato scrambled eggs. Soon the three men had devoured the sashimi and immediately wiped their mouths and awkwardly announced, "This round is a win for the little daybreak team." Xiao Jie is a violent temper, and immediately couldn't help but drink. Have you three ever felt your conscience to speak? How dare you say such words? It's you three who ate this dish clean like pigs, instead declaring that the dish you just ate a bite of and pushed aside one. As long as anyone with eyes can see that it's shady, you guys don't deserve to be the referee at all. The three of them immediately smiled and said, "We're the judges. We call the shots. Do you know anything about food? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything about foodies." Bai Yan smiled faintly and said, He, I already knew that you guys must have been bribed. So from the very beginning I got someone to do an international live broadcast. Nowadays not only does China see the live broadcast, but also all over the world can see the live broadcast. You three take a look at the pints on the live broadcast pop-up after the match is over. Even if I don't report the three of you won't be able to work as a gourmet food referee anymore. The three of them realized that there was a camera in the corner of the Re-91 diners had been filming, immediately panicked, hastily embarrassed. Just now, the three of us were momentarily confused by the aroma of this sashimi. Our heads momentarily dizziness. I declare that the final winner is this sashimi. Bai Smoke said with a slight smile, "You three grandsons still don't hurry up and get lost. Stay here to serve your grandfather or what? But your grandfather, I don't need your three grandchildren to take care of. I'm afraid of dirtying my feet and sending the dog." The three little days were immediately blown out of the 91 diners by the crowds pointing and cursing. And just as Zhang was about to run away, Bai Yan directly yanked the man back and said, "Did I let you go? Dog traitor. Although I don't have the means to beat those three grandchildren, I dare to beat you." The dog's leg. Bai Yan directly lifted the person up with one hand, and the other hand directly lifted up and directly slapped at Zhang's face. The hall suddenly snapped, directly treating Zhang as a gyroscope and a whip. Looking at Zhang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, he smiled slightly and said, "Manager Xiao Jie, take someone and throw this guy out. Stay here to dirty the floor of our 91 diners." Watching Xiao Jie carry Zhang out with a few people, Bai Yan slowly walked towards her room. Xiao Jie threw Zhang and came to Bai Yan's side and said, "Boss, I directly left that fat guy still at the trash can there. Just threw it over a stray dog and heat ran over and sniffed at that old fat guy. Staged a mosaic battle. Jia. Chapter 75 Full-grade material box is full of garbage. By the way, boss, our 91 diners after this competition, such as whether it is domestic or foreign, completely and utterly on fire," Xiao Jie said happily. Bai Smoke faintly smiled and said, "Okay, after you are not in our 91 diners employees, I directly give you shares when the boss, after 91 diners you to be solely responsible for the line." Xiao Jie was excited. Looking at the 30% share transfer contract, the inner pleasure cannot be expressed in words. Bai Yan looked at the excited Xiao Jie, slightly waved his hand, secretly said in his heart, "The system gave me all the shares. Split out 30% is also harmless. The next all over to the Xiao Jie on the line, or when the hands of the shopper is better." The sentence that Bai Yan secretly read in his heart, then slowly came to a bed for a lunch break, asleep directly to the night, glanced at the time, slowly said, "It's time to enter the Delta planet to enter the secret realm competition." Arriving at the Triangle planet, Bai Yan came to the shooting club, and the lewd man and the fat man who were practicing their guns saw Bai Yan walking over and said, "Sir, the time for the competition is almost up. Should we go to the entrance of the secret realm and wait first?" Bai Yan worshipped his hand and said, No hurry. Yesterday when the first hand went in and waited for such a field time. No, that scenery to see are tired of seeing, might as well be here to practice the gun." Fatty and indecent man thought in his heart as also so, "Will be excited to pick up the AKM practice gun?" The three will be in the Kanzen still 1 minute before entering the entrance to the secret realm. Take out the competition token slowly into the secret realm in the middle. Good position. Finally resurrected to the administrative building. No. 1 position. The east building. No. 1 position. Let's go. We directly into the building. The parking lot of supplies can also touch on the 2 hands. You two directly into the building. If there is a said not to go in first, wait for me to finish touching and then clean up the said. If there is no said inside, you two directly into the building, racking the 2 passages. The west building. No. 1 position is faster than we enter the administrative building. Be careful. Fatty and the lewd man nodded, so the 3 of them ran directly through the west side gate, and Bai Yan came directly to the cement truck and activated the switch directly on the cement truck, looking at the 2 backs of the 2 who were running towards the administration building, waiting for the cement truck to spit out the supplies from behind the ass of the truck. WC, 2 bags of cement inside a cement truck, and who's loading a right-angle ruler into a cement truck. Bai Yen viciously kicked the cement truck and ran towards the parking lot. The occasion came to the container inside the ammo box next to the ammo box. Directly opened the ammo box, said, 45 rounds of M80 ammunition. Not bad. There is still an airbox did not touch. The airbox is in addition to the big insurance is the highest shipment rate of the material point. Bai Yen slowly came to the airbox and touched it. Looking at the board of supplies inside, she said, I threw it, a full airbox. This airbox is stuffed to the brim. There must be something good. Ding power supply, display, mocha coffee hooch, carved wood pipe, vitamin infusions, wrecked bomb pendant, solar panel, audio player, keyboard, WC, not buddy. There's not even a single purple item inside the full-level airbox. It's all blue and green items. I'm really convinced. Thanks to that you're still the second-ranked supply point in Delta. Sure enough, everything in a full-ranked supply point is garbage. It's better to go inside the building first. The gun just went off. There should be a boss. Go over and help first. Bai Smoke touched the airbox and then ran directly toward the east building of the administration building. Just came to the window of the east building to see the obscene man lying on the ground licking Sed's box, and the fat man was on the second floor racking the east and west building passages to prevent the opposite side from rushing directly over. Just as Bai Smoke jumped in through the window opening, the lewd man also happened to finish licking his bag and said, Ugh, there's nothing here. Isn't the probability of a room card very high in this said? How come I'm dead or alive is not out of the room card? Well, you and Fatty first rack the two channels of the east and west building. I have a good hand, let me touch it. Bai Smoke finished confidently, but then thought of a bunch of garbage coming out of the inside of the full-grade airbox, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The lewd man stood up when he heard Bai Smoke's voice and immediately said, Understood, sir. As long as the corporal is there, the team from the west building definitely won't fight. Before the lewd man could finish his sentence, he was immediately covered by Bai Yen, who said, Shut up. Every time you finish with conviction, the opposite will happen. The lewd man immediately thought of something, awkwardly smiled, and immediately ran to the dark doorway passage there, racking another passage. Bai Yen looked at the two men have already racked the point. Immediately toward the door of the manager's room in the east building, still a smoke bomb. Immediately ran to the door to open it, and walked in, looking at a large insurance and a small insurance inside his heart. He smiled slightly and said, The large insurance is refreshed in the east building, so let's open the large insurance first. 6D FUP, ding pirate gold, pirate scimitar, pirate binoculars, ding, pirate silver. Bai Yen sighed as she looked at the contents of the large and small insurance, and then looked to the table and the sofa next to it that only had two bullhorns. So she slowly came to the door of the manager's room in the east building and directly swiped her card. Ding pirate gold coins, Asura specialty wine glasses, ding pirate gold coins, expensive mechanical watches, ding memory stick. The key room is not bad. At the very least a Rolex came out inside the big insurance. A small red, no loss. Bai Yen smiled after searching the key room and walked out saying, Just as Bai Yen finished touching the supplies in the manager's room in the east building and just came to the front of the dark door computer, she heard the lewd man shoot, and immediately said to the lewd man next to the window at the corner of the passageway, Lewd man, where's the man? Sir, there at the corner of the passageway, there's a climbing ladder there. It should be in a discounted state next to the climbing ladder. The lewd man immediately said with bragging rights. Bai Yen entered the password into the computer while saying, Be careful. I'll touch the secret door first. If something good comes out, maybe I can still use my supernatural powers to protect my hand. Don't worry, sir. I'm sure I can hold it. If the opposite side reveals one, I'll be able to kill one. The lewd man immediately swore. Dinging, USB flash drive. Looking at the USB flash drive inside the computer, also too lazy to download, directly opened the dark door and ran to the table inside and scanned it and said, Columns server, ships, 12 grids, 70 W half coins. Not bad. Let's see if code has a room card out. Bai Smoke put the column server inside the safety box and immediately went to the coat and drawers and searched them. Ding business documents, underpass key. Bai Yen immediately put the underground passage key inside the security box and said, More than 200,000 Hafu dollars arrived. I didn't expect this one dark door to be even fatter than what I touched inside the manager's room of the east building. Cool dork. Just as Bai Yen had just placed the key to the underground passage inside the security box, the lewd man was directly knocked down by the person at the opposite corner of the passage. Chapter 76, Fierce Fighting. Bai Yen immediately ran out of the dark door, and heard several footsteps running from the west building toward the east building, so he himself became alert, and immediately drilled through the dog hole of the dark doorway, and found that Fatty was shooting in the room of the other refreshment point of the big insurance, and directly knocked down a teenager who was about to rush over. Only then did Bai Yen sigh and said, Fatty, you come and save the obscene corporal. I'll set up the gun. The fat man nodded and immediately came to the lewd man's side. pulling out a needle from somewhere and stabbing it towards the lewd man's crotch, and soon there was the sound of beep 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 to save his life. At this time, the other two people in the west building seem to have heard the sound of rescue, and the two passages of the east and west buildings are ringing with the sound of footsteps, and the anus of Bai Smoke tightens, and immediately stands up from lying behind the cover, just in time to see a teenager running toward their side. Bai Smoke, without the slightest hesitationly, immediately pulled out the M401, directly shoot, That teenager was running with a smile. Suddenly Bai Smoke appeared in his field of vision. Before he could fully react, the opposite side directly shot, hurriedly hand and foot to raise the gun, but the teenager has not raised the gun at all. The band's level 4 head was directly shattered, and then just before his eyes went straight to black, slowly fell to the ground, and came to the god's perspective. Bai Yen looked at the teenager who had been patched up and immediately switched bullets, but just as Bai Yen switched bullets, one of the teenagers there in the small passageway had rushed straight over and shot at Bai Yen. Bai Yen hurriedly got down on the ground and dodged most of the bullets, but the level 4 armor on her body had already shattered, replaced the bullets, gritted her teeth, and immediately stood up, shooting at the teenager. But the teenager does not change the bullet, has been there to set up the gun, just as Bai Yen just revealed directly shot, directly knocked down Bai Yen. Looking at the body and half of the durability of the level 4 armor, feel the state of perfect, immediately change the bullet, intends to charge on a wave. However, just as the teenager has just changed the bullet, the fat man has saved up the obscene man, came to the dark doorway passage, has turned the corner, immediately probed and found the position of the teenager, immediately opened the lens to shoot. 3 gunshots rang out, only to see 3 bullets flying towards the teenager's head, directly hitting the head. The teenager hadn't fully reacted. His eyes went black and fell directly to the ground, slowly turning into a box. Fatty looked at the box with a slight smile and said, 3 rounds, 1 not too many and 1 not too few, just enough to kill you, only to see that the lewd man immediately rolled Bai Yen over, patted Bai Yen's buttocks, and pulled out a needle from somewhere, and directly stabbed it towards the buttocks. Bai Yen twisted her head to look at the lewd smile, still leaving saliva. Her heart suddenly felt a cold, and soon her buttocks felt a pain. Bai Smoke directly kicked to the obscene man's ass and said, "Awesome egg, a little feeling is not there, 1 side to go. Hurry up to lick the bag, we still have to guard the administrative building. Killed the team has just started. Maybe at this time the visitor center or the cement factory of the 2 teams are on the way over." The lewd man and the fat man nodded and immediately ran to the front of the bag and licked it. Bai Yen smiled faintly and slowly came to the bag that killed him and licked it. Looking at a 28 WSR-3M, some level 4 bullets, and a 99% gold bar, he smiled and said, "This team is really lucky to have a gold bar, which should have come out inside the small insurance." Bai Smoke just put the gold bars into the safety box, heard the parking lot ringing with gunfire, immediately said to the lewd man and fat man who were still frantically licking the bag, "Don't lick it, the parking lot ringing with gunfire, you 2 in the window to set up the gun. I'm going to go to the first floor to see if I can Big Brother caught off guard." The fat man and the lewd man also gave up licking the bag and immediately came to the 2 window openings and set up their guns, while Bai Yen came to the balcony of the east building and directly jumped off the balcony of the east building and slowly ran to the parking lot next to the security booth, just in time to see a teenager picking up a level 5 head in front of a steel shelf in a parking lot house laughing. "I throw. Number 1 is so blind, he can't even see this level 5 head. Ha ha ha, mine," Bai Smoke said with a faint smile. "I throw. Level 5 head. Just heard the gun go off in the administration building. Ran too fast to look, but since you took it, I'll store it at your place first." Bai Smoke did not rush to shoot. Now the opposite side has not yet found their presence. Intends to wait for the other 2 people appeared and then hit. Looking toward the window is still racking the gun fat. Immediately gestured with hand signals. "Fatty, you have the lewd man take the guns of the 2 Asura soldiers and fire a few shots indiscriminately into the sky to make the opposite side think that we're still fighting inside. And then when the opposite side gets closer, we'll just shoot them." Fatty looked at the gesture of Bai Smoke, immediately nodded and ordered the matter to the obscene man. The obscene man immediately nodded and immediately came to the box of an Asura soldier to take out a UZI, and directly fired a few shots at the gunfire randomly. At this time the 3 teenagers in the parking lot looked at each other and smiled and said, "Brother, it seems that the opposite side is still on the gun. Why don't we take advantage of the opposite side of the fight is incomprehensible. We'll just touch the past, and then steal the back of a team, and then we'll be able to take down the west building. That team will be directly fattened up and we can pull the plug and evacuate, and surely can get the first one." A teenager immediately nodded, waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's directly touch up and persuade the fight." Jia jia jia. The three of them then immediately ran out of the room and immediately ran towards the administration building. Just as the three of them just ran out of the security booth, the fat man smiled slightly and immediately snapped the AKM in his hand, directly knocking down one of them, and the other two teenagers hurriedly ran to the back of a car. Bai Smoke lying behind the security hall faintly smiled. It is also true that the special task force members are all static vision 0 jia jia jia. Then I will not be polite. Immediately pulling out an M4A1 and shooting directly at the back of the teenager who had just gained a level 5 head. The level 4 armor directly melted and then collapsed on the ground. Bai Yen then immediately pulled out another SR3M and shot at the teenager who had just reacted and had just turned around and hadn't had the time to raise his gun yet. The teenager had just raised his gun and was about to shoot when he felt himself go black and fall straight to the ground in a box. Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, "After this team is settled, let's lick the bag and then we can evacuate in a fat way." Chapter 77, The Ancestor of the Old Six. Directly by 6. The three of them quickly finished scavenging the 3 bags, and were about to scavenge up inside the building a bit more when a system voice rang out. "Attention! Someone has activated the dam's industrial elevator. Now you can evacuate from the elevator entrance inside the dam." At the same time, the sound of a gunfight came to mind at the big substation. Bai Yen pondered for a while and said, "It should be the people from the substation pulling the gate. We don't care about them. The supplies inside the administration building should not have been scavenged yet. Go! Let's go inside the building and scavenge." At this time, the substation inside the 3 people smiled and said, "Big brother, I did not expect the cement factory office swiped a 1 million rune card. Coupled with the equipment of the team and the cement factory destroyed, we can also fat evacuation. We go directly to the visitor center there to evacuate. Kindly give them to pull a gate. Also let the building inside the evacuation, so they do not have time to search too many things. Maybe we can also get a first, second brother. What if we pull the plug for them and they don't evacuate away from the regular? How about this, big brother? The 2 of us will hold everything for you. You evacuate first. One of us will go to the western intersection to be the oldest 6, and one of us will go to the visitors center to be the oldest 6, and maybe we can prevent them from evacuating." A teenager said with a wicked smile. One of the teenagers in the lead pondered for a while and said, "Ugh, good plan. Just so we can learn from Bai Smoke, and be the old 6 at the evacuation point. We didn't join that anti-old 6 organization anyway." "Okay, big brother. I go to the western intersection of that small house there as the old 6. The old 3 go to the visitor center there as the old 6. We put the supplies for big brother to bring out. It just so happens that there is also a gold bag here. Let's split up the action." Bai Yen and the others at this time is still completely unaware of the team's small mind at this time, but is bent on pouncing on the administrative building inside to touch up the supplies. Looked at the scavenging almost, said with a faint smile, "Let's go. We should also evacuate. Let's go to the barracks first." The barracks should not have been searched. There is still a computer to search. Maybe we can open out the Mandel supercomputing unit. Fatty and Creepy Boy nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them immediately ran towards the direction of the barracks. Creepy Boy took the lead and came to the 2nd floor of the barracks to directly turn on the computer, while Fatty came to the tent to scavenge for the medical kit and ammo box there. Bai Yen belatedly came to the 2nd floor, took out a room card in his hand and swiped it against the barracks custodial room, then slowly pushed open the door and walked in, immediately coming to search next to the server. Ding, memory sticks, video cards. I lost. It's the graphics card. It's out of the red again. Together with a military radio that was touched inside the West Building's control room after the fight. Together with what's inside the dark door. And these accessories and so on. Now the supplies have already reached 480W Hafu coins. This hand is too fat. Bai Yen looked at the video card inside the server and couldn't help but sigh out. Just as Bai Smoke's voice had finished sighing, Fatty's voice came from the tent. "Sir, I'm out of a big shipment. 9 grids of big red resuscitation respirator. It shows that the resuscitation respirator is worth 1,000 W I throw. Why is it so expensive?" Bai Smoke heard the business of the fat man immediately touched the chassis inside the barracks custodial room, hurriedly jumped from the 2nd floor of the barracks, ran to the side of the fat man and said, "Resuscitation ventilator. Let me see." Fatty immediately took out the resuscitation ventilator. Bai Yen looked at the resuscitation ventilator on the ground and said in surprise, "Can Fatty surprisingly can touch the resuscitation ventilator? Don't tell me that you are again that medical box inside the touch?" Fatty looked at the surprised Bai Smoke and said with a smug smile, "Sir, I'm awesome, right? this luck of mine is super awesome. Bai Yen shouted the price of the resuscitation breathing machine and secretly said in her heart, how could the resuscitation breathing machine be sold for 10 million hafu dollars? Could it be that Nameless is coming out? Remembering that it was the S4 season when the price of the resuscitation breathing machine rose dramatically, then immediately smiled and said, don't use up your lifespan, offer such high supplies, take it, let's hurry up and evacuate. Our first place is definitely secure. At this time, the indecent man finally broke the computer password. Late came to the side of the two, looked at the ground resuscitation respirator eyes, immediately said, right let's hurry up and withdraw. I'll scout in front. Maybe we can bring out 2000 W of hafu coins in one hand. We can properly take the first place. After the lewd man finished his words, he took the lead in the direction of the evacuation point, and the fat man immediately picked up the resuscitation ventilator and Bai Smoke to follow behind him towards the evacuation point. The obscene man ran in front, and the road was very safe. The three were soon to arrive at the evacuation point when a gunshot rang out from the small house behind the three, and the three were completely unable to react, and Bai Yen was directly knocked down. Fatty immediately reacted when he heard the gunshot, and hurriedly turned around and shot behind him. I have to say that as a mercenary, Fatty's reaction was indeed quite fast, and from the sound of the gunshot, he clearly judged the position of the opposite side of the street, and the muzzle of the gun was directly aimed at the direction of the teenager. The teenager had just made up for the white art smoke and turned the gun on the fat man, and hadn't fired a few rounds before there were no more bullets inside the magazine, and was about to change the bullets when the fat man had already snapped the AKM. The AKM's bullets shot madly at the teenager. The bullets were as if they didn't want money. The 45-round magazine was directly emptied, and the teenager was directly knocked down and mented by the fat man. Imbecile man then reacted, immediately turned around, looked at the white art smoke that was mended off, immediately startled, hurriedly ran over to give white art smoke on the butt. Fat man replaced the magazine, hurriedly said, Zhu, don't save, that person didn't turn into a box, maybe his teammates are still in the vicinity. Hearing the sound, the lewd man hurriedly put back the raised needle and hastily looked around, fearing that he would be sick to death. Fatty ducked behind cover and said slowly, platoon the old 6 spots the officer gave us before we say anything. I've looked around and there's no one here at the car, so go ahead and platoon the little house there. Indecent man nodded, immediately ran toward the small house, quickly came to the door of the small house, carefully opened the door, a big jump in, to the inside of the direct mess shooting, empty magazines only to find that it is empty. Fatty observed the surrounding, and did not find any silhouettes, lined up for a minute, did not find any silhouettes, hurriedly came to the side of the white art smoke to save. The lewd man looked enviously at the fat man, placed his breath on top of the body of the teenager he had just killed, picked up a knife and slashed at the body, directly whipping it. Bai Yen was slowly rescued and slowly said, careless, it seems that in the future to evacuate we will have to line up some good points. Chapter 78. Being the 6th man in the competition, Bai Yen was also too lazy to fight the status, gradually walking into the evacuation point, watching the countdown slowly end as a light flashed by. Evacuation successful, value brought out, 483 W. Fatty looked at the value he brought out and said excitedly, WC, brought out a value of 1211 W, never brought out so much, too fat. Looking at the excited fat man, Bai Yen smiled faintly and said, follow me in the future. I guarantee to give you 2 a good meal and a hot drink. There are 2 more games today. Obscene Corporal, how much value did you bring out in the last hand? I brought out 483 W. Let's add it up and see how much half money we have. The lewd man said in surprise, what sir? How did you bring out so much stuff too? I just brought out 125 W of supplies. Are we entering a secret realm? Is it a race? The molester was really happy and jealous, happy that both his chief and his brother had brought out a high value, and jealous that he had brought out nowhere near as much value as his 2 brothers. Bai Smoke looked at the expression on the lewd man's face and smiled and said, oops, well Corporal, you don't need to bring anything for the next hand, just bring a big red packet. Fatty and I will give you the equipment to go, and directly let you evacuate with a full load. As the lewd man listened to Bai Smoke's voice, his complex expression directly turned happy and said, really? Sir, then I'll bring a level 4 suit for my next handful of wine and carry a big red packet on my back. Bai Yen pondered and said, 1,211 W plus 125 W plus 483 W, a total of 1819 W bring out the value. The general 3-person team bring out more than 5 million value, even if more. We should be the first in the semifinals without any surprises. Soon the announcement of the next match came, and the 3 of them, Bai Yen, slowly walked into the middle of the secret realm and waited for the helicopter to land. Keep the following in mind, engage, search, and withdraw when done. A voice, the 3 slowly slid down from the helicopter. helicopter. Looking at the scene in front of them, Smoke patted his head and said, "How to resurrect in this position? The top of the dam. Garbage position. Go to the administration building. East building number 1 position can rack the gun. Go to the substation. The substation inside the probability will be someone. Can only counter-rack the visitor center? Difficult point of view." Smoke paused for a moment and said, "Fatty, lewd man, I have a good idea. Let's go directly to the dam to pull the gates to evacuate the point when the old 6 to go. How about it?" The lewd man, empty-handed, said with a smile, "Sir, it's good to be an old 6. Not only can we make a lot of money, but we can also make a name for our old 6th ancestor." Fatty also nodded his head and said, "I think it's okay. After all, there is a saying that it's better to search a city than to wait for one person. Let's just wait for the team inside the building, and we'll be able to beat a team and touch several teams." Yen nodded and led the two of them towards the top of the dam, coming straight to the zipline just as they saw 3 people running towards the parking lot from the parking lot gate. Yen smiled faintly and said, "The people in the first place of the east building are now entering the parking lot. Let's just ignore them for now. Let's go to the container and touch the last hand to go." The 3 quickly came to the container. Yen looked at the dam underground vault outside. The stone door was broken open. The heart was a joy and said, "Fatty, lewd man, the 2 of you now container here to touch. I'm going to go to the underground vault to scavenge a go." Fatty and the lewd man nodded and ran towards the container, and Smoke turned her head towards the underground vault. Yen quickly came to the entrance of the underground vault, took out the M4A1 and directly ordered 3 shots. The gun head shot in seconds, directly guarding the underground vault inside the 3 Asura soldiers to solve the problem. Immediately opened the box vault on both sides of the ground. "Search and look once again," immediately said with a smile. "I threw." Surprisingly, there are 299% of the gold bars, but unfortunately there is no refreshing room card on the table. "Look at this small insurance inside. There is no goods." Ding said's pocket watch. Ding business intelligence. Looking at the small insurance inside the small red and 2 pieces of clothing inside the garbage. Slightly excited, said, "I throw. This a small underground vault, even touched 3 red, which has been income 80W. Cool." Yen came to the container and found that the fat man and the lewd man had already scavenged the container more or less, smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the dam industrial elevator entrance and squat there." Fatty and indecent man nodded, immediately followed the white art smoke to run toward the evacuation point. White art smoke pointed to the vent and said, "Waiting for the indecent man, we both go to the inside of that. Fat man, you go to lie down on the iron shelf there. Fatty, I'll take you into this old 6 spot first," Yen said, and then came to the wooden box in front of the iron shelf on the west side of the elevator and said, "Fatty, you can jump up from here. Crouch down when jumping over or you won't be able to jump up and it will mount to the ceiling above." Looking at Fatty's one-time success, directly up to the top of the iron shelf, Yen said with a faint smile, "Get down, climb a little further inside, so it's hard to be able to spot you." Hearing Yen's business, Fatty crawled inside again, and after Yen confirmed that Fatty would be hard to spot, she brought the lewd man inside the vent passageway and quietly waited for the arrival of the band of fishes. At this time, the administration building inside has been fighting hot and heavy, the east building and the west building into a protracted battle. I do not know how long. The team of the cement factory scavenging cement factory slowly came to the west building stairs, listening to the east and west building link there toward the enthusiastic sound of gunfire. The 3 looked at each other, stepped on the static step, slowly touched the past. The 3 teenagers, all holding an M14 in their hands, crouched on the ground and slowly moved their bodies, quickly arriving at the door of the room where the gate was pulled point, just in time to see the room in front of them with a large safety that had been turned on and a large man who was in the process of changing the magazines, and the 3 of them looked at each other with a sinister grin. The M14's gunshot rang out at once, and the big man, who hadn't reacted to what was going on at all, instantly melted under the M14's gun. At this time, the east and west building links, climbing ladder in front of the mouth of the 2 big men, heard the pulling point, remembered the sound of gunfire and the tragic death of his teammates. The hearts suddenly panicked. A big man hurriedly said, "Let's go to the ground floor, so that there are 2 teams to fight, and so they play a 2 loss we come up again, and then directly reap the benefits of fishermen." The 2 big men conferred, directly jumped down from the mouth of the climbing ladder, directly to the first floor of the first floor, and the team of teenagers who just came to see that they had already solved one person immediately rushed over, and found that there was no one in the west floor link, and the people in the east floor link heard the sound of gunshots and immediately understood that there was another team coming, and instead of clashing, they retreated back to the east floor, set up their guns, and waited for the opposite side of the attack. After a few minutes of double hair-chilling, the people in the east building finally relented, only to see the 3 teenage girls immediately make a dodging gun around the corner. and not realizing anyone was there, nodded their heads to their teammates and ran towards the west building. Chapter 79, Successful 6-to-1 Team. Listening to the sound of footsteps in the passage between the east and west building hallways, a teenager hid behind cover and immediately poked his head out with the intention of shooting. However, just the moment the teenager poked his head out, a young girl set up her gun there at the window of the east building's safe room, and immediately saw the teenager exposing a turtle head. Looking at the teenager exposed bare head, the girl Qian a smile, immediately snapped the shooting button. The girl in the hands of the August immediately spit out flames. The bald teenager's M14 did not shoot a round of bullets directly alive. The young girl who had rushed up quickly came around the corner and gestured behind her, and soon the two young girls behind her were coming quickly. The two teenage girls jumped right up to the climb, viewed the inside of the passageway, saw no one, and gave an okay sign to the teenage girls who were behind cover. Seeing this, the teenager immediately jumped out behind cover and fired an early grab directly at the corner of the cover at the stairs. And as expected, there was a teenager poking his head around the corner, and he was knocked down with a direct headshot, followed by another teenager jumping out from the stairs, shooting directly at the teenage girl who was in the middle of changing her ammo. The teenage girl, who already had her armor shattered, was instantly knocked down, while two of the teenage girl's teammates jumped directly on top of the sandbags and shot directly at the last teenager. The teenager's reaction is also very fast. The two teenage girls jumped on the sandbags the moment immediately shot at the two, but after all, it is a 30-round magazine, plus knocked down a teenage girl. At this time, there are still 12 rounds of bullets in the gun. Just knocked down a teenage girl. There are no bullets in the gun. The direct wine was knocked down by the other teenage girl, and slowly turned into a box. The young girl looked at a young girl who had just fallen to the ground and a young girl who was already about to turn into a box and said with a slight smile, "It's up to me at the critical moment, right? Come, let brother come on you too. He. Soon the young girl saved her two teammates and said slowly, "There should be another team. I don't know where they ran off to. I'll set up the gun. You two lick the bag first." Just when a few people were licking their bags with excitement, a very clear voice rang out, "I'm going to burn you to a crisp. Phew, sisters, the other pair should be underground. The fire breathers just breathed fire. How are we going to fight?" The young girl said slowly as she licked her bag. A slightly older teenage girl pondered for a moment and said, "Third sister, you go to the stairs under the stairs in the west building to go down to the ground floor. And second sister, the two of us go to the east building to go down to the ground floor. So we'll just give them a direct fight sandwiched in the middle. Big sister, this method is fine. When the time comes, let's just catch a turtle in a jar," a young girl said with a gloomy smile. Another young girl immediately reminded, "Third sister, be careful. Remember to step quietly when you get to the stairway. You're alone on your side. Be careful." The young girl nodded and jokingly grabbed at the breasts of the other two young girls while grinning. "You two don't know how strong I am, so go." The three people quickly separated and moved. Soon came to the underground. The three people stepped on the quiet step slowly toward the middle of the underground position. A young girl from the west building slowly came to the middle position, then heard the sound of gunshots ringing out from the underground in the direction of the east building. The young girl hurriedly ran over. Static step, also do not step. Soon saw two big man's big back. At this time, as with their own two sisters, set fire. Do not stay, immediately pulled out the touch of the M14, directly toward the three big man's back to shoot. M14's muzzle spit out red gun flame, directly put the two big men, slowly turned into a box. The young girl looked at the two white boxes, faintly smiled and said, "M14's damage is indeed higher than AUG's damage. A few shots can dry down one." Looking at the other two young girls, she walked over and said, "Sisters, let's lick the bag. There should be no one inside the building. After licking the bag and then scavenging the supplies inside the building, we will be able to evacuate." The three girls searched directly inside the building, and at this time inside the substation, there was a team of teenagers on the window looking at the table inside the substation technology room and said, "I lost. Big brother, there's actually a blade server on this table. Big red." A teenager who was at the door of the substation tech room at the moment said, "It's a contest. I'd open it even if the table wasn't swiped. Drop. Awesome card." The teenager directly opened the door to the room, came inside and directly put the blade server inside the backpack, and directly came inside the big insurance and touched it. 6DFUP. WC, another Claudius bust has come out. "I'm throwing good fat," shouted out excitedly as he looked at the Claudius bust inside the big insurance. But excitement to excitement, took a deep breath while substation technical room inside the other material point scavenge a bit. There is nothing more after. To the teenager is still outside, said, the old two to come. "This blade server you come to take, we both won a big red. Do not know the old three have not searched for something in the small substation. Go, let's go," and the old three together. The two teenagers grabbed their stuff and jumped straight out of the second floor window, running towards the small substation. which at that moment the teenagers inside had finished scavenging and met up with the two. As soon as they met, the teenager said excitedly, "Big brother, second brother, I just touched a military terminal inside the airbox." The three of them immediately discussed, and a teenager said, "Second brother, third brother, since we are all out of 3 big reds, we can just evacuate, plus some small purple and gold. All 3 of us have brought out a total of 589W of supplies, and then the cement factory there might not have been scavenged yet, so there's no need to go to the administration building." The 3 of them finished the plan and immediately ran towards the cement factory. When the 3 of them arrived at the cement factory, they looked at the cement trucks that hadn't been opened yet and said, "Let's scavenge these cement trucks again, as well as the birds' eggs along the way. We might be able to break through the 600W of supplies." Just as the 3 of them were feverishly scavenging, a system voice rang out, "Attention! Someone activated the dam's industrial elevator, and now you can evacuate through the elevator entrance inside the dam." At this time inside the new government building, 3 young girls looked at the backpack full of things and said, "Fatty evacuated. It is a pity that the entire administrative building did not need the big red, but it is another Rolex, plus a bunch of small purple, small gold, and so much full of altered firearms. We can bring out 468W. The 3 of them directly pulled the gate and ran towards the container. Looking at the container that had been searched cleanly, the young girl slowly said, "Big sister, the container has been searched cleanly. It should have been touched by the team that was the second to enter the west building at the beginning. Let's go. Let's just evacuate straight away." The 3 young girls immediately ran toward the evacuation point, completely did not think that there would be Lao Lu inside the evacuation point, and came to the front of the elevator defenselessly. The fat man at this time lying on top of the iron shelf did not hastily shoot, but waited for the sound of the gun of the white arc smoke. The lewd man inhaled deeply and whispered, "Good smell. This body odor, sir. This team seems to be 3 little daughters. Sir, let me use your M401. I'll clean up this team." Bai Yen didn't pay any attention to the lewd man, but instead stepped on a quiet step and slowly touched the vent. Looking at the 3 young girls chatting leisurely, she said with a slight smile, "Hello, 3 beauties, do you want to find a boyfriend?" The 3 young girls heard the sound and immediately looked toward the ventilation window in unison, and Bai Yen saw the 3 turn their heads and immediately fired. The M401 shot rang out, and 2 of the 3 teenage girls were instantly knocked down. And taking advantage of the fact that Bai Yen's gun had no bullets in it, the other teenage girl immediately opened fire, directly knocking Bai Yen down. And just as the young girl was indulging in the joy of knocking down Bai Yi Smoke, Fatty fired, and the sound of the AKM rang out, directly knocking the young girl down and slowly turning her into a box. Imbecile man smiled slightly, directly pulled out a needle to save the white arc smoke. The 3 slowly came to the front of the bag, licked up, looked at the backpack inside the stuffed 3 full of that gun, and then their own equipment and the opposite side of the equipment for a change and said, "M4, sorry, I'm going to forget about it. After all, the game does not count as a loss, and only counts harvested supplies to count the rankings. Don't worry, the next handful of I will be again that one exactly the same. Don't worry, I'll have the exact same gun next time." Successful evacuation. Material taken out, 185W. Chapter 80. The eye-catching tank model. 3 people soon appeared in the evacuation point. Obscene man immediately said, "Sir, this hand is too good. Just in the evacuation point a meal, directly with a team to bring out 221W of supplies." "Right sir, this is your M401. The big red bag did not finish loading. I saw the ground, there is a gun. It is loaded with a bag to bring out." Bai E Smoke emptied her equipment and said, "Corporal, it's okay." Then stroking the M4A1 in his hand, he said, "Don't worry old friend, I will never forget my roots again. By the way, Fatty, how much value did you bring out?" Fatty said with a slight smile, "Sir, the bag I licked didn't have much in it, just a quantum storage, and it brought out 80W of supplies." Bai E Smoke did some calculations and said, 185W plus 221W plus 80W, bringing out a total of 486W of supplies. In addition to the huge amount of money we brought out in the last handful, it's already more than 20 million supplies. The lewd man said excitedly, "Sir, then we are not the next hand a person does not kill. A little bit of supplies do not touch or properly the first. Then how do we play the next hand?" Fatty also smiled and said, "Yes sir, let's next hand. Do we want to pounce on the last one? Ever since the last 3v3v3 fight, my hands are still itching." Hearing Fatty's voice, Bai Yen pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's attack hard. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. We're already the proper number 1. The 3 looked at each other and let out a sinister laugh. Jie's voice suddenly resounded through the sky. The few people around the secret realm looked at the laughing Bai Yen trio and pointed and said, "Are these 3 people insane? Laughing here." Soon, the match started with the sound of the system, and the 3 of them, Bai Yen, soon descended from the helicopter. Ha ha ha, good position. We are resurrected in the west building at position 1. Go, let's go directly to the east building. The west building is not touched first. We will directly attack the east building. We will definitely be faster than the east buildings. Bai Yen looked at the resurrection inside the small passage of the barracks, and immediately said excitedly. Fatty and Lewd Man immediately followed behind Bai Smoke, quickly boarded the elevator, directly to the second floor of the west building, straight to the east floor. The three quickly came to the east floor of the insurance refreshing point of the room, came to the door to hear the stairs their messy footsteps. Bai Yen directly jumped out from behind the door, just as she saw the three teenagers with knives running over and said with a smile, "Three handsome guys, do you want to find a girlfriend?" A face confused look had jumped out of the white art smoke, slowed down for a while before reacting, immediately want to pull out a gun. White art smoke behind the fat man and lewd man jumped out again, while the three teenagers have not yet pulled out a gun. The three people immediately shot. Bai Yen's three people's guns rang out all of a sudden. Those three teenagers were directly knocked down and turned into boxes before they could even pull out their guns. Bai Yen immediately said, "While the other teams haven't come to the administration building yet, let's hurry up to finish scavenging the inside of the building, and sit back and wait for the people to come." Fatty and the lewd man nodded and immediately ran to the box and touched it, while Bai Yen came inside the manager's room in the east building and saw the computer as soon as he opened the door, and secretly said in his heart, "There is a computer here, and it seems that the big insurance should be refreshed in the balcony of the west building. Ding solid state drive, ding, pirate silver." Bai Yen looked at the computer and the things inside the small insurance, and then directly swiped the card to the manager's room in the east floor, came to the room and scavenged. In total, touched a pirate gold coin and a Asura specialty wine cup. There is nothing worth anything. Bai Yen sighed, slowly came to the dark door, directly opened the computer, glanced at the password on it, and directly entered 568. Ding electronic jammer, ding intelligence document. Looking at the pile of garbage, Bai Yen sighed and ran towards the west building, quickly coming to the west building balcony and directly opening the small and large safeties. Ding, primary bullet parts, ding pirate gold, pirate scimitar, primary bullet parts. The entire administrative building of high-level material points are scavenged once. A small red did not come out. Too difficult to ship at this. Luck are not all by the fat man in the first hand to use up. Looking at his bag without a few gold, said to himself. However, while the three of them were frantically scavenging this administrative building, at this time, the substation had already fought a hot battle. Just 3 minutes ago, a team of teenagers ran to the large substation and scavenged a tank model inside the technical room of the 100-year power station. The teenagers immediately came to the window for inspection, which happened to be seen by those who came over from the small substation, and at once both sides engaged in a great battle. A team from the visitor center heard the gunshots and also immediately rushed over, and at once the big change power station formed a three-legged state, with the three parties not advancing or retreating, until 3 minutes later. The group of teenagers inside the big substation seemed to have thought of something, and immediately took out the tank model and came to the window to examine it. At this time a group of big men in the small substation and a group of teenage girls on the small hill of the small barracks jointly saw the tank model. The two teams were instantly red-eyed, and both sides looked at each other as if they had struck some kind of contract, and together they fired a few shots into the sky. Then both sides nodded to each other and struck a deal, and the three young girls immediately entered the first floor of the substation from the east side of the substation, while the three big men came out of that door of the small substation's airbox and entered the first floor from the west side of the big substation. The two teams assembled on the first floor and greeted each other, and a big man said, "How are we going to fight? They're on the second floor now, easy to defend." The young girl smiled and said, "There are 6 of us, and they are just 3, let's charge together. 6 guns can't beat 3 guns?" The big man nodded and said, "It's okay, just take this team after the fight. Which one of us will take that tank model?" The 3 teenage girls heard what the big man said and said, "One team takes the tank model, the other team takes their equipment and other supplies. Whatever is in there the other team can't take it, just the one tank model." The big man nodded in agreement and said, "We'll take the model tank and promise not to take anything else." After the 6 had conferred, they ran straight up the stairs there, and the 6 guns melted the 3 teenagers at the substation directly into boxes on the ground. "Third sister, you go collect the bags and bring the tank model over to these 3 big brothers first," a leading teenage girl slowly said. A young girl ran to the box and licked it, and soon came to the crowd and took out the tank model from her backpack and put it on the ground and said, "Big brother, the tank model is for you, so what's inside can be ours." The big man put the tank model into his backpack and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. However, when the big man heard the next words spoken by the young girl, it triggered another fierce battle. Chapter 81 Secret World Update. After the teenage girls handed the tank model to the three big men, they began to lick the bag, and one of them realized that there was a military terminal in the bag, and immediately shouted out in excitement, saying, "I lost it, there's another military terminal in here." This sentence was issued, causing the three big men who were originally about to leave to instantly let their eyes light up. At the same time, the heart of the young girl who was leading the group was also shaken. Not good. The young girl stopped licking the bag in a hurry and directly turned around and walked into the substation technical room. But the other two young girls didn't think much about it and were still indulging in licking the bag. The three big men immediately fired mercilessly, directly and mercilessly knocking down the two teenage girls who were licking the bag, and the teenage girls who were now hiding inside the technical room of the substation immediately poked their heads out and fired directly, knocking one down, before the opposite side of the room could pull the line of the gun on herself. The young girl hastily retracted her head and went back inside the tech room to change her ammo, racking the doorway with concentration. The two big men immediately looked at each other, slowly came to the door of the technical room, a big jump, directly into the technical room inside. The young girl lying on the ground, saw a big man jumped and immediately shot. The young girl's marksmanship was quite good, and instantly knocked down the big man. Then the last big man also jumped in, and shot at the young girl in advance of the robbery. But unfortunately, the young girl was lying on the ground, and all the bullets flew over the head of the young girl, and didn't hurt the young girl in the slightest, while the young girl hurriedly pulled the gun line, and hit the only 12 rounds left inside the wall on the big man. Looking at the box in front of her, the young girl let out a long breath and said, "Luckily, the shot was a class 4 round M250. If it had been in August like the last one, it would have been really bad." The young girl saved her teammates and looked at the model tanks and military terminals inside her bag and slowly said, "If we hadn't been sixth by Ian's team, we might have been able to sprint to first place. I'm so angry. If I meet that team again, I'll definitely whip their tendons." "Well, third sister, this hand thanks to you. Go, we touch so many things. It's time to evacuate. This time do not be careless. To the point of evacuation must be well lined up." At this time, the administrative building and container scavenging clean by Ian 3 people naturally heard the substation sounded fierce gunfire. Bai Ian looked at a backpack of garbage, slowly said, "Go, let's go to the substation to persuade them to fight." The 3 of them then ran towards the direction of the substation with great interest. Just as the 3 of them ran to the substation and looked at the messy licked bags all over the ground, the lewd man immediately said, "Sir, there should have been a fierce gunfight here. It's a pity that the people are all gone. Then let's evacuate too." Just now the river beached that direction rang the gun. Do not think that their evacuation point should be the western intersection there. We should not be able to catch up. Let's go. Let's go to the visitor center side of the evacuation. Bai Ian looked at the box that had been opened and thought for a moment, saying, "Evacuation successful, takeout value, 121W, outside the secret realm." Bai Ian's trio came to the shooting club and practiced their marksmanship while discussing. "We brought out a total of 619W worth of supplies in our 3 shots. We're the proper number 1 in the semifinals. Sir, what's going to be updated in this system update?" Bai Ian looked at the target holding a naked AKM, shooting at 100 meters, shook her head and said, "Didn't we get the news a few days ago? Isn't Bakshi coming out? This update should be out. There are still 10 minutes before the game ends. After the update you can't just see it yourself." Time flashed by as the trio trained, and soon the system's voice came over. "The secret realm has been updated. All cadres can check the information on the official website. The secret world has been updated. The system broadcasts 3 times in a row." The lewd man immediately put down the AKM in his hand, pulling Bai Yen and Fatty to run towards the single room of the shooting club, came to the computer and directly input the information. Looking at the information above, surprised, said, "Sir, this time the update of a lot of things. Not only does the Bakshi appeared, but also appeared in the military rank. Killing other cadres in the middle of the secret realm and the successful evacuation can add points. The highest rank is Delta Peak. According to the system reality, the dam has appeared in black mode. There are also thermal imaging sites and night vision devices. GTI Core cadre joined a cadre codenamed Nameless." Bai Yen smiled faintly and said in her heart, "It's true. The last time I saw a 1000W resuscitation respirator I knew that Black Night mode and Nameless would appear. But how come this doesn't have a final night action mode?" Looked at the 2 excited people, smiled and said, "After the update out of the long night mode, let's go. Let's go to the long night mode when the old 6 to go." According to my internal information, the long night mode inside is very dark, without night vision device completely invisible. Go, I take you up equipment to go. Soon the three of them got up their gear and watched as the two of them, armed with night vision and thermal imaging, headed in the direction of the secret area. Ding release system mission, ask the host to kill 5 crocodiles. Mission reward, mercy knives. Mission failure, deduct the host's keychain and return to the initial 4 squares. Let's go. Let's resurrect at the western intersection evacuation point here. Let's go to the cement factory. The cement factory has a lot of space, suitable for us to play with our night vision device, and most of the cement factory is dark. Bai Yen said to the two while running towards the cement factory. The lewd man looked at the eyes of a green, directly cancelled the night vision device, cancelled the moment after the surprise said, "Sir, this long night mode is so dark, completely unable to see clearly. This is if you are the old 6, is not the box to earn a lot of money." Fatty ran behind the lewd man and slapped him on the butt and said, "Old Jew, we've got night vision with us, of course we're going to pounce." Soon the three of them came to the cement factory, listening to the sound of gunfire inside. Bai Yen said with a slight smile, "It seems that it's really lively inside. Come on, let's slowly feel our way over and see what's going on inside." And at this time, inside the cement factory there are 3 big men shooting at the front of a few Asura soldiers. At the same time also cannot help but spit out said, "Fourth master, this is too dark. Every time are those Asura soldiers first shot. If not those soldiers' gunflame cannot find their position. My armor is almost broken. If come a team of real people, we will be finished." A middle-aged man sighed and said, "I should have known that I would have bit the bullet and spent 80W to buy a night vision device, which is completely invisible to anything. Let's go." We go into the house. There are lights inside the house. Let's slow down for a while, and then we go directly to the administration building. From the official online news, the administration building should be brightly lit inside. Chapter 82, The Human Heart. By Ian 3 people came to the hole next to the 201 small building, and was seeing 3 big men running towards this side. By Ian 3 people smiled slightly, and slowly raised their guns to shoot towards the 3 people. The sound of gunshots rang out all at once, and the 3 big men were turned straight into boxes before they could see where the shots were fired. Go, let's lick the bag. I have to say, in the black night mode with night vision and thermal imaging is an absolute advantage. Is now night vision and thermal imaging sites just came out. More expensive, but it's worth it, Bai Yen said as she looked at the effect of the night vision device in the secret realm. The molester was also surprised and said, "Sir, the thermal imaging sites are too good." Ha 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 ha. He smiled as he watched the 2 run toward the bag, then went to the first floor airbox and scavenged it. Ding power supply. Solar panels. Bai Yen did not lose heart, since the storm rate has been reduced by 10 times. In addition to the competition will rarely touch the good things. Then ran toward the second floor, looking at the top of the empty on an airbox, sighed and said, "Did not brush the big insurance? First touch a handful of airboxes before. Wait to go to the sand room to see if there is a big insurance before you say it." Ding power supply. Display. Thermometer. Right angle ruler. Socket. Alas, if this explosion rate has the kind of explosion rate of the competition, it's okay, even if it doesn't come out with gold. It's okay if it comes out with a little bit of small purple. Let's go see if there's a big insurance brush inside the sand pile room first, and then we'll look over these cement trucks again. Looking at the garbage inside the airbox, Bai Yen sighed and idly walked towards the sand pile room. Bai Yen searched the cement factory inside and out, 201 and the cement factory office, and in total, he touched a military explosive from inside the cement truck. "Sir, those 3 people's packs are done touching. One guy is wearing 6 armor. Unfortunately it's just 55 durability cap. Sir, do you want it?" The lewd man ran to Bai Yan's side and said excitedly. Bai Yan looked at the 0 durability level 6 armor on the ground, shook her head and said, "You take it. The durability is too low. Repair it and it'll be over 30 durability. Let's go. Let's go to the big transformer station." According to the official knot, the big transformer station also brushes Saeed. The 3 of them immediately ran towards the direction of the substation, and when they came to the side of the bridge, Bai Yen directly jumped into the river, directly splashing a large wave of water, and immediately a crocodile bit over towards Bai Yen. The indecent man saw the crocodile biting towards Bai Yen, immediately snapped the PKM in his hand. The guns sounded, instantly defeating the crocodile. Bai Yen looked at the crocodile that was turning over its stomach, and her heart was suddenly in turmoil. "Not lewd corporal, who told you to shoot? This crocodile is my prey. Who told you to kill it? Next time you see a crocodile don't shoot it. Let me do it. Even if the crocodile bites you don't shoot it. Let me do it." Bai Yen said jokingly. "Ah, sir, I saw that this crocodile was about to bite you before I shot, the lewd man said with an innocent face. Bai smoked slowly from the waterhole there toward the crocodile nest. Looking at the front, just have 3 crocodiles crawling toward themselves. Bai smoke immediately shot. The hand of the M4A1 spit out red flames. The 3 crocodiles instantly directly out of the white belly. Lying on the ground motionless, Bai Yen slowly walked into the crocodile body. Looking at the crocodile's mouth full of sharp teeth, the heart cannot help but sigh. This tooth looks really comfortable. I do not know if I can get down. No, I have to try. Bai Yen immediately pulled out the dagger in her waist and cut up towards the beautiful teeth. Soon a beautiful tooth appeared in her hand, and her heart was delighted. It's really okay. When we return to the outside of the secret realm, we'll drill a small hole above the crocodile teeth and wear a thread and hang it around our necks. Think of it, it's awesome enough. Then searched the side of the river. Did not find a crocodile. Thought for a moment and said, I remember the Black Knight mode inside there are other will have crocodiles. I remember the big substation east of the dog hole there is a crocodile. Then go to the substation first to see go. However, just as the 3 of them were planning to walk towards the substation, gunshots suddenly rang out from the small substation, and the 3 of them looked at each other and came to walk towards where the gunshots were coming from. Soon they saw 3 small teenagers running towards their trio. Although they couldn't see the appearance of the 3 teenagers from the night vision device, they could be seen as teenagers by their stature and size. Only to see the 3 young teenagers running while cheering said, Brother 1, we have earned a lot. Touched a respirator. Just a respirator are worth 2 to 300,000. Then we work outside the realm of the secret for a year to earn more. Follow your brother 1 and take you guys to make a lot of money. The teenager running in the center shouted this with a big smile. That must be Brother 1. After all, both of our 2 forced entries into the secret realm were brought in by Brother 1. If it wasn't for Brother 1, both of us would have died inside the secret realm long ago. The other teenager also said excitedly, Ha ha, that's me, but I've mixed with the secret realm many times. By the way, how many Hafu coins do you 2 have in total? The one called one squinted his eyes and said as he stopped in front of the entrance to the minefield. Brother 1, all the assets of the 2 of us combined still have a bit of supplies, and now that we've all bought this outfit, we're left with 20W of Hafu coins. A teenager didn't think about it and said directly and boldly. Brother 1 smiled slightly, hiding in the darkness of the night and said, See that iron fence? There are a lot of good things in there. You 2 go in and touch it. I'll set up a gun for you 2 outside, and all the supplies you touch in there belong to you 2. When the 2 teenagers heard that there were good things inside, their eyes directly glowed and they immediately jumped in from the wooden box. However, before the 2 of them could take 2 steps, the sound of an explosion directly rang out. Ah, Brother 1, why is there even an explosion in here? The 2 teenagers instantly panicked straight away, feeling their whole body fracture, the pain going straight to their heads, their eyes quickly blackening. Brother 1 couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly, saying, Jia Jia Jia, don't blame Brother 1, it's mainly because your Brother 1 lacks money in his hand. You 2 had better go in peace. A teenager immediately ran toward the outside. However, another explosion sounded. 2 people directly to the ground. Slowly want to think of the second exit to crawl, but by 2 wooden boxes will be blocked by the exit of the tight. Become 2 people's despair. When said with a smile, 2, I'll evacuate first. Outside Zhang is still waiting for me to take this respirator to pay back the debt. If not want to bring 2 cannon fodder for me to explore the road. I will not take care of the 2 of you. The 2 of you together will be 20W. There is no resurrection. Goodbye. No, never see you again. Jia Jia. However, just before one could finish laughing, the gunshots from Bai Yin Yan's trio rang out, instantly boxing one into a box. Chapter 83, The Insidious Crocodile. Let's go over to collect the corpse. Just listen to their words as if they had touched a respirator. Let's go over and take a look. Looking at the box in front of him, Bai Yin said nonchalantly, Sir, I found it. There's really a respirator. The lewd man said excitedly as he stilled the respirator on the ground. Bai Yin did not take the respirator, but turned the corner slowly came to the minefield, looked at the wooden box behind the 2 white boxes touched up, looked at all the inside as some garbage, either white or green items, even the blue items on a solar panel. The heart cannot help but a burst of regret for the 2 teenagers. The 2 of you first go to the small substation to see if it's been searched cleanly. Maybe there are still missed supplies that haven't been searched, and I'll go touch the bird eggs in the minefield. Bai Smoke immediately said to the 2 after licking the bag. White art smoke then in the minefield as a fish into the sea. Quickly came to the 2 bird eggs in front of the bird eggs. Looking at the bird eggs inside the touch out of an Asera special wine cup. The heart is not to sigh and said, this guy called one is really not a thing. The old man from the 2 bird eggs inside the touch of the things are more expensive than the things in those 2 packages. Sir, there's a crocodile here, come quickly. Just as Bai Yen side, the lewd man's voice came from the small substation. Hearing the lewd man's voice, Bai Yen immediately ran towards the small substation with excitement, and just as she walked into the small substation, she saw a crocodile doing a death roll on the lewd man. The sound of a 4-1's gunshot resounded directly in the middle of the dark night, interrupting the crocodile's death roll. And looking at the crocodile that rolled over with a white stomach and lay hard on the ground, Bai Yen said with a burst of excitement in her heart, "Oh yeah, comfortable. One more to go and it's done." Looking at the wretched appearance of the lewd man who climbed up from the ground, Bai Yen could no longer hold back her laughter and said with a smile, "Corporal Lewd, due to your outstanding performance, I have decided that you can take any one thing from inside my backpack." The lewd man, who had just gotten up from the ground and was still thinking of complaining about it, immediately said excitedly when he heard Bai Yen's words, "Really, sir?" Bai Yen nodded, then placed the backpack on the ground, signaling the lecherous man to come and lick the bag. The obscene man looked at the ground backpack, immediately ran over excitedly, searching up the ground backpack. At first looked at the stuffed full of big gold bag, the heart suddenly a joy, but looked at a white items and green items appeared. The heart gradually began to silence. When the entire backpack was searched, the lewd man burst into tears and said, "Sir, you don't even have a small gold in your bag. The most expensive thing you have is a solar panel. You can take this respirator." Looking at the tearful and touched indecent man, looking at the small gold and a bunch of small purple inside the safety box, he awkwardly scratched his head and pretended to have a righteous face and said, "Corporal Indecent, as your superior officer, I'm sure I'll have to make sure that you're well fed, so you can take this solar panel. The officer has nothing good to give you. Sir, I'll trade this respirator with you." The lewd man excitedly threw the respirator on the ground, then put the solar panel directly into his backpack, all the time urging Bai Yen to take the respirator. Eventually, after a while of pulling and fooling around, Bai Yen put the respirator into her backpack, then secretly said in her heart, "This is what I call fooling around. That one guy still has to learn. Let's go to the big substation. If I guessed correctly, there will be another crocodile refreshed under the hill at the entrance of the dog cave on the east side of the big substation. Let's hope that crocodile hasn't been killed." At the same time, the heart palpitating thought, "That crocodile is really old 6. Remember when I was playing the blackout mode? That crocodile lying on the ground and not moving. Several times when I want to evacuate stepped on that crocodile's head, and directly gave myself a death roll to end myself." "Sir, the large substation hasn't been searched yet. I didn't realize that team didn't come to search the substation." Looking at the shield soldiers on the first floor of the substation still in a relaxed state, the lewd man immediately shouted in excitement. The molester's voice immediately woke up the Asura shield soldier, taking the Uzi and shooting straight at the molester in quick succession. Looking at the blood volume violently reduced by half of the blood volume, the obscene man directly paused for a moment. Uzi's gunfire directly pulled the obscene man out of the state of confusion. Hurriedly took out the rifle in his hand, aiming at the gap above the shield soldier. A shot to solve the shield soldier, before sighing and said, "Oh my throw. When did the shield soldier become so powerful? It came up and gave me a direct shot, taking out half of my blood. Since it's not touched inside, you two go ahead and touch up the substation. I'll go look for the crocodile to go." Bai Yen said and patted the shoulder of the lewd man who was fighting the state and quickly walked towards the outside. Soon Bai Yen came to the east side of the dog hole, vigilant observation of the surrounding situation. Although Bai Yen thought he was vigilant enough, but still stepped on the head of the crocodile. A crocodile roar sounded directly, a bloody mouth biting on the root of the thigh of the white Yen, directly to their own is a death roll. After a struggle, it was hard to kick the crocodile away. Slowly stood up, not caring about the pain in the leg, straight to the brain nerves, hastily pulled out the M401, directly toward the crocodile to fire. Looked at the crocodile, turned over the white stomach before the heart of the two painkillers, slowly doing the operation, said, "I have not seen this crocodile," scared the old man, but fortunately the task is done. Soon, the fat man and the lewd man slowly rushed over after completing their quests and spat out, "Sir, the explosion rate of this long night mode is really low. The entire substation has a pirate gold coin inside the insurance of the technical room. The rest of the place is full of green items and blue items. Okay, that's it for this one. Let's evacuate. The next hand will not play the dam. Let's go to Bakshi play to go. It is not only more exciting than the dam, and also than the dam's explosion rate is several times higher. If you are lucky, a handful of red materials can be touched out. 7 or 8 is not a matter of course. Even if the luck is poor, there will also be a multitude of small gold guaranteed. Will be able to be 5 or 6 million to evacuate." Bai Smoke looked at the two people who were disappointed and returned, immediately painted a big cake and said. The two men did get excited after hearing this and hurried towards the visitor center evacuation point. Successful evacuation. Material taken out, 158W. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a mercy weapon. Watching the dagger in his hand being replaced with mercy, his heart burst with joy and he immediately played with it. Looking at the glowing blade, he yanked a piece of hair from his head, put it to his mouth and blew on it, and the hair slowly floated towards Mercy's blade, and in an instant, it was cut off at the waist. Chapter 84, Bakshi comes to me. Mercy deserves to be Mercy, whether it's the sharpness or the exquisite appearance. It's a dagger that's far beyond compare. And coupled with that handsome triple strike, it's practically the value ceiling amongst the combat ceilings. Bai Yan's heart was instantly ecstatic, looking at the two people who got up good equipment. Bai Yan hurriedly put the supplies inside the system warehouse, bought 180 rounds of A1 ammunition and said, Let's go to Bakshi to have some fun. Sir, I repaired that level 6 armor from the last hand, and now it's all on my body, and now it all feels full of security. The lewd man patted the 6th armor on his body and said with a smile. Bai Smoke punched on the chest of the man who was indecent and said, Okay, imbecile man, then you kill this hand. Fatty and I will lick the bag. The lewd man lowered his head and smiled, immediately changing the topic and said, By the way, sir, how many points have you guys added? The last handful of evacuation came out. My side added 48 points. Hey, now I'm already a bronze segment person. Last hand you killed one. Fatty and I each killed 2. No surprise, each added 75 cap points. Hearing the lewd man change the topic, Bai Yan immediately pressured the lewd man and said, After fooling around for a while, Bai Smoke spent nearly 1500 W Hafu coins to replenish many Bakshi key rune cards. Then the three of them slowly walked to the front of the secret realm, selecting the confidential Bakshi mode. The three of them glanced at each other, firmly nodded their heads, and walked towards the inside of the secret realm. Ding releasing a system mission, asking the host to go to the statue of the great man in front of the Bakshi Museum to perform a salute and fire the gun 3 times. Reward for mission success, the ultimate skill of the B-Doctor smokescreen. Mission failure, smoke grenade and hormone gun destroyed. Bai Yan looked at the scenery in front of her, said with a slight smile, Good location, surprisingly resurrected in the bazaar. In front of it is the statue of the man for the people. Just in time to do the task. You two come with me. I'll take you two to touch something. Fatty and Creepy Boy nodded and followed behind Bai Yan and ran towards the front. Bai Yan came to a window and said with a smile, Creepy Boy, you go in here. This will brush the champagne. Just jump in from this window and search. There is also a computer in there. Fatty, let's go and pay our respects to a great man. Bai Yan then led Fatty quickly to the front of the great man's statue and drank solemnly. Sergeant Fatty on command. Salute. Only 2 teenagers in front of a huge statue respectfully saluted the statue. Then the 2 pulled out their own guns and fired 3 shots into the sky. Suddenly a Kwanzaa scattered on the 2, while a voice rang out, 2 young people, after such a long time, I didn't expect that there would still be people who respect me so much. Not bad. This young man, you already have supernormal abilities. I won't grant you supernormal abilities. However, this fat young man, I observe that you have a few similarities with me. Then I will grant you a chance to feel it properly. I'll go now. Fatty, is there any strange feeling? Bai Yan looked at the fading voice and felt a sudden regret in her heart, but it was already considered good that her own soldier had gotten an alien ability. Fatty felt it carefully and said, Sir, it doesn't feel like anything, it's not even different from usual. Forget it for now then, let's go into the museum first. Although everyone is now entering Bakshi for the first time, it doesn't mean that a few members might enter the museum by mistake. Let's go in first. Seeing that Fatty hadn't gotten the feeling of alien energy yet, Bai Yan had to advance towards the museum and enter it first. The 2 had just reached the door when the lecherous man ran over excitedly and said, Sir, I really saw champagne on the table in that little room. It was awesome. Bai Yan hastily patted the lewd man's level 6 armor and said, You'll have even more to laugh about later. The stuff inside the museum is much richer than the supplies outside. Mischievous man heard the voice of Bai Smoke. His heart became even more excited. His legs suddenly ran to faster, almost already ran out of the stump, directly ran into the museum inside. To all kinds of supplies searched up. Bai Smoke looked at the lewd man that way and shook his head, walked straight in from the stairs straight to the 2nd floor, turned the corner and walked directly into the insurance room. Directly opened the big insurance. 6 DFUP, Ding Pirate Gold Coins, Asura Specialty Wine Glasses, Primary Bullet Parts. The Quasi-Head then opens the computer directly and types in 595 and opens the secret door. Ding Experimental Data. Right after Bai Yan finished scavenging the 2 coats inside the safe room and the supplies inside the secret door, a sound of an elevator rang out. Bai Yan hurriedly ran out of the safe room and came behind the cover to deadlock the exit of the building in front of the elevator. Not long after, the sound of another elevator rang out, accompanied by noisy footsteps, and Fatty also slightly came to Bai Yan's side, poking his head to rack the passage in front. Soon, a silhouette appeared in front of the 2 men. Fatty and Bai Smoke decisively shot. The man was completely unable to react, and was directly shot into dice by the two guns, falling to the ground. And at this time, Bai Yen looked at the obscene man belatedly came to the second floor, and immediately said, "Corporal, you directly rushed over. The 6 sets you wear, they can't hit you." On. Imbecile man nodded, immediately ran toward the front passage. A big jump. Is seeing a big man lying on the ground to shoot at himself? Imbecile man after a few days in the fat man's oppression. Crazy special training. Now the reaction has also become very fast. Immediately shot, but the shooting method is slightly weaker. Ken will be the big man's armor broken, will be knocked down at the same time, be mended at the same time. Bai Smoke and Fatty jumped over the moment the lewd man was patched up and immediately fired, directly knocking the big man down. At the same time, downstairs there was a footsteps running hurriedly towards the distance. Bai Yen immediately said, "Fatty, you saved the lewd man. I'll go catch that rat." Before the fat man stopped, Bai Yen directly jumped down from the top of the elevator, and was seeing a teenager showing a big back running towards the direction of the marketplace. Bai Yen hurriedly shot, the gun shot his head, and the teenager was killed instantly. Bai Smoke hurriedly came to the box in front of the sealed cigarette, licked it, looked at the empty things, only a large red bag and a golden bullet hanging, no longer any supplies, not even a gun. Had to change the bag and bullet hanging with their own. Rushed back to the museum, came to the second floor is seeing licking the beauty of the two. A slight smile, ran toward the museum showroom, directly swiped the card to open the door. White Art Smoke looked at the ground excitedly said, "Wow, military artillery shells. I did not expect. This ground is still brushing military artillery shells.